Chapter 372, Land Spirit Afterlife of the Gu Immortal. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A tall and large crystal mountain and river was at the center of the blessed land. Its name is Dang Hun Mountain, pink throughout, emitting the colors of dreams and illusions. At this moment, the elite disciples from the 10 sects were like ants, trying hard to ascend the mountain. Somewhere near the mountain waist, Fang Zheng was full of sweat, his face pale as his fingers gripped the mountain walls, gasping heavily. As long as any living beings got close to Dang Hun Mountain, they souls will have to endure the pain of vibrating shocks. The higher Fang Zheng climbed, the more he felt dizzy, like his soul was being blown away by the wind. He felt like he was about to collapse. Tisk tisk, you can't hold on anymore. Then give up. Look how much you've fallen behind the others, how can you possibly win? Why don't you just give up? You have no hope left. Hu Immortal Land Spirit pouted her tiny pink lips as she appeared before Fang Zheng. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was like a little girl, snowy white skin glowing with pinkness. Her shiny large black eyes emitted an innocent gaze. What is most attractive is behind her back, where a snow-white and pure fox tail grew. It was furry and fluffy, extremely cute and makes one want to play with it. At this time, Hu Immortal Land Spirit was sitting in the air, watching Fang Zheng as she made fun of him. Fang Zheng was not shocked. After climbing to this height from the mountain foot, the land spirit had appeared many times, watching their progress every time, and was very playful. Fang Zheng had found the method to deal with her, that is, to ignore her. As expected, seeing that Fang Zheng was silent, Hu Immortal Land Spirit's mouth pouted even more. You're a stupid lad, so boring. Please don't become my master, otherwise my life would be boring to death. Hee, the others are more fun. Saying so, she vanished, going to find the other elite disciples. After Hu Immortal Land Spirit left, in Fang Zheng aperture, the spirit incubating flea vibrated, as Lord Sky Crane's voice sounded out. Fang Zheng, work hard and hang in there. Now is not the time for me to appear, you have to at least get past the mountain waist, only then can we have a chance of victory. Endure, you have to endure, the strength of the soul can be excavated, you have a lot of potential left to uncover. Hearing his master's encouragement, Fang Zheng's dazed expression became firm again. He replied in his heart, Master, don't worry. I will endure, I am just taking a break, and regulating my breath. Pausing momentarily, he asked again, Master, I have a question, what is a land spirit? Earlier that Hu Immortal Land Spirit was near me, if I catch her, would I be able to skip the climbing? Lord Sky Crane was shocked, scolding, You lad, you have no fear due to cluelessness, even trying to scheme against the land spirit. Do you know how the land spirit is formed? After the Gu Immortal dies, the remaining fragments of their will and soul mixed with the blessed land's powers, thus forming that spiritual body. What? The land spirit was a Gu Immortal? Fang Zheng was shocked. That's right, the Hu Immortal Land Spirit you saw was formed from the former Gu Immortal by Hu. But without her past life's memories, merely her lingering desires remain. Don't think of her as powerless. Inside this blessed land, she can manipulate the heavenly power freely, and can directly combat a Gu Immortal. She can seal any rank 1 to 5 Gu worm at will. Only rank 6 immortal Gu worms can move freely in the blessed land. Fang Zheng, you are too bold. Climb this mountain properly, do not have any unrealistic thoughts. Lord Sky Crane chided, Yes master, I will not dare to any more. Fang Zheng nodded, admitting his fault in his heart. After scolding Fang Zheng, Lord Sky Crane's tone eased, encouraging, So now you know. As long as you become the owner of the blessed land, you can get the land spirit's loyalty. Within the blessed land, the land spirit is an existence equal to a Gu Immortal. Fang Zheng listened as he was completely stunned. What sort of strong aid was that? The assistance of a Gu Immortal equivalent. Lord Sky Crane continued, However, the land spirit cannot leave the blessed land. The true essence of the Hu Immortal inheritance is this wide and rich blessed land. Fang Zheng, you are still too low level, and the things you do not know are simply too many. Wait till you inherit this blessed land, you will slowly understand what sort of help a blessed land can bring to a Gu master. You are simply too lucky, encountering a blessed land with a spirit, and also receiving the sect's help. If it is a blessed land without a spirit, that would be greatly inferior. Fang Zheng asked curiously, Master, what happens to a blessed land without a spirit? Lord Sky Crane answered, A blessed land without a spirit is destined to be destroyed. Like a slumbering divine dragon, anyone can eat its flesh and drink its blood. Until it dies, it will not awaken. Fang Zheng, after you become the lord of the blessed land, you have to give the resources within the blessed land to the sect. Immortal Crane sect had nurtured you this far, you have to give back to the sect. When the sect is stronger, the protection towards you will increase as well. You understand this logic, right? I understand. It was Immortal Crane sect who adopted me. Without the sect's help, I would not have any chance in getting the inheritance. I would not even be able to exact revenge on my brother. If there is a possibility, I not only want to repay the sect, but I also want to revive you, master. Fang Zheng nodded, his vision was clear as he held great gratitude and admiration towards Immortal Crane sect. Lord Sky Crane heard this and laughed dryly. Foolish disciple, how can people revive so easily? I am glad you had the thought. The light of glory of the righteous path shone on Xianxia Mountain. Under Time Yu Bai's influence, Three Kings' inheritance became the righteous path's garden of exploration. Any demonic GU master was chased out and not allowed to step into the mountain. Time Yu Bai is too overbearing, fencing up the area and refusing to let anyone in. He is a senior expert, yet his greed knows no bound. Eating the meat and bones, but refusing to let us drink even the soup. Most importantly, Three Kings' inheritance's opening time is shortening, and the three pillars are getting weaker. Just as Little Beast King said a month ago, this GU Immortal blessed land is decaying, and will face destruction soon. The demonic GU masters were feeling flustered and anxious, such a rare opportunity in front of them, yet they are denied entry, only able to watch in vain. Stuff the courageous to death and starve the timid to death. Brothers, let's charge up together. No matter how powerful that Time Yu Bai is, can he kill all of us? Someone shouted, encouraging the crowd. We can wait for Time Yu Bai to enter the inheritance, and then go up the mountain. That way, there will be less obstruction. Someone suggested, there's a problem with this solution. When we come out of the inheritance, so would Time Yu Bai. Moreover, nobody knows where we would appear in Sanchan Mountain, we might get slaughtered by the righteous path. Someone rebuked, so what? Danger lurks when seeking wealth, how can we get the cub without entering the tiger's den? Wanting to gain something, without taking a risk, how can there be such a good thing in this world? Just as the demonic path members were shouting and discussing, they heard the wailings of 100 ghosts near them, and the bright blue sky suddenly became filled with dark clouds. Within the dark clouds, a shrill voice said, Gagaga, Time Yu Bai, you came out of your cultivation, why did you not say hi to your old friend, The dark clouds moved rapidly, forming a face, having an aquiline nose and deep eye sockets, staring at Sancha Mountain. This laughter and entrance, it is Lord Wu Gui from our demonic path. I remember now, Lord Wu Gui is also rank 5 peak stage, an expert from the older generation, he is Time Yu Bai's lifetime rival. There's nothing amazing about the righteous path, we have experts in the demonic path too. Go, Senior Wu Gui. At once, the demonic path members cheered, their eyes glowing as some shouted while others screamed. The dark clouds moved closer, shrouding Sancha Mountain quickly. Such a grand entrance, like an entire army, at once, even sunlight was covered, causing Sancha Mountain to fall into darkness. The righteous GU masters were all fearful. He has such an overwhelming aura. This old demon Wu Gui, he is still alive. Old demon Wu Gui, he is over hundreds of years old. Back when he was breaking through to rank 6, he was disturbed and ruined by the young and inexperienced Lord Time Yu Bai unintentionally. Thus, he felt extreme hatred and had slaughtered Thai clansmen many times as revenge. Wu Gui, have you been hiding under a mountain all these years? Are you here to experience defeat once again? At the mountain peak, golden light burst out. In the golden light, Time Yu Bai stood upright, his hands behind his back, speaking calmly towards the rolling dark clouds. HMPH, you won by merely one move a decade ago, you really think you're better? Little bastard, today you will die without a proper corpse. The dark clouds moved like steam out of boiling water, turning into a large hand and grabbing towards Time Yu Bai. This hand was extremely large, larger than a small-sized mountain. It gave off an impressive aura, stunning people and gave off the feeling of grabbing the moon and stars. The dark clouds looked slow but were extremely fast, grabbing quickly. Corrosive smoke rose, as the hand covered an entire mountain peak, causing the trees and rocks it touched to disintegrate. Old tricks. Time Yu Bai snorted, moving his leg and turning into a golden light, tearing apart the dark clouds, flying towards the sky. The golden light flew like a shooting star, like lightning, as it crashed into the dark clouds. Almost the next moment, there was a thunder-like explosion, going off like firecrackers. The dark clouds moved violently, as golden light flickered. The two rank 5 peak stage GU masters fought inside the clouds. Although the details could not be seen, outsiders could feel how powerful they were just from the aftershocks sent out by them. Wu Gui, when I just started my GU journey, you were already an established expert. Back then, I had to avoid you if I met you. But 50 years later, I could escape from you. 80 years later, you could do nothing to me. 100 years later, you lost to me. And now, after another decade, today, you will lose your life. Tai Mu Bai's voice came from within the dark clouds. Huff, 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 Tai Mu Bai, you are too arrogant. You were lucky to be born in Tai clan, relying on Tai clan, you can speak so arrogantly. If I had the same resources as you, I would have become a GU immortal by now. Wu Gui screamed in an unstable tone. Evidently, during the intense battle earlier, Tai Mu Bai had the advantage. But, did you think I have no backup? Ha ha ha. Wu Gui breathed roughly, but started laughing wildly. As he laughed, a third rank 5 peak stage aura burst out. Tai Mu Bai, did you miss me all these years? A gloomy and shrill voice traveled far and wide. Tai Mu Bai could not hide his shock. Kumo, to think you came. Chapter 373, Intense Battle of Rank 5s. The situation at Xianxia Mountain had a violent change. After Tai Mu Bai suppressed Xianxia Mountain for the most part of the year, his old enemy from the demonic path appeared. But Wu Gui, who was also rank 5 peak stage, could not beat Tai Mu Bai, who made his debut later. The situation that followed was beyond everyone's expectations. The similarly rank 5 peak stage Kumo suddenly made his appearance. The battle situation immediately changed to two demonic paths rank 5 pincering Tai Mu Bai. Righteous path figures cursed at the demonic path's shamelessness, while the demonic path figures continued to rush into Xianxia Mountain and cheer loudly. Uncountable gazes fanatically looked at the air. A battle between rank 5 peak stage GU masters was rarely seen, much less the battle between 3 rank 5 peak stage GU masters. Tai Mu Bai could suppress Wu Gui, but fighting 1 against 2 was far beyond his ability. But Wu Gui and Kumo were both demonic GU masters, and although they had allied, they were similarly guarded against each other. Like this, the three entered a stalemate. From the sky covered by the black clouds and fierce wind, an enormous and deafening explosion occurred. Golden light burst out. A 4-clawed golden dragon tore the black clouds and moved the wind and rain, its dragon roar spreading over a long distance. HMPH, merely a rank 4 golden dragon GU, did you take that out to make a fool of yourself? Kumo let out a disdainful snarl, look at how I tear you to pieces. When his words landed, there was a loud sound, the golden dragon let out a miserable whine and fell down towards the ground. Just as the golden dragon was about to lose its life, a golden whirlwind blew towards it. The 4-clawed golden dragon was surrounded by the whirlwind, and its heavy injuries were instantly healed. It raised its head and roared before rising up again. This is a rank 4 golden breeze GU, its healing ability is extremely powerful and is comparable to rank 5 GU. The spectating Li Xian narrowed his eyes when he recognized this golden whirlwind. Don't even think about it. Wu Gui suddenly gave an unearthly cry. This unearthly cry was extremely ear-piercing, like the cawing of ravens. The spectators, be it righteous path or demonic path, felt dizzy and nauseous. Following the unearthly cry, a shining jet black halo shot out and firmly collided against the 4-clawed golden dragon. The 4-clawed golden dragon could not resist it and exploded. Dazzling light burst forth like a small sun, causing all the spectators to close their eyes. The sound of the explosion was so loud, it seemed to burst everyone's eardrums. A fierce wind pressure soon followed, blowing towards all directions. The wind blew countless trees and stones, burying many GU masters alive. The berserk wind rose as if in defiance of heaven and even dispersed the dark clouds covering the sky. The spectators regained their senses after a long while and retreated in fear while looking up. In the sky, 3 figures were confronting each other. Tai Mu Bai was wearing a golden chainmail. It was the rank 4 golden coat GU and had exemplary defense. His whole body was covered with a layer of gold-red light. It was the rank 4 golden aurora GU and could allow the GU master to fly. Wu Gui was stepping on a dark cloud, his lips were sharply sticking forward like a black beak. And Kumo was slowly flapping. A pair of bone wings on his back, his whole body was covered with bone armor, and there were all kinds of colorful sharp spikes growing out from his elbows, knees, shoulders and other places. At first look, he looked like a malevolent multicolored human-shaped hedgehog. The confrontation only lasted for a short few breaths of time. The three attacked at the same time as quickly as lightning. In the sky, a golden red light shuttled back and forth, breaking the void, and was as sharp as a sword. A black light sword, moving at one time and stopping at next, it was strange and cunning. A multicolored light charged and crashed, and displayed the most valiant manner. Ordinary naked eyes were already unable to make out the progress of the battle. The absolute majority of people could only hear the unceasing explosions that continued to ravage their eardrums. Suddenly a golden light fiercely streaked across the sky like a blade, towards an area in the middle of the mountain. Mountain stones and boulders were crushed into fine powder, and there appeared a 20 feet wide and over 100 feet tall gorge. The nearby unlucky spectators were all chopped into minced meat. Suddenly a raven's caw echoed like the thunder. Hundreds of unlucky GU masters' head burst immediately. From time to time, bone spikes rained down freely from the sky. Many GU masters could not evade in time and were pierced through, nailed at the ground and lost their lives. The battle had reached the climax. The three sides moved without restraint. We can't endure even the ripples of a battle between rank 5 peak stage GU masters. Too terrifying, we need to leave quickly. If we keep on watching, we might have to pay with our lives. Everyone was scared witless and hurried out of Xianxia Mountain one after another. Even Li Xian, Hu Mei'er and others also did not dare to stay here. On Xianxia Mountain, only the rank 4 peak stage Yi Huo, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong and Wu Shentong remained. Even so, their expressions were serious and all their concentration was fixed on the battle. With their nerves stretched tight as a bowstring, they were ready to escape the moment there was even a little danger. Soon, these rank 4 peak stage GU masters also could not continue staying there. Because the three rank 5 peak stage GU masters used their rank 5 GU. Time Yu Bai's turn gold GU flew everywhere. No matter what it shot through, whether they were rocks, grasses, trees, flowers, birds, fishes or beasts, they would turn into golden sculpture, their life force extinguished. Kumo's soft bones GU made any bones within 50 miles of it turn soft and become a puddle of bone paste. And Wu Gui's pitch black GU spread darkness everywhere. Any GU worms under rank 6 that touched it would receive different degrees of restrictions. In this world, the higher the rank of the GU, the stronger and rarer they were. Precious GU of rank 4 were already hard to purchase, and rank 5 GU were practically not circulated in the market. As for rank 6 immortal GU, every one of them were one of its kind. Fang Yuan had reached rank 6 GU immortal's realm in his previous life, but he could only refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. As for most of the GU masters, rank 5 GU were already very hard to get. The most important thing in a battle between rank 5 GU masters was the power of their rank 5 GU. This is the power of a rank 5 GU. Terrifying, rank 4 defensive GU can hardly resist it, let alone rank 3 GU. From some faraway corner, Bai Ningbing observed the battle in Xianxia Mountain intently, her blue pupils flickering with grave light. This was not the first time she saw a battle between rank 5 GU masters. She had seen it once before at Qingmao Mountain. But the fighting strength of these three rank 5 GU masters were clearly much more powerful than Lord Sky Crane and first generation GUU. This was because first gen GUU and Lord Sky Crane were decrepit rank 5 GU masters who were struggling at death's door and used all kinds of ways to prolong their lifespan. First gen GUU hibernated all year round in blood coffin and changed himself into a zombie, neither human nor ghost. And Lord Sky Crane was not much better. He came from Central Continent. His battle prowess was suppressed to some extent in southern border. But these three rank 5 GU masters Bai Ningbing was looking at were all at their peak state. Their intense battle naturally gave her spirit an even stronger impact. If I face such rank 5 GU masters, I will not be able to resist one move of theirs, and there is no hope of even escaping. Bai Ningbing looked at the battle for a long time and subconsciously clenched her fists, deeply realizing the gap between her and these rank 5 peak stage powers like Time Yu Bai and the rest. Rank 5 peak stage GU masters were at the peak of the mortal world, an emperor among GU masters. Especially when they used rank 5 GU, the strength they could bring out could destroy mountains if they came across mountains, split apart rivers if they came across rivers. Such an enormous power gave a feeling that it could not be stopped. This is the show you were waiting for. Bai Ningbing retrieved her gaze and looked at Fang Yuan standing beside her with a flash of understanding. Tai Mu Bai is fighting 1 against 2. It seems after this battle the structure of Xianxia Mountain will have a complete change. Demonic path will suppress righteous path. You were waiting for this opportunity since several months ago, right? Fang Yuan calmly gazed into the distance and shook his head indifferently. Rank 5 GU are very rare. Many rank 5 GU masters don't have even one rank 5 GU and can only use 4 GU. Thus, a rank 5 GU master's battle strength is determined by the rank 5 GU they hold and their amount. Demonic GU masters have always lacked resources and can mostly only rely on luck or fate. Kumo and Wu Gui have 1 or 2 rank 5 GU with them. But Tai Mu Bai is different. He has a huge background called Tai Clan. He should at least have 3 rank 5 GU on him. Bai Ningbing's expression moved. You mean Tai Mu Bai will be the winner of this battle? Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. GU worms are GU masters' trump card. The GU masters can be targeted against once their GU are exposed. Tai Mu Bai will not easily reveal all his trump cards. From the start, this battle had neither a winner nor a loser. Bai Ningbing was a smart person and immediately understood it after Fang Yuan gave her the clues. No matter how intense this battle was, it was only a probe. Why did Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui and Kumo came here? Was it purely for revenge against each other? Impossible. For people like them, their greatest goal is to break away from mortal and charge through to ranked 6 GU immortal realm, thereby gaining a longer life. These 3 were at the peak, looking down on all mortals, and had rich experiences. Gratitude and grudges could not move them. Each of their action held their own deep purpose. These 3 chose Xianxia Mountain for their battle instead of any other places. So, their purpose is already clear: 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered with a pondering light. 3 kings were rank 5 GU masters. Their inheritance contains rank 5 GU worms. Each one of these rank 5 GU can greatly increase their strength. With a treasure in front of them, how could they battle without care? Unless there is an extremely huge imbalance between the battle strength of the 2 sides. But from the current situation, it clearly is not so. So this battle can only end in a draw. The confusing battle situation suddenly became extremely clear. Bai Ningbing subconsciously looked at Fang Yuan. When everyone's hearts were throbbing intensely because of the intense battle of rank 5 GU masters, he was still so calm, like he was a spectator watching something of no concern. But was it really a matter of no concern? Bai Ningbing rejected this thought inwardly. No one knew clearer than her regarding the thirst Fang Yuan had towards 3 kings' inheritance. But even under such desire, he could still restrain his impulse. Facing such an opponent, Bai Ningbing's heart felt incomparably heavy. Such unfathomable shrewdness. How will I be able to take the Yang Yu that can turn me back to a male from him? Chapter 374, Calamity and Tribulation of the Blessed Land. On a certain peak in Xianxia Mountain, a group of ash-gray mountain apes close to 1,000 in numbers tightly surrounded Tai Ruo Nan while screeching and screaming. Tai Ruo Nan took in a deep breath. She suddenly waved her hand and shot a large cloud of golden needle GU. Golden needle GU was not a natural GU but was a GU created by Tai Clan's GU masters. Every golden needle GU was a rank 2 GU, their length was around an index finger and were like thin golden needles. Golden needle GU shot through the apes. Some stood on the spot without being able to move, some died from poison and some were driven into a frenzy and actually began attacking their nearby companions. Tai Ruo Nan repeatedly shot out golden needles. There was chaos among the mountain apes and they suffered huge losses. In a sorry figure and while screeching miserably, they made their escape. Soon, the noisy battlefield quietened down. Large numbers of mountain apes were on the ground, some were dead and some were at their last breaths. Tai Ruo Nan slowly walked past them and shot out golden needle GU again. But this time, these golden needle GU had healing effects. They shot into the mountain apes and turned into balls of golden light, moving back and forth between their injuries. Many mountain apes recovered their movement ability. Golden needle GU by itself was not wondrous. But when matched with poison liquid GU, it could turn into poison needle. When matched with stiff GU, it could make the enemies unable to move a single step. When matched with chaotic mind GU, it could cause chaos among the enemies, making them unable to differentiate between their allies and enemies. And when matched with vitality GU, it had healing properties. Tai Ruo Nan had spent around 7 to 8 days to be proficient in the combination of these 4 types of battle tactics. Thus, she was able to defeat close to 1,000 mountain apes by herself. Ruo Nan, this child has an outstanding talent with high comprehension, and more importantly, her nature is tenacious and resolute. She is indeed someone who will become a pillar of Tai clan. Tai Mu Bai watched this nearby with no expression on his face, but his heart was full of praises. This old Tai clan leader had seen the rise of countless talents in his life and also witnessed the fall of innumerable geniuses. He was very clear, in a dangerous and difficult environment, many outstanding geniuses would emerge. But talent was only one aspect. What mattered was the nature of the geniuses. If a genius could put up with hardships and endure loneliness, they would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. A genius that had poor disposition could only be a shooting star, shining for only an instant. Why would Tai Mu Bai teach Tai Ruo Nan? On one hand, Tai Ruo Nan was blood related to Tai Shui Leng, who had certain relationship with him. On the other hand, Tai Ruo Nan had been polished like limestone after a series of trials. All traces of impatience had gone, leaving behind stability and perseverance. Tai Ruo Nan was like an unpolished jade that let out dazzling light after being polished slightly. Old clan leader, Tai Ruo Nan climbed up the peak towards Tai Mu Bai and cupped her hands in greeting. The girl was full of admiration and respect towards this old man. Half a month ago, this old man Tai Mu Bai fought against 2 rank 5 experts of the demonic path by himself. He first used rank 5 turn gold GU to contend with the 2 demons easily. Then, he used rank 5 liquid metal GU to make these 2 experts back out and weaken their fighting spirits. The battle finally ended with both sides relenting. Tai Mu Bai's strength was like a basin of cold water that poured on the hearts of the demonic GU masters, causing their rising flames of angers to weaken in an instant. The conclusion of the battle was that both righteous and demonic paths could contend for 3 kings' inheritance. But everyone could clearly see how good Tai Mu Bai was and that he had not used his full strength. Good. Being able to grasp this flexible battle tactic in such a short time is remarkable. Tai Mu Bai praised indifferently as he casually waved his hand. A large cloud of golden needle GU shot out. However, different from Tai Ruo Nan's golden needle GU, the golden needle GU Tai Mu Bai commanded were extremely small, like raindrops. When they moved in the sky, they were like a cloud of golden fog. The golden fog moved with the wind and brushed past an area of boulders. Pitter-patter sounds as if thousands of silkworms were eating mulberries came from the giant boulders. Tai Ruo Nan's pupils shrunk, immediately realizing the amazing aspect of this move. The golden fog infiltrated and penetrated the boulders, creating countless tiny holes in them. The trees nearby the boulders were also pierced through, all signs of life within them extinguished instantly. If someone were struck by these GU, their whole body and insides would be perforated and destroyed. It was a really terrifying killer move. Tai Mu Bai casually waved his hand and threw out 3 golden needle GU. These 3 golden needles were, however, different. They were thick and long. Normal golden needle GU had a finger-sized length, but these 3 golden needles had palm-sized length. The 3 golden needle GU flew and pierced into a mountain ape's head. One shot like a perpendicular lightning, straight into the mountain ape from the top of its head, while the other 2 entered through the left and right temples, the needles almost completely entering the mountain ape's head with only a small portion remaining on the outside. This mountain ape had been healed by Tai Ruo Nan and was just making its escape when it was struck by the golden needles. The mountain ape let out a painful scream and leapt a couple of times, kneeling in front of Tai Mu Bai. The ape's eyes were wide open with incomparable panic, dread and anger. The strange thing was it could not control its body and kneeled down reverentially and without making any movements. It was not even able to let out a shout. Tai Ruo Nan had never expected to see such a peculiar scene and was stupefied for a while. Tai Mu Bai laughed and looked at the mountain ape at his feet. He indifferently said, "Golden needle GU combined with create fog GU can form golden fog. This golden fog looks faint and weak, but is actually extremely powerful and is specialized in breaking through GU master's defense. When I was 28 and was roaming southern border, I used this move to dominate the region of Lushuan River." Tai Mu Bai paused for a while and continued, "Golden needle GU combined with puppet control GU can take control of living bodies. When I was 42 and my cultivation advanced to rank 4 peak stage, I ended my closed cultivation and began to roam the world to test my skills. When I arrived at Tai Mu Mountain, I was attacked by a group of over 50 demonic path mountain bandits. I used this move to make 38 of them defect and finally captured all of them and got rid of these evil beings. Tai Ruo Nan became more fascinated the more she heard. Since her early years, she followed her father and traveled everywhere. And she had heard of this old clan leader's heroic deeds. The old clan leader had a great aptitude and revealed his talent the moment he started cultivating, becoming the #1 youth star of Tai clan at that time. He also lived up to others' expectations, advancing to rank 4 peak stage before 50. He ended his secluded cultivation and roamed southern border, crossing mountains and rivers to test his skills, and made a name for himself. After returning to Tai clan, he became the clan leader and brought Tai clan to new heights. For a while, Tai clan was in such limelight that it made Wu clan, Shang clan and the rest lose their splendor. His whole life was filled with glory and brilliance. He had countless battle achievements under him, whether it was his lone achievements while roaming the southern border or leading a group of heroes to eliminate evil. He had few losses. The way he did his work was unyielding and domineering, daring to stand directly up to the enemies. Many of his enemies would be terror-stricken at the mention of him when he was reigning. Even righteous path figures would feel mental pressure when they heard Tai Mu Bai's name. Right now, as Tai Ruo Nan listened to the old clan leader recall those olden days indifferently, she became overwhelmed with emotions. She could not help imagining a scene. A hero at his prime, handsome and graceful, donning a blue robe, moved unhindered around the world. He defeated powerful enemies by himself, no one could block him and countless people watched him. However, time was ruthless, turning that young man into an elderly. But Tai Mu Bai was still Tai Mu Bai. Even if he was more old, it could not hide his glorious deeds. These battle accomplishments were a dazzling halo that covered his body and even the layers of dust of history could not block its radiance. Lord Old Clan Leader, I will not let you down. Golden Needle Gu will not shame your name in my hands. Tai Ruo Nan spoke resolutely. The old man gratefully nodded and patted Tai Ruo Nan's shoulder. Child, you have a strong mind and our Tai clan's blood flows in your veins. You have to shoulder the responsibility of our Tai clan's children. I will teach you all that I know, and I hope that one day, you can be capable enough to raise the flag of Tai clan. I am leaving that little beast King Fang Zheng to you as your test. Do you have confidence? I have confidence and also have a plan. Old clan leader, you can rest assured, Fang Zheng has already completely fallen into the demonic path. I will definitely retrieve his head. Tai Ruo Nan's eyes shone with resolute light. Good. Do not be arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat. You are able to get out of your shock and derive strength from your tribulation. This is something that is impossible for many youngsters. As long as you maintain this, you will definitely become the glory of Tai clan. Now, I shall teach you the principle behind these two tactics along with my insights and experience in them, as well as all the other different combinations that can be derived. Like this, one taught diligently and another did her best to learn. After over an hour, Tai Mu Bai finished teaching everything. Good, you can ask me anything you are unclear about. Tai Ruo Nan had outstanding comprehension ability and had already engraved all the teachings into her mind. However, she thought for a while and asked, these days, I have found that the opening time of 3 kings' inheritance has been getting shorter and the amount of GU masters that can enter has also been getting lesser. The 3 light pillars are no longer as thick and bright as before. Right now, there has been many rumors saying the blessed land is already nearing its end. Is this true? Tai Mu Bai nodded. It is indeed so. You are still not ready to learn some things. All living things exist in balance. With darkness, there is light. With water there is fire. With blessing, there is calamity. His gaze turned towards the peak of Xianxia Mountain and sighed. Every blessed land will face earthly calamity every 10 years and heavenly tribulation every 100 years. This blessed land originated from a mysterious GU immortal from ancient times and was inherited by the 3 kings and remodeled into this inheritance site. This blessed land is already old, its lifespan is almost at its end. A land spirit could prolong this time, but unfortunately there is no land spirit here. A blessed land without a land spirit is an enormous boat that is sinking. Anyone can enter inside and plunder the treasures within. The more they plunder, the bigger the holes in this giant boat and the quicker it would sink. This GU immortal blessed land is already nearing its end and will only last for less than 10 years before it is destroyed due to the exhaustion of immortal essence. Chapter 375, Gathering of Experts. To think that even blessed lands face destruction, Tai Ruonan heard the secret and sighed lightly. How can there be any existence in this world that is indestructible? The cycle of heavenly fate, the competition of all living beings, in this wide universe, we mortals are like a single speck of sand at the bottom of an entire sea, small and insignificant. Only by advancing to a GU immortal, can we surpass mortality, and have our own foundation, turning from sand into an island, having the ability to resist the sea waves. Tai Mu Bai's tone was full of lamentation. When the blessed land faces destruction, wouldn't the people inside be in great danger? Tai Ruonan asked again. That is right, Tai Mu Bai nodded. The moment the blessed land vanishes, the wind of assimilation will blow, fusing heaven and earth together, as everything inside the blessed land would turn into the most basic primeval essence in this world. This wind's power can sweep away all dust and particle, even GU immortals fear it, because even GU immortals can be destroyed by it. There is such a powerful wind. Tai Ruonan was shocked beyond words, showing great worry in her eyes. Tai Mu Bai waved his hand. No worry, I have already stepped into the blessed land many times, I have gained deep understanding of it, and have always been observing and learning about it. The blessed land is indeed weakening, but there is still a long time before it faces destruction. During this period, the heavenly power in the blessed land will weaken, and the restrictions towards SGU masters would decrease. Slowly, we would be able to use 1 or 2 GU, and then 3 or 4, 5 or 6, eventually, the blessed land would be full of loopholes, and form an entrance where we can enter and exit at will. Tai Mu Bai looked afar, his gaze deep and filled with knowledge, like he could predict the future. At the final period, that will be the true decisive battle of 3 kings' inheritance. As the restriction from the blessed land is gone, anyone can use their full power. They can plunder and battle to their heart's extent. By then, Xianxia Mountain would not only have 3 rank 5 GU masters, that would truly be the gathering of experts, the rise of snakes and dragons. Tai Ruonan felt a flash of inspiration, and realized. She finally understood why Tai Mu Bai did not fight to the death with those 2 demonic GU masters. That is because, his future enemies were not only these 2. Fighting with all he had so early on would only benefit others. Towards the end of the 3 kings' inheritance, the GU masters would receive greater and better rewards. Those who truly understood the blessed land, had already been preparing for the final battle. Central Continent, TNT Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I am finally at the mountain waste. Fang Zheng breathed roughly, sweat dripping from his forehead. His arms and legs were numb and sore, they had no energy left. Using his own strength, and climbing to this level, it had squeezed out all the potential he had in his soul. The mountain winds blew, and a strong feeling of dizziness hit him, causing Fang Zheng to feel like he was going to fall. His entire vision was spinning. After his soul was expended to the max, he even lost the ability to think. In his daze, he heard from within his aperture, the incubating flea, "Good, very good, my good disciple, you have endured this far, it was not easy. You have succeeded, now it will be up to your master me." Saying so, Fang Zheng felt a formless energy flowing into the deepest part of his soul. The falling feeling immediately disappeared, like a child who was learning how to walk but was suddenly assisted by an adult. His vision became clear, and Fang Zheng's dizziness vanished at a rapid speed. Fang Zheng breathed in deeply several times, he felt fantastic. Like a traveler in the desert, about to die of thirst, but suddenly drinking fresh water. Or like someone who had worked non-stop all the time, suddenly sleeping 7 days and 7 nights. Everything became great, he felt awesome. Good disciple, make use of your time, and climb quickly. Lord Sky Crane urged. Yes, master. Fang Zheng's eyes were shining like a tiger's. He raised his head, and saw Feng Jinhuang and others, leading far ahead, but they were getting slower. Fang Zheng felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. I can do it, with master's help, I can definitely defeat these geniuses, and became the sole inheritor of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Zheng, hang in there. After encouraging himself for a bit, Fang Zheng continued climbing. His movements became fast and steady, his speed was extremely fast, like he was bursting out his second wind. This performance attracted people's attention and emphasis. After Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened, it was connected to the outside world. Thus, the 10 GU immortals outside the Blessed Land immediately found out Fang Zheng's weird condition. This child, he was at his limit, and was about to be eliminated, how did he suddenly get so energetic? Something strange, This speed is even faster than Feng Jin Huang and the others. This junior is from Immortal Crane sect. So that's it, I see. The 10 GU Immortals exchanged their thoughts, and someone quickly found out Fang Zheng's trump card. He Feng Yang, you sure are generous. Spirit incubating flea is not precious, but to ensure the flea still works, you used one's own Wei GU, didn't you? He Feng Yang was one of Immortal Crane sect's supreme elders. He had a rank 6, one's own Wei GU, everyone knew that. One's own Wei GU, it allowed other GU worms to operate in the Blessed Land. It was an expenditure GU, only usable for 3 times. After 3 times, it would vanish into thin air. He Feng Yang, you had great schemes, using this secret chess piece. I'm flattered. Among the youngsters, Myriad Dragon Dock has Ying Shengji, Spirit Affinity House has Feng Jin Huang, Spirit Butterfly Valley has Xiao Qi Xing. We Immortal Crane sect cannot contend, thus we had to do this. He Feng Yang was very modest and low-key. The other GU Immortals could only laugh dryly. They had their own ranked 6 GU worms, but they did not have one's own Wei GU, they could not provide such assistance. Rank 6 GU worms were Immortal GU, one in the world. At any point in time, in the whole wide world, only one exists. Immortal GU were so much rarer than rank 5 GU worms, many rank 6 Immortals do not even have one Immortal GU. Back in Fang Yuan's previous life, he became an Immortal. But to refine his first ranked 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada, he spent a massive amount of time and effort. The moment he succeeded, the righteous path attacked him. Their motive was the Immortal GU. The 10 GU Immortals here, because they relied on their sects, they all had their trump cards. But even then, they only had 1 to 2 Immortal GU. He Feng Yan had the one's own Wei GU, that means that other GU Immortals did not. The most important thing was, He Feng Yang's act did not exceed their bottom line, nor did he break the rules of the game. The other GU Immortals could only watch from here, unable to interfere. It is a pity my Immortal GU specializes in attack. If I use it, that would be attacking the Hu Immortal inheritance, it would not work. Although I have a defensive Immortal GU to protect the soul, my disciples do not have the Immortal essence needed to activate it. Otherwise, Hu Immortal inheritance would be ours for sure. The results are not determined yet. This disciple from Immortal Crane sect has the help of the spirit incubating flea and has a huge advantage. But he was lagging behind from the start. We will have to see what happens from now. 80 years ago, He Feng Yang used the one's own Wei GU, this is the second time. That means, the one's own Wei GU in his hand can only be used one more time. He paid such a huge price, only to gain an advantage in competing for the inheritance. The other GU Immortals assessed, and decided to remain observers, not making their moves yet. On Xianxia Mountain, 3 pillars of light shot into the sky. The 3 kings' inheritance opened again, strongly attracting all the southern border GU masters. Just as Time Yu Bai said, on Xianxia Mountain, experts started to gather, and a storm was brewing. Did you hear? Just yesterday, Li Feila came to Xianxia Mountain. Ah, you mean, sturdy as a mountain Li Feila. Soon, another established expert came to Xianxia Mountain. Li Fei Li's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, an Earth Path GU master. His title was, sturdy as a mountain, an expert in defense. He was Li clan's rising star, and was nurtured greatly by the clan. But this person was dedicated towards pursuing strength. Dedication after losing one's direction, becomes obsession. To pursue the greatest strength, he killed people to refine GU, and was not accepted by the righteous path, becoming a demonic path cultivator. Li Feila was only the start. In the month after, more and more established GU masters arrived at Xianxia Mountain. The enslavement path GU master Zhang San, when he was rank 3 peak stage, he killed a rank 4 GU master. Now that he was rank 4 middle stage, people called him the enslavement master. The righteous path expert Dao Zi, he had a famous rank 5 healing GU that was renowned in southern border, Spirit Peach GU. There was also Yun Luo Tian, young clan leader of Yun clan, Wind Path GU master, reaching rank 3 peak stage at age 23. Right now, he was 35, a step away from rank 4 peak stage. More and more famous GU masters, like sharks smelling blood, stepped into Xianxia Mountain, competing for the 3 kings' inheritance and trying to get their share of the pie. These GU masters had at least rank 3 upper stage cultivation, and some were even rank 4 realm. A month later, Xianxia Mountain saw its 4th rank 5 GU master. Wang Xiao. He was the owner of Wu Mountain, a demonic GU master, rank 5 poison cultivator, a true overlord of his area. 2 months later, Wu clan's Wu Lan Shan arrived. As the number 1 clan, Wu clan had always been dominating southern border. The Wu Lan Shan they sent was the younger cousin of Wu clan leader. Once she appeared, she held a great battle with Wang Xiao. Although the battle ended in a draw, her performance showed she exceeded Kumo and Wu Gui. Another 8 days later, Choju, who was famous among the demonic cultivators, appeared on Xianxia Mountain's mountain foot, causing a commotion. Choju was also rank 5, but had little battle strength. He was a healing GU master, the famous killer ghost doctor, one of the 4 great doctors together with Dr. Su Shou, traveling Dr. Zhu Ji, and divine Dr. Sheng Shou. He had a strange personality, having this weird rule: anyone he heals needs to kill a person for him in return. He saves alive, and takes another. Thus people call him, Killer Ghost Doctor. He who walks by the river is bound to get his shoes wet. In this cruel world, GU masters cannot avoid getting injured and sick, they will have to beg a doctor for help eventually. The 4 great doctors healed both demonic and righteous. Once the Killer Ghost Doctor ascended Xianxia Mountain, he was invited by Tai Mu Bai earnestly, and the 2 drank happily in a banquet. Time passed by quickly, the 3 kings' inheritance opened and closed, closed and opened. This day, 3 kings' inheritance opened again. At the mountain foot, 2 people appeared. Soon, people recognized them, screaming in shock, "The black and white twin demons, they are here again." Chapter 376, Fang Yuan courts death. On the mountain peak, 3 light pillars of red, blue, and yellow presented themselves before the people. Compared to the start, observant people could see that these 3 pillars had dimmed greatly, at the same time their size had shrunk, less than half of the original. This GU immortal blessed land that originated from ancient times, had reached its final moments. After being remodeled by the 3 kings, it was starting to collapse under the plundering of countless GU masters. It was like a sinking ship, the seawater had submerged more than half of it, only the sail and mast are still floating. Old clan leader Tai, you first. After considering for a while, Wu Lan Shan cupped her fists politely at Tai Mu Bai. Among the rank 5 GU masters present, Tai Mu Bai was still the one with greatest strength. On this Xianxia Mountain, he was the number 1 person of the rank 5s. Even throughout southern border, he was a top-tier rank 5 GU master. Tai Mu Bai's status was publicly recognized. Even opponents like Ku Mo and Wu Gui had to admit this point. Tai Mu Bai looked at the 3 pillars, nodding, "Then I will go first." His every action was under everyone's observation. The few thousand GU masters at the inheritance entrance were all looking at him. Tai Mu Bai took the lead, entering King Xin inheritance. Wu Gui and Ku Mo looked at each other. Since Tai Mu Bai chose King Xin inheritance, they should avoid encountering him. Between rank 5 GU masters, they tend to avoid such unnecessary competition. The final battle at the end was the stage for them to unleash their true abilities. After Tai Mu Bai, Wu Lan Shan, Wang Xiao and the others all chose their respective entrances, entering the inheritance. Next, Yi Huo was the first rank 4 peak stage GU master to enter, followed by the others. On Xianxia Mountain, righteous and demonic GU masters were gathered together. Enemies who usually fought on site became extremely orderly when it came to such huge benefits. But at this moment, the quiet mountain peak became noisy. First, it was the GU masters standing at the outside area discussing among themselves. Soon, GU masters in the inner circle also turned their heads to look. It is the black and white twin demons, they are finally back. Some recognized the source of the commotion, and exclaimed, "They are the black and white twin demons. The recent rising stars of the demonic path." Some people saw Fang and Bai for the first time and observed them closely. These 2 youngsters are not simple. One was trapped by the Tai clan old-timers for months without falling. The other is even stronger, fighting 7 Tai clansmen single-handedly and even killing Tai Ba Shu. Someone introduced. Fang and Bai had caused a great commotion in Xianxia Mountain, it left a deep impression on them. Now, many people could still vividly recall the scene. Tai Ba Shu, I fought against him before. Fang Zheng is truly not simple, being able to kill him at such a young age. Someone nodded, his expression turning solemn. From what I see, his present-age overlord is just an overstatement. Letting a junior get famous, he is a disgrace to his generation. A GU master scoffed. So what if the black and white demons came? Times are different now. On Xianxia Mountain, there are 6 rank 5 GU masters. The 2 of them are rank 4 GU masters, they can't do anything here. That's right, especially after Fang Zheng killed some Tai clansmen, Tai Mu Bai would not let him off. But he is really daring, still having the guts to come here. Isn't it obvious? He only dared to show up after Tai Mu Bai entered the inheritance. The people discussed softly, all sorts of gazes were on Fang and Bai, curiosity, inspection, solemn, and frivolous. There were also many others who did not look at them, but placed their sights on another person. This person was standing among the rank 4 GU masters, tight clothing with eyes shining like stars, tightly knit eyebrows. It was Tai Ruo Nan. Tai Ruo Nan was a rank 4 GU master. She naturally stood with the rank 4 GU masters to enter the inheritance. Although Tai Mu Bai was the number 1 person on Xianxia Mountain, he had to follow the rules and be an example. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the GU masters on Xianxia Mountain. This was the conduct of a leader of the righteous path. Fang Zheng, it's you. Tai Ruo Nan stood out from the people, staring fiercely at Fang Yuan, her tone extremely agitated. Seeing Fang Yuan, the enemy who had so many Tai clansmen's blood on his hands, the young girl's heart was filled with hatred and anger. She wanted to go and kill him immediately. Her tightly clenched fist slowly loosened. Tightened and loosened, loosened and tightened. Such a repetitive action showed the struggle in her heart. Eventually, Tai Ruo Nan opened her palm, breathing out deeply, her eyes regaining clarity. Little Beast King, you do not have to worry about old clan leader's attack. Your life is mine. One day, I will kill you, and offer it to the heroic spirit of my Tai clansmen. Just you wait. Saying so, the young girl turned around and entered the light pillar, vanishing. Is Tai Ruo Nan afraid? She left without fighting. It seems Little Beast King's dominance remains. This Tai clan young master did not dare to battle. I feel that this young girl was smart. The 3 kings' inheritance is in front of her. Such a rare event should be treasured. What is the point of fighting and killing now? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Tai Ruo Nan's performance surprised him. Being able to control her furious emotions, it was not an easy task. Many famous GU masters could not do it. Tai Ruo Nan, I cannot let you grow further. This was rare. Fang Yuan felt threat from someone of the same generation. The things Tai Mu Bai taught Tai Ruo Nan were not a secret, everyone knew about it. Fang Yuan, of course, knew clearly. Tai Ruo Nan had talent, aptitude, and her heart was determined. Adding in the nurturing of the clan, she was like a swallow soaring into the heavens. One day, she will rise beyond the clouds, and turn into a phoenix. Controlling the killing intent in his heart, Fang Yuan walked towards the inheritance entrance. A large portion of the rank 4 GU masters gave way to them immediately. Hold it. Suddenly, a righteous GU master walked up and blocked their paths. This righteous GU master wore white clothing, his sleeves were wide and swayed with the wind, and he had a handsome face. It was none other than Yun Clan's young clan leader, Yun Luo Tian. Little Beast King, I heard you killed Tai Ba Shu. Yun Luo Tian stood before Fang Yuan. After giving him a glance, he started to observe Bai Ning Bing. Do you know? He pointed at Fang Yuan, saying arrogantly, you won in an unfair way. You used a flying GU and killed a member of my righteous faction. You took the easy way out. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. Yun Luo Tian's words were very offensive, and Fang Yuan was an arrogant person. At this rate, they were going to fight. Many GU masters took steps back, getting away from these two. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan's eyes were eerie as he looked at Yun Luo Tian, nodding, suddenly laughing. You are right, I used a loophole and killed Tai Ba Shu, sorry about that. Yun Luo Tian was stunned. He did not think that this little beast king would reply this way. Isn't this different from the information about him? These years of closed cultivation, he had trained in the art of flying. He feels that his flying skills were not inferior to the few flying experts of southern border. Thus, he wanted to challenge Fang Yuan, and build his reputation. But Fang Yuan was so courteous, he could not continue finding problems with him. Demonic cultivators were evil and ruthless, but he was a righteous member, and the young clan leader of Yun Clan. His every action was closely inspected. After all, it represented Yun Clan's image. Yun Luo Tian stood dazed for a moment before calming his mind. We let young master Tai Ruo Nan go first because we admire old clan leader Tai Mu Bai. Since you know you had an unfair victory, you should stand down now. There are so many heroes and geniuses here, it is not your turn to enter yet. Young Luo Tian waved his sleeve at Fang Yuan, speaking plainly. Although he secretly flattered the people around him, it caused them to become even more nervous, and everyone felt a storm approaching. Just as everyone was preparing for battle, Fang Yuan took a step back. Sir, makes sense. It was my fault, you guys should go first. Young Luo Tian laughed loudly, waving his sleeves and relaxed, walking towards the light pillar, entering after tens of steps. Although he did not fight with Fang Yuan, he felt the gains were greater. Not long after, words would spread that he challenged Little Beast King verbally, and scared this demonic rising star till he retreated. At that time, his reputation would surge, and Yun Clan's reputation in the righteous faction would rise as well. After young Luo Tian entered the inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered King Bao inheritance together. Seeing them disappear, the remaining rank 4 GU masters started conversing. Is this still Little Beast King? He is so polite. Did he take the wrong medicine, or did I see wrongly? This world is changing too quickly. Hee, Little Beast King gave in, he is such a coward. If it was me, I would have rolled up my sleeves and fought. Sigh, his opponent is Yun Luo Tian after all. Although Yun clan is not a super clan, it is still a first-class clan. After his vision of the spinning world calmed down, Fang Yuan assessed his surroundings. Gray-white sky, light red ground, extended towards the horizons. On the ground, there were pieces of volcanic rocks, hot rising steam, or gray dust cloud. Devil again, they descended again. My companions, quickly gather together. As long as we fight together, we can defeat the Demon King. Come, our Hongdan village can only be protected by ourselves. The top of volcanic rocks were flipped over, and tiny humans walked out. These tiny people were the size of babies, they were pink and tender, extremely cute. Most importantly, at the middle of their chests, they had a cute and round red egg. These were the Eggmen. Similar to the hairy men, they were variant humans. Fang Yuan gave a glance, and knew these were the red Eggmen among the Eggmen. The egg on them were red, and they used the large volcanic rocks to build their houses, and lived inside. At this moment, Fang Yuan could only use one exploding egg GU. King Bao Inheritance's aim was to make Fang Yuan use the exploding egg GU to exterminate these red Eggmen. That way, he can advance to the next round. Facing the assaulting red Eggmen, Fang Yuan did not move. He let them attack him. These attacks accumulated, quickly injuring him heavily. Fang Yuan could not breathe properly, he was bathed in blood and the feeling of death was creeping up on him. At this moment, even if he used the exploding egg GU, it could not change the situation. Letting himself get into such a dangerous situation, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 377, Refining an Immortal GU. A bunch of short red Eggmen encircled Fang Yuan, attacking constantly. Is this devil a fool? Why is he not moving? If only all devils were such fools, that would be great. Do not let your guard down, devils are extremely crafty, quickly kill him. Seeing Fang Yuan about to die, the red Eggmen cheered victoriously. But at this moment, a formless energy descended and swept Fang Yuan away. Falling into encirclement, the dying and unconsciously Fang Yuan vanished without a trace, leaving behind a bunch of shocked red Eggmen. When Fang Yuan woke up from his slumber, the scenery before him was completely different than before. This was a dark blue-colored hall. The hall was extremely plain, made with large cube bronze blocks. There were a lot of moss on the blocks, showing how long they have already existed. Fang Yuan laid on the center of the hall, feeling the chill from the bronze block under his back. I've already healed your injuries. A large tortoise opened its wrinkled eyes slowly, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan slowly got up from the ground, first touching his own body, his injuries were truly healed. Next, he looked around the hall in a calm expression. Lastly, he turned his gaze over towards the huge tortoise before him. This huge tortoise was large as a house, a thick and hard jade thin shell on its back. Its 4 legs were like elephant legs, and there were 2 dragon whiskers growing out of its face. Fang Yuan looked at this huge tortoise, his lips curling into a smile, as his smile turned into laughter. Ha ha ha, his laughter echoed in the hall. He purposely courted death, not even using the spring-autumn cicada, it was all because of his previous life's knowledge and information, there was a huge risk involved. It could be said, one wrong move and game over. But a demonic cultivator moved forward relentlessly. They were most skilled at all in gambles. Right now, Fang Yuan reached the main hall, and his risks had all paid off. After laughing heartily, Fang Yuan stopped laughing, facing the huge tortoise. Land spirit Ba Gui, you finally awakened from your slumber. You know me. The huge tortoise's voice created vibrations as there was some suspicion in its eyes. That's right, I know you, and I also know the secret of this blessed land. Fang Yuan nodded, walking in the hall with his hands behind his back. This blessed land originated from an ancient strength path Gu Immortal. The Gu Immortal protected the blessed land, resisting calamities and tribulations, but eventually, he died in one of the tribulations. His dying wish gathered with this blessed land's heavenly power, formed the land spirit. That is you, Ba Gui. As long as I complete his wish before he died, I can become the new owner of this blessed land, am I right about that? Fang Yuan spoke openly, not beating about the bush. Although the land spirit is formed from the Gu Immortal, it is no longer human, but merely the Immortal's will. Using an explanation from Earth, that would be a pre-programmed AI-1. As long as the land spirit's requirement is met, one can gain its recognition and become the new owner of the blessed land. Thus, when Fang Yuan spoke, there was no need for any schemes or plots. The huge tortoise nodded. That's right, his final wish before dying is also the blessed land's test. As long as you can complete it, you can become my master. And the contents of this wish is to refine the second aperture Gu right. Fang Yuan followed. During ancient times, strength path flourished. 8 out of 10 Gu masters walked the strength path. This blessed land's original master was a strength path Gu Immortal. He created the recipe for second aperture Gu. But right before the crucial step, he died in a tribulation. After he died, this final obsession became the land spirit. That is, the huge tortoise before Fang Yuan now. To complete this wish, the huge tortoise had been waiting aimlessly. But time passed, and no one that fulfilled the criteria showed up. This fated person had to be a strength path Gu master, own beast phantoms, and also strong to a degree. Next, this strength path Gu master had to be on the brink of death to receive this opportunity. This is because the blessed land's previous owner had a lot of lingering grudge and hatred, refusing to let others gain his fortune so easily. But he still wanted to refine the second aperture Gu, thus there was such a requirement for the fated person to be as close to death as possible, just like him. Only someone who had shared his emotion could be qualified to gain everything. But time passed, and the calamities and tribulations continued to occur. The land spirit Ba Gui could not find a suitable strength path Gu master. To preserve its immortal essence, it could only choose to slumber helplessly. The wide and huge blessed land, after many calamities and tribulations, had shrunk to less than 1% of its original size. One calamity was enough to puncture 1,000 holes in the blessed land. Thus, there was a hole created, and a path to the outside world was connected to the blessed land. 3 roaming kids came here and relied on the blessed land's resources to cultivate to fruition. These were the 3 kings of the demonic path. After the 3 kings got their revenge, they returned to the blessed land to live. As time passed, they got more familiar with the blessed land and were a step away from rank 6. But in the end, none of them broke through, and before dying, they remodeled the place into the 3 kings' inheritance ground. The 3 kings walked on the refinement, fire, and enslavement path. None was a strength path Gu master. The moment the remodeling began, the land spirit was woken up. It watched silently without stopping them. It wanted to use this inheritance to attract qualified strength path Gu masters as well. When the 3 kings' inheritance opened, countless Gu masters entered, and increased the blessed land's immortal essence expenditure. As the blessed land faced the risk of destruction, the huge tortoise awakened from its slumber. After waking up, the first thing the land spirit did was to find the fated person. In the entire blessed land, there were many strength path Gu masters. But those who fulfilled its requirements were none. In ancient times, strength path was mainstream. But now that times have changed, strength path was eliminated, on the brink of extinction. Those who truly cultivated strength path to a high level were even rarer. Hearing Fang Yuan talk about the second aperture Gu, the land spirit Ba Gui was stunned. You know a lot. It felt strange, but did not pursue the matter. To it, the fated person had already been found. Now the next target was to refine the second aperture Gu. However, it was not easy to refine second aperture GU. That is because, second aperture GU was not a mortal GU, it was a rank 6 immortal GU. But Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared, directly asking, second aperture GU is a rank 6 GU. Rank 5 is mortal, rank 6 is immortal. To refine an immortal GU, the most basic condition is immortal essence. In the blessed land, how much immortal essence is left? The tortoise turned its body, gazing deep within the hall. The flooring cracked open, as a hole appeared, and a bronze cauldron rose slowly. Eventually, the flooring closed up, leaving the cauldron alone in the hall. This cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles, it was filled with immortal essence inside. The immortal essence was a greenish water, crystal clear and giving off a rusty smell. There was very little immortal essence, only a thin layer left in the cauldron, and as time flowed, it slowly decreased drop by drop. This is because, after the blessed land opened, countless GU masters explored, and entered and left multiple times, expending immortal essence. But this is already much better than in my previous life. As long as I ration it properly. Fang Yuan looked at this layer of immortal essence, thinking deeply, as sparks seemed to be flying above his head. In his previous life, after the 3 kings' inheritance opened, the land spirit waited but did not meet its fated owner. Only towards the end of the inheritance did the land spirit find a suitable, dying strength path GU master and transported him in. This lucky person was a demonic path member, surviving the ordeal and benefiting from the crisis. However, he was very poor at refining GU worms. When he started the refinement process, he died. Towards the end, GU masters had a great understanding of the 3 kings' inheritance, and knew when to advance and retreat. They all had some trump cards or tokens to preserve their lives, and could easily leave at will. Towards the end, the blessed land could not sustain it much more, and GU masters could freely use their GU worms, fighting and causing bloodshed. Where there are battles, there are deaths and injuries. The land spirit found a chance, and chose a few strength path GU masters from among them. But by then, it was already too late. There was a severe lack of immortal essence, and the land spirit was severely weakened, unable to do anything. In the end, the blessed land continued to break down, as GU masters found this hall. Arriving here, they battled with the land spirit, and killed the strength path GU master who was refining the GU. Only then did they know that Xianxia Mountain's blessed land held such a secret. But at that time, immortal essence was expended, and the land spirit was dead. The GU refinement ended in utter failure. The legendary second aperture GU became extinct before the first one was even created. Second aperture GU, allowing a GU master to have a second aperture. Even an idiot would know the value of this GU. I have a great aptitude now. 1 aperture holds 90% primeval essence. If I have the second aperture GU, I would have 180% primeval essence. At the same time, I can have double the primeval essence recovery speed, and even a second set of GU worms. My battle strength will surge, and create history for myself. Once I succeed, I will definitely be the strongest person among the same rank. Fang Yuan was secretly excited. But to refine this immortal GU, the process was really difficult. It would not be an easy task. Even Tai Mu Bai would feel stunned at this. But to Fang Yuan, it was another situation altogether. Firstly, he was a rank 6 GU immortal in his past life who used the spring-autumn cicada to rebirth. He also succeeded in refining the spring-autumn cicada. He had the precious experience of creating an immortal GU. Secondly, ever since the 3 kings' inheritance opened, he had been plotting. He challenged strength path GU masters everywhere, eliminating his competition. Shui Sanxi, Century Boy, they were all chosen by the land spirit in his previous life, but now, they died in Fang Yuan's hands. Lastly, he had the help of the land spirit. In his previous life, the land spirit was already very weak when he saw the first lucky person. Towards the end, it was so feeble it got killed by a bunch of mortals. But this life was different. Fang Yuan approached death purposely, coming here in advance. He would receive great help from the land spirit. Back then, that GU immortal had made ample preparations to refine this GU. With such a foundation, I have at least 50% chance of succeeding in this refinement. Back when Fang Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada, he had less than 20% chance of succeeding. Now that he was refining the second aperture GU, he had 50%, it was extremely high. Chapter 378, He is Dead. Double chapter. Soon, Fang Yuan calmed down. Second aperture GU was only an opportunity. To make it a reality, it needed planning and effort. Whether the refinement of second aperture GU succeeds or fails, a large amount of immortal essence will be consumed. Without immortal essence, the blessed land cannot contend against the upcoming earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. That is to say, even if I become the owner of the blessed land, this blessed land can no longer be saved and I will have to give up on it. Thus, second aperture GU will be my greatest reward for this trip. However, the whole matter was not so easy and simple. The situation Fang Yuan was facing now was extremely complex. With the start of the refinement of second aperture GU, the remaining immortal essence would start decreasing sharply, the blessed land would weaken greatly and the assistance the land spirit could give would become lesser and lesser. At the same time, he also needed to consider the GU masters within the blessed land. If they discovered this main hall, they were sure to attack together just like in his previous life and disrupt the process of the GU refinement. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with sharp light and after pondering for a while, he took the initiative to demand, "Land Spirit, tell me the recipe for refining the second aperture GU." Land Spirit Bog Wei slowly nodded its head and its deep voice entered Fang Yuan's ears. "Then listen properly, this is the full content of the recipe. Rotten soil blood powder, treasure flower in the earth, jade bone turned into petals, ice mussels into stalks and golden relic into the heart of the flower. A bright stellar fire, gather ice and snow into plains. Yang cloud burns with elixir fire below and yin clouds scatter sand like gold above, add beast phantoms in the middle until lightning crackles, creating beast strength placenta, and start collecting apertures, wild grass grow wildly, the chi of blood like the sea. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. With unlimited divine opportunity, swim and roam in the wilds, adding in third watch, and another third watch, obtaining 9. 9 is extreme, the refinement is complete. The recipe content was huge and had close to 10,000 words. Fang Yuan's expression turned grave as he listened. There were up to 1,000 steps in refining this second aperture GU. The early stage involved hundreds of types of materials, the middle stage used up large numbers of rank 4 and rank 5 GU, and it continued to become more arduous as it got closer to the last step, until finally, it needed the use of another rank 6 immortal GU. This is not good, the difficulty in refining second aperture GU is many times higher than I estimated. The intel in my previous life only talked of the early stage of the recipe mixed with much misinterpretation from the people involved. Fang Yuan's heart sank, the 50% confidence he had turned to about 30% after he heard the recipe. You don't need to worry too much. Large amounts of materials and GU worms for refining second aperture GU had already been stored in this main hall. With the land spirit's words, the whole main hall was suffused with dark blue light. The brilliant radiance shone over the main hall, the relief sculptures on the surface of the main hall suddenly protruded out and turned into solid. Fang Yuan was amazed at this change. This is clearly a kind of storage method, this is the first time I am seeing it. Sigh. Many methods of the ancient era had disappeared along the river of time. Materials after materials of all kinds dazzled his eyes. There were at least 5,000 GU worms from rank 1 to rank 5, among them, there were over 600 rank 4 GU and no less than 80 rank 5 GU. Rank 5 GU which were very rare in the outside world had unexpectedly numbered to almost 100 at this main hall. And the expensive rank 4 GU had apparently become as rare as cabbages here. So many top-tier materials. There are so many GU which I have never seen. These strength path GU, if I obtain them, my battle strength will definitely rise by over 10 folds. And there are also over 10 yellow gold relic GU along with 8 purple crystal relic GU. If I use them, I will be able to advance to rank 5 peak stage within moments. Fang Yuan looked at these rank 4 and rank 5 GU, and had a thought of giving up the refinement of second aperture GU and directly taking all these GU worms. However, this impulse was immediately extinguished by him. With the land spirit beside him keeping guard, these GU worms could only be used to refine second aperture GU and he was unable to use them for his personal use. Secondly, second aperture GU would be a great help in the future if it was refined, and it would provide enormous help even at rank 6 realm. Second aperture GU was a long-term investment and its benefits would soar to the sky especially after one reached rank 6. There is still one extremely crucial GU worm left. Bog Wei said and opened his eyes, using all his strength to control this main hall. The blue radiance increased sharply and reached an unbearable intensity. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron began to deplete bit by bit. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, and within this blue light, he saw a confined immortal Gu. It was like a round gem. The gem's whole body was yellow and was hollow inside with a ball of purple smoke in it. This smoke transformed constantly, suddenly turning into a Pegasus or an immortal crane the next moment, or changing into a moving cloud or pure thunderbolt. Following its appearance, a strong wine fragrance spread through the whole main hall. Fang Yuan took a few breaths and immediately felt drunk. His eyes turned hazy and his mind became dizzy. He immediately held his breath. This is the ranked 6 immortal Gu, divine travel. The land spirit introduced. Divine travel Gu. Fang Yuan opened his eyes wide and stared at this Gu without even blinking. Divine travel Gu was very mysterious and also legendary. Its earliest appearance was in the Legends of Ren Zhu. The Legends of Ren Zhu was the first classic of Gu. It appeared to be a story when one first read it, but it actually held profound messages, recording the secrets of the ancient times and all kinds of Gu. Some Gu were directly described like wisdom Gu, strength Gu and so on. And some Gu were hidden. Their descriptions were very vague, requiring the readers to dig through it and study carefully. In the Legends of Ren Zhu, divine travel Gu's earliest appearance was beside Verdant Great Sun. Verdant Great Sun drank 4 different top-tier wines in the world. The dense liquor aura in his body congealed into divine travel Gu. Divine travel Gu had the power to send the Gu master to any place in the world. But its activation required the Gu master to be in a drunken state, and its destination also could not be controlled. Verdant Great Sun was transported to many dangerous places and suffered a lot due to divine travel Gu, his life on the line several times. Divine travel Gu might be one of the 4 great movement Gu and is very powerful at that, but its flaw is extremely big. Who would dare to use it? Even Verdant Great Sun had no choice but to refine divine travel Gu into fixed immortal travel Gu in the end. No wonder the original master of this blessed land chose this Gu to refine into second aperture Gu. Fixed immortal travel Gu was also one of the 4 great movement Gu and could send the Gu master to any place they wanted to, even if the destination was at the edge of the world. But the prerequisite was that the Gu master needed to have a concrete impression of their destination. If there was any huge changes to their destination, they would fail in using the fixed immortal travel Gu. Fang Yuan carefully pondered and understood the intentions of this ancient strength path Gu immortal. Divine travel Gu might be at the noble rank 6, but its every use carried extremely high risk and had low worth in using. Thus, Verdant Great Sun refined it into fixed immortal travel Gu, while this ancient strength path Gu master thought of using it to refine second aperture Gu. The land spirit Bog Wei carefully resealed the divine travel Gu and asked, "When do you plan on beginning the refinement?" "There is no rush, let me first study this recipe properly." Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot and closed his eyes to contemplate. Humans were the spirit of all living beings and Gu were the essence of the world. After a Gu master's cultivation reached a profound level, they would understand a principle. A Gu master using Gu was not simply using the Gu worms as a tool, but rather, it was a way to understand heaven and earth. Gu worms were the vessels that carry the law fragments of the great Tao. Refining Gu was not simply following random steps but was based on the understanding of law fragments. A recipe not only contained the process of refining Gu, but even more importantly, it contained its creator's comprehension of heaven and earth. From this recipe, Fang Yuan could study the experimentation and insights of the original owner of this blessed land, the ancient strength path Gu Immortal. And when he compared them with his own experiences, he would gain an even deeper understanding of the great Tao. This was absolutely a beneficial matter. Gu master can only have one aperture from birth. If there was a second aperture, this would truly be an act of defying heaven. I see why divine travel Gu was chosen. Fang Yuan opened his eyes after a long while, gaining a deeper understanding of the whole refinement process. Land Spirit, let's start the refinement. Okay. Land Spirit immediately responded and gave 2 kinds of materials and a Gu worm to Fang Yuan. First material was green pond rotten soil, which originated 10,000 feet deep under a rotten and poisonous marsh, and was extremely toxic. Even Fang Yuan's arm would be rotten within a few breaths if he touched it. Second material was a blood-colored powder which had a rather large origin. The blood of 8 kinds of immemorial desolate beasts were mixed, solidified and then grinded to form this powder. The Jiyu worm, however, was common and Fang Yuan had come in touch with it at Qingmao Mountain. It was Earth Treasury Flower. Earth Treasury Flower was a storage Jiyu. Flower Wine Monk planted it in the depths of the cave to store several Jiyu worms which were obtained by Fang Yuan in the end. With the land spirit's assistance, Fang Yuan mixed the green pond rotten soil and 8 desolate blood powder. After the mixture became an evenly distributed soil, he planted the Earth Treasury Flower in it. Earth Treasury Flower immediately decayed and died when it entered the soil. Whether it was the toxicity of the green pond rotten soil or the violent nature of the 8 desolate blood powder, they both were something the Earth Treasury Flower could not endure easily. However, Fang Yuan had already anticipated this situation and was not discouraged. Land Spirit took out another Earth Treasury Flower Jiyu, and Fang Yuan casually planted it. That ancient strength path Jiyu Immortal had already foreseen the probability of failure in every step and had thus prepared enough spare material. After continuously failing several times, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in planting the Earth Treasury Flower in the soil. Green pool rotten soil's toxicity and the blood power of the 8 desolate blood powder formed a kind of subtle balance, causing a strange transformation within the Earth Treasury Flower Jiyu. This was the first step of the recipe: rotten soil blood powder, treasure flower in the earth. Next was jade bone turned into petals, ice muscles into stalks and golden relic into the heart of the flower. It required the use of jade bone Jiyu, ice muscle Jiyu and yellow golden relic Jiyu along with skilled Jiyu refinement techniques. Third step, bright stellar fire, gather ice and snow into plains. This could easily be misunderstood with stellar fire Jiyu and snowy plain Jiyu. But the firepower from that would be inadequate. In fact, the two phrases needed to be combined to be understood. The true answer was to use stellar fire prairie Jiyu together with snowy plain Jiyu, only then would there be balance. Fang Yuan followed the order one by one. At the fourth step, Yang cloud burns with elixir fire below and Yin clouds scatter sand like gold above. This tested his multitasking ability. Fang Yuan first used Yang cloud Jiyu with elixir fire Jiyu, then activated Yin cloud Jiyu and used golden sand Jiyu. The yin and yang clouds mixed with the smoke from previous steps. Spheres of fiery orange elixir fire rose up from the yang cloud. The golden sand fell down from the yin cloud like a light drizzle. Yin above and yang below is anti-balance. This is the critical juncture. Go, White Elephant Beast Phantom. Fang Yuan's eyes burst out with divine light as he activated all-out effort Jiyu and summoned White Elephant Phantom. White Elephant Phantom collided into the center of yin and yang clouds and was grinded down by elixir fire and golden sand. With a soft explosion, White Elephant Phantom turned into a ball of white light and revolved in the air. Again, Black Python Beast Phantom. Fang Yuan pointed and sacrificed another Beast Strength Phantom. Black Python entered the center of the clouds and quickly turned into Black Ray and spun around the white light. The two were in an endless tangle. Stone Turtle Beast Phantom, Horse Beast Phantom. Another 2 Beast Phantoms flew out of Fang Yuan's body. 4 Beast Phantoms tangled against each other and formed a whirlpool of colorful light, but there was still something lacking. Strange. Why have they not fused? Fang Yuan was baffled. This was the first difficulty he had ran into. The colorful whirlpool was being grinded down by the elixir fire and the golden sand, and was continuously becoming smaller. The multiple auras could not fuse together. Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought as he looked at the process which was about to end in failure. Wait a second, could it be? He began to control the 4 Beast Phantoms. White Elephant Beast Phantom was steady and simple. Black Python Phantom was coiling and cold. Stone Turtle Phantom was still as a mountain. And Horse Beast Phantom ran with the wind. These 4 Beast Phantoms were just carelessly tangling with each other before, but under Fang Yuan's control now, each of them began to display their true disposition and nature. Thunder crackled and a strange transformation began. Yin and yang clouds moved, yin cloud sank down and yang cloud rose up, the two forming into a whole entity. The mist surged and mixed ceaselessly with lightning and thunder constantly crackling inside. So it was like that. No wonder it needed Strength Path GU Master, although those who merely possessed Beast Phantoms would still not be able to succeed. The GU Master must understand the true nature of each Beast Phantom to start the fusion. Fang Yuan let out a breath of relief and comprehended the process. Lightning crackled and thunder exploded. The sound was like war drums, becoming more condensed and finally blending into one. Boom boom boom. Under continuous rumbling sounds, the mist completely fused into one color before suddenly exploding. A frenzy wind blew, dispersing all the clouds and mist. Only one GU remained in the air. This GU was rank 5 GU and was like a disc. Its surface was rough like an embryo made of grass and soil. In the middle of the disc was a ferocious beast with the head of a horse, tusks of an elephant, body of a turtle and the tail of a snake. This is the beast strength placenta GU. Fang Yuan relaxed his mind when he saw this GU. The moment he relaxed, he fell down to the ground and fell asleep. He had used a total of 5 days and 5 nights to refine this GU. He had not rested a moment during this time and had been multitasking the whole time. His mental energy had been used to the limits, and he was extremely exhausted. This sleep lasted for a day and a night before Fang Yuan woke up. He touched the beast strength placenta GU and recalled the recipe. Yang cloud burns with elixir fire below and yin cloud scatters sand like gold from above. Add beast phantoms in the middle till lightning crackles, creating beast strength placenta, and start collecting apertures. Next is gathering apertures. Thinking of this, he stood up and said to the land spirit, Bog Wei, it is time. Bog Wei was also straightforward. All right, I can send you to wherever you want to go in the blessed land. A large map appeared in front of Fang Yuan along with all kinds of scenes, displaying everything in the blessed land. Everything from GU masters, hairy men, dog beasts and so on were clearly shown. This place. Fang Yuan searched through the map before his gaze fixed on a place, and pointed at it. Next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared and appeared in front of Tai Mu Bai. Tai Mu Bai was exploring the inheritance and was slightly surprised by Fang Yuan's sudden appearance. But he calmed down soon and was just about to say something when Fang Yuan quickly waved his hand and luckily summoned a rock crocodile phantom. Tai Mu Bai's head was smacked by the rock crocodile's tail, and it exploded like a watermelon. He was dead. Chapter 379, all according to plan. Fang Yuan killed Tai Mu Bai and immediately pounced on his headless corpse, grabbing his arm and letting his mind enter the aperture. The aperture walls were crystal clear, as the primeval sea ebbed and flowed. Rank 5 GU masters have purple crystal primeval essence. Initial stage is light purple primeval essence, middle stage is violet purple primeval essence, upper stage is deep purple primeval essence, and peak stage is crystal purple primeval essence. Tai Mu Bai was a rank 5 peak stage GU master. He had crystal clear primeval essence. Like the liquid form of crystals, great power was hidden within its beautiful appearance. The difference between rank 5 peak stage and rank 4 upper stage was very huge. Furthermore, he had 98% of such primeval essence. Even 100 Fang Yuan could not compare to him. In the purple crystal primeval sea, there were GU worms flying. A golden small hand flew randomly above the sea, like a golden light. This was Tai Mu Bai's vital GU, the rank 5 GU worm that he had once used when he battled Kumo and Wu Gui on Sancha Mountain. Turn Gold GU. Turn Gold GU had great power. Any life form that was hit by hit would turn into pure gold, losing their life. Even Kumo and Wu Gui did not dare to take the attack head-on. As for Yi Huo, Kong Ri Tian and the other rank 4 peak stage cultivators, they did not even dare to observe the battle, taking the initiative to avoid them. This was Tai Mu Bai's strongest long-range attack method. If Fang Yuan tried to use long-range battle, the beast phantoms that possess the strength chi would turn into golden statues after being hit by the golden light, sacrificing themselves. Fang Yuan would not be able to retrieve them anymore. Other than turn gold GU, at the bottom of the purple crystal sea, there was a yellow gold current. This current was like melted gold, swimming at the bottom of the sea. This was the liquid metal GU, also rank 5. Once activated, it had great defenses, and allowed a GU master to have no worries regarding defense. Most amazingly, it was liquid form, and could change its shape at will. Even if it was broken through, it could regather itself like water, and was a tough nut to crack. If Tai Mu Bai used liquid metal GU, even if Fang Yuan used all his strength, he would not be able to break this defense. In the purple crystal sea, there was another eyeball. It seemed inconspicuous, but it gave off a golden light at times, gathering attention and was more alluring than the stars in the sky. This was the Vajra Stare GU. It was also rank 5, but was not an investigative method, rather it was an attack-type GU. Once activated by a GU master, the formless stare gains attacking power, like a giant pole slamming into a person's heart. Once eye contact was made, it could directly attack an opponent's soul. This GU was hidden by Tai Mu Bai. Even during the battle against Kumo and Wu Gui, it was not used. Once used, It would be a contest of souls between both GU masters, and the victor would be decided. It was a trump card that should only be used at the end. Tai Mu Bai had once used many different GU to strengthen his soul's foundation. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan walked the strength path, his soul was not strengthened. If Tai Mu Bai used the Vajra Stare GU, he just needed to maintain eye contact with Fang Yuan for a second, and Fang Yuan's soul would be completely destroyed. To use this Vajra Stare GU, golden eyes have to be used. If one used ordinary eyes for this, they might turn themselves blind. Only by using 2 golden eye GU, and turning one's own eyes into golden eyes could they use the Vajra Stare GU safely. Evidently, since Tai Mu Bai had the Vajra Stare GU, he naturally had golden eyes. Just like how Fang Yuan turned his skin into bronze skin, and bones into essence iron bones. Other than these 3 rank 5 GU, Tai Mu Bai's body also had 4 rank 4 GU worms. Golden Dragon GU, Golden Breeze GU, Golden Coat GU, Golden Aurora GU, all of them were outstanding GU worms, and were high-quality GU worms within the metal path. These GU worms were all excavated by Fang Yuan. After confirming that Tai Mu Bai did not have any other GU worms on him, Fang Yuan took out the Beast Strength Placenta GU, and activated it around Tai Mu Bai's stomach. After Tai Mu Bai lost his life, his aperture started to shrink. Right now, after being sucked by the Beast Strength Placenta GU, the aperture flew out of Tai Mu Bai's body, and landed in the placenta, devoured by the wild beast inside the placenta. After devouring the aperture, the rough and coarse Beast Strength Placenta GU became lustrous and shiny. The original embryo looked like it was made of soil and had crevices on the surface, but now it looked different, thick and tightly packed, just like a concrete brick. This Beast Strength Placenta GU was used like this, according to the Blessed Land's original owner's peculiar idea. Continuously absorbing GU Master's aperture, then slowly accumulating and changing qualitatively. To refine the second aperture GU, apertures were naturally the main ingredient. The Beast Strength Placenta GU that was refined was intended to plunder other people's apertures. Killing lives to attain success, this was a demonic path method. One could easily tell that the ancient Strength Path GU Immortal was not a kind person. This Beast Strength Placenta GU, if others used it, they might feel guilt, but Fang Yuan was extremely fine with using it. He had no mental pressure at all. In his previous life, to refine the Spring-Autumn Cicada, he killed people in more than 10,000 miles of land. Blood flowed into a river as he caused an immense bloodshed in the world. He could not even count how many people he killed. How could killing a single GU master now affect him? Good. This Beast Strength Placenta GU, after absorbing Tai Mu Bai's aperture, it already raised the second aperture GU's aptitude to 40%. Great, excellent. Using numbers to make up for quality in order to break through, this is the rule of using sheer quantity to trigger a qualitative change. Going beyond the mortal world, and becoming an immortal GU, how can there be no price to pay? Back then when I refined the Spring-Autumn Cicada, I slaughtered over 10 million people. That was also because of this. The better the aperture that is absorbed and the larger the numbers, the higher the aptitude of the second aperture GU that is refined in the future. Next, I have to kill GU masters, go on a killing spree and use all their apertures to raise my Beast Strength Placenta GU. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan inspected the Beast Strength Placenta GU carefully, extremely pleased, and raised his head up as he laughed. Why did he kill Tai Clan's group? It was to make Tai Clan furious and send a rank 5 GU master. The arrival of one rank 5 GU master would break the balance, causing a chain reaction and attracting even more rank 5 GU masters. These rank 5, rank 4 GU masters are all my prey. To assist me in refining the second aperture GU, Fang Yuan laughed. All his plots and schemes, these few years of planning, and all the risks he took, it was all for this moment. How incredibly amazing is this? This is the best feeling. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his black hair flying with the wind, as demonic blaze burned in his eyes. Looking at actual battle strength, the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai was over 100 times stronger than Fang Yuan. Just simply the turn gold GU, if Fang Yuan was hit, he would be dead. There was no way to survive. Even if Tai Mu Bai only used rank 4 GU, his rank 5 peak stage crystal purple primeval essence was not something Fang Yuan's yellow gold primeval essence could compete with. In the Three Kings' inheritance, GU masters were restricted by the heavenly power, and were unable to use their GU worms. at the same time, their defenses were all limited, and they became extremely fragile. But Fang Yuan was different. He has the land spirit's help. What was the land spirit? The lord of the blessed land. With its help, Fang Yuan could use his GU worms inside the Three Kings' inheritance. Meanwhile, Tai Mu Bai had his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, but his strong GU set was unusable. Standing before Fang Yuan, he was a living target, just a livestock. Stripped of all his defenses, he was fragile as a baby. He could not even use a single metal path GU worm, he could not even self-detonate. He worked hard all his life, accumulating this set of GU worms, and now it all went to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan killed Tai Mu Bai, he kept all the GU worms inside his aperture. The spring-autumn cicada's aura could only suppress rank 4 GU worms. These 3 rank 5 GU could not be controlled by Fang Yuan, but because of the location, these GU worms were restricted by the heavenly power, unable to move at all. As Fang Yuan's primeval essence refined them, they gave up and changed owners. Good, you obtained a rank 5 peak stage aperture. This way, the second aperture GU's aptitude has risen to 40%. But you must take note, to transport you earlier, and support your attack, we expended quite a bit of immortal essence. Land Spirit's voice came, warning Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stopped laughing, his expression calming down. I have already considered that. He sneered, his eyes glowing with brilliance, as his tone was extremely confident and in control of the situation. He continued, Bog Wei, you have slept for too long, the blessed land was remodeled by the Three Kings, you lost too much control of it. Even as the spirit of the blessed land, although you can overwrite these changes, that would use up too much immortal essence. There is little immortal essence left inside the cauldron. If we split these essence into 16 portions, then the amount we used earlier would be half. A portion. Bog Wei was stunned, praising, you are absolutely correct. You actually managed to calculate the expenditure of the immortal essence so accurately, your performance has truly amazed me. Fang Yuan was a GU immortal in his past life, he was extremely familiar with the use of immortal essence. It was easy to make such accurate calculations. I estimate that among the 16 portions, at least 8 is needed for the refinement of the second aperture GU. As for the remaining 8, we need 4 to sustain the blessed land, and to kill GU masters, we need a bit more than 3 portions. The final bit would be kept to deal with emergencies. But Bog Wei said, young man, you are wrong this time. To refine the immortal GU, we need 10 portions, and to maintain the Three Kings' inheritance, we only need 2. After you kill enough people, I will close the blessed land. No, I am not wrong. Fang Yuan shook his head. To refine the second aperture GU, although we need to expend immortal essence, the expenditure of some steps can be replaced with primeval stones. That way, we can save 2 portions of immortal essence. Furthermore, you cannot close the inheritance, you have to keep the entrance open the entire time. Why? Land Spirit asked. Fang Yuan replied, because once you close the inheritance, the matter of me killing rank 5 GU masters would be exposed. By then, such a situation would attract even stronger foes. Even if you close the blessed land, you cannot chase away the GU masters who remain in the inheritance. That is because the Three Kings modified the blessed land, you will need to waste a lot of immortal essence to expel them. Immortal essence is already running low, even portion is important, it is needed for refinement. Towards the later stage of the refinement, immortal essence will run low, and the blessed land will be on the brink of collapsing, and have lots of loopholes, connecting to the outside world. It is no use closing the blessed land, when your strength falls drastically, this hall would be discovered. By then, we would be attacked by the GU masters, and the refinement would be likely to fail. After a while of silence, the land spirit said, you are right, but your method has a fatal flaw. If we use primeval stones to replace the immortal essence, you need at least 30 million primeval stones. Do you have so many? Fang Yuan laughed loudly, I only have 1 million primeval stones on me, it is obviously not enough. But it is not a problem, there are other GU masters, especially these rank 4 and 5 GU masters, they are definitely rich, after we kill them, do we have to worry about primeval stones? Bog Wei considered it for a bit, you are right, the help I can give you will shrink. Towards the end of the refinement, that is the most important step, we will act according to your suggestion. Chapter 380, Slaughtering Rank 5. A battle between dogs ended. Steel Armor Dog Group's defense is so strong. The rank 5 demonic GU master Kumo had several hundred steel armor dogs around him, feeling extremely pleased. The steel armor dogs had thick leather armor, black and heavy, like steel. In the King Quan inheritance, it had the greatest defense among dogs for the first 50 rounds. Just earlier, Kumo controlled the dog groups, and had a victorious battle. His battle result was outstanding, using the dog enslavement GU to recruit a Jade-Eye Dog King. This Jade-Eye Dog King was not only a 100-beast king, it also had a wild GU worm that was effective against the yin dogs. Last time, I failed because of the yin dogs. Ordinary dogs cannot hit these formless bodies. With the Jade-Eye Dog King, I have no fear now. This was only the 18th round of the King Quan inheritance, and Kumo already had a Dog King, and a large number of steel armor dogs. He was after all a rank 5 GU master, he had amazing methods. At the same time, his luck this time was great. King Quan inheritance was like this, it was the one which required luck the most among the 3 inheritances. If you start out well, your advantages will snowball and make it easier to pass the middle and later stages. Last time, I only got to the 68th round, I am too embarrassed to speak of such a result. This time, I got lucky and had such a great start. But I cannot be complacent. Tai Mu Bai chose King Shin inheritance this time. I heard that previously, he got to over 80 rounds. Thinking of Tai Mu Bai, Kumo's heart became heavy. He knew that if he fought alone, he was not Tai Mu Bai's match. Thus, when he chose the inheritance, he purposely avoided Tai Mu Bai, and chose the King Quan inheritance. The truth is, among the 3 inheritances, King Shin inheritance was the easiest to get through for the first few rounds. The GU master can disrupt the hairy men with words, and win without a fight. This shortcut method was obviously spread out by Fang Yuan. Kumo thought about it for a while, before collecting his thoughts and decided to use his time to continue advancing through the rounds. Just at this moment, before him, space tore open and an unfamiliar young man appeared. Who is it? Kumo was shocked. He had tried the 3 kings inheritance many times. He had a clear understanding of it, but this scene had happened before him, causing him to be stunned in disbelief. The person was naturally Fang Yuan. He heard Kumo's shouting and laughed. Who is it? The person who wants your life. Saying so, he activated Golden Dragon GU. The Golden Dragon appeared, roaring. Its dragon whiskers swayed with the wind, as its dragon eyes stared fiercely, brandishing its 4 fearsome claws. Kumo saw this and almost peed his pants. He screamed in disbelief. How can this be? How can you use any GU? How is this possible? Moments before death, he shuddered and activated his GU worms hurriedly. But he got no response. Golden Dragon came attacking, scratching and almost smashing his entire upper body. The great Kumo, an expert of a generation, and old demonic powerhouse, died just like this. When he died, he did not even manage to use his token. Of course, with the land spirit's manipulation, even if he used the token, there would be no effect. Golden Dragon GU attacks really fiercely, but the handling is so rough, I cannot control it meticulously. Fang Yuan recalled the attack. He had wanted to just smash Kumo's skull, but he ended up destroying his entire upper body, slightly shocking him. Thankfully, the aperture was near the stomach, and did not get destroyed. Fang Yuan walked forward, his mind entering the aperture, and started to loot it. Kumo had 8 GU worms, but only 1 rank 5 GU, called Soft Bones GU, it was very despicable. This GU could turn the bones of any lifeform soft within a radius of 25 kilometers. Even if Fang Yuan turned his bones into essence iron bones, he would still be affected and his bones would turn soft eventually. By then, Fang Yuan would have no way to fight back. Without his skeleton to support him, he would be like a paralyzed man, lying on the ground, his intestines would squeeze together and his blood vessels and muscles would clog one another. Even without any external attacks, before long, he would die from this. As for his other 7 GU, they were all rank 4. These GU all had to do with the bone path, and were not particularly good ones. It's a pity, I do not know much about the bone path, the most I can do is scratch the surface of it. If I inherit this set of GU worms, the battle strength I can display would not be half of Kumo. I should keep it for now. Fang Yuan assessed in his mind. At Kumo's level, the GU set he created was completely customized for himself, using his battle style, his understanding of the bone path, and his understanding towards battles and GU masters. Fang Yuan was most skilled in the blood path. In his previous life, he benefited from the Blood Sea inheritance, and used the blood path to start his conquest. He had a deep understanding of the blood path. If Kumo was a blood path GU master, the situation would be different. After taking Kumo's GU worms, Fang Yuan used the beast strength placenta GU and devoured his aperture. After receiving nutrients, beast strength placenta GU grew a little again. Its concrete surface had a thin layer of luster, and the surface was smoother, like poorly made porcelain. It was a pity for Kumo, a great expert born as a lone cultivator, slogging it out alone his whole life. He had many encounters and opportunities in his life, and together with his hard work, after experiencing great hardships, he reached this level. Eventually, he died, and all his hard work and fruits of his labor became Fang Yuan's loot. A great rank 5 GU master fell from the apex, becoming Fang Yuan's stepping stone. Too bad the dog enslavement GU can't be taken back, if not these dogs would be mine to manipulate too. Fang Yuan looked at the dogs as he sighed, vanishing on the spot. A battle was ongoing intensely. Wu Gui manipulated the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, fighting and entangling with a large pack of lightning symbol dogs. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were a type of dog with great unity. The greater their numbers, the greater their strength. But Wu Gui was unlucky. He had only 40 or so Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. He placed these dogs at the front line, as he concentrated in controlling them. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were fighting a lightning symbol dog pack 5 times their sizes. They were all injured but not dead. The exquisite combination and cooperation showed Wu Gui's exemplary talent in enslaving beasts. Wu Gui had become an enslavement path GU master many years ago, but eventually because of a lack of resources, he had to change paths. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared behind Wu Gui. Wu Gui was spending all his effort controlling the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. He did not sense Fang Yuan's arrival. If it was during normal times, he would use an investigative GU, and once Fang Yuan appeared, he would get attacked immediately. But in this GU Immortal blessed land, he was just an ordinary person only able to control dog enslavement GU and some others. All the body modifications on him were also completely restricted. Of course, it was also due to Wu Gui concentrating deeply on the dog battle. Fang Yuan did not trash talk. He waved his hand and a bone spike flew out. Poochie, a crisp sound, and a long spear-like bone spike pierced Wu Gui's heart, as the sharp pointy tip stabbed into the ground. Wu Gui's pupils shrunk to pin size as he was completely stunned and confused at this fatal attack. Who tried to kill me? He opened his mouth and fresh blood oozed out like a river. He slowly turned around, trying desperately to see the culprit's face. But unfortunately, he lost all signs of life when he turned halfway. Wu Gui's body collapsed like a pile of mud, hanging on the bone spike. This demonic expert, who was even more senior than Tai Mu Bai, famous 200 years ago, had died as well. When he died, his eyes were staring wide, trying to see who was his murderer. But this simple wish was not granted. The great Wu Gui died with a grievance. After he died, the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs who lost their master's manipulation immediately got engulfed by the lightning symbol dogs. These lightning symbol dogs howled as they pounced on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his hand, as the golden dragon appeared again, slaughtering all these lightning symbol dogs who did not know better. Fang Yuan quickly came to Wu Gui's corpse, doing the same thing again. Keeping his GU worms, then feeding his aperture to the beast strength placenta GU. Wu Gui had one rank 5 GU. It was oval and black like a Yuha stone one. But the surface had 7 white markings, and it looked extremely peculiar and dark. It was the pitch black GU. Once the GU is activated, it would ooze out black smoke. Any GU worms below rank 6 would get contaminated by the black smoke and receive various degrees of sealing, losing their abilities. As for his other GU worms, there were 8 to 9, all rank 4. But they were mixed among different paths, and were a mess, unlike Kumo and Tai Mu Bai's complete GU set. These are Wu Gui's GU worms. Although they can form into a set, they are not a complete set. The reason why he can roam the southern border is mostly due to the pitch black GU. Undeniably, pitch black GU is an extremely useful rank 5 GU. Fang Yuan was extremely happy to have obtained it. He kept the pitch black GU into his aperture, but placed the rest of the rank 4 GU into his pocket. His aperture already had many GU worms. Among them, he had 5 rank 5 GU worms, and many rank 4 GU. This was placing a lot of pressure on his aperture. Mostly importantly, it was due to the spring-autumn cicada. This ranked 6 GU was recovering, and it was emitting great pressure on Fang Yuan's aperture. The flow of time in the Blessed Land is 3 times out the outside world, accelerating spring-autumn cicada's recovery. I have to race against time, quickly refining the second aperture GU. With the second aperture, I would be able to relieve the pressure spring-autumn cicada is giving me. To Fang Yuan, the situation was extremely rushed. He did not only want to refine the second aperture GU, he also wanted to guard against this major threat, the spring-autumn cicada. Towards the end of the refinement, the Blessed Land would be full of flaws, and after connecting to the outside world, he might receive the group attack of many GU masters. By then, the land spirit would be weak and powerless, it would be useless, and Fang Yuan would be in the most danger during that period. Refining the second aperture GU, the closer we get to the end, the tougher it gets. Especially that final step. I need to use the divine travel GU, I will need to focus and concentrate, my body would be in huge danger. Wu Gui's demise was the best lesson to Fang Yuan. He had to guard against such situations. But his situation was slightly different. I have another chess piece, that is by Ning Bing. She used the poison vow GU before, she can be trusted. It seems that towards the end, I will need her to protect me. Thinking so, Fang Yuan vanished, and appeared before Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan, how did you get here so suddenly? Bai Ning Bing looked at Fang Yuan, shocked and suspicious. Chapter 381, All Must Die. Bai Ning Bing widened her eyes in shock as Fang Yuan suddenly appeared out of nowhere. By now, GU masters already had a clear understanding of the Three Kings' inheritance. And because she was at Fang Yuan's side, Bai Ning Bing had much deeper understanding of Three Kings' inheritance. However, precisely because of this deep understanding, she was even more shocked. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance looked like a simple phenomenon, but it contained astonishing implications. Bai Ning Bing, do you still remember our vow? I wonder if you still want Yang. GU now. Fang Yuan did not mention how he appeared but looked at Bai Ning Bing with his unfathomable and abyssal gaze with his hands behind his back. HMPH, as if you don't know the answer. Bai Ning Bing snorted and narrowed her blue eyes. She knew Fang Yuan would not speak aimlessly, he definitely had a motive. It seems you need my help. Speak up, don't try to conceal anything, otherwise I will not help. Fang Yuan laughed loudly without being moved. Back at Shang Clan City, we took a poison vow that if one side is in mortal danger, the other must help. I will tell you truthfully that not long later, I will be besieged by GU masters and I need you as my protector to block any obstruction towards my GU refinement. GU masters besiegement, I am not surprised, there are plenty of GU masters who want to kill you. But refining GU, what GU are you refining? Fang Yuan was straightforward this time and told the whole story directly. The most important thing now was that he needed Bai Ning Bing's full cooperation. This matter also could not be concealed. Bai Ning Bing was not someone so easy to fool. If because of him hiding the truth, some misunderstanding occurred and caused the GU refinement to fail in the end, it would be truly disastrous. What? This GU Immortal Blessed Land's land spirit is still alive. You are refining an immortal GU. You have truly large guts, you are looking for your own doom. Wait a second. What did you say just now? You killed Tai Mu Bai, and also Wu Gui and Ku Mo. Fang Yuan kept it brief and said the whole story in a few sentences, but the information it contained was huge, sending an enormous shock to Bai Ning Bing's mind. She felt like she was listening to a story. Fang Yuan did not speak anymore but directly took out his loot. These GU. Bai Ning Bing looked at the GU worms Fang Yuan took out and was flabbergasted, even losing her self-control. These GU were genuine. They were the best proof. You really killed them. Bai Ning Bing stared at Fang Yuan, shock clearly visible in her eyes. Who was Tai Mu Bai? He was Southern Border's super clan Tai clan's previous clan leader. He was a genius with outstanding innate talent, his temperament was even more firm and unyielding. His battle accomplishments in his whole life shone with splendor. And with his talent, he researched many battle tactics of the metal path, causing countless enemies to be terror-stricken by the mention of him. At a young age, he roamed outside and his name spread throughout Southern Border. In his middle years, he ruled Tai clan with an iron fist and made everyone fear him. At his old age, he became an emperor of a region, his reputation spread wide with no one daring to disobey him. He was venerated as the glory of Tai clan, radiance of the righteous path. When he announced his seclusion and retirement, many people, be it demonic path or righteous path, let out a breath of relief. Now, he was out of seclusion, and that shook many clans. Even Shang Yanfei would have to bow in front of him to greet him. The rank 5 GU master of Wu clan Wu Lanshan was the cousin of the current Wu clan leader, but even she had to bow despite her pride when facing Time Yu Bai. And this time Yu Bai had died by Fang Yuan's hands. Not only him, Wu Gui and Ku Mo, 2 rank 5 GU masters, also lost their lives to Fang Yuan. Even more absurdly, not only did they die, all their GU worms were taken by Fang Yuan. These 3 rank 5 GU masters really died with grievance. Even Bai Ningbing, this outsider, felt stifled at the deaths of Time Yu Bai and others. Alright, it is about time. Next, I will send you to King Quan inheritance. Advance through the rounds according to my instructions. I need dog beasts, the more the better. Fang Yuan's tone was hasty. HMPH, I did not say I will help you. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't worry, if I succeed, I will give Yangji Yu to you. Besides, there will be other benefits as well. After leaving Sancha Mountain, you can go wherever you want to. I won't stop you if you want to part ways, and will also welcome you if you want to go together. But whether you agree or not, I will refine the GU. Bai Ningbing was exasperated. You shameless guy, you are relying on the poison vow to force me. If Fang Yuan was attacked and died while refining GU, then according to the poison vow, Bai Ningbing would also die. That is to say, Bai Ningbing must protect Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed, his tone became mild and even seemed to have a trace of gentleness. Ningbing, this is not a threat, but cooperation. Think about it, since Qingmao Mountain, we have been cooperating, and no dangers have been able to stop us as many enemies fell under our feet. This time is also not an exception. Weren't you always wanting Yangji Yu? You can turn back to a male when you obtain it, or have become fond of your female identity? Bai Ningbing felt goosebumps all over her when she heard Fang Yuan call her Ningbing. And when she heard Fang Yuan's final sentence, she clearly knew Fang Yuan was spurring her. She could not help feeling provoked and shouted, "Shut your mouth." It is settled then. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and waved his hand, giving Bai Ningbing a dog enslavement GU, then disappeared. The scene before Bai Ningbing also changed suddenly, and she was sent to the first round of King Quan inheritance by the land spirit. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of Wu Lanshan. Wu Lanshan got a shock when someone suddenly appeared in front of her. But she was a famed figure and a majestic rank 5 GU master, calming her mind in seconds. Little Beast King, it is you. You can casually enter and exit this place. Wu Lanshan retreated a step, sharp light blossoming in her beautiful eyes. Fang Yuan pointed his little finger and shot out a bone spear. There was a soft sound as the bone spear pierced through Wu Lanshan's heart like lightning. Wu Lanshan's beautiful flower-like appearance seemed to be frozen as she looked at Fang Yuan incredulously. You can use GU. The moment she finished saying this, her aura dissipated, indicating her demise. Another rank 5 GU master died. However, Fang Yuan did not obtain her rank 5 GU. The moment Wu Lanshan died, a mysterious light burst out of her body and enveloped her 3 rank 5 GU worms, tearing through space and bringing them away. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He knew Wu clan had a rank 6 immortal GU called No Loss GU, which possessed the mystical ability to retrieve precious GU worms. Although this blessed land could restricted GU worms of rank 1 to 5, it could not restrict immortal GU. In fact, no blessed lands can restrict the abilities of immortal GU. Fang Yuan took the rest of the rank 4 GU, which were also quite valuable. After that, he took out Beast Placenta GU and swallowed Wu Lanshan's aperture. This was already the 4th rank 5 GU master's aperture. Beast Placenta GU was nourished and looked like a delicate pottery, and gave a sleek feeling at touch. Fang Yuan analyzed it and found the aptitude had increased to 75%. The aptitude became more difficult to raise the higher it became. At first, the aptitude had directly raised to 40% when the Beast Placenta GU had swallowed just Time Yu Bai's aperture. Later, it swallowed apertures of Wu Gui, Kumo and Wu Lanshan in a row, and was only able to raise by another 35%. Of course, this has to do with the foundation of the GU master. There are altogether 5 rank 5 GU masters on Sancha Mountain. But only Time Yu Bai, Hu Mo and Wu Gui are at rank 5 peak stage. Among them, Tai Mu Bai's foundation was the most profound with the huge amount of resources from Tai clan. Wu Lanshan and Wang Xiao are both at rank 5 upper stage. And Cho Ju is only at rank 5 initial stage. Killing these people might not be enough to raise the aptitude by another 10%. But no worries, there are plenty of GU masters, Yi Huo, Kong Ri Tian and the rest, all of them must die. Corpse Dog is purple all over, its skin is slightly rotten, its lower back is crooked and its canines protrude out. Use Yin dogs to restrain them and you will definitely succeed. Choose the left path, the reward for that round is 3 tasks at once GU which will be of great help to you. Next, you will encounter a heavy Tai Dog King. It is in a seriously injured state but is even more ferocious. You will need to sacrifice a lot of dogs to capture it. This Dog King is the only heavy Tai Dog King in the first 20 rounds. At the 22nd round, there will be a large group of wandering heavy Tai dogs. You can use heavy Tai Dog King to directly recruit them without losing anything. There would be a voice guiding Bai Ning Bing every time she progressed through a round. This voice was of the land spirit. Immortal essence was scarce. The land spirit moved Bai Ning Bing to King Quan inheritance and was not willing to misuse immortal essence on her. Bai Ning Bing could only go through each round personally. However, although the land spirit's control over the blessed land had fallen to rock bottom, it was extremely clear about the contents of Three Kings' inheritance. There was almost no loss in immortal essence for it to guide Bai Ning Bing, but to Bai Ning Bing, it was of extremely huge help, as if there was a bright lantern guiding Bai Ning Bing through the dark tunnel. Bai Ning Bing was able to make best choice at every round and her strength continued to expand like a snowball. Next, you will encounter a GU master as your opponent. But no need to worry, he has just fought a huge battle and only has few dog beasts remaining. You will be able to eliminate him easily. At that time, I will confine him, and after you kill him and take his GU, you can greatly increase the number of your GU worms. The land spirit guided again. Bai Ning Bing nodded and slowly walked out of the fog. It is you. Her opponent was clearly shocked at her sight. Bai Ning Bing was also stupefied. This person was none other than the person who had tried to make things difficult for her and Fang Yuan before he entered the inheritance, the Yun clan's young clan leader Yun Luo Tian. Yun Luo Tian arrogantly snorted. You are called Bai Ning Bing, right? It is your bad luck you ran into me, you don't even have half the amount of dogs I have. He had not even finished speaking when he stopped. His eyes opened wide and his throat let out a strange caw-caw sound like a rooster that had its throat jammed. From the mist behind Bai Ning Bing, a large numbers of dog beasts walked out one after another. Endlessly. Chapter 382, Continue Killing. Impossible. How can you have so many dog beasts? Yun Luo Tian screamed, pointing at Bai Ning Bing. As he shivered, his expression looked like he had seen a ghost. The sheer number of beasts around Bai Ning Bing had surpassed his wildest imagination. How many rounds has it been? Even a rank 5 GU master cannot reach such a number. Yun Luo Tian screamed as loudly as he could to vent the horror in his heart. You must control some loophole, you cheated. You actually cheated, you shameless scoundrel. Yun Luo Tian's composure was completely gone. He no longer had the attitude of an young clan leader. Bai Ning Bing sighed lightly. Yun Luo Tian was right, he hit the nail on the head. It is true, she cheated. And it was the blessed land spirit who helped her. Under the land spirit's guidance, she had an easy time going through the King Quan inheritance. Like she was on a vacation, it was a complete walk in the park. Compared to the difficulties she faced back when she explored the inheritance alone, this was a clear contrast. The incredulous feeling of cheating cannot be described with words. If doing this means I am despicable, I would rather become even more despicable than this, he. Bai Ning Bing exclaimed as she waved her hands. Woof, woof, woof. Countless dogs received her commands and moved like flood water. In Yun Luo Tian's vision, he could see a sea of dogs charging towards him like a tsunami. He gritted his teeth. Bai Ning Bing, do not be smug. Once I get out, I will expose you in front of everyone. You know such a huge secret, everyone will be interested, especially those rank 5 GU masters. Ha ha ha, you are finished. Saying so, he took out a token and used it. But nothing happened. Yun Luo Tian was shocked, activating it again. What happened? Why is it not working? I used it the last time and I was transported out immediately. His gaze flashed as a bad feeling emerged in his heart, causing his expression to turn uncertain. He took out another unused token. He was the young clan leader. He had 2 tokens to protect him. But this time, there was no effect either. The token stopped working. Young Luo Tian stared with his eyes wide open, staring at his token, sweat emerging on his forehead. Bai Ningbing's dog army had surrounded him, and started slaughtering his dog group. How can this happen? Send me out now. Young Luo Tian's breathing became quicker, as he used the token frantically, to no avail. Ah! He screamed, his beautiful face distorted with fear. His hair was messy and his eyes were bright red, like an angered bull. It is you did this, didn't you? It must be you. You made the token ineffective. Hee, what great methods you have. But be clear of this, I am the great young clan leader. If you kill me, you would offend Yun clan. The entire Yun clan won't let you off. Young Luo Tian recovered from his fear and screamed at Bai Ningbing. His arrogance as the young clan leader was sustaining him, not letting him kneel down and beg for his life. Instead he was getting more haughty. But such an attitude was completely useless against Bai Ningbing. I'm not even afraid of Tai clan, would I fear your tiny Yun clan? Bai Ningbing snickered. On the battlefield, young Luo Tian was alone. His dog groups were no match for Bai Ningbing's, massacred till none was left. Bai Ningbing willed, and the closest dog barked before pouncing on young Luo Tian. Young Luo Tian struggled with his life, but his strength could not match the dog. His throat was bitten by the dog, as blood poured out of it. As for the other beasts, they stood in a circle and waited. I curse you have to a terrible death. Young Luo Tian cursed before he died, his tone filled with hatred and anger. Bai Ningbing shook her head in disdain, walking forward and keeping young Luo Tian's GU worms. This young Luo Tian walked the cloud path. They were all rank 4 GU, and were all of high quality. As for the enslavement path GU worms he obtained from King Quan inheritance, they greatly benefited Bai Ningbing's GU worms. As for his corpse, it was teleported by the land spirit, sent to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was stepping on Wang Shao, forcing out the location of Wu Mountain. Wang Shao was the owner of Wu Mountain, a rank 5 upper stage GU master, a true regional emperor. He was an established expert. If it was outside, 10 Fang Yuan added together would not be his match. But here, Fang Yuan defeated him easily, like dealing with a baby. Wang Shao was extremely angry. He was stepped on by Fang Yuan, as his face in the soil made intimate contact. For a great rank 5 GU master, the Lord of Wu Mountain, this was a great humiliation. You want to know how to enter Wu Mountain? Hee, stop your wishful thinking. Kill me if you want. After you kill me, you will not be able to know the true path to enter the mountain. Wang Shao sneered as he struggled intensely, but Fang Yuan could use his strength path GU worms. Wang Shao could not compare to him in terms of strength. After an intense struggle, he was breathing heavily out of exhaustion, while Fang Yuan's leg was still firm as a mountain. Wu Mountain was a slightly famous mountain among the 100,000 mountains of southern border. This mountain was mysterious and illusionary, hidden in a deep layer of fog. In the fog, there were many small paths, but only one led inside. Wang Shao knew this path, and thus entered the mountain and made the mountain's resources his. Like Qingmao Mountain, a famous mountain like Wu Mountain had at least 3 to 4 spirit springs. Other than that, there were large numbers of wild beasts and wild GU. All sorts of resources that could sustain 3 to 4 middle-sized clans. But Wu Mountain was completely owned by Wang Shao. Wu Mountain is a natural danger zone. It is easy to defend, and no matter how many righteous GU masters there are, they cannot break into it by force. Wang Shao used this to become a regional emperor, living freely and easily. If I obtain it, I could use it as my base, and I would have no worries for my rank 5 resources. Fang Yuan thought. Wu Mountain was Wang Shao's good fortune. Fang Yuan desired it greatly. But Wang Shao refused to speak. He knew that once he spoke, he would be killed. Not speaking gave him a chance of survival instead. At this moment, with a light sound, young Luo Tian's corpse was transported over. Fang Yuan kicked Wang Shao aside, walking over to the corpse and used the beast strength placenta GU to devour the aperture. It's him, that young leader. Wang Shao recognized young Luo Tian, and also witnessed Fang Yuan using beast strength placenta GU. His heart chilled. Fang Yuan was obviously killing people to refine GU. This GU can devour apertures. Not good. My aperture is way more valuable than young Luo Tian's. This beast strength placenta GU had already become smooth and clear, like a beautiful porcelain. But in Wang Xiao's eyes, it was extremely dangerous and mysterious, giving off a demonic feeling. Seeing Fang Yuan walk over, Wang Xiao shouted, "Wait, wait. We can negotiate. I can promise you to give you the actual path into the mountain, but you must ensure my safety. I have one poison vow Gu on me." Fang Yuan's killing intent surged. Although he had the eating one's words Gu and can break the vow, he had little time now. How could he waste time to create the eating one's words Gu? As he killed these Gu masters, his immortal essence was depleting, and the blessed land was getting closer to destruction. The longer they dragged, the weaker the land spirit, and the less immortal essence he had to refine the second aperture Gu. At the same time, the blessed land's flow of time was 3 times the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada was posing a huge threat. Fang Yuan killed so many people, he already used nearly 2 portions of the immortal essence, about half of his planned amount. The blessed land's destruction was accelerated, and some people should be able to feel it already. Fang Yuan's greatest advantage was having the initiative. If he continued to drag this, it would get more disadvantageous for him. Compared to the second aperture Gu, Wu Mountain's benefits were huge but not irreplaceable. "Speak, which is the path into Wu Mountain?" Fang Yuan stepped, and broke Wang Xiao's right wrist, shouting sharply. "Let me go and I'll tell you." Wang Xiao screamed in pain. "HMPH, stubborn." Fang Yuan stepped again. The sound of bone breaking was heard as Wang Xiao's left kneecap was crushed to bits. Wang Xiao shuddered under the pain, as sweat flowed down his back, but he gritted his teeth and stared deeply at Fang Yuan, refusing to speak. Fang Yuan was silent, knowing that coercion would not work. Wang Xiao was an expert of a generation. He had a cruel and ruthless nature, never going easy on his enemies, but also strict on himself. He designed an ice-water bed for himself. Such a bed, as long as one sleeps for 6 hours, the entire bed would sink into the ice water below. Wang Xiao slept on such a bed, only resting for 6 hours a day. He encouraged himself, and worked hard, giving it all his effort. Other than eating, cleaning, and resting, all his other time was spent on cultivation. His aptitude was not extremely good, uncomparable with Tai Mu Bai and Bai Ning Bing. But because of his hard work, he climbed up step by step, becoming famous in southern border, a great demonic expert that no one dared to look down on. In Fang Yuan's memories, after Wang Xiao came to Yitian Mountain, he killed many righteous experts, and his ruthlessness spread. One time, he even got close to vying for the position of the demonic head. Fang Yuan felt pressure in his heart offending such a person. Killing Wang Xiao was weakening the demonic faction in the Yitian Mountain battle. But Wang Xiao could not be kept alive, he had to be killed. "I have to refine Gu not long after. I do not want to be attacked by you." Fang Yuan sighed, striking the final move and killing Wang Xiao. Later, he took the Gu and devoured the aperture. This process was extremely smooth. After devouring Yun Luo Tian and Wang Xiao's aperture, the beast strength placenta Gu's aptitude had risen to 83%. As for the immortal essence expenditure, it had reached slightly more than 2 portions, he had reached a critical stage. Not good, the immortal essence expenditure is higher than my estimation. This blessed land is too old, originating from the antiquity era. It is a miracle that the blessed land is still standing today. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn, the actual expenditure had slightly exceeded his initial estimations. Chapter 383, Profound Concept of the Universe, Demon Venerable Hong Lian. "Young man, the primeval essence expenditure had deviated from the plans, you should stop now." The land spirit noticed this error, and suggested. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, retorting immediately, "That won't do, 83% is not part of my plans, my plan is to reach 90%. Most things in life do not happen according to one's wishes. How can we get everything we want? Young man, you have been blinded by greed, you are starting to lose your rationality." The land spirit spoke calmly. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, without the land spirit's help, he could not use the immortal essence. Land spirit was already thinking of stopping, Fang Yuan had to convince it. "Bogwei." Fang Yuan breathed out some turbid air, relaxing his tone. "The primeval essence expenditure exceeding by a bit is no big deal. In my plan, we had some spare essence." Fang Yuan planned the immortal essence into 16 portions. Among that, 8 was for Gu refinement, 4 was to sustain the 3 kings. Inheritance and 3 portions and a bit more for killing Gu masters. The final bit would be kept as spare in case anything happened. Fang Yuan had a meticulous nature, he had planned this for so long, how could he not have a backup plan? But the land spirit was not convinced, although it was created from lingering thoughts, it had intelligence and could think. Young man, your calculation is incorrect. Have you ever considered that the GU refinement process might fail? There is no way you won't have issues, once you fail you will waste immortal essence. 8 portions to refine GU, that was the minimum requirement, that last bit of immortal essence is to allow you to waste when you make multiple attempts. Now that you want to use up this bit, if you fail the refinement even a little bit more, the second aperture GU's refinement will not succeed. Land Spirit retorted. Fang Yuan was anxious secretly, he had not passed the test and was not the blessed land's owner, he could not directly command the land spirit. If land spirit refused to cooperate, there was nothing he could do. There was still a rank 5 GU master and many rank 4 experts left in the blessed land now, these will all be obstacles for him when he refines the immortal GU later. Fang Yuan killing these people now was to eliminate his future enemies, to protect himself. But the immortal essence left in the blessed land was simply too little, Fang Yuan had to carefully think and plan his usage properly. At the same time, he had to face the blessed land's inspections. Young man, stop taking risks. If you continue being adamant, I will not cooperate with you, I will even take away your examination chance, and leave the opportunity for others. Land Spirit was firm in its tone. Fang Yuan sighed deeply hearing this. Land spirits were very rigid, in this situation, it was nearly impossible to convince the land spirit. We can keep the others, but that rank 5 GU master has to die. He is one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, he has a great network and relationship, we have to eliminate him to be safe. Fang Yuan urged, for your safety during refinement, you have already planned to use that young girl, together with the beast groups, she can block them for a while. At the same time, I will risk my life to protect you. The most important thing is the success or failure of your GU refinement. Land Spirit denied Fang Yuan's suggestion. Fang Yuan's expression sank. The final rank 5 GU Master Cho Ju, known as Killer Ghost Doctor, although his battle strength was not outstanding, he had great influence. In his previous life's memories, he went to Yitian Mountain and joined the demonic faction. Next, he obtained the third in control position. With a wave of his hand, countless GU masters gathered. With his healing, the demonic faction faced less deaths and injuries, their morale surged and that caused great problems for the righteous path. Only until Shang Yanfei invited Dr. Su Shou, together with divine Dr. Sheng Shou, did they manage to suppress Cho Ju's glamour. The Battle of Yitian Mountain made everyone see the ability of Cho Ju. The Killer Ghost Doctor also became publicly recognized as the head of the 4 great doctors. After Yitian Mountain was subdued by the righteous path, Cho Ju was captured, and Wu clan leader valued his talent and wanted to recruit him. But Cho Ju refused to submit, scolding Shang Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou, exposing some of their ancient history, causing the furious and ashamed Shang Yanfei to kill him on the spot. Any rank 5 GU master was a genius, they cannot be underestimated. These GU masters could emerge from the commoners, and ascend to the peak of the mortal realm in such a cruel environment, surviving many rounds of elimination, they were all heroes or champions. Once he thought about how a person like Cho Ju might attack during the final step of the GU refinement, Fang Yuan could not rest easy. Although my cultivation is rank 4 upper stage, and my cultivation speed is stunning, on this huge stage, I am still too weak, I cannot contend with these rank 5 GU masters. If I had my rank 6 cultivation back in my previous life, no matter how many rank 5s come, I can kill them all like livestock. Fang Yuan sighed internally, you still want to kill someone? Impossible, I will not allow it. Immortal essence cannot be wasted like this, we have to preserve most of it for the GU refinement. Land Spirit heard Fang Yuan's request and immediately rejected him. Demonic GU masters are all like this, they like to take risks. Sigh, young man, do not be so extreme. In this world, why do you think the righteous path is blooming and suppressing the demonic path? It is because demonic path is too extreme, too greedy, and likes to place themselves in danger. The righteous path pursues stability, slow and steady, unmovable like the mountain. Bog Wei, you are wrong. Demonic path members have a tough life, they are forced to take extreme means, if they did not fight for the greatest benefits at every given opportunity, and did not take risks, how could they cultivate, how could they compete with the righteous path? Greed, selfishness, extremity, and risk-taking, these are all laws of survival of the demonic path. As long as the benefits are enough, so what if we have to walk on a tightrope? One wrong step leads to game over, making the impossible possible. That is the excitement of the demonic path. The life of a demonic path member is like wine, intense and alluring. Fang Yuan rebuked loudly. Land Spirit heard such words and sighed endlessly. Young man, the demonic nature is too entrenched in you, you can't turn back anymore, in the future it will lead you to destruction. If heaven commits a sin, it can be forgiven, but if one commits a sin himself, he deserves to die. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Bog Wei, you are too naive. What is a sin? Committing a sin means one deserves death, that is only the weaklings, naive and helpless expectation, they spread such ideology, hoping people would abide by it so as to protect these weaklings. As for me, I want to be a person who commits a sin, yet is able to roam freely and travel the world, a demonic head who slaughters living beings and enjoys all that I can get. I not only want to slaughter GU masters, I also want to succeed in refining the second aperture GU and become the greatest winner. Bog Wei, feel this, what do you think this is? Saying so, Fang Yuan activated the spring-autumn cicada, and for the first time, leaked its aura out into the world. The land spirit was flabbergasted. This is the aura of a ranked 6 immortal GU. It seems to be the spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada is the 7th mysterious GU in this world. You are a mere mortal, how can you possess such an immortal GU? To convince the land spirit, Fang Yuan took a gamble and exposed the existence of the spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was a ranked 6 GU, and the second aperture GU was also an immortal GU. Such benefits were enough for Fang Yuan to take this risk. Why can't a mortal own an immortal GU? I'll tell you the truth, the spring-autumn cicada was refined by me. Fang Yuan said, I understand, I get it. You were a GU immortal, but you used the spring-autumn cicada to rebirth and came back to the past to change history. Land Spirit gasped and sighed. Oh, Bog Wei, you seem to know some information regarding the spring-autumn cicada, please enlighten me. Fang Yuan quickly inquired. Since the immemorial era, there were 2 types of GU masters, space path and time path, forming the basis of heaven and earth. Space path represented up, down, left, and right, while time path represented past, present, and future. Take my blessed land for example. At its peak, there was 6,000 square kilometers of land, and the flow of time was 6 times the normal speed. Land Spirit said, how much was 6,000 square kilometers? On Earth, that is about the size of Brunei. As for 6 times the normal speed of time, it was measured according to the river of time. At its peak, the blessed land's time was 6 times of the outside world. 6 days inside the blessed land was 1 day outside. Of course, by now, the blessed land had severely weakened. Not only were the territories mostly eroded, the flow of time was only 3 times as fast. In this world, there were many different blessed lands, and the size and flow of time were all different. Land Spirit continued. Spring-autumn cicada is one of the GU worms of the time path. Back then, it had a master who left his name in history, that is Demon Venerable Hong Lian. He resisted the immortal court, and broke the chains that bound fate, giving the people of the future hope, and allowed them to grasp their own fate in their hands. Demon Venerable Hong Lian, the most mysterious demon venerable in history. Fang Yuan gasped. In the GU world, rank 9 was venerable. Demon Venerable meant a rank 9 demonic path GU master. Immortal Venerable is a rank 9 righteous GU master. In the eons of history, Demon Venerable and Immortal Venerable were merely a handful of people, they represented a supreme legend. There was only one Venerable in each era, never did 2 appear at the same time. Thus, Venerables represented true invincibility. And among these rank 9 Venerables, Demon Venerable Hong Lian was the most mysterious, and had the least records in history. Even Fang Yuan merely knew about his existence. Now, this was the first time he was hearing about Demon Venerable Hong Lian's details. Land Spirit continued. This world, wide as one can imagine, is split into 5 regions, north, south, east, west, and central. They are close together, yet completely independent regions. With one river of time, flowing from the past, through the present, towards the future. That is the time and space of this main world. If one says that history is a series of still images, Then the river of time is a thin thread that connects these numerous images into a line. You use the spring-autumn cicada, forcing your way out of the images, and traveled along the line, moving in the reverse direction as you inject your will and memories into one of the images. That would cause this image's events to change, and consequently affect the future images as well. So that's it. Fang Yuan benefited greatly from Land Spirit's words. He had used the spring-autumn cicada twice, and each was a unique experience, causing Fang Yuan's understanding of the spring-autumn cicada and the river of time to become clearer. Land Spirit's words gave Fang Yuan the inspiration for a new and unique understanding. To think that you are a future GU immortal, and even refined the spring-autumn cicada. In this blessed land, you are truly the most appropriate candidate to refine this GU. Never mind, since you are so confident, I shall trust you once. Who do you want to kill? Land Spirit gave in. Originally, it thought Fang Yuan was only immortal, he would definitely waste a lot of immortal essence when refining GU. But right now, it recognized Fang Yuan's GU immortal identity, and reduced the estimated immortal essence that he would potentially waste, thus accepting Fang Yuan's request. Fang Yuan smiled and promised, Land Spirit, it is right to trust me. I will not disappoint you, the GU refinement will succeed. In the future, I have to rely on this second aperture GU to ascend to GU immortal realm once again. Land Spirit laughed too, having a sense of acknowledgement towards Fang Yuan. That's right, you are a GU immortal, you know the value of the second aperture GU much more than mortals. When you become a GU immortal, the second aperture will give you unparalleled benefits. Chapter 384, Scheming Ghost Doctor, Secret Door of Life and Death. To think that this Three Kings inheritance is a trap, the true winner is you, little beast king. Killer Ghost Doctor Cho Ju laid on the ground, staring deeply and closely at Fang Yuan as he exclaimed. After Fang Yuan convinced the Land Spirit, he rushed to Cho Ju and beat him up. Cho Ju had an ugly appearance, his hair was like dry yellow grass, his brain was protruding and his eyes were of different sizes. His cheekbone was very high, his nose was flat, there was a large clump of hair growing out of his nostrils, and his yellow teeth were projecting outwards. But his gaze was very complicated, he had a plotting ability that ordinary people could not possess. Little Beast King, I know about you, you have great talent, from a vagabond, you grew to this extent, I admire you greatly. Compared to you, I am merely several years older. When I was young, I did not have such accomplishments. You are a dragon among men, you will eventually soar to the heavens, and roam the world freely. I have no intentions to be enemies with you, if possible, I would like to use the information regarding the door of life and death to preserve my life. Fang Yuan had killed 4 rank 5 GU masters earlier, some of them were shocked, some furious, some fearful, but this Cho Ju was extremely calm. After understanding his situation, he placed his ego down and praised Fang Yuan. He laid on the ground, not moving, as if he gave up on resisting. But at this moment, the Land Spirit suddenly transmitted, quickly kill him, he is activating his token and GU worms furiously, I am trying to suppress them but this is causing great immortal essence expenditure. But Fang Yuan was slightly stunned, almost thinking he had hallucinated. Door of Life and Death. This Door of Life and Death was a big deal, it was recorded in Legends of Ren Zhu, a secret forbidden land in ancient times. It was similar to the River of Time and Ordinary Abyss. After Verdant Great Sun died, Ren Zhu went to the Door of Life and Death to attempt to revive him. Legend says that behind the Door of Life and Death holds the secrets of life and death. If a person can comprehend it completely, they would be able to control life and death itself. Cho Ju knows the location of the Door of Life and Death. Fang Yuan's heart was palpitating, as his expression turned cold, warning severely, Cho Ju, activate your GU worms one more time and I will kill you immediately. Cho Ju's expression changed, his pupils shrinking as he slowly sat up, looking at Fang Yuan, you can sense me using GU worms. A thought flashed across his eyes, you can use GU worms, while I can't use mine at all. Sigh, it seems there is only one possibility, the Land Spirit is still alive and you subdued it. So this blessed land has such a secret. What a pity, back when the 3 kings obtained this place, they did not truly control the blessed land, thus you have obtained it now. But this blessed land is on the brink of destruction, there is no way to save it. The Land Spirit must be extremely old and weak to right, otherwise the GU masters would have been chased out already. Why would you need to eliminate us personally? Although Fang Yuan did not control this blessed land, after expressing his identity, the land spirit would listen to some of his instructions in order to assist him with the GU refinement. Choju was over a century old, he was old and scheming, easily guessing the scenario. Since you control the blessed land, then I won't bother with this pointless act. As long as you preserve my life, what you will obtain will be out of your imagination. Choju said, stopping his secret actions. Fang Yuan laughed without denying. Talk about the door of life and death. You know the location. The door of life and death is a forbidden ground not inferior to the river of time. There is an extremely wide area inside, reflecting the 5 regions of the main world. Legend says that there are many unique and natural GU worms inside, like life GU and death GU. Choju nodded. I know the door's location. Not only that, I have even explored it multiple times and captured some of the life GU and death GU inside, eventually refining one life one death GU. I place this GU inside the door of life and death. Every time a person dies because of me, it will absorb this death energy and convert it into life force. Because of this life force, my healing methods are extremely profound. This is the reason why I became one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. Killer Ghost Doctor revealed his own secret, to increase his trustworthiness. Oh, so that's it. This was the first time Fang Yuan heard such a thing. Although he had his previous life's memories, he was not all-knowing. Then in that case, tell me, and I may spare you a life. Fang Yuan promised, but Choju shook his head. The secret regarding the door of life and death is way too important. I have once vowed before the Sea Oath GU, to not reveal the details to outsiders. Once I say it, I will turn into dust, wiped off from this world. But if you join the Shadow Sect, you will be one of us, and I will be able to tell you. Sea Oath GU, Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan frowned. Sea Oath GU is a ranked 6 immortal GU. It was very famous during ancient times, together with Mountain Pledge GU. Mountain Pledge and Sea Oath, they worked like the Poison Vow GU, but Poison Vow GU was an expenditure GU while these 2 immortal GU could be repeatedly used. Fang Yuan had heard of the Sea Oath GU and had an understanding of it. But he was unfamiliar with Shadow Sect. Hearing this name, it sounds like a sect for GU cultivators. That means, the loner Choju had a secret organization behind him. Fang Yuan felt a little threatened. The situation was slightly out of his expectations. It was not hard to kill Choju now, but Fang Yuan knew nothing about Shadow Sect. This gave him a sense of insecurity. That's right, my sect is the Shadow Sect. The great ancestor who created Shadow Sect was a rank 8 GU immortal of the immemorial era. He was the one who found the door of life and death, and placed it into his blessed land. Later, many GU immortals were nurtured in Shadow Sect. The benefits are endless for you if you join Shadow Sect. Saying so, Choju said a bunch of benefits, truly expending his verbal talent, spouting an exaggerated tale. Fang Yuan struggled a little, before calming down. Choju, that's a nice plan there. If I join Shadow Sect, you not only will be free from danger, I will even have to call you senior brother. In such a traditional sect, respecting seniority is the most important thing. If I join it, I will definitely have to make an oath and be restricted with all sorts of methods. At the end, I even have to contribute my gains on Xianxia Mountain, and do missions for the clan in the name of loyalty, am I right? Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan sneered, shaking his head. Let's not talk about the possibility of you lying, even if it is real, so what? A sect that was created in the immemorial era, it is a miracle that it is still around now. You mentioned there were many GU immortals in history, but they are mostly dead already, right? Otherwise, Shadow Sect would be a great force in the southern border. Why would you have to fight alone, and slog it out single-handedly? Choju's expression turned white. He had to reassess Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was so young, but he was so calculating and scheming. Facing potential benefits, he could remain so calm and analytic. What sort of young man is this? He is definitely a 100-year-old monster. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, continuing, I am the type of person who likes to take all the benefits for himself. Don't tell me about win-win situations. Even if you made the Sea Oath, it is not unbreakable. Sea Oath GU and Mountain Pledge GU have an obvious weakness. When you made the oath, you had to face the sea or a large mountain. As long as the piece of ocean or the mountain is destroyed, the oath will lose its effect. Choju's heart froze. Fang Yuan was knowledgeable and knew many things. He was not like a newbie at all. These kind of people were the hardest to fool. Choju calmed his spirits. It is useless. The sea that I made the oath to is inside the shadow sect blessed land. If you want to destroy that sea, you will need to know the location of the blessed land. But for me to say that location, you have to destroy the sea first. It is a dead loop. Fang Yuan sneered, killing intent surging. Since there is nothing that can be done, forget it. You can die now. Choju sighed greatly. If you want to kill me, go ahead. He did not move, but in his heart, he felt certain. The door of life and death was a legendary location. Who did not care about their life and death? Little Beast King definitely cannot endure such a temptation. His actions now were only to scare him. But Fang Yuan shot out the bone spike resolutely. This bone spike flew towards Choju's heart. At once, an intense sense of danger assaulted Choju. What? He actually wants to kill me. Choju was shocked, quickly evading. A crisp sound in the bone spike pierced his shoulder, inches away from his heart. Only after it stabbed through his back did it stop. You. Choju pointed at Fang Yuan. His trembling voice contained fear, shock, and confusion. Little Beast King, you madman. You really wanted to kill me. If I did not dodge, I would have died. That is the door of life and death, the door of life and death. Back then, even Ren Zhu had to spend all his effort to find it. This is an unparalleled holy land, the controller of life and death. As long as you can obtain it and comprehend it, you will attain immortality. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly, speaking plainly. Didn't you say you can't tell me the secret? Then what use do I have of you? You can join the shadow sect. Choju's body was sweating, either out of pain or fear. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, raising his hand and aiming again. Choju quickly waved his hand, shouting, Wait, don't be rash. There are other methods than this. We can use the poison vow Gu. If we make a poison vow, we can trust each other. I do not need your trust. Fang Yuan replied coldly. Then use the slavery Gu. I will acknowledge you as my master. Don't kill me. You are a rank 5 Gu master. We need to use the rank 5 slavery Gu. This Gu is extremely rare, way more expensive than its other rank 5 counterparts. Where do you want me to find it? Moreover, even if we use these Gu, can you tell me the location of Shadow Sect's blessed land? Fang Yuan retorted. Choju's expression froze. Fang Yuan observed his expression, and his heart moved, knowing that the words were true. Fang Yuan's killing intent was not real, he was merely trying to test Choju. Choju suggested the poison vow Gu, slavery Gu. He was already frantic, but still did not dare to mention the location of the blessed land. It seems he really did make the sea oath. Choju wanted to lie and make up a random location. But as long as he did not die from the oath, it means he lied. If he said the real location, the oath would take his life as well. Or rather, even if he managed to say it, he would lose all his value and Fang Yuan would not let him off. In this situation, Choju was at his wit's end. Recognizing this, he laughed bitterly. To think that I Choju would die here today. Being able to die in my hands is your honor. Fang Yuan replied plainly. Choju looked at Fang Yuan seriously, nodding in agreement. That's true, with your talent and mentality, as long as your luck is not too bad, you will definitely be a walking disaster of the demonic path. You want to kill me, there is no point in begging anymore. It is fine if I die in your hands, at least better than getting killed by those scumbags outside. Actually, I have a plan to allow you to learn about the door of life and death. Saying so, a cunning light flashed across Choju's eyes. Chapter 385, Kindness, Grudge, Affection, Hatred. Oh, what method? Fang Yuan's eyebrows raised. Regarding this matter, I have to start from a long time ago. Choju heaved a deep sigh as he recalled. Hatred, grief, deep love and other complicated expressions appeared on his face. I have no time to listen to your story. Fang Yuan ruthlessly interrupted. Choju choked. Then I will make it short. My original name was Zheng Aniu. I was a farmer who made a living by collecting herbs. One time I unluckily fell from a cliff, but I profited from it and entered Shadow Sect's blessed land. By passing the land spirits test, I was able to become a disciple of Shadow Sect. The sect only had 2 disciples, me and a senior sister. Senior sister's surname is Chen and her first name is Ju. She was as beautiful as an immortal fairy. She was raised by the land spirits since young and had never left the blessed land, thus her nature was truly innocent. Since birth, I was extremely ugly and had always suffered bullying and ridicule. But senior sister was always amiable and warm to me. I slowly started having feelings for her after being in contact with her all the time. We took an oath in front of the blessed land sea, to protect and stand by each other. We cultivated together and entered deep into the door of life and death, capturing life GU and death GU. That was the happiest time of my life, and I had thought it could continue forever. After an earth calamity, the land spirit suffered injuries and went into hibernation. A hole appeared in the blessed land and connected it to the outside world, allowing a scoundrel to sneak in. This scoundrel was heavily injured at that time, and if I had known what would happen later because of him, I would have definitely killed him on the spot. But I didn't do that and instead saved him. He claimed his surname was Shang, and had blood-red hair. He had exceptional eloquence, and using his flowery words, he slowly deceived senior sister during his recuperation. His appearance was indeed slightly better than mine and used his pretty boy face to win senior sister's favor. Senior sister was innocent and ignorant. The more she talked with him, the happier she became. In the end, she took the initiative to take care of him in every possible way. We argued many times about this, falling out with each other a lot. After that thief recovered, I wanted to expel him and continue living a fairy tale life with senior sister. But who could have thought her heart had already changed and actually broke the oath we took at that time, injuring me and defecting with that scoundrel. I was really regretful. I regretted my compassion, which led to a disaster, and I hated senior sister Chen Ju for falling in love with somebody else, and even more hatred towards that despicable scoundrel for robbing what I cherished. After I recovered from my injuries, I left the blessed land and roamed around southern border, searching for this adulterous couple. But what I didn't know was, this scoundrel had really high status and was the leader of Shang clan. Cho Ju paused and looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He knew many behind-the-scene details due to his previous life memories and already knew who Cho Ju was talking about in the middle of his conversation. Cho Ju could only give a forced smile at Fang Yuan's indifference. It seems you have already guessed their identities. That's right, that thief is the current Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei, and my senior sister Chen Ju is Dr. Su Shou. Shang clan is a super clan while I am a lone force. I roamed around southern border all these years and put in a lot of effort to deal with this adulterous couple. Unfortunately I am going to die here today and have no way of achieving my wish. He. Fang Yuan silently listened to end and suddenly laughed. He looked at Cho Ju, who was sitting on the ground, his eyes shining brightly. Killer Ghost Doctor, you made quite a good plan. According to your words, Shadow Sect has only you and Chen Ju. If you die, I will have to obtain the information about life and death door from Shang Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou. But why would they tell me about the matters regarding the blessed land of Shadow Sect so easily? At that time, we will have to fight, and no matter who wins, both will be favorable to you. Ha, little beast king, you are very blunt and straightforward. People who only plot and scheme will always act under the radar, but your thinking is meticulous and your way of doing things is domineering. You are truly a formidable person who has yet to shake the world. You are right, that is my plan. It is an open scheme and you have already seen through it, so are you still going to make inquiries about the Shadow Sect's blessed land from them? Killer Ghost Doctor laughed heartily. Fang Yuan looked at this rank 5 GU master for a while before sighing, of course. Life and death door was an immemorial forbidden ground like the river of time. There were many unique GU inhabiting in that place. Spring-autumn cicada existed in the river of time. Life and death door naturally also had similar immortal GU. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to not be moved by such an enormous benefits. Thus, he clearly knew Cho Ju's scheme, but was still going to go head first into it. Chu laughed loudly with tears appearing in his eyes. Little beast king, although you are a talent of the younger generation, I really admire you. I really look forward to the future where you collide with that adulterous couple. It is a pity I won't be able to see it. Our Shadow Sect has different views on life and death. We encountered each other among the countless sea of people because of life, and yet my death will be because of you. This is a truly extraordinary fate. Maybe, you really are fated to find Shadow Sect's blessed land and the door of life and death. I might as well give this mysterious fate to you and hope you can grasp it. Cho Ju became tranquil and his gaze were deep as if he had seen through life and death. It is no matter if I die now, after all in this world. Who can live forever? One can gain a long life, but immortality is a hopeless prospect. Even those immortal venerable and demon venerable will only turn into ashes in the end. Little beast king, I will end my own life, you don't need to do it. Saying so, he committed suicide by biting off his tongue. Blood sprayed out as his life went away. The ghost doctor, the head of the 4 great doctors in the future, died like this. I did not expect to gain such important information by killing this ghost doctor. Shadow sects blessed land, life and death door. If I am able to rule them, they will definitely be a foundation to my hegemony. It seems I will have to change my plan again. Every single GU master who cultivated to rank 5 needed to go through the survival of the fittest in many competitions before they were able to distinguish themselves. None of them were a simple character. They all possessed their own individual opportunities, advantages, trump cards and secrets. Right now, all the rank 5 GU masters in the Blessed Land were annihilated by Fang Yuan. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Ku Mo, Wu Lanshan and Chou Ju had their own distinct individuality, deep foundation and powerful strength. If the current Fang Yuan was to fight them alone, any one of them could easily suppress him. He was absolutely not their match. So Dr. Su Shou's real name is Chen Ju while the killer ghost doctor named himself Chou Ju. It seems the hatred was born from love. No wonder in my previous life, during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he took the initiative to go there and threw himself into that whirlpool, challenging Shang Yanfei and confronting Dr. Su Shou. And after he was taken as a prisoner, he exposed the matter back then and was killed by Shang Yanfei. As for the kindness, grudge, affection and hatred entangling these 3, Fang Yuan did not want to judge. Sympathize with Chou Ju, but Dr. Su Shou's choice was also completely understandable. Favor the rich and disdain the poor, detest ugliness and love beauty, these were common in the world. Shang Yanfei was a famous handsome man in southern border. Comparing him to Chou Ju, one was day and another was night. The main reason Dr. Su Shou felt deeply attached to Chou Ju was because she was pure and Chou Ju was the first male she saw. And later when she met Shang Yanfei, her eyes were opened and had a comparison. Moreover, Chen Ju was someone who innately pursued beauty. When a patient came to visit her, she would first look at their appearance. If they were ugly, she would not treat them. If they were average, it would depend on her mood at that time and the patient's examination fees. If they were handsome and beautiful, she would treat them on the spot and not even charge fees. Someone reproached her for this and she argued righteously, "You ugly beings, the fact that you are alive is simply staining the beauty of life. You should all just die and that will solve all troubles. As for beautiful things, of course we need to cherish and protect them by all means." These words had caused an uproar in Shang Clan City at that time. In the end, Shang Yanfei personally appeared and suppressed this event. Dr. Su Shou's position in Shang Clan City was unique. Back when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing saw Dr. Su Shou together at Shang Clan City, the difference in her attitude was very clear. She was indifferent to Fang Yuan whereas she was very gentle and amiable to Bai Ningbing. But speaking of it, the 4 great doctors all have their own peculiarity. Leaving aside killer ghost doctor and Dr. Su Shou, traveling Dr. Ju Ji likes to disguise himself as an old beggar and wander around aimlessly. Divine Dr. Sheng Shou is a male who likes other males. Fang Yuan thought casually while taking out all the GU of killer ghost doctor. Chou Ju had many GU worms. Most of them were healing GU and besides that were movement GU. He did not have rank 5 healing GU, but instead had a rank 5 movement GU called Warp GU. Warp Gu's shape was abstract and looked like a fried twisted dough. Its dark golden body was twisted around 7 to 8 times, its head was twisted around its body, its eyes and wings were misaligned, as if its creator had created it at a whim. However, this appearance instead matched with its original owner's appearance. Fang Yuan slightly sized it up before storing it. Then he used Beast Strength Placenta GU to swallow Chou Ju's aperture. Looking at Chou Ju's corpse, he chuckled. Chou Ju, you are really cunning. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would have truly been deceived by you. Although Chou Ju was dead, he was hiding a chance of resurrection. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Chou Ju's throat had been cut and assassinated during the middle stage of the battle in Yitian Mountain. But not long later, he came back to life, causing both righteous and demonic path to be extremely startled. It turns out, he had used Remnant Life GU. Remnant Life GU was a rank 5 expendable GU, and as long as a GU master's body is intact after death, they can slowly recover after some time and resurrect. However, since Chou Ju was at the Blessed Land, the Remnant Life Gu's law fragment in his body was suppressed by the heavenly power and could not activate for the time being. But as long as the Blessed Land slowly crumbles, its suppression power would weaken and the remnant life Gu's power could activate again and resurrect him. Choju had repeatedly praised and flattered Fang Yuan and put on a show that he was carefreely facing death. It was all to give a good impression to Fang Yuan so that after his death, his corpse would not be ripped apart by Fang Yuan. In truth, Fang Yuan also did not have a habit of mutilating corpses. But today, I will make an exception for you. Fang Yuan ruthlessly attacked and soon turned Choju's corpse into minced meat. He hesitated for a while and was still not satisfied, so he burnt the pool of blood and flesh into ashes. With a wave of his palm, the ashes fluttered and drifted everywhere. Choju, if you can still resurrect from this, I will admit you have skills. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 386. He also died. This is the 48th round. Wu Shentong counted in his heart. He came from Wu clan, the number 1 super clan in southern border. They had deep foundations, and were the supreme overlord of the righteous path. And he was the heavily nurtured enslavement path GU master in Wu clan. His attainments in enslavement was nothing to be scoffed at. Wu Shentong's name might sound domineering, but in truth, he was thin as a stick, his skin was pale yellow, and he looked like a sickly scholar. In truth, he once had a broad shoulder and thin waist, and had a perfect body. But in one battle, he was afflicted with Long Qing Tian's Jade Sky GU poison. He went to Divine Dr. Sheng Shou for treatment. Divine Dr. Sheng Shou touched his chest, his eyes shining as he sighed, "You came too late. The GU poison has seeped into your bone marrow. I can preserve your life and cultivation, but because this poison is deeply rooted, it cannot be removed. From now you have to come here once in a while for treatment. I will help you detox at regular intervals." Precisely because of Jade Sky Gu's poison, Wu Shentong became thinner and thinner each day, eventually ending up like this. I wonder which GU master is my next opponent. Wu Shentong walked in the fog, his gaze solemn. Just earlier, in the 3 options, he chose the front path. In King Quan inheritance, towards the later stages, more options appeared. Most GU masters would choose to fight dog groups for safety, and in truth, they only chose other GU masters out of desperation. No matter how big the dog group is, they were still beasts. With a GU master's guidance, even if the dog group is weak, they possessed great threat. Wu Shentong, however, took the opposite route. Whenever he was given a chance to battle another GU master, he would not choose any other path. In terms of enslavement path mastery, I am top tier in southern border. In this Xianxia mountain, I am almost the best. Only 2 people can threaten me. One is Wu Gui because he is a rank 5 GU master that had once walked the enslavement path. But sadly, enslavement path used too much resources and he had to change paths midway. The other is Zhang San. He is a true enslavement GU master, but his cultivation is inferior to me. In the enslavement path, Wu Shentong had great advantage. In terms of seniority, Zhang San was his junior. In this King Quan inheritance, even if he had to fight Wu Gui head-on, he had no fear. With such great strength, he obviously had to target his enemies and eliminate as many competitors as possible. Eventually, he will be left alone to devour this King Quan inheritance. This was Wu Shentong's brilliance. If I had to count, my next opponent should be the 23rd. Hehe, it is your bad luck to have encouraged me. Wu Shentong snorted internally as he stopped his steps. Beside him, his group dog guarded him closely. He looked at the other end of the fog. From the fog, a group of green-purple dogs with rotting skin appeared. "Oh, corpse dogs." Wu Shentong laughed lightly. He knew that these dogs were extremely useful early on in the inheritance. That is because these dogs can consume corpses to recover their injuries. But towards the later parts, these corpse dogs would get weaker and weaker. That is because these dogs were not as fast as the lightning symbol dogs, had lower defense than the steel armor dogs, and were not as united as the chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Only those half-assed enslavement path GU masters would love these useless corpse dogs. Different paths are worlds apart. How would those who aren't enslavement path GU masters know the true meaning of enslavement path without decades of experience? Wu Shentong thought about those GU masters and laughed in disdain. But the next moment, he frowned lightly. From the fog before him, corpse dogs continued to appear. This number is slightly huge. It seems that to win, I will have to pay a small price. Wu Shentong thought. But soon, at the same time as the corpse dogs, different kinds of dogs started appearing in his vision. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. The number is slightly big, It seems this person has some attainments in the enslavement path. Wu Shentong nodded lightly. A combination of chrysanthemum Akita dogs and corpse dogs, although the number is slightly big, their formation is extremely brittle. I just have to use a few dog kings to charge forward later, and they would disperse easily. As long as I act forcefully, I would be able to defeat them and attain victory. The other party actually has hedgedogs. From the fog, Wu Shentong saw hedgedogs appearing. These dogs, their entire bodies were filled with spikes, attacking them would injure oneself. If the steel armor dogs with huge defense were called tough, then these hedgedogs were tough with spikes. To eliminate them, one has to be prepared to get their throats punctured. So many hedgedogs. It seems this person is lucky, being able to gather such a huge group. Why didn't I have such luck? Wu Shentong sighed, immediately changing his battle strategy. The opponent had hedgedogs. I will use the steel armor dogs as the vanguard, and flank with the lightning symbol dogs. Once they engage in battle, the steel armor dogs will charge in and encircle with the lightning symbol dogs, attaining victory easily. But after the hedgedogs appeared, large numbers of lightning symbol dogs appeared from the fog. Wu Shentong's expression turned grim. The appearance of the dog group meant his earlier strategy no longer worked. That is because the opponent possessed a dog with high speed like lightning symbol dog, they could reverse flank him. To think they also have the lightning symbol dogs, and so many. More and more lightning symbol dogs appeared in his vision, as Wu Shentong's expression turned ugly. He thought, the other party has so many dogs, this cannot be explained with luck. Evidently, the other part is also an experienced enslavement path GU master, already able to threaten him. Who is it? Is it Wu Gui or Zhang San? Regardless, this will be a tough fight. I can only improvise my battle tactic, and change accordingly. Thankfully, I have a token. Thinking so, Wu Shentong's heart settled. He took a look at his dog troop. There, a group of dogs laid on the ground, around 120. The dogs were large in size, twice the size of ordinary dogs. They had sharp claws and their backs were wide and thick, while their nose and mouth resembled a lion's. This was the heavy tie dog. Heavy tie dog had defense equivalent to the steel armor dogs. In terms of unity, they matched the chrysanthemum Akita dogs. In this King Quan inheritance, out of the 100 types of dogs, only a few can be part of the main troop. Heavy tie dog is one of them. Lightning symbol dog, chrysanthemum Akita dog, and steel armor dog, these dogs are too extreme, their weaknesses are too apparently, they cannot be relied on. Only a dog like heavy tie dog can be relied on. The larger the numbers, the stronger their battle strength. Wu Shentong looked at his heavy tie dogs, feeling satisfied. These were saved up by him after much difficulty. In usual battles, he did not use them, saving them until now. It seems this will be a hard battle. I have to use the heavy tie dogs. I believe that when I strike, the opponent should be very surprised. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Wu Shentong's lips curled into a smile. But the next moment, his smile froze on his face. From the other end of the fog, heavy tie dogs appeared too. The other party also have heavy tie dogs. Indeed, they are an expert in enslavement path. They naturally understand the excellence of the heavy tie dogs, thus they kept a few. More and more heavy tie dogs appeared from the fog, as Wu Shentong started squinting, his brows frowning into a wrinkle. So many, why do they have so many heavy tie dogs? He had always regarded the heavy tie dogs as his trump card, seeing his opponent have them placed much mental pressure on Wu Shentong. Suddenly, Wu Shentong's pupils shrunk as he stared at the fog. He saw a domineering dog king. Heavy tie dog king. They actually have a heavy tie dog king. Wu Shentong saw this and his heart sank. With the dog king, the dog group's battle strength will surge several times. More importantly, Wu Shentong does not have a heavy tie dog king to fight back. His trump card would be suppressed by his opponent's dog king and have less fighting strength than normal. In just a short moment, his trump card was no more. Tough battle. This will be an unprecedentedly tough battle. Who is it? Wu Gui or Zhang San? It has to be one of them. High chance it is Wu Gui. Wu Shentong had lost his confidence towards this battle. The opponent's troops are larger than mine. I am likely to lose this. Even if I win this, it will be a tough victory and I would face great losses, unable to continue anymore. Wu Shentong felt regret already. But very quickly, he felt more than just simply regret. His eye socket expanded more and more, as his mouth opened subconsciously. His eyeballs were bulging out of his sockets, like his head was hit on the back. His expression turned from suspicious to shock, from shock to fear. From the fog, not only did a large number of heavy-tie dogs appear, even green wa dogs, smoke song dogs, light hang dogs and star hang dogs appeared. Green wa dogs, a body covered in green scales, having an extraordinary disposition. Smoke song dogs, oozing smoke from its nose and mouth, extremely rebellious. Light hang dogs, a body of white fur, bright and gentle. Star hang dogs, long and slim, stood out from the crowd. How is this possible? Wu Shentong screamed. Green Hua, Smoke Song, Light Hang and Star Hang all have differing specialties, they are on the same level, known as the 5 Great Mountain One dogs collectively, able to form a grand formation. How did they get so many dogs? What was hardest for Wu Shentong to believe was that the other party not only had large numbers of 5 Great Mountain dogs, they also had their respective dog kings. Who in the world is he? How can he have so many dog kings? Unbelievable. Is this an illusion? In the fog, dogs were still coming out one after another, causing a great mental impact on Wu Shentong. Compared to him, the other party was like a giant fighting a baby. They could be compared at all. Wu Shentong had no battle intent left. He had no way of winning this battle. The other party just has to wave their hand and the dog groups would overwhelm him. Regardless of his manipulation skills, there was no difference. The difference in military force could not be made up for with technical skills. Who is it? Did a rank 5 enslavement path GU master come to Xianxia Mountain? Impossible. Even if it is a rank 5 enslavement path GU master, how can they have such a large army? I have to see who the other party is. Wu Shentong grabbed his token as he stared at the fog. From the fog, a persona appeared, finally revealing your true identity. Wu Shentong's sweat was dripping down his forehead as he gulped. At this moment, there was a light sound and Fang Yuan appeared behind him. Who? Wu Shentong felt something and before he turned back, Fang Yuan placed his palm on his head, squeezing. His head was popped like a balloon. He was dead too. From the fog, Bai Ningbing walked out casually. How many rounds left? She looked at Fang Yuan, yawning, like she had not gotten out of bed. Chapter 387, Rank 5 Slavery GU. Others had to rack their brains and make countless plans to advance through the rounds. People like Wu Shentong and Wu Gui also had to meticulously plan and choose their options. But with the help of the land spirit, Bai Ningbing just had to move forward. The pitiful Wu Shentong, a grand rank 4 peak stage GU master, could not even see Bai Ningbing's appearance at the end. As for Fang Yuan's appearance, Bai Ningbing was not in the least bit surprised because the land spirit had reminded her. In fact, this was the cooperation of the two. Fang Yuan needed Wu Shentong's aperture while Bai Ningbing needed Wu Shentong's enslavement path GU worms and these dog groups he had accumulated. With Wu Shentong's death, his large dog beasts group was naturally incorporated into Bai Ningbing's troops, increasing her enormous dog army by 10%. Looking at the vast dog group, Fang Yuan joyfully nodded, "Your dog beasts army has already become an initial formation. In this King Quan inheritance, with this group, you can already snowball to the final round without any problems. Remember, at the last few rounds, there are a large group of lion mastiffs. These lion mastiffs are all mutated beasts and have much more battle prowess than the 5 great mountain dogs. They were the trump cards of King Quan. Besides them, there are 2 dog emperors, ancient mutated beasts which are more powerful than common mutated beasts. Back in the day, they were the left and right arms of King Quan. Each of them can match a rank 5 GU master, you must subdue them." Bai Ningbing nodded and left, continuing to charge through the rounds. "You are indeed someone who came from the future, using spring-autumn cicada to come back to the past. You know about 3 kings' inheritance inside out." The land spirit transmitted its voice and praised, "I need to remind you, the immortal essence portions are almost depleted and are only enough for you to kill 2 more people. Who do you plan on killing next?" Fang Yuan nodded and said without hesitation, "Zhang San San. Beast Placenta GU already had 89% aptitude and shone like a gem. Compared to its previous rough muddy shape, the difference was like night and day. Killing 2 more rank 4 GU masters was enough to achieve 90% aptitude. Second aperture's aptitude could not be higher than the GU master's first aperture. Fang Yuan's first aperture was a grade of 90%. Thus, the second aperture GU's current limit was also a grade 90%. Even if he raised it to 99%, when it was used, Fang Yuan would only have 90%. The remaining 9% aptitude would be wasted. Of course, if Fang Yuan could raise his first aperture's aptitude in the future, the second aperture would also have the potential to rise. Zhang San was only a rank 4 upper stage GU master, a stage lower than GU masters like Yi Huo and Kong Ritian. But in Fang Yuan's view, he was the enemy who possessed the most threat. It was because he was an enslavement path GU master second only to Wu Shentong and Wu Gui. Fang Yuan had a plan. Bai Ningbing is not an enslavement path GU master in the end and is a complete newbie at commanding the dog groups. Later, she will definitely be confused when commanding so many dog beasts. It will be remarkable if she doesn't make any mistakes. Fortunately, I don't need her to command and control the dog beasts, and only need her to form a huge battle formation to protect the main hall and wait quietly. Like this, it would greatly fill up for her inadequacy in commanding ability. However, such battle formation would be extremely rigid, and in case she runs into a proficient enslavement path expert, the situation would turn into a mess. For instance, Wu Shentong and Wu Gui would only need to command a small group of dogs to make several attacks and probe out the actual situation. They could then send troops to lure the dog beasts repeatedly and cause disorder in the battle formation, creating a hole in the defense. Fang Yuan would need to concentrate all his attention at the crucial stage of refining GU. Land spirit would also become very weak and all the defense would lie in the dog group, so Fang Yuan naturally wanted to eliminate the enslavement path GU masters who possessed the most threat. After a while, Fang Yuan killed Zhang San very smoothly. Even Wu Gui, Wu Shentong and the others were killed by Fang Yuan. Zhang San naturally could not escape his claws. But his death gave Fang Yuan an unexpected surprise. From Zhang San's aperture, Fang Yuan actually obtained a rank 5 slavery GU. Slavery GU were available from rank 1 to rank 5. Once these GU were implanted on someone, it could control that GU master. Rank 5 enslavement GU could be used to control rank 5 GU master and was thus very precious and extremely rare. Back in the day on Qingmao Mountain, GUU clan's 4th generation clan leader had a great battle with Flower Wine Monk. After he lost the battle, he asked for forgiveness and said he was willing to be enslaved by slavery GU and be at Flower Wine Monk's disposal. In the end, Flower Wine Monk was deceived by these words, and during his moment of carelessness, he was counterattacked by the 4th generation clan leader, dying regretfully on Qingmao Mountain. Famous GU masters are not to be underestimated. This Zhang San is an enslavement path GU master. It is not strange for him to possess enslavement GU. The reason he had not used it was to wait for a good opportunity and get a rank 5 expert. After all, if a rank 5 slavery GU were to be used on a rank 4 GU master, it would be a huge loss. Fang Yuan slightly thought and guessed Zhang San's thoughts. He looked at the beast placenta GU, its aptitude had already neared 90%, he only needed to kill one more. Immortal essence portions were exhausted, so Fang Yuan could only kill one more anyway. With this enslavement GU, I can control one person. Sigh, if I had known this Zhang San had this GU, I would have first killed him and used the enslavement GU to subdue a rank 5 GU master. Fang Yuan felt some regret. If he had used this GU to subdue Tai Mu Bai, it would be greatly advantageous to his GU refinement. Even if he did not get Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Ku Mo, Wu Lanshan or Cho Ju were also extremely good choices. However now, they were all dead. Fang Yuan at best could only subdue rank 4 GU master, but using rank 5 enslavement GU on rank 4 GU masters was equivalent to using an ox cleaver to kill chicken, a complete waste of its value. However, despite the rank 5 enslavement GU being extremely precious and it would be a waste of its value, Fang Yuan was still going to use it. He would be facing enormous risks while refining second aperture GU, and would no doubt be much safer with a second rank 4 GU master beside him. But there were so many rank 4 GU masters in the Blessed Land, who should he subdue? Yi Huo, Kong Ritian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong along with Li Feila, Dao Zi, Feng Tianyu, Yan Jun, Li Xian, Hu Mei Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Ruo Nan and others. Some were powerful, some were cunning, some were sinister, some were brave, some specialized in long-ranged attacks, some had outstanding movement ability, some were superior in healing, some had huge wealth, some had large connections. Every choice had its consequences. Fang Yuan's thoughts rumbled like lightning, and after thinking for a good while, he decided upon a choice. It shall be him. Land spirit, transport me. Fang Yuan decided and said with no hesitation. After about 3 minutes, Feng Tianyu was kneeling in front of Fang Yuan and wholeheartedly said, "This subordinate Feng Tianyu greets master. Feng Tianyu, you could refine rank 5 GU when you were at rank 3. Although the rank 5 GU died after half a day, you achieved instant reputation from this. Now, things have changed, your clan is dwindling and facing extinction, you are no longer the young clan leader that had infinite prospects once." Fang Yuan looked at the kneeling Feng Tianyu and said indifferently. Feng Tianyu raised his head, "Having Lord as my master, it is this subordinate's honor and fortune. It is good that you understand this point. Next, continue to charge through the rounds according to my instructions. King Xin inheritance has an undefeated 100 battles GU, bring it to me." Fang Yuan instructed. "Yes, this subordinate will exhaust all his strength to do this task for master." Feng Tianyu promptly replied. Under the control of the enslavement GU, he had become a loyal and devoted slave of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt reassured at Feng Tianyu. He was not only a famous and talented Grand Master of the refinement path in southern border, he was the biggest beneficiary of King Xin's inheritance in his previous life. In Fang Yuan's memories, it was him who obtained undefeated 100 battles GU. Now after rebirth, Fang Yuan was not only going to obtain undefeated 100 battles GU, but also take the original owner as his subordinate. Feng Tianyu will be guided by the land spirit, it won't be a problem for him to charge through King Xin's inheritance. Like this, I have already acquired 2 of 3 kings' inheritance. However, this was also not Fang Yuan's main reason. The reason why he chose Feng Tianyu was because of his innate talent at refinement path. After all, it was the first time Fang Yuan was refining the second aperture GU. With such a grand master of refinement path beside him, it would definitely be a huge help in refining the GU. After taking in Feng Tianyu, Fang Yuan began to consider his last target to kill. Kill who? Fang Yuan's first thought was not the strongest Yi Huo and was also not the influential Hu Mei'er and Dao Zi, but rather Tai Ruo Nan. Like Tai Mu Bai, Fang Yuan also thought highly of Tai Ruo Nan's future prospects. Such a genius that had already been sharpened through trials, if she was allowed to grow, she was bound to be a huge threat. She was more terrifying than even Yi Huo and others. However, the problem now was, the threat Tai Ruo Nan brought to Fang Yuan was far lower than GU masters like Yi Huo, Kong Ri Tian and others. For the second aperture GU refinement, if Fang Yuan killed Yi Huo, it would absolutely be more helpful than killing Tai Ruo Nan. To kill Yi Huo just to be safe, or root out Tai Ruo Nan in consideration of the future. Fang Yuan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the land spirit. Not good, something happened. What? Fang Yuan was surprised, the land spirit's tone hid a trace of panic. A rank 4 GU master has discovered a weak area of the blessed land. That area had been seriously damaged due to earth calamity, the heavenly power at that area is the weakest and the GU masters can use 1 GU there. Now, he is using a rank 5 GU to spread poison all over the place. He will open a passage to the outside world in around 8 minutes at this rate, and create a hole in the blessed land. Fang Yuan immediately sensed the seriousness of the matter. In his previous life, he was a rank 6 GU immortal and had once possessed a blessed land, naturally knowing the importance of this. If there was a hole in the blessed land and it connects with the outside world, the immortal essence expenditure would double. If it was not stopped and repaired in time, the hole would grow bigger and bigger, finally attracting winds of assimilation. Once the winds of assimilation blew, the blessed land would be destroyed. I have already separated and cut off most of the areas with holes in the blessed land. But there are 3 places that are in crucial areas and can't be cut off. To think this person's luck is so good to actually bump into one of the areas and even be aware of the hole. For the actual situation, take a look. The land spirit heaved a sigh. A scene appeared in front of Fang Yuan. In the scene, there was a GU master wearing dark blue robe, he was thin and his gaze was gloomy. It was none other than Long Qing Tian. Right now, he was activating his soul rank 5 poison GU, Jade Sky. Everywhere around him, the land and the sky were all suffused with a layer of pale green light. He who once dyed the sky jade green. Jade Sky GU was Long Qing Tian's core trump card, a GU from the immemorial times and was fundamental extinct now. Long Qingtian had used this GU to roam southern border and gain terrifying reputation for poisoning countless people. Now, he was poisoning this part of the Blessed Land. Chapter 388, Jade Sky Qingtian, who Immortal Jin Huang. To think my luck is so good, I accidentally found this weakened zone. Long Qingtian's gaze shone as he showed an excited expression. After all, although the three kings' inheritance had 100 rounds, each one had multiple choices, like the branches of a gigantic tree. Him arriving at this place was rarer than 1 out of 10,000, his luck was maxed out. The heavenly power restricting this place is very weak, I can actually use 1 GU. Haha, I will use the Jade Sky GU and poison this blessed land, that way, I will be able to communicate with the main world and form a connection. Once the path is made, I will be able to use GU worms here at will, I will not have to obey the three kings' rules. After that, I will use this place as my base and expand my influence, and get all the rewards. Who is it? Long Qingtian sensed something and turned around, seeing one person far away. Little Beast King Fang Zheng. Long Qingtian squinted, feeling weird that Fang Yuan was here. Fang Yuan did not reply, he waved his hand and a bone spike flew out. Long Qingtian snorted, activating his defensive GU. All around him was the jade-green Jade Sky Goose poison, already invading a huge area. Fang Yuan did not have detoxification methods and did not dare to touch the GU poison, thus he could only engage in long-range battle. At this time, Fang Yuan only had the mutated beast phantoms left, but he did not have the rank 4 all-out effort GU, thus he could not summon them as he wished. But he had killed so many GU master experts, and obtained many different GU worms that could be used for long-range attacks. In a few rounds of battle, Long Qingtian was defeated by Fang Yuan. Long Qingtian could only use 1 GU at any given time. Fang Yuan could use any number of GU with the help of the land spirit. The difference between the two was huge. Although he won, Fang Yuan's expression was ugly. Long Qingtian's corpse was a pale jade-green color, already poisoned by the Jade Sky GU poison. This demonic expert, before his death, smiled at Fang Yuan darkly, before activating the Jade Sky GU and killed himself with poison. Fang Yuan did not kill Long Qingtian, he knew he had no hopes of surviving and suicided. As expected of a demonic head, Fang Yuan breathed out deeply. Jade Sky GU contained a special poison from the immemorial era, it is already extinct. In the current southern border, only the 4 great doctors can cleanse it. If Fang Yuan wanted to devour his aperture, he would have to make contact with the poison. If he got poisoned, in less than 2 hours, his whole body will fade into a green light. Very few GU masters could survive after getting hit with the Jade Sky GU poison. Wu Shentong from Wu clan was extremely lucky. Even if Fang Yuan risked getting poisoned, he might not get any GU. With the weak heavenly power here, Long Qingtian could easily self-detonate his GU worms one by one. The benefits were not proportional to the risks, Fang Yuan would not do it. But because of this, my last portion of Immortal Essence has been expended on Long Qingtian. The Beast Strength Placenta Gu's aptitude can only reach 89%. Fang Yuan felt great pity, after working so hard, he did not reach his desired 90%. I am after all too weak. The execution of these kind of plans can only be left to chances. This unexpected situation that Long Qingtian caused caught him off guard. Fang Yuan was human, not God, he did not expect this to occur. Although he had his previous life's memories, and could clearly recall the details, for such minor details, if nobody mentioned it, who would know? Moreover, after his rebirth, he changed many events. Whether this incident by Long Qingtian happened in his previous life was unknown. Never mind about the beast strength placenta GU, what's worse is that the land had already been infected by the Jade Sky GU poison, the poison will eventually break out. By then, this land will rot, and turn into green-blue light, creating a huge hole. Fang Yuan looked at this area, as the green color darkened and spread further out. Such a loophole would accelerate the blessed land's destruction. That also means that the land spirit will get even weaker. If it was a younger blessed land, as long as immortal essence is sufficient, even if the poison cannot be cured, it will be able to cut away this rotten area and fix the hole. But this blessed land is already too old, and lack in immortal essence. Forming a hole here now is like the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Sigh, I have little time left to refine GU, I must hurry. At this point, Fang Yuan's merciless slaughter had reached its end. He returned to the hall, and fought against time, refining his GU. As days passed, spring-autumn cicadas pressure intensified. Fang Yuan only slept an hour a day, forcing himself to the limits. As he worked hard like his life was on the line, other than a few unavoidable failures, his process was rapid. Even the land spirit was full of praises. While Fang Yuan moved closer towards success, his younger brother was extremely high-spirited. Central Continent, TNT Mountain. At the middle of Immortal blessed land, on Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Zheng climbed with great effort, surpassing people after people. During this period, he became the center of attention, attracting many people's gazes. It's him, that Fang Zheng from Immortal Crane sect. He surpassed another person again. Someone was jealous and envious. Fang Zheng, looking at Fang Zheng's ascending silhouette, Fairy Bai Sha had a complicated gaze. Something weird is going on with this lad. At this rate, he might be the first to reach the peak. Wei Wuxiang, who has some rivalry with Fang Zheng, had to admit that Fang Zheng had a high chance of success. Fang Zheng used both his hands and legs, climbing laboriously. He breathed raggedly. With Lord Sky Crane's help, he surpassed the 10 sect elites one by one. Eventually, there were only 3 people above him: Xiao Qi Xing, Ying Shengji, Feng Jin Huang. This lad is finally at the front. I did not use one's own Wei Jiu in vain. He Feng Yang was watching closely. After seeing this, he sighed in relief. Without any accidents, the victor will be one of these 4. A GU Immortal said mentally. Immortal Crane sect speed is fast, but it is still uncertain who wins until the last second. Indeed, Immortal Crane sect is only 4th now, and had a huge difference with the first 3. Now, it depends on whether he can surpass them in the limited time ahead. The GU Immortals conversed. The entire inheritance competition had reached its final stage. In the Grand Hall, a lump of multicolored light about the size of a water tank floated in the air as it spun. Fang Yuan controlled it as his eyes were bloodshot, muttering, "Retrieve 90 grams of willow orpiment." At once, a relief sculpture moved away from the flooring, and turned into solid mass. It was the willow orpiment. This was a material was from ancient times, rarely seen in today's world. It was retrieved by land spirit, carving out 90 grams and placing it into the rainbow-colored light. Fang Yuan concentrated, not having any carelessness. As the light turned yellow, he spoke, "Retrieve 30 snowball GU." 30 snowball GU flew into the yellow light. The light lump that was water tank size was still yellow, but its volume was shrinking. Eventually, it turned into a tiny inconspicuous soil yellow rock. Fang Yuan carefully held this rock, breathing in deeply. To refine this GU, he spent 2 days and 1 night. It had finally ended. He was extremely tired, lying down and falling asleep immediately, wanting to sleep for an entire week straight. But after an hour, he was woken up by the land spirit. This rock could not exist for long. After another 15 minutes, it would evaporate. By then, Fang Yuan's hard work would have gone down the drain, and he would need to start over. Refining GU is difficult. It has to be a strength path GU master that has mastery over the refinement path. Even I, who has my memories and foundation, found it hard, and almost failed many times before. It was truly nerve-wracking. No wonder no one managed to refine the second aperture GU in my previous life. Fang Yuan sighed as he patted his cheeks, waking himself up. After resting for an hour, he felt much better, but his head was still heavy. He had used up too much mental energy, and he was mentally drained. The second aperture GU was a rank 6 GU. Refining an immortal GU was not an easy task. Fang Yuan did not need to look at the mirror to know that he definitely looked pale with deep eye bags, having messy hair and an extremely exhausted expression. Land spirit, how much immortal essence left? He asked. 5 portions left. Land spirit answered. Weakness could be felt from its voice. 18 days had passed since Long Qing Tian was killed. The rate of weakening of the blessed land shocked Fang Yuan secretly. To sustain the 3 kings' inheritance, immortal essence was expended greatly. Such a phenomenon had caused the outside world to go wild. At this period, more and more GU master came to explore to blessed land. Some were established experts. Only 5 portions of immortal essence are left, but the GU refinement is only 2/3 done. Land spirit, what day and month is it? Fang Yuan asked with a grim expression. According to your calendar, today is the 19th of October. 19th of October, according to my calculations, the second aperture Gu's refinement will reach the last step in 5 days. October 24th, In history, isn't this the day where Feng Jinhuang attains victory and inherits the Hu Immortal blessed land? Fang Yuan thought of Feng Jinhuang. This girl had exemplary talent and a strong background. After inheriting Hu Immortal blessed land, she shot up rapidly. In future, she cultivated to Gu Immortal realm using this, and spread her influence throughout the world, shining with a brilliant light. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he escaped southern border and arrived at central continent, becoming a Gu Immortal, and after creating the Bloodwing demonic sect, this woman was his mortal enemy. They had at least a few hundred battles, and eventually, Fang Yuan allied with numerous demonic path Gu Immortals and attacked Hu Immortal blessed land together, paying a painful price to kill her. My influence now should not have reached central continent yet. Feng Jinhuang obtained Hu Immortal blessed land, the benefit was as great as the heaven. Even second aperture Gu cannot compare to it. Fang Yuan sighed, his previous life's enemy was about to soar to heaven, yet he was too far away and could not stop it. Fang Yuan did not know that his brother was still alive, and was engaging in a fierce competition with Feng Jinhuang and the others. The influence of his rebirth had already affected Central Continent's 10 sects. Chapter 389, Only One Step Left. October 20th. In the main hall, faint red rays of light began to vanish and shone upon the surroundings. The relief sculptures on the bronze tiles had already disappeared by more than half. Fang Yuan's face was pale and he looked haggard, his eyes were red as his gaze was fixed at every change in the light lump. Everything was silent. October 21st Street. The land spirit brought a bad news. A rank 5 expert had entered the blessed land. Fang Yuan looked at the image and immediately recognized this person, so it was Xiao Mang of Xiao clan. He is an expert of the light path and possesses rank 5 extreme light Gu. In my previous life, he appeared on Sancha Mountain, he came after all. The land spirit gasped. Extreme light Gu. Then it means this Xiao Mang can summon the light of glory of the immemorial era. This enemy is a huge threat to us. The land spirit was extremely worried. Immemorial times had 9 heavens: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven and black heaven. The sunlight of the immemorial era was extraordinary. It was the light of glory and could pierce through the 9 heavens and spread its warmth and grace to all living beings. At present, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue and purple heavens were no more, only white heaven and black heaven remained. The sunlight no longer contained the glory of the immemorial era, and had weakened to the extreme, being able to pierce through only the white heaven. Rank 5 extreme light Gu, once activate, could burst out with the intense light of glory of immemorial era. This light did not have even a little bit of attack power, but it could pass through everything and shine upon on every corner of the world. That is to say, even this blessed land could not cut off immemorial light. Fang Yuan scoffed. Bog Wei, you can be relieved. He obtained the extreme light Gu from robbing a tomb and is an incomplete Gu. He can only use it 3 times every month. If he crosses this limit, the Gu will self-destruct. The land spirit let out a breath of relief. That's good. These days, I have been getting weaker. At the final juncture, you will have to rely on yourself. Hehe. I have always liked relying on myself. Fang Yuan laughed and continued to refine Gu without saying any more. October 22nd. Puff. Damn it, another failure. Fang Yuan spat out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes turned black and almost lost his consciousness. He gritted his teeth and held the ground. He felt the world was spinning, he seemed to see stars and there were continuous buzzing sounds in his ears. Especially, his chest felt stifled and he felt like vomiting. After a long while, this nauseous feeling eased slightly. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and slowly sat down. Failure in Gu refinement will cause a backlash. I have already failed 3 times in this step. It is not that my skills are bad, I already did it perfectly, but this step seems to rely on luck and has a probability of 1 in a 10 chance of success. Sigh. There is no time. Fang Yuan was looking pale. He resisted the pain of the backlash with great difficulty and began his 4th attempt. At this moment, the immortal essence in the bronze cauldron was less than 4 portions. October 23rd Road. Fang Yuan stopped his actions and looked at the Gu worm in his hand with bright light shining in his eyes. This Gu was like a beetle with a big and graceful belly, a pointed head and tail. It did not have any legs or antennas. Its shape was vague, seemingly like a vague carving on crude earthenware, with no vitality like a gray stone. The earth spirit was joyous. Young man, I really didn't misjudge you. You have succeeded in refining this false GU, now you only need to advance a step and turn false into real and refine the true second aperture GU. That's right, only one step remains. Fang Yuan's tone was complicated, relaxed and yet heavy. Refining this second aperture GU was like climbing a mountain. There were thousands of steps and who knew how many times he had failed, and he had gotten almost no rest, but finally he reached this stage. His previous effort and investment were not in vain, thus he was relaxed. However, this final step was the most crucial moment, a step of qualitative change and required the use of Immortal GU Divine Travel GU. Although Fang Yuan had succeeded in refining Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had never used Immortal GU to refine Immortal GU. This final step was the step which he did not have any certainty of, so his mood was heavy. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. With unlimited divine opportunity, swim and roam in the wilds, adding in third watch, and another third watch, obtaining 9. 9 is extreme, the refinement is complete. This final step required the use of Lifespan GU, Divine Travel GU and also 2 third watch GU. Fang Yuan pondered. He understood the earlier steps and could even modify them. But as for this step, he only slightly understood its real intent. Land Spirit, what changes have occurred in the Blessed Land? Fang Yuan suddenly asked. 2 batch of troops have arrived with dozens of rank 3 GU masters, each being led by a rank 4 GU master. Their momentum is great. The Land Spirit showed the scenes to Fang Yuan. So it is Che clan and Zuo clan, Tisk, the 2 clan leaders are leading and it seems most of the elders have come. Fang Yuan recognized them with a glance. The whole Xianxia mountain was located in between Zuo clan's Langchan mountain and Che clan's Fei Lai mountain. These 2 clans were continuously expanding and in the recent years, had been competing at the front line of Xianxia mountain with the intent to occupy it. However, the sudden appearance of the 3 kings' inheritance thoroughly ruined these 2 clans' plan. There were 100,000 famous mountains in the whole southern border along with countless unnamed mountains and hills which were covered with wild and ferocious beasts. Their surroundings were dangerous and extremely hard to pass. Other forces could only send their elites. But these 2 clans were nearby and had restrained themselves at the beginning, but now when they felt the strange change in the inheritance, they finally sent most of their troops. To Fang Yuan, this was bad news. At the final juncture, everyone was sure to attack the center of the Blessed Land, this main hall. These Che clan and Zuo clan's troops were all Fang Yuan's enemies. Besides them, when the time comes, there will be Li Xian, Hu Mei Yi Huo, Kong Ritian and other experts. At the final juncture, I will have to concentrate fully on refining GU and leave the defense to Land Spirit, by Ning Bing and Feng Tianyu. This is however only the external danger. At the final step, I will need to use 2 third watch GU in a row, causing the time to flow 9 times faster on me. This is a great tonic to Spring-Autumn Cicada and at that time, its pressure will increase drastically and endanger my aperture. This is the internal danger. With both internal and external danger, danger lurks everywhere. But I can only grit my teeth and persevere. I have already reached this stage, only 1 step remains before I am able to step on the summit. I will bet on this. If I really succeed, I will have a second aperture and as I cultivate to rank 6 in future, I will not fall too far behind Feng Jin Huang. In Fang Yuan's plan after rebirth, Qingmao Mountain and Shang Clan were only a platform while the second aperture GU was the stepping stone. But it was because of these small accumulations that he could sprint further. Next, there will be many opportunities which he would have no qualifications to participate without a certain cultivation and strength. All living beings have to go through survival of the fittest. I can't compromise on these opportunities and have to make every second count. Only then will I not let down my future knowledge. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh before beginning to rest, preparing for the final day. October 24th. Fang Yuan woke up from his deep sleep and slowly opened his eyes. It has been so many days since I had such a comfortable sleep. Next is the great battle. He stood up and slowly paced around the main hall. Under the Land Spirit's guidance, there were already 2 people standing outside the main hall. Master. Feng Tianyu immediately kneeled in front of Fang Yuan and offered a GU worm. This GU was nothing special in its appearance, looking like a round piece of limestone. It was none other than undefeated 100 battles GU. Subordinate was able to accomplish the mission, and after going through the 100th round and receiving King Xin inheritance, I was able to take in these hairy men. At his side stood several hundred hairy men, their bodies were filled with dense hair and were standing there quietly. Good. Fang Yuan nodded and indifferently praised, he was not surprised. These hairy men had the innate nature to follow the people who were better at refining GU than them. It was not surprising for Feng Tianyu to charge through the 100th barrier and have these followers. Fang Yuan then walked towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at the great bronze main hall, her gaze flashing with a trace of understanding. It seems this is the Blessed Land's center area. Saying so, she looked at Fang Yuan. HMPH, you best remember your promise. Fang Yuan smiled. You can be at ease. He looked behind Bai Ningbing, seeing the near 100,000 dog beasts that did not seem to have an end. Some were occupying an area, some were having fun with each other, and some were running around, making a din. Fang Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. This was the weakness of Bai Ningbing's commanding ability. If it was Zhang Sansan, Wu Gui or Wu Shentong, any one of them could arrange these dogs in a tight formation and have them stand there without moving, like an army. However, this was after all something entirely beyond Bai Ningbing. She had never received any enslavement path training before, and it was already not easy for her to be able to reach this stage. In fact, Bai Ningbing was feeling dizzy now. Her every movement was slightly lagging and her soul felt heavy. She felt her body was like a marionette. Controlling so many dog beasts at once was truly demanding a lot out of her. Listen to my arrangements now, be in a defensive formation. No matter how the enemies provoke you, do not take the initiative to attack. Remember it at all costs, remember. Fang Yuan warned. Okay, since it is your arrangement, whether this succeeds or fails has no relation to me. Bai Ningbing coldly replied. Hehe, no matter success or failure, I will give you the Yongji. Fang Yuan assured with a smile. HMPH, you better do what you said. 2 light pillars have disappeared, this means King Xin and King Quan inheritance have been taken. Early morning, at the peak of Xianxia Mountain, there was a commotion among the GU masters. This time's inheritation opening is extremely strange, it has been maintaining itself till today, causing the Blessed Land to deteriorate extremely fast. Someone was doubtful, but compared to this, more people were paying attention towards the inheritance. Who are the 2 lucky guys who inherited the inheritance? I think King Xin inheritance should be inherited by Lord Tai Mu Bai. He has not come out since he entered. King Quan inheritance might have been inherited by Wu Gui. No, it should be our clan's Lord Wu Shentong. HMPH, the way I see it, our demonic path's enslavement master Zhang Sansan also has a chance of winning. The crowd argued for a while before someone finally discovered something strange. Strange, none of the several rank 5 GU masters that entered the inheritance has come out. What is going on? King Xin and King Quan inheritance were inherited, but why have the other guys not come out? They are being detained in the Blessed Land. This blessed land is already nearing its extinction. Not long later the passage will open wide and let all of us enter and exit at will. A resonant voice spread. Lord Xiao Meng. Immediately, the Righteous Path GU masters recognized the identity of the speaker. This Xiao Meng has not entered the inheritance after he arrived on Sancha Mountain. What the heck is he planning? Demonic GU masters felt apprehensive inwardly. Xiao Meng's arrival had suppressed their flames. Xiao Meng proudly smiled after succeeding in attracting everyone's gaze. Now I will use extreme light GU to open the passage for us. When he finished speaking, he opened his eyes wide and furiously activated his primeval essence while lifting his fists high. Extreme light GU, Heaven's Will GU, Empty Fist GU, Killer Move, Immemorial Light Fist. 3 GU activated at once, causing the whole sky to dim. Everyone looked with shock as light rays formed into an enormous fist the size of a mountain. It appeared abruptly and disappeared just as suddenly, striking at some unknown place. Extreme light GU might have no attacking power, but when combined with the other 2 GU, it could form an incomparably intense attack. A formless membrane was pierced through, the Blessed Land shook and an enormous hole formed into a passage that connected to the outside world. Chapter 390, Mo Wu Tian. On Sancha Mountain Peak, only 1 light pillar remained. But a gray plane appeared in front of everyone like a foggy image. It looked like it was separated by a veil, giving off a dream-like atmosphere. How could a plane appear on the mountain peak? This was caused by Xiao Meng. He penetrated the Blessed Land and created a loophole. For a moment, everyone was silent, some were dazed, some shocked, and some looked at each other, no one moved. Xiao Meng snorted inwardly before slightly signaling with his eyes at somewhere in the crowd. A GU master immediately ran out of the crowd. Lord Xiao Meng's might is unrivaled, even forcibly piercing through the blessed land. Like this, we are no longer confined by the restrictions of 3 kings' inheritance and all of us can enter. After he finished shouting this, he walked out of the crowd and with several jumps, entered the hole inside the blessed land. He then activated his GU worms in front of everyone. 1, 2, and 3, the heavenly power's suppression around the hole had weakened, allowing him to activate 3 GU worms. This scene immediately caused the crowd to be restless. Countless people seemed to be startled awake and their breathing turned rough. Being able to use GU meant they had the ability to defend themselves. That is to say, the risk in the blessed land greatly decreased. However, the performance was still not over. This GU master suddenly ran back and with several jumps, got out of the blessed land and returned to Xianxia Mountain. Ha ha ha, he laughed loudly and cupped his fists to Xiao Meng. Thank you Lord for your favor. Xiao Meng chuckled. There is no need for thanks, no need. I only felt that everyone should have the rights to compete for the treasures of heaven and earth. It is too much that only a few people hog them. However, how much you can seize will have to depend on yourselves. We are very grateful to Lord Xiao Meng. Lord Xiao Meng is a great person, and his elder brother is the hero Xiao Shan. Truly, they are a pair of dragon and tiger brothers. Looking at all the great rank 5 GU masters at Xianxia Mountain, only Lord Xiao Meng cared about us weaker characters. He is a role model of the righteous path, he is so kind. The cheers and flattery of everyone entered Xiao Meng's ears like a tide. The crowd of people charged into the blessed land. A bunch of idiots. Xiao Meng was beaming with a warm and gentle smile, but was disdainfully scoffing inwardly. I came really late compared to Time Yu Bai, Wu Gui and the others. King Quan and King Xin inheritances have been taken, now only King Bao remains. Damn them, I had already pleaded with father and the elders, but they were only concerned about Xiao Shan's illness. HMPH, it would be best if he dies, then I will become young clan leader. HMPH, only after coaxing and pestering was I permitted to come to Xianxia Mountain, but it is too late already. How can I compare to those guys who came before me? Only by creating a hole in the blessed land, and causing chaos can I get benefits from within. As for this blessed land, the more people that goes in, the more burden it will have to bear. He, the heavenly power will get weaker and weaker. So what if you guys obtain the inheritance? I can completely use my GU worms to seize them. King Bao, King Quan and King Qin inheritance, they are all mine. If I can't obtain them, then you guys can also stop thinking of them. Alright, this is more or less it. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction as he looked at his surroundings. This bronze main hall was situated on a hill. The hill was not steep and rather had gentle slopes around it. Such a terrain was not easy to defend, but the numbers of the dog beasts slightly made up for it. For over 2 hours, Fang Yuan had been arranging the formation for Bai Ningbing and explaining to her how to deal with any situations that could occur. Boom! Right at this time, the whole world shook and some dust fell off from the ceiling of the bronze hall. Not good, that Xiao Meng used extreme light GU to pierce through the blessed land and formed a passage. Large numbers of GU masters are rushing in, killing and competing. The whole situation has completely fallen into chaos. The land spirit's voice resounded. Fang Yuan chuckled without any panic. In his previous life's memories, it had been the same. Xiao Meng's arrival signified the development of this scene. Chaos is good. Xiao Meng wants to profit from this chaos while I need this chaotic situation to help me drag for time. Fang Yuan's dark eyes flashed with eerie light. A rank 5 GU master actually mixed in among this crowd. This young man is really amazing to be able to deceive my senses. I only found something wrong when he made his move. The land spirit suddenly said. Fang Yuan furrowed his brows. This development was beyond his expectation. Who is it? The image in front of him stopped and showed a young man with long black hair that reached up to his waist. He had a pair of deep and dark purple eyes with thick eyebrows which ends were raised up, giving him a crazed disposition like burning flames. He gave off an awe-inspiring demonic aura, disregarding the world, an unbridled tyrannical aura that seemed to want to destroy the world like the descent of an evil dragon. Mo Wu Tian. Fang Yuan gaze concentrated and recognized the man. This person was a genius of the demonic path who had inherited an ancient inheritance and was a soul path GU master. Whether it was his reputation or power, Fang Yuan was not his match. In his memories, in the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, Mo Wutian had beheaded several rank 5 righteous path Gu masters. His reputation was fearsome and his demonic flames soared to the skies. At the end, when the demonic path was completely defeated, Mo Wutian broke through the besiegement and stormed out with no one being able to obstruct him. In my previous life, Mo Wutian did not come to Xianxia Mountain. It seems the influence of my rebirth has already affected a person of such strength. Just as Fang Yuan was contemplating, inside the image, Mo Wutian seemed to have discovered being watched. He slightly turned around and unexpectedly looked right in Fang Yuan's direction. So it was this way, he muttered in a soft voice, and the corner of his lips formed a sinister smile. This is bad, he seems to have sensed us and is charging towards here. The land spirit immediately gave a warning. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted into a slit. Mo Wutian was actually targeting him with an intense hostility. What are his intentions, and what did he discover? The chaos will only last for some time, and when time you by and the others don't show up, it will start creating doubt. We don't have much time, we need to immediately start with the Gu refinement. Land spirit, raise the fog. Feng Tian Yu, follow me into the main hall and help me in Gu refinement. They were pressed for time. Fang Yuan shouted his commands and brought Feng Tian Yu into the bronze hall. As for the hairy men that followed Feng Tian Yu, they were left outside to surround and protect the main hall, forming into the final line of defense. Looking at Fang Yuan and Feng Tian Yu's departing figures, Bai Ning Bing's eyes flashed with a cold light. The fog began to rise and spread, covering the main hall quickly before covering all the dog beasts on the hill. The bronze hall was spacious and majestic. Its walls echoed back Fang Yuan and Feng Tian Yu's footsteps, making the silence and the emptiness of this place even more conspicuous. At present, the bronze tiles on the main hall were already a scene of emptiness. Most of the materials and Gu worms were already consumed in refining Gu, with only a few relief sculptures remaining now. Fang Yuan walked to the bronze cauldron with Feng Tian Yu and sat cross-legged. This is the final step, the true crucial moment. He took a deep breath, his eyes as clear as water. Feng Tian Yu's breathing, however, was rough, showing his excitement. To a refinement path Gu master, refining an immortal Gu was something they looked forward to the most their whole life. Let's start. Fang Yuan took out the false second aperture Gu and directly threw it into the bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron burned without fire. The thin layer of immortal essence on its bottom started to rapidly decrease and combust. It combusted and formed into a blue smoke that gracefully rose and covered the false second aperture Gu. The false Gu floated above the bronze cauldron and was turned into dazzling yellow light by this blue smoke. Fang Yuan and Feng Tian Yu concentrated all their attention into blending the blue smoke and the yellow light. After an unknown period of time, the blue smoke turned into beads of grass that floated in the air and started growing. The yellow light turned into flowers that fluttered and fell into the grass. It is time. Fang Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, bleeding out his own essence blood. This step was extremely important. Only with this step could the refined second aperture Gu become Fang Yuan's. Otherwise, it would be an ownerless object that would fly away once it was refined. Large amounts of essence blood infused into smoke. The blue smoke and yellow light immediately let out sizzling sounds and turned into a red cloud like a wave of blood sea. The blood surged and turned into a sphere that floated in the air without spreading. The cloud was continuously evolving. Blood sea gradually calmed down and formed a field. A large expensive red patty that was scarlet like blood grew from the field. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air at this and promptly used a Gu to heal his wounds. Even so, he had lost a huge amounts of blood and his face had turned wan. Wild grass grow wildly, the chi of blood like the sea. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. With unlimited divine opportunity, swim and roam in the wilds, adding in third watch, and another third watch, obtaining 9. 9 is extreme, the refinement is complete. He already knew the recipe inside out, but still recalled it once more now. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn, next, it is lifespan Gu. Ba Gui, Fang Yuan shouted. The land spirit was already on standby and immediately took out 2 lifespan Gu at Fang Yuan's call. These lifespan Gu were one large and one small like ginseng or tree roots and gave a crude sense of touch. The small was 300 years lifespan Gu, it was like a blue snake that had formed into a round loop. It could increase a Gu master's lifespan by 300 years with no side effects. The large one was like a young dragon that wanted to fly to the sky. Bearing its claws, it could raise the lifespan by 500 years and similarly with no side effects. The worth of these 2 GU was self-evident. Feng Tianyu's eyes blossomed with light and his whole body shook at the sight of these 2 GU. Fang Yuan first threw in the 300 years lifespan GU into the cloud. The cloud swallowed the lifespan GU and immediately started raging like boiling water. Right now, the cloud seemed to have become a blue-scaled long snake that attempted to slip out of Fang Yuan's control. Fang Yuan was caught unprepared and almost lost his grasp on this blue snake. When he managed to react, most parts of the blue snake had already slipped out with only its tail remaining in his hands. Fang Yuan tightly gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide, they were completely red. He poured in all his attention and all his strength to tightly grasp the cloud and not let it escape. Once the cloud escaped, all his previous effort would turn into an illusion. Chapter 391, Demonic Path Alliance Army. Seconds passed like days. Eventually, the cloud gradually settled down in the air. Fang Yuan finally had the break he needed to curse the original owner of this blessed land. Such an important point was not mentioned at all in the recipe. All because of him concentrating hard and reacting in time. Together with the help of Feng Tianyu, he was able to calm and stabilize the situation, slowly getting back his control, otherwise he would have failed. As time passed, a mystical aura slowly spread. The cloud completely digested the 300-year lifespan GU, calming down and turning back to the scene of blood-field red wheat. But at this moment, the red wheat had turned blue-green, as if new crops were growing in spring, almost overcrowding. This was what the recipe described as 300 years as spring. That mysterious GU Immortal must have only developed the recipe, but did not actually do it himself, otherwise, he would have mentioned it. Fang Yuan caught a break and thought hard. Next, I have to use the 500-year lifespan GU, but no need to rush. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling the land spirit, Bog Wei, show me the image of the poisoned land. Immediately, smoke images appeared in the air, showing a picture. Long Qingtian's corpse laid on the ground, as his surrounding sky and land were dyed a deep green color. This was Long Qingtian's Jade Sky GU poison. This GU originated from the immemorial era. It had a strong poison that Fang Yuan would not dare to touch. At this moment, 2 GU masters appeared in the image. They had rank 3 cultivation. This place is weird, why is it so green? Quickly, see, that corpse, it's Long Qingtian. They entered this place and found Long Qingtian's corpse by accident. Long Qingtian is rank 4 peak stage, a famous demonic head. He was actually killed. Quickly go see, his corpse might have something good. The two were happily running towards Long Qingtian's corpse. Driven by greed, they did not realize their bodies were infected by this green light. Courting death, Fang Yuan sneered. As expected, in less than 10 steps, their poison reacted and the two of them turned into green light, dissipating. The Jade Sky GU poison has gotten very deep. This region is almost finished. It has completely rotted. The loophole it forms will be even greater than the one Xiaomeng created. Time was precious, every second was important, but Fang Yuan did not move regardless of how anxious he felt. After 5 minutes, with a boom, the blessed land shook and the hall vibrated. The second loophole tunnel was created. The land spirit sighed. This way, the blessed land's speed of destruction doubled. Continue refining GU. Fang Yuan took out the 500-year lifespan GU and threw it into the cloud. The cloud rumbled again, trying to break free of Fang Yuan's control. But Fang Yuan was mentally prepared. He was not caught unaware like last time, and restrained it completely. But quickly, he felt that there was nothing he could do. The cloud's change this time was not only giving off a slippery feeling, but also an arrogant brute force. Like a green snake that had evolved into a flood dragon, about to break free from Fang Yuan's control. Feng Tianyu quickly came to help. The two worked hard to suppress the cloud's transformation. The cloud rumbled many times, about to break free at times, but was eventually suppressed. 5 minutes later, the cloud became clear again, showing a blood field with golden wheat ready for a bountiful harvest. It was the 500 years as autumn scene. Thankfully, he only refined this GU after the poison broke out. If not, when the second loophole formed and the hall shook, this GU refinement would have been interrupted and would not have succeeded. Fang Yuan waited a while more, as the cloud slowly dispersed after maturing. From the water tank size, it shrunk into a new GU, falling down. Fang Yuan held it. It was like a peanut shell, golden and having markings on the surface, that is, scarlet blood traces. The first false second aperture GU could only survive for a week, it was unstable. As for this GU, it could survive for 40 years. At this step, the real second aperture GU had already formed, and was nurturing in the peanut shell. But if it was allowed to develop on its own, not just 1,000 years, but even if given then 1,000 years, it might not turn into the real product. Only by using a strong external force, to eliminate the false and make it real, turning from phantom to solid, can it attain a qualitative change, breaking free from mortality and become an immortal, and this external force is none other than the ranked 6 divine travel GU. Next, we have to use an immortal GU to refine an immortal GU. Fang Yuan took deep breaths, regulating his internal flow as he started the most important step of this entire refinement process. At this time, in the outside world, sounds of killing was overwhelming the mountain. This dog is mine. As long as you hand over your GU worms, I will spare you your life. Kill all these Eggmen. These variant humans are actually occupying one spirit spring, what a waste of resources. All sorts of plundering and robbing were happening. As GU masters killed till their eyes turned red, casualties increased greatly. Strange, why have we not seen Lord Tai Mu by after so long? Where did our Wu clan Wu Shentong go? Tai clan and Wu clan GU masters felt something amiss. Search. Quickly go search. The heavenly powers restriction is very small now, we can use most of our GU worms. The situation is a mess now, there is killing everywhere, as blood flow into a river, we need to find our clan's experts to suppress the situation. Are there any places left unsearched? The deepest part of this blessed land, there is a thick fog. Just as these people placed their sights on the bronze hall, Mo Wutian had walked to the edge of the fog alone. There is the aura of a immortal GU. His purple eyes was deep and mysterious, with arrogance and wildness hidden within. Using the purple eyes, the fog dissipated at times, as an endless number of dogs appeared in Mo Wutian's vision. He frowned. There was strong defenses, just him alone cannot penetrate this defensive line. He needed external help. His brows eased as Mo Wutian turned around. He moved like lightning, tearing through the sky, moving 100 miles as he landed before Humayur. Humayur was first scared till she turned pale. After recognizing Mo Wutian, she smiled. Young Master Wutian, you came too. This 3 kings inheritance has little meat but many wolves, you might get disappointed. You have advanced to rank 5. Humayur looked at this man, unable to hide her shock. She gulped, trying to alleviate this shock as she forced out a smile. That's great, you have rank 5 strength, you have the ability to gain great rewards from this situation. These green Eggmen have huge numbers, they have built structures and castles, I cannot break through. There is a green egg empress inside, as long as we capture her, we will be able to have endless fortune. He. Mo Wutian looked at the castle, laughing lightly. Back then, King Bao, Wang Ba Dan, had 8 egg empresses, and produced numerous Eggmen. King Xin, Wang Xiaoya's inheritance has divulged information GU and undefeated 100 battles GU. King Quan, Wang Ergo, had 2 dog emperors, Ying Ming and Ba Huang. This is the essence of the 3 kings' inheritance, but none of them interests me. Humayur's smile froze. To think that young Master Wutian knows the 3 kings' inheritance so clearly. Since you have no interests in it, why don't you let me have it? As expected of a woman, you are too short-sighted. Mo Wutian laughed loudly, staring at Humayur's eyes. Let me tell you, the land spirit of this blessed land is not dead. In the deepest area, a deceased GU immortal's treasure awaits. What? Humayur was stunned. But there is a thick fog there and over 100,000 dogs guard it. To go to the central control hall, it is not enough with just the 2 of us. Mo Wutian laughed deeply. Humayur was a smart woman, she immediately understood Mo Wutian's intentions. Her eyes shone as she laughed curtly. Isn't it easy to recruit people? Humayur was a decisive person. She abandoned the Green Egg Empress, recruiting demonic GU masters alone with Mo Wutian. With her network, and Mo Wutian's cultivation and reputation, a large group of demonic GU masters soon gathered. Adding in the details of the GU Immortal's treasure, the demonic merchant Li Xian, fiery star Bao Tong, rock lizard Li Cheng and others all gathered. Mo Wutian returned to the fog, no longer alone, but with a demonic army amounting to thousands of people. They are finally here, Bai Ningbing sitting on the hill stood up slowly. The fog could obscure people's vision, but because of the land spirit's help, Bai Ningbing had a clear vision, and could see the demonic alliance army. Mo Wutian observed for a while before saying, "Li Chang, bring 300 people and attack head-on. After a few dozen steps, you will face the steel armor dogs. Fight as you retreat, move towards the left and engage with the chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Defeat them and you will charge towards the southeast direction. Hu Mei bring 500 people, and go left. As you fighting your way through, you will encounter lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs and corpse dogs, do not mind the losses, just charge towards the north. Bao Tong, go on the right path, bring 800 people. Towards the southwest direction, make a din and shout as you charge, no dogs will obstruct you for 500 steps. After you encounter the lightning symbol dogs, fighting and charge with all you've got, if you cannot break through in 45 minutes, retreat back here. Li Xian, bring 400 people as backup, prepare for mobilization anytime, if I give no commands, take care of the returning troops." "Then what about you Mo Wutian?" Li Xian's eyes shone with deep meaning as he asked. "I will obviously stand guard at the base, why, you have a problem." Mo Wutian looked at Li Xian lightly with his expression purple eyes. Li Xian felt a chill in his spine. When did this Mo Wutian become so scary? His cultivation surged and his killing intent is overflowing. It seems he received an amazing ancient inheritance, if not, how could he improve so much? I had thought that little beast king could fight with him, but now it seems that he is truly the demonic path's #1 genius, he is simply too fearsome. Li Xian's heart turned cold as he obeyed the command. With such an arrangement, 4 demonic experts brought their troops and charged towards the fog according to Mo Wutian's orders. Chapter 392, Demonic and Righteous Attacking Together. It's coming. Bai Ningbing's gaze shone as her expression was nervous, quickly mobilizing the dog group. The still dog army started moving, like a giant millstone. As for these GU masters, they became the green bean and yellow beans. In a short amount of time, they were grinded to paste. More than half were dead, some saw the danger and retreated immediately. The demonic army suffered a huge loss, investing over 1,000 men, but only a few hundred returned. "Young Master Wu Tian, did you really see clearly?" Li Chang questioned. "I charged in according to your instructions. We did encounter the steel armored dog on the first wave, and we retreated towards the left, but we met with the assault of both lightning symbol dogs and chrysanthemum Akita dogs. The numbers were too great, we can't deal with that. After a fruitless slaughter, we could only come back." Bao Tong's temper was even more irascible. "I brought 800 people, but did not hear the shouting sounds from the northwest side. But towards the southeast side, I heard people fighting. I brought my troops there and met with the combined attack of the lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs and corpse dogs." Hu Mei's expression was also ugly. "Young Master Wu Tian, I listened to you and prepared to attack. But 800 steps in, I did not see any dog groups. Just when I was confused, dog groups came encircling us. Luckily we managed to turn around and fight our way back, if not my life would have been lost there." Li Xian was expressionless, standing at one side. His group was meant to protect the returning GU masters, and fight the approaching dog groups. Although there were lots of retreating troops, not a single dog came over, causing him to waste his time waiting. Mo Wutian's expression was solemn. After a while, he spoke. "I can see the actual scenario much more clearly than all of you. There is someone manipulating these dogs. It is not a fixed formation but an ever-changing one. That is why all of you failed." Everyone was shocked. "There is someone controlling them. Who is it?" Mo Wutian shook his head. "The fog is too dense, I can only see a faint figure, I can't tell the identity of the other party. But there is definitely a mastermind, only a human's intelligence can react so perfectly. But no matter, I have some understanding of the enslavement path. From now you have to attack like this, to break through their encirclement and obtain the GU Immortal treasure." Everyone's face had blood stains as they looked at each other, nodding reluctantly due to Mo Wutian's rank 5 strength as well as the allure of the Immortal treasure. But this time, they still returned in defeat, suffering even greater losses than before. "The person behind this has high attainment in enslavement path, I underestimated him." Mo Wutian frowned. He had thought of a perfect plan, using all 4 routes to cooperate, but the other party reacted quickly and found out his intentions. Purposely controlling his troops to intercept the 4 routes before they converged, such movements were at the level of a master. "Mo Wutian, You have to give an explanation. We fight with our lives and lost so many people, but we have not even seen the shadow of the treasure. Are you standing here for fun? You are a rank 5 GU master, you should put in some effort too. Bao Tong was furious as he screamed while gripping his injury. Oh, you want an explanation? Hehe, then I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Mo Wutian laughed sinisterly, as his purple eyes shone. You. Bao Tong was caught by surprise as he stared at Mo Wutian, unable to move. A moment later, he fell on the ground. The GU masters went into a commotion. Fiery Star Bao Tong, he was a famous rank 4 Fire Path GU master. Mo Wutian did not even attack, he killed him with a single stare. You want an explanation? I gave you an explanation, are you satisfied? If you are unhappy, you can tell me. Mo Wutian looked at his corpse as he waited for an answer. You're not speaking, it seems you are satisfied. Mo Wutian laughed, looking around. He, Bao Tong is satisfied, what about you guys? Do you want an explanation from me too? It was complete silence all around. Mo Wutian killed people in the blink of an eye. Bao Tong was rank 4 upper stage but he could not even take one hit, dying immediately. The demonic GU masters were scared and shocked, regretting their greed. Why did they follow Mo Wutian? Now that they were roped in, they want to leave. HMPH, too late. Hu Mei'er and the others lowered their heads, not looking at Mo Wutian's eyes. Mo Wutian's killing technique caused fear in them. They had thought that he had just advanced to rank 5, and might not have true rank 5 prowess, but to think his fighting strength was on par with Wu Gui and the others. How old was he? Number 1 genius of the demonic path, without a doubt. After establishing his dominance, Mo Wutian laughed sinisterly. Again, Bao Tong's GU are still around, you guys can split up among yourselves, treat it as a compensation from me. As he said so, the GU master's eyes glowed. Li Xian was the first to react. With a swoosh, he moved like a rabbit, pouncing on Bao Tong's corpse and taking his GU. Almost at the same time, Hu Mei'er and Li Chang reacted and started their plunder as well. The others could only watch, not daring to contest. The three split Bao Tong's fortune among themselves, earning greatly as the grudge in them dissipated, turning into reverence for Mo Wutian. Mo Wutian could kill people with his gaze. That was not surprising, it was a sight-based killer move. This type of killer move directly competed souls against each other. The loser would have their souls scattered, not even given the chance to self-detonate their GU. Mo Wutian was a soul path GU master. The strength of his soul was way above his peers. Dealing with Bao Tong and the others was extremely easy. Cough, cough. Li Xian coughed, saying, since there are beast groups guarding, that area has to be where the central control hall is. The GU Immortal's fortune is most likely there, but how do we get in with all these dogs? He was wise like a ghost. As the person who obtained the most benefits out of Bao Tong's body, he immediately expressed his support towards Mo Wutian. Speaking of the GU Immortal treasure, Hu Mei'er and Li Chang's attention were brought back to this. Mo Wutian looked at this group of people. They were all injured and exhausted, together with some lingering fear. The morale was at an all-time low. He sighed. Truly a motley crew. It seems I can only recruit more people to have the hopes of breaking in. Spread the news, regardless of righteous or demonic. Just say that Time Yu Bai and the others have entered the hall and obtained King Quan inheritance. Those GU masters are blocking us outside the hall and are trying to hoard the treasure. This, Hu Mei'er hesitated. Mo Wutian laughed coldly. Time is running short. Once the blessed land collapses, we will have nothing left. Without more people, can we break through? Young master is right, Hu Mei'er quickly replied. Finally stopped. On the mountain slope, Bai Ningbing breathed out a sigh of relief, but lightly frowned. The methods Fang Yuan handed to her were already half used up. After a few more attacks, she would be at her wit's end. Ha ha ha, my tactic at finding a chance in the chaos succeeded. After blowing up this wall, I will get King Bao, Wang Ba Dan's inheritance. Xiao Mang laughed loudly. Right now, he was alone in a hidden cave. Before him, there was a tall and sturdy stone door. As long as it is blown apart, King Bao's final inheritance will be obtained. Light shone as explosions went off. A moment later, Xiao Mang stopped his attacks while panting, staring at the stone door hatefully. The door was intact, there was no traces of any cracks. Light path focuses on speed and purification, the destructive power does not match fire path. King Bao evidently wants to find a fated person who can use fire-type GU to break through. But I do not have such GU. Xiao Mang gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. At this moment, a GU master came to report. Go out, who let you in? King Bao inheritance is mine alone. What did you say? Xiao Mang scolded but suddenly heard his subordinate's report and grabbed his collar, lifting him up. You say there is a GU immortal treasure hidden in the thick fog, and people are trying to take it down now. Yes, this information has circulated, countless GU masters are gathering, how would I dare to lie to you, second young master? The subordinate quickly replied, HMPH, don't call me second young master. I hate that title. Xiao Mang scolded, looking at this stone door reluctantly, as his gaze turned from hesitation to determination. Wang Ba Dan was only a rank 5 GU master, although he was called King Bao, he was only the same rank as Xiao Mang. How could his inheritance compare to a GU immortal treasure? Go, let's go. Xiao Mang led his subordinates and moved quickly. The number of people is increasing. On the slope, Bai Ningbing's frown deepened as there were almost 10,000 people gathered outside the fog. These people had differing cultivation levels, there were even rank 1 and 2s. But there were still GU masters, gathered together, they formed a tidal wave that could sweep everything in its path. Although she controlled 100,000 dogs, she was a sole person. Outside, countless gazes looked inside with a burning desire. They were all attracted by the Immortal's treasure. As the people created a commotion, Mo Wutian smiled without speaking a word. His motive was achieved, birds die for food and humans die for fortune, this was human heart. Over at the righteous path, they are organizing people and charging into the fog. Hu Mei or looked far away, worried. Young Master Wutian, all the demonic GU masters are here already, are you going to stand up and direct them to form groups? We can't let the righteous path steal the treasure. No worries, no worries. There is such a thick fog, with steel-armored dogs acting as steel walls, what can their vanguards do? Mo Wutian laughed coldly, refusing to act. Righteous path was superior to demonic path, they were more united, and more easy to unite, while demonic path members were loners. Although Mo Wutian had rank 5 cultivation, he was still young and this was the first time he was leading, he could not subdue everyone. Old demonic experts like Kong Ritian and Li Feila would not listen to him easily. Only when they realized that cooperating had benefits, could he use that chance to take over easily. But now, in the hall, the GU refinement had reached the crucial period. After half a day, the golden peanut shell collided with divine travel GU. Bam bam bam, Fang Yuan and Feng Wuyu's vision turned black as thunder roared in their ears. Divine opportunity is unlimited, travel through the lands. Activate E. Fang Yuan screamed, using all his energy to activate divine travel GU. Divine travel GU was an immortal GU, how could he, immortal, activate it easily? But thankfully, the land spirit helped him secretly. As the immortal essence poured out, the divine travel GU turned into light speckles as it entered the golden peanut shell. The qualitative change had begun. Chapter 393, Group Attack. Xiao Mang looked at the fog in front of him, his gaze deep and solemn. He relied on his rank 5 cultivation to gain the commanding position of the righteous path. He organized many assaults, but returned in great failure, suffering a huge loss. In the fog, countless dogs were hidden, causing every wave of GU masters that entered suffer great injuries. No matter how big the losses, it will not block my path. Immortal treasure, this is an immortal treasure, Xiao Mang's eyes shone with brilliance, shouting excitedly in his heart. Let's go again, organize the next wave of people. Xiao Mang instructed, but this time, little people joined in. The painful lesson was right in front of them. Despite the great benefits, these righteous GU masters started to hesitate, after all they only had one life. A bunch of cowards. Xiao Mang saw them hesitate and scolded in his heart. Time was running short for him, other than this immortal treasure, he also had King Bao inheritance to obtain. If we had an enslavement path GU master controlling beast groups, we could use them as cannon fodder, reducing our GU master casualties, and regain our morale. Xiao Mang thought of this point. In such a situation, the importance of an enslavement path GU master was evident. Where is Wu Clan's Wu Shentong? With his help, we would be able to break through the fog and reach the central hall. Xiao Mang asked, but the answer he got was disappointing. Wu Shentong had gone missing, even Wu clansmen were trying to find him. Xiao Mang looked at the demonic faction, and his heart shook. Not only Wu Shentong, even the demonic paths Wu Gui and Zhang San San are not around. Is the GU master controlling the dogs in the fog one of these three people? Xiao Meng continued guessing as he looked towards the grand hall. However, the fog obstructed his vision, causing him to feel even more irritated at the situation. This damn fog, it is so annoying. Too bad Wan Li Shangfeng is not around, otherwise my clan's divine wind will blow this fog away. Wan clan's GU master exclaimed. If my clan's old clan leader is here, why would we fear these dogs? Tai clan's 4 old-timers snorted. Lord Xiao Meng, we are not making any progress, the demonic faction is looking at us like a joke. What do we do? The Righteous Path's famous healer Dao Zi came over and asked Xiao Meng. These demonic scoundrels. Xiao Meng looked over at the demonic faction as the irritation in his heart intensified. It seems I have to make a move. He snorted, as a brilliant light appeared in his eyes. All of you, move back. Everyone heard this and retreated tens of steps away. At once, Xiao Meng's surroundings were vacated, emphasizing his existence. Xiao Meng stood on the spot, shutting his eyes as his mind entered his aperture, activating his purple crystal primeval essence. The ebb and flow of the primeval sea became greater. After storing energy for a moment, Xiao Meng's eyes opened, as his primeval sea has turned into a furious tsunami. Large amounts of primeval essence entered 3 GU worms. My will GU, bright spear GU, killer move, my glorious spear. Xiao Meng's body shone with a piercing white light, the intensity of the light was dense, expanding like a mound. Xiao Meng's body was bathed in light, he had an impressive appearance, like a descending Holy Spirit. He raised a finger towards the fog. Immediately, the light around him were manipulated, and shot out ferociously. All of the white sunlight shot out at the same time, forming a 1.8 meters long and 0.6 meters thick spear of light. 60% of the purple crystal essence in his aperture were used up in this one attack. The spear of light was powerful, penetrating the fog and landed on the mound at breakneck speed. A fierce explosion occurred. The intense light caused everyone's eyes to be shut tightly, as they took a step back subconsciously. Even Mo Wutian's eyes were squinting into a thin line. The explosion caused the ground to rumble, as after the light, air currents started to spread outwards. The air currents turned into a strong wind, blowing in all directions, causing many people to lose their footing. Gu, gu. In the hall, Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu, who were refining GU, were interrupted and both vomited a mouthful of blood. Bai Ningbing's face was pale, her ears buzzing from the aftermath of the attack. This is the strength of a rank 5 GU master. Luckily, such a killer move did not hit me directly. If it landed here, my defensive GU would not even last for a second. Bai Ningbing unavoidably felt great shock. The killer move of a rank 5 GU master, it was not something the current her could block. As the whiteness faded from her eyes, she could see that at the location where the light spear landed, thousands of dogs were vaporized. The mound had turned into a crater. Bai Ningbing drew in a breath of cold air. With such might, just a few more hits and the dog formation would be ruined. Her confidence dropped again, but Fang Yuan had instructed her beforehand what she should do in the event she was hit with such a great move. As Bai Ningbing manipulated, large numbers of dogs hurried to the crater, as her defenses were raised once again. Gasp! So many dogs. Xiao Meng's heart was heavy, and the righteous and demonic GU masters gasped sharply too. When there was a fog earlier, they could not see clearly, but now that the fog was gone, everyone's vision was clear. Over 90,000 dogs, densely packed on the mound, forming an iron bucket defense. Lightning symbol dog, chrysanthemum akita dog, hedge dog, steel armor dog, yin dog, some people counted, each dog group had over 5,000 and more. So many dog kings, someone shouted. No matter how many dogs there were, they could not hide the dog kings due to their disposition. Other than the chrysanthemum akita dogs who were unique, these dog kings were all seated, like a flame in the darkness, extremely eye-catching. These dogs and dog kings are not that much of a threat. But there are so many heavy Tai, green Hua, smoke song, light heng and star heng, these 5 great mountain dogs. Some GU masters with good vision turned pale. The outer defense was made up of lighting symbol dogs, chrysanthemum akita dogs, and other ordinary dogs. The inner circle of defense was made up of the 5 great mountain dogs. As for the entrance of the hall, the final line of defense, there were several hundred hairy men. The entire formation was tight and secure, yet not rigid, they all had mobility and flexibility. What an iron formation! Mo Wutian's purple eyes shone with light as he felt the situation getting more troublesome. Even more people directed their gaze to the bronze hall. The grand yet modest hall had inscriptions and intrinsic designs, giving off an ancient atmosphere. That is the bronze hall that contains the immortal treasure. As long as we get past the dogs, we will reach the grand hall. Immortal treasure, I wonder what mind-blowing riches awaits us. Everyone's gaze were heated, the goal was in front of them, it made their greed overflow. He, it is time. Mo Wutian looked around, sensing the change in the atmosphere. Greed was like fire burning in everyone's hearts. But the great dog army deterred them. Everyone knew that with their own strength, they would never succeed. This was the basis for cooperation. Lord Xiaomang, let's talk about cooperation. Mo Wutian's body was like a black smoke phantom, taking several steps and arriving before Xiaomang. Xiaomang snorted. When he saw the overwhelming dog army, he thought of cooperation. But he was afraid of getting rejected by Mo Wutian and also worried about his own reputation if he approached the demonic faction for cooperation as a righteous rank 5 cultivator. Right now, Mo Wutian approached him personally, it was music to his ears. HMPH. Xiaomang snorted, his attitude was neither cold nor hot, as he made eye contact with Mo Wutian. Mo Wutian immediately understood Xiaomang's intentions. He was extremely disdainful towards such hypocrisy, but he said, then in 15 minutes, we will attack from the front and back together. Xiaomang nodded, turning around, no longer looking at him. Mo Wutian sneered, walking back and telling his people, I just approached Xiaomang and agitated him, to have a competition with him. Next, we will split into two, attacking together from two sides. We will compete to see who gets to the bronze hall first, whether the righteous faction or us demonic faction wins. Xiaomang announced at the other side, demonic scoundrels are greedy and unscrupulous, finding me to cooperate, obviously I rejected them. How can I work with these scum? 15 minutes later, they will attack, we will take the chance and attack as they endure some of the pressure for us. Ha ha ha, young Master Wu Tian rules. Defeat these righteous hypocrites. Demonic GU masters were riled up as they shouted. Lord Xiaomang is wise. Let those demonic scoundrels attract the enemy for us. The righteous GU masters were spirited. Kill. 15 minutes later, the attack began. Righteous and demonic were far away, attacking from two directions. Bai Ningbing was hidden at some place, relying on her shared vision with the land spirit, using its divine consciousness to scan the battlefield. Tens of thousands of dogs barked and bared their paws as they charged ahead. At once, blood flowed and broken limbs flew. All sorts of GU worms competed, like the dance of fire and ice, lightning exploded and soil was overturned, green vines grew endlessly. Kill. Yi Chong charged ahead, brave and fearless. His body was covered in blue fish scales, the wind blew his fiery red hair into the air. All around him, there was a light blue spiral wave, together with the black fins that grew on his back, he seemed to have become a fearsome shark in the sea. None of the dogs could block him. Immortal treasure, if I can get it and succeed in my mission, I would definitely be able to change my surname to Shang when I return to the clan. Yi Huo's gaze was determined as he turned into the god of fire, attacking even more fiercely than Yi Chong. Everywhere he went, there was blazing flames and crying dogs. Kong Ritian laughed heartily, turning into a rain of petals. Li Xian laughed coldly, while people were not noticing, he used his rank 5 GU and concealed his body, secretly moving ahead. Let's work together, with me healing there is no worry. Dao Zi shouted as many GU masters gathered over. People were moving and in this great battle, Yan Jun moved slowly and steadily, like a casual traveler. A strong and brave dog king pounced at him. Yan Hun's expression was unchanging as he turned into a hollow shadow. The dog king jumped over and went straight through the shadow. The shadow flickered, turning back into Yan Jun's flesh body. The dog king behind him had engaged the GU masters behind already. The GU masters displayed all their abilities, battling with the dog group. The scene was as chaotic as it could be, and Bai Ningbing could barely cope facing such a huge number of opponents, starting to fluster. Chapter 394, Success at Long Last. Kill. Charge. Damn, why are there so many dogs? Murderous yells, shouts, miserable howls, swearing and dog howls combined to form into a huge clamor that seemed to shake the world. The battle had not even begun for 5 minutes, blood had formed into a river and there were corpses everywhere. Bai Ningbing hid at some secret place and used all her strength to mobile the dog groups. With the help of the land spirit, she was able to gradually stabilize the situation. Lightning symbol dog, chrysanthemum akita dog and other common dog beasts suffered the most casualties. GU masters had charged halfway through the dog beasts and ran into the formation of the 5 great mountain dogs, having great casualties. Heavy Tai, Green Hua, Smoke Song, Light Heng and Star Heng, these 5 great dogs were very powerful and their circular formation was very reliable. They were like a huge dam that blocked these GU masters that were charging like a tide. At this stage, both righteous and demonic factions suffered heavy casualties. Big brother, hold on. Meng Tu grabbed Zhao Huang's arm. Zhao Huang had suffered heavy injuries from where blood flowed out without stopping. Zhao Huang borrowed Meng Tu's strength to barely move along with the majority. Right now, they could not retreat. They could not even stop to rest. If they left the troops, the dog beasts would submerge their tiny bodies. Brother, we have made a huge loss this time. We accepted Shang clan's assignment to get Fang Zheng's head. To think we would encounter an immortal treasure. Sigh, we gave into our desire for material benefits and thus fell into such desperate straits. Zhao Huang heaved a sigh. These two were rank 3 peak stage GU masters, famous assassin group of demonic path. They had even succeeded in assassinating rank 4 GU master Xiao Fu Lu. They thought of joining Shang clan and thus were prepared to secretly handle Fang Yuan. But the whole way, they did not find any good opportunity. After charging into the blessed land, they encountered an immortal treasure, and followed with the majority. The result, they sent themselves into danger. In this chaotic battle, only rank 5 experts could move unhindered. Rank 4 peak stage could fight valiantly. Rank 4 upper stage had to move with the crowd. Those rank 1 and 2 GU masters made up the most of the casualties. Rank 3 GU masters also had to rely on luck to survive. But even so, GU masters still charged forward endlessly. The illusionary immortal treasure ignited their most crazed fanatical desires. They were charging recklessly, all delusional about obtaining the immortal treasure and attaining success in life, becoming an expert. Only for a certain group of people, at the time of their deaths, they calmed down and regretted endlessly. Unfortunately, it was too late. These people have gone mad, forgetting their own life or death at the enticement of the immortal treasure. Tai Ruo Nan slowed down her footsteps. She was shocked by the state of the battlefield. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were surrounding her in a protective formation. The way I see it, this probably has to do with that Mo Wutian. The head of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers suddenly said in a soft voice. You are saying, Tai Ruo Nan's gaze flashed. Far away, Mo Wutian was moving forward in the lead, laughing crazily with his purple deep eyes flashing with dazzling light. He was a soul path GU master and had secretly used his GU to make everyone more fanatical. Demonic path members should all be put to death. Tai Ruo Nan snorted, the killing intent in her heart surging up. Young master, Mo Wutian is a rank 5 expert. He is not someone we will be able to fight easily. We need to deal with urgent matters first. Our objective is not him. One of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers persuaded. Tai Ruo Nan pursed her lips and heavily nodded her head, her gaze firm as iron. Right, the most important matter right now is still Little Beast King Fang Zheng. Ha ha ha, I hadn't thought the enslavement path GU master in the dark would only amount to this. Mo Wutian laughed wildly, the fierce wind blowing in the battlefield blew his black hair and his demonic flames danced rampantly. The united charge of righteous and demonic GU masters was going on much better than he expected. Bai Ningbing was after all a newbie. Earlier, she had Fang Yuan's formations and instructions to follow. But the current situation had become more complex with a lot more new changes. It was a lot more than she could take, and this in turn were flaws that were clear to GU masters at the level of Mo Wutian. Mo Wutian's eyes flashed repeatedly with eerie light. At the same time as charging forward, he was doing multiple tasks. He constantly controlled his GU to attack the dog beasts and also to influence people's minds and create a fanatical atmosphere. At the same time, he was also using his GU to scout the battlefield. Enslavement path GU masters always had powerful offense and could battle many opponents with just the strength of one person. But everything in this world was balanced. Enslavement path had a clear disadvantage. Besides the huge consumption of resources they needed, their individual strength was weak and were easy to kill. Mo Wutian was searching for Bai Ningbing's position. As long as he killed Bai Ningbing, the dog-beast formation would fall apart and a large majority of them would even scatter without a fight. Found you. Mo Wutian's gaze suddenly concentrated as he discovered the hiding place of Bai Ningbing. He, give me your life. He laughed and flung his sleeve, his figure turning into a ball of purple demonic fog. The demonic fog moved through the battlefield at an astonishing speed and in just a few breaths' time was only 1,000 steps away from Bai Ningbing. Not good. Bai Ningbing discovered the charging fog and her heart sank. Mo Wutian was a rank 5 GU master while Bai Ningbing was only at rank 4, by just this she would be hard-pressed to fight him, let alone now when she was doing multiple tasks and controlling the dog beasts. Fortunately, I also have my trump cards. Bai Ningbing was startled but not panicked as she willed, go bite him, Ba Huang. A hill-sized enormous dog emperor heard the command and with one leap, flew over 100 feet and smashed into Mo Wutian. Ba Huang barked loudly, its bark was like a bolt from the blue, suppressing the whole battlefield and turning it silent. Following the bark, the dog beasts flared up with high morale, the casualties among the GU masters became more intense. Dog Emperor. Its physique was majestic with its whole body covered with yellow sleek fur. It had a head like that of a lion with thick mane around its neck that was dazzling like a sun. This was an emperor among the beasts and was not something that could be looked down upon. Once it used the wild GU on it, it could contend against rank 5 GU masters. Damn it, Mo Wutian cursed when he was stopped by Ba Huang. Bai Ningbing let out a breath of relief, but right at this time, a dazzling silver light shot through the battlefield and appeared in front of her instantly. He, Demonic Path Jr., take a good look at me. The silver light turned into a human figure, rank 5 Righteous Path expert Xiao Mang. Ying Ming. Bai Ningbing withstood the pressure and commanded in her mind, sending out the second dog emperor. This second dog emperor was the size of a normal dog beast. There were gorgeous patterns on its snowy white skin like pink cherry blossoms. Withstanding Xiao Mang's intense pressure, the wild GU on the dog emperor activated and created clouds below Ying Ming's feet, allowing it to fly. Just a mere wild dog, it is actually a dog emperor. Xiao Mang scoffed, but after few exchanges of lightning-fast attacks and defending, he withdrew his contempt and fought cautiously. Bai Ningbing's expression was gloomy. Although the two rank 5 experts were blocked, this situation was only temporary. Humans were the spirit of all living beings, humans' wisdom was superior to beasts. Sooner or later, Mo Wutian and Xiao Mang would understand the dog emperor's trump cards and then could make their moves with ease, even bypassing them to directly kill Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked around the battlefield. The other GU masters were still in the middle of the battlefield fighting and charging forward. They were temporarily of no threat. Bai Ningbing let out a breath of relief and turned her gaze towards the Bronze Hall. There is not much time. Her blue eyes narrowed, letting out a clear and cold radiance. Inside the Bronze Hall, Fang Yuan took large mouthfuls of air, gasping heavily. Meanwhile, Feng Tianyu was already lying on the ground, unconscious. Blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's 7 orifices, but he did not care. A pair of bright eyes stared at front. A GU was letting out brilliant light as it floated in the air. It did not have a concrete shape. Occasionally, it was like a colorful cloud and occasionally it was like a whirlpool of light. Success. Fang Yuan was filled with joy. He had already succeeded in refining Divine Travel GU. Now only one step remained and he could obtain second aperture GU. You succeeded, you really succeeded. The land spirit appeared beside Fang Yuan. It was extremely weak but its eyes glowed with light, full of happiness at the success. You are worthy of being a future GU immortal. You could really refine Divine Travel GU, amazing. It was indeed a correct choice to entrust this task to you. Now, the most difficult step has passed, it is smooth sailing ahead. Next, you need to use Third Watch GU and it will be a success without the least bit of difficulty. The land spirit heaved a long sigh, its sigh full of emotions. Thousands of years of effort has finally succeeded today. The recipe indeed works, I am truly happy. But such a pity, that I can't see the second aperture GU in the end. After it finished speaking, the land spirit Ba Gui's body gradually turned fainter and fainter till it completely disappeared. It was dead. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron was almost finished with only a thin trace remaining. The blessed land had already collapsed for the most part and was at the brink of extinction. The aged Ba Gui had been helping Fang Yuan in refining GU and also helping Bai Ningbing to guard. It finally could not endure such pressure and completely withered away. But compared to previous life where it had died a death of desperation under many GU masters' attacks, it was much more blessed during this life and could even be said to have had a proper death. Bog Wei's death meant the immortal essence could not be used anymore. However, Fang Yuan was not nervous. For the next final step, the immortal essence could be replaced with large amounts of primeval stones. Even if Bog Wei was alive, that trace of immortal essence in the bronze cauldron was required to support the operation of the blessed land and simply could not be used to refine GU. The difficulty of this immortal GU refinement exceeds spring-autumn cicada. Just now, that huge shock to the main hall almost caused all the efforts to be a waste, and in case the GU refinement had failed, with just my mortal body, I will definitely die from the backlash without even having time to activate spring-autumn cicada. Moreover, this most crucial step had an extreme demand on mind and a mortal simply cannot endure it. Fortunately, I chose to enslave Feng Tianyu just to be safe, otherwise this step could never have been completed. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was already a GU immortal when he refined spring-autumn cicada. Now this time, he was refining immortal GU with the qualifications of immortal and he should not have had any chance of success. However, first, the mysterious GU immortal had racked his brain and used up all his life to research and perfect this recipe. Second, the recipe used the immortal GU divine travel which greatly reduced the absurd difficulty. And finally, it was not done by Fang Yuan alone, he had the help of Land Spirit and also Refinement Path Grand Master Feng Tianyu. All these helped Fang Yuan to complete the most difficult and dangerous step. Next I have to use Third Watch GU, this is much more simple. Right, I wonder how the situation outside is. Fang Yuan calmed his mind and then started hearing the shouts and commotion outside the main hall. Fang Yuan, be careful. Someone broke through the dog formation, a rank 4 GU master is coming towards you. Right at this time, Bai Ning Bing's warning arrived. Fang Yuan's expression was heavy as he slowly stood up. Chapter 395, Bai Ning Bing. Currently, the land spirit was dead and Fang Yuan was unable to see the scene outside the hall. However, with his previous life memories, he could guess one or two things without looking at the situation. There are only 2 rank 5 experts in the Blessed Land, Xiaomang and Mo Wutian, they will be held back by the 2 dog emperors for some time. There are a lot of rank 4 GU masters, but at this time, there is only one who can charge to this place. That is the young clan leader of Yan clan, Yan Jun. He obtained the ancient Phantom Path inheritance and is specialized in hiding and attacking. It should not be a problem for him to charge through the dog-beast formation. Fang Yuan pondered, it was the truth as well. Phantom Path had once flourished in the ancient times, its concept was to be footloose and carefree, invincibility through dodging. As long as one could evade every attack, that was a form of invincibility. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Phantom Path Yan Jun had shown great brilliance at the Battle of Yitian Mountain, challenging the demonic path GU masters and causing them to suffer severe losses. That was until Mo Wutian showed up and beat him into retreating. This blessed land doesn't have strong defense. The central area is so important but there is only a bronze hall built there, although it can be used to store things, its defense is really thin, the whole thing is impressive looking but useless. If it was like the Hu Immortal blessed land with Danghun Mountain as defense, it would simply be like a heavenly moat and even GU immortals would have a headache facing it. Even my own blessed land that had the structure of a blood sea was much better than this hall. Fang Yuan inwardly felt resentment. He walked over to Feng Tianyu and kicked him awake. Get up, Fang Yuan said in a cold voice. Feng Tianyu had worked hard and made great contributions, if it were not for him bearing most of the pressure, Fang Yuan might not have succeeded in refining to this stage. Master, he woke up with bloodshot eyes, his hair was scraggy like wheat and his face was pale white, his body was swaying as he greeted Fang Yuan. Go out of the main hall and block the rank 4 Phantom Path GU Master. Even if you have to sacrifice your life. Fang Yuan ruthlessly commanded. Yes, subordinate will do his best. Feng Tianyu bit his lips and walked out. His primeval essence was almost completely consumed and he did not have enough fighting strength left. Moreover, as a Refinement Path Grand Master, he was not specialized in intense battle. It was almost guaranteed that he would not return alive from this mission. However, the current Fang Yuan still needed to continue with the final step, he did not have any other force remaining, thus he could only send Feng Tianyu. Second Aperture GU is the top priority. Sacrificing a Refinement Path Grand Master for it is nothing much. Fang Yuan sat down in a cross-legged position and looked at the continuously changing gorgeous light in the air. At this step, second aperture GU was already mostly completely and was interchanging between real and surreal, form and formless. It was unable to be moved and also could only exist for 6 hours. After 6 hours, if the refinement has still not been carried out, the light would disappear. And all the previous effort would be wasted. There is no turning back now. As long as I finish this final step, I will obtain second aperture GU. It is just that. Fang Yuan subconsciously stroked his abdomen with a grave expression. In the blessed land, time flew 3 times faster than the outside world. Spring-autumn cicada was recovering extremely fast and bringing great pressure to the aperture. Even though Fang Yuan's aperture was rank 4 upper stage, it could not endure this pressure and there were indications of tiny cracks on the aperture surface. Next, he would have to still use 2/3 watch GU, and with the effects overlaid, the time flow would be 9 times faster. At that time, could his aperture endure the pressure? Fang Yuan was not someone who would recklessly take risks and had already meticulously planned before beginning the GU refinement. He had a huge chance of winning this gamble. As long as he got the second aperture and promptly left the blessed land, he would be able to have few months of respite. He naturally had some backup plans at that time. Third watch GU, go. He calmed down his mind and gathered his concentration to begin the final step. Under the effect of third watch GU, that light ball immediately started changing rapidly. The light rays were dazzling and gave off a mysterious aura that was hard to describe in words. Divine travel GU broadens the space and third watch GU condenses the time. This is the using the laws of both space and time. This truly is the way of GU passed down from the immemorial era. Genuine knowledge comes from practice and Fang Yuan gained some comprehension from this. Time flew. The first third watch GU's effect was nearing its end. The light ball faintly solidified, giving off the shape of the final product. The shouts from outside the main hall became louder, but whether it were Mo Wu Tian, Xiao Meng, or Yan Jun and so on, no one had yet to charge inside. Good. Next it is the second third watch GU. Looking at the refinement finally about to succeed, even Fang Yuan started feeling excited. However, right at this time, Bai Ningbing's voice came. Fang Yuan, be careful. Tai Ruo Nan has broken the defense line and is coming towards you. Fang Yuan's expression changed. At this moment, his whole attention was concentrated on the refinement and he could not pull out from it. How could he face the enemy? With Feng Tianyu already being sent out, he did not have any defensive force. Bai Ningbing, what the hell are you doing? Are you still not going to come to guard me? I can't move now. If I die, you will also die under the powers of poison Bao Jiu. Fang Yuan transmitted his furious voice. He was extremely helpless and could only call Bai Ningbing over. Without Bai Ningbing to take control, the dog groups outside would definitely be a group of leaderless army and there would be huge chaos. And soon, the group of heroes could kill their way through. However, Fang Yuan could not care about it. Right now, he was like a fish on the chopping board. Anyone could slaughter him with him not having even a bit of retaliation power. If someone did not protect him, he would be easily killed by Tai Ruo Nan. Fortunately, the GU refinement was already at its final stage and now only the second-third watch GU had to be used. Fang Yuan only hoped for more time. As long as he made every second count and finished the refinement, with the many rank 4 and rank 5 movement GU on him, he could break out of the siege and escape alive. As for Bai Ningbing, she is suitable to block the incoming enemies, her use would be maximized. As for what her ending would be, it was not something Fang Yuan could consider at the moment. The hall's great door was pushed open violently. Tai Ruo Nan walked inside and saw the scene in the hall. She was first dazed before immediately reacting with both shock and happiness. Little Beast King, today is the day I shall take your head. She went in for the kill before she even finished speaking. With a wave of her hand, countless golden needles flew out. Bai Ningbing, the concentrated aura of death came pouncing on him and Fang Yuan could not help shouting again. Cold wind blew and ice started spreading, forming into an ice wall that blocked all the golden needles. Next moment, Bai Ningbing also appeared at the entrance of the main hall. However, her state was clearly not good. She was covered in blood and injuries filled her body. The most severe injury was on her back, a cut that spread from her shoulder to her sacrum. It was so deep that even her bones could be seen. There were bits of green leaves sticking on her clothes, her silver hair was scorched, and her whole left arm was purple. She was clearly poisoned. Quick, block her, Fang Yuan shouted. I only need a little time. You still have the leisure to say such nonsense, just make the most of this time to refine the GU. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and cursed before starting to fight Tai Ruo-nan. Tai Ruo-nan laughed coldly, her golden needles flew like lightning with extremely terrifying offensive power. Bai Ningbing clenched her teeth, she had suffered heavy injuries and did not even have 10% of her original strength, she soon fell into disadvantage. Several moves later, Bai Ningbing's injuries intensified, her ankle sprained and her body wavered. Tai Ruo-nan keenly grabbed this chance to move in for a fierce attack. Bai Ningbing was again inflicted with heavy injuries and fell down to the ground. I shall kill you first. An imprint that was on Tai Ruo-nan's forehead flashed and turned into solid, forming a golden flying dagger that shot out fiercely. The golden flying dagger cut through the air towards Bai Ningbing's neck, but it missed by just a hairline gap and pierced into the bronze tile. Bai Ningbing rolled quickly and evaded the fatal attack, shouting, "How long do you still need?" Fang Yuan's heart was thumping loudly as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Just a little bit, hold on even if you die." "If I die, you won't be able to live either," Bai Ningbing cursed but was interrupted by Tai Ruo-nan's attack. Tai Ruo-nan's offense came in wave after wave, Bai Ningbing was sent into retreat bit by bit and could only make dodging his priority, struggling in between the thin line of life and death. Several more moves later, Bai Ningbing gasped roughly, "I can't continue. Fang Yuan, I am going to self-destruct. Your aptitude has already returned to 100%. Fang Yuan was startled. "What do you think?" Bai Ningbing cursed. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, Bai Ningbing changing back into northern dark soul ice physique was a definite thing. But he had not expected it to be this quick. According to his calculation, despite the time flowing 3 times faster in the Blessed Land, it should have only have been after several more months. Fang Yuan was in a critical juncture of the refinement process and was unable to distract his mind to consider too much. The self-destruction of a 10 extreme physique possessed extreme might and even rank 5 GU masters would have to take evasive actions. Once Bai Ningbing self-destructed, there would be an extreme change in the whole battle situation. Try to hold on, unless you can't control it anymore, don't, Fang Yuan shouted. He was refining the GU with his back facing the entrance and could not see the concrete situation of the fight between Tai Ruo-nan and Bai Ningbing. The response he received, however, was Bai Ningbing's deep sigh. It's too late. The next moment, Fang Yuan felt the cold aura spread everywhere in the main hall and the temperature decreased rapidly. Crack, there were continuous sounds of ice forming. What GU is this? Tai Ruo-nan's cry of surprise also reached Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan turned his head with difficulty to look and saw the main hall already becoming a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing was floating high up in the air, her whole body turning into ice crystal, similar to the situation when she had self-destructed back at Qingmao Mountain. The cold wind blustered and glaciers rose, crushing towards Tai Ruo-nan with vast and majestic force. Tai Ruo-nan had a fierce expression as she quickly retreated towards outside. However, the door of the main hall was already condensed into ice, she was like a turtle trapped in a jar and was surrounded by the icy layers. Is this the legendary northern dark ice soul physique? Tai Ruo-nan cried out in surprise. But it was already too late, she was sealed within the ice like an insect in an amber. The ice, however, did not stop spreading and was spreading towards Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing, Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan worriedly shouted, but there was no response from Bai Ningbing. Her body had almost become one with ice and her whole face had started turning indistinct. Her crystal-like eyes no longer shone and had thoroughly dimmed. Damn it! Fang Yuan's brain was hurting from the anxiety, the ice had already reached his body, he could only use Yongjiyu. Yongjiyu flew out and landed on Bai Ningbing's body, immediately Yang aura and the icy coldness formed into a whirlpool of primeval essence, the scene back at Qingmao Mountain many years ago appeared once again. Ice stopped spreading but this distraction almost caused the GU refinement to fail. Fang Yuan's heart thumped loudly in shock and he immediately concentrated all his attention without being concerned about the situation behind him. Under his efforts and control, the light clouds finally condensed into second aperture GU. Immortal GU, I finally succeeded. Right now, Fang Yuan's heart was exploding with joy. All his efforts and all the risks he took had created a very satisfactory outcome. Right at this time, a sharp ice blade pierced through Fang Yuan's heart, piercing from behind him and coming out of his chest. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to needle size and he looked behind with difficulty. Bai Ningbing, you, Fang Yuan, To think there would be a day where you fall into a trap. Tai Ruo Nan slowly walked over, her gaze filled with hatred. Chapter 396, by Ning Bing. The bronze hall was deathly silent. Time seemed to have frozen as the atmosphere became very heavy. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the ground with the ranked 6-second aperture GU floating in front of him. Immortal GU refinement had succeeded, but Fang Yuan's attention was not at this immortal GU. He turned his head with difficulty and gazed at Bai Ning Bing, his eyes revealing his deep doubts. Bai Ning Bing, who had already recovered his male body, was holding an ice blade and was expressionlessly standing behind him. Tai Ruo Nan slowly walked over and fixed her gaze at Fang Yuan, her expression showing both grief and joy. Fang Yuan, you had never in your wildest imagination expect this day to occur, right? Fang Yuan seemed like he did not hear anything and kept on looking at Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing looked at Fang Yuan. With the recovery of his male body, his height had increased, he was wearing a snow-white robe, his silver hair was floating in the air and his eyes shone with deep coldness. He was like a glacier, extremely cold. You didn't expect it, right, that you would finally be defeated by me. Bai Ning Bing indifferently smiled while looking at Fang Yuan. Since my resurrection back on Qingmao Mountain, I had been pondering on how to recover my male body. In the days spent with you, I was firmly controlled by you as a chess piece that could be moved at your will. You are not the strongest enemy in my life, but I have to admit that you are absolutely the most terrifying one. Fang Yuan, you are someone with innate talent for scheming, and with your vicious methods, you are a very formidable person. But I, Bai Ning Bing, am also not an ordinary character. How could I become someone's subordinate? HMPH. The more you controlled me and the more you exploited me, the more I thought of ways to escape, to make a comeback and counterattack. But the Yang Gu was with you and you could cause it to self-destruct with just a thought. Thus, I did not act recklessly but racked my brains to think of countermeasures until one day, I got a superb inspiration and thought of a way. Actually, the scene of you voluntarily hand over the GU had already happened once on Qingmao Mountain. Hehe, right, that is to repeat the scene back on Qingmao Mountain. The time of my self-destruction will be the time you use the Yang Gu. With this as the start, I began to plot secretly. The corner of Bai Ning Bing's lips slowly spread into a smile. I would self-destruct, but it would naturally not be actual self-destruction since there was a chance you might not use Yang Gu. So, I chose Ice Crystal Gu. Fang Yuan's expression was dim as water. Back at Shangclan City, Bai Ning Bing chose Ice Path. Among the Ice Path, there were 3 transformation type GU, Frost Demon GU, Snow Fairy GU and Ice Crystal GU. Wei Yong had strongly recommended Bai Ning Bing to choose Snow Fairy GU. Snow Fairy GU was suitable for female GU masters while Ice Crystal GU was suitable for males. Bai Ning Bing, however, chose Ice Crystal GU as a female, which had caused Wei Yong to feel great regret. Hehe, you finally get it. Bai Ning Bing laughed. That's right, I originally chose Ice Crystal GU not because I was peeved but because Snow Fairy GU changed the body to a snow fairy with clear appearance that could not be hidden. However, if I turn into Ice Crystal and use Ice Explosion GU with it, it could form a majestic scene that is extremely similar to the self-destruction of Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. You have seen it just now, didn't it deceive you? HMPH, if I was not concentrating on refining GU, I would definitely discover the peculiarity. How could you have succeeded so easily then? Fang Yuan scoffed. Bai Ning Bing, however, nodded her head with a serious expression. Right. You are very meticulous, observing everything to the finest details. When I thought of this method, I also felt it would be strange and there would be a great chance of failure. In fact, there was a change in circumstances that made me almost give up this plan. The change Bai Ning Bing spoke of was none other than Poison Vow GU. A great man knows when to yield and when not. My objective was to rely on the Poison Vow to accomplish my goal. So what if I would be used for some time? Bai Ning Bing's eyes turned vague as he recalled. However, the developments after that made me realize that Poison Vow GU was not reliable. The Poison Vow between you and Xianxia Z, despite there being a very ingenious flaw, I felt that you were too confident. And I had also secretly investigated the contract with Bai Clan. The rumors, however, were still leaked out, making me feel even more uncertain. One thing that I have learned about you is that you make the best preparations for everything, calculating even the worst outcomes. Thus, I could not help but consider this situation. What if you were not restricted by Poison Vow GU, what would I do then? I knew that if that was the case, I had already gotten into a desperate situation. I was restricted by the poison vow while you were not. I would become your chess piece which you could use or kill with no way for me to retaliate. Just relying on my own power, I would never be able to escape this predicament, but there was one person who could help me at Xianxia City. Speaking of this person, I still need to thank you for the introduction. Bai Ningbing smiled mockingly. He thought of the first meeting with Dr. Su Shou. It was during the banquet organized by Shang Yanfei. As thanks to Fang and Bai for escorting Shang Xinxi to Xianxia City, Shang Yanfei invited Dr. Su Shou to treat Fang Yuan's disfigured face. And to make Bai Ningbing give up, Fang Yuan intentionally asked her to go together. After Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou with her real appearance, Dr. Su Shou's attitude immediately changed into extreme warmth and compassion. Dr. Su Shou was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border and had a peculiarity of being attracted to appearance. She was extremely fond of handsome men and beautiful women. As long as their appearance was extraordinary, she would give treatment for free. If the appearance was ugly, she would loathe them and would not treat them even if they gave more money. Bai Ningbing asked her about the transformation of yin and yang, and with the reply he got, he was even more aware of how important the Yang Jiyu in Fang Yuan's possession was. But at the same time, Bai Ningbing also got to know Dr. Su Shou. Before leaving, Dr. Su Shou had made a serious promise that no matter what problems he faced, he could go find her. Cough cough. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. The ice blade had pierced through his heart, but with the help of healing Jiyu, he was able to hang on to life. However, the chilly aura of the ice blade was slowing down the speed of his blood flow, and the numbness the cold brought was spreading to his whole body. Right now, however, these injuries were minor details. The person you are speaking, is it Dr. Su Shou? He, you are Fang Yuan indeed, you are right. Bai Ningbing praised. That bitch. Fang Yuan cursed but also had new doubts, but didn't you guys only meet once? Wait, there was also the second time. Fang Yuan suddenly recalled something while talking. At Xianxia City, Bai Ningbing and Dr. Su Shou had met for a second time. That time was when Bai Ningbing lost to Yan Tu by just a little and suffered heavy injuries while also losing her vital Jiyu. She went to Dr. Su Shou's place to receive treatment and to recuperate. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan seemed to have thought of something and his gaze immediately turned to Bai Ningbing as if it was the first time he was seeing this cold and handsome young man. Bai Ningbing smiled, his blue eyes shining eerily. It seems you have guessed it. That's right, I intentionally lost to Yan Tu. Losing a vital Jiyu is nothing, exchanging it for a chance to evade your suspicions, isn't it a profitable transaction? At that time, I decided to gamble. Bai Ningbing went to Dr. Su Shou's place and relying just on his intuition, he decided to take a risk. He told the truth honestly to Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou sympathized with his experience and did her best to free him from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Bai Ningbing asked her if there was a way to dispel poison vow. Dr. Su Shou replied that she could not dispel poison vow, but there was a way which could get rid of poison vow's binding. She recalled from her memories, once, when she was young and ignorant, she was deceived by her sect's junior brother into using poison vow Jiyu to make an oath saying they would never abandon each other. Later, she used this method to get rid of the poison vow. Bai Ningbing asked, "What is it?" Dr. Su Shou's gaze turned grave and said, "To live, one must die. Once the poison vow activated, it would cause the death of the vow maker." Dr. Su Shou was a healing Jiyu master and her solution was to intentionally let the poison vow activate and cause the Jiyu master's death. The poison would be removed and then revive the Jiyu master. This method is a forceful removal. The absolute majority of healing Jiyu masters cannot do it even if they thought of it. I am able to barely accomplish it because of the unique legacy from my teacher. But even so, this has a 1 in 3 chance of failure. If it fails, it will mean death. Think it through. Dr. Su Shou gave a final warning. Bai Ningbing decided on the spot to use this method. With Dr. Su Shou's help, he got rid of the poison vow fortunately. Without the poison vow's binding, Bai Ningbing got in touch with Tai clan and Tai Ruo Nan was able to learn the truth. The truth that person in front of her was Fang Yuan and not Fang Zheng. At the same time, she also understood the event that occurred on Qingmao Mountain. To deal with Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruo Nan launched a secret cooperation. We had used Iron Cabinet Jiyu and Qi Flow Jiyu around an area and planned to create the scene of the self-destruction. Unfortunately, You refused to rescue her. I could only gather a group and hurry to Sancha Mountain to make new plans. Tai Ruo Nan spoke. The scene of Bai Ningbing being trapped for so many days by Tai clan's 4 old-timers looked like Tai clan's reprisal because of Bai Ningbing killing a Tai clan's GU master in the inheritance, but in truth, it was all a scheme to deal with Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan fought 1 against 7 and slaughtered Tai Ruo Nan's group, which caused Tai Mu Bai to take the stage. Tai Ruo Nan received Tai Mu Bai's teachings, cultivating and patiently waiting for news from Bai Ningbing. This was also the reason why she did not take the initiative to look for Fang Yuan, although she had extreme hatred towards him. However, Fang Yuan made an impressive move that shook everybody. He took control of the whole situation after entering 3 kings' inheritance. Tai Mu Bai's death caused Bai Ningbing to keep silent and conceal himself even deeper. Using Fang Yuan's trust, he controlled the dog beasts. With the death of the land spirit, he was unable to suppress the situation anymore and the pressure on him increased. However, at the same time, he felt his whole body relaxed as he was free from the land spirit's surveillance. He was still not at ease though, thus he intentionally gave way for Yan Jun to probe Fang Yuan. Sure enough, like he expected, Feng Tianyu was sent out. This proved the land spirit had truly died. Bai Ningbing was inwardly happy and again maneuvered the situation to make a way in for Tai Ruo Nan and Tai clan's 4 old-timers. The reason Tai Ruo Nan came to the main hall by herself was also because of this. Fang Yuan, I advise you to obediently surrender. Outside, my Tai clan's enslavement path Grand Master Tai Baichi is controlling the dog beasts and obstructing the group of experts. Outside the main hall, there are Tai clan's 4 old-timers who are using Iron Cabinet GU and Chi Flow GU to confine the space so that no one can infiltrate here. Surrendering is your only way out. Tai Ruo Nan walked over and held the 2nd aperture GU in her hand while pronouncing Fang Yuan's fate. Chapter 397, The battle has just begun. There are truly uncountable geniuses in this world. After being solemn for a while, Fang Yuan raised his head and sighed. Bai Ningbing, what a Bai Ningbing, he, I underestimated you, and fell victim to your schemes. It was a beautiful victory, your plan was flawless, while I was careless and overconfident, only thinking about the immortal GU, allowing you to succeed, it was my mistake. I'm flattered. The reason I could plot against you was due to the perfect time, place and opportunity. If I were the one who had to refine an immortal GU while scheming against both the righteous and demonic factions, I would definitely have done worse than you. Bai Ningbing answered seriously, but now at this point, winner takes all and the loser loses everything. I hope you would stop your pointless struggle. He. Fang Yuan sneered. The reason you have not killed me yet is because of the immortal GU. You want to know its effects and also the immortal GU recipe in my head. Now that the land spirit was dead, the blessed land was on the brink of destruction. There were loopholes everywhere and without the heavenly power to suppress them, GU masters could use their GU freely. That is to say, Fang Yuan just had to think about it, and all his GU would self-detonate. Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruo Nan had no way to stop him. Tai Ruo Nan, Tai Mu Bai and the others died in my hands. You have to take this immortal GU back to redeem yourself, otherwise you will lose your young master position. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. Tai Ruo Nan was expressionless, answering frankly, that's right, immortal GU are unique, they are extremely important. When I bring it back it will be an unprecedented merit. I would receive the Tai clan GU immortals nurturing and reward. As for the recipe to refine immortal GU, right now only you know about it. If I can contribute it to the clan, I would immediately become Tai clan young clan leader. When I ascend to the position of clan leader, I will be like Lord Tai Mu Bai, upholding justice and order. After all these things, I have learnt, to uphold justice, one needs to have great strength as well as a strong force. Only in this way can I repay Lord Tai Mu Bai's teachings, and allow him to feel at peace in the afterlife. Saying so, Tai Ruo Nan thought about the Tai clansman who died in Fang Yuan's hands, her eyes turning red as she felt intense fury and hatred, and also the great satisfaction of getting her revenge. She breathed in deeply, staring sharply at Fang Yuan. As for you, GU Fang Yuan, I will not kill you. You were able to refine an immortal GU using a mortal body, such refinement talent is truly spectacular. As long as you surrender, I will send you into the Tai clan demon suppression tower to undergo reform. In the future, when you turn over a new leaf, and leave the tower, you will work for Tai clan, and contribute to the righteous path, repaying for your sins. This is the best outcome. Demon Suppression Tower, Fang Yuan squinted. You make it sound really nice. He, you want the immortal GU? Sure, let's make a transaction. Fang Yuan talked about the details of the transaction as he focused on the movements outside the hall. He was stalling for time. In this situation, it may seem like a dead end, but he still had one final resort. Because of refining GU, Fang Yuan's mind is tired and he had little primeval essence left. His rank 4 all-out effort GU was not refined yet, and many beast phantoms were used up in the GU refinement process. He could not force it now. Fang Yuan was not in the best condition, while Bai Ning Bing and Tai Ruo Nan came prepared. Furthermore, there are the 4 Tai clan old-timers outside as well as Tai Bai Chi who manipulates dog groups. Spring-Autumn Cicada was indeed the best chance. He had, but it carried an enormous risk, and carried the danger of dying. Unless he had no other options, Fang Yuan did not want to use it yet. My true opportunity lies in the experts waiting outside the hall. With just the dog group and Tai clan's 4 old-timers, they cannot block them all forever. As long as they fight their way in here, the situation would be completely overturned. Fate worked in mysterious ways. Not long ago, Fang Yuan was using all his methods to block the experts outside, but now he could not wish more for them to fight their way into the hall. This accursed Tai clan, the mastermind is them all along. Tai clan's old clan leader Tai Mu Bai came personally. What attracted him? We should have guessed. Tai clan is a super clan, but don't think of devouring this alone. The immortal treasure belongs to all of us. In the intense battlefield, everyone was excited. Looking at the bronze hall, many GU masters' eyes were burning with passion. The purple-colored light barrier covered the entire bronze hall. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were at all 4 directions, guarding it securely. As for Tai Bai Chi, he was standing at the door of the hall, looking down at all the GU masters as he manipulated the dog group. He was an old man, his head was full of white hair, and he had a third eye on his forehead, shining brightly. He was a rank 5 enslavement path GU master, a Tai clan elder, and was once Tai Mu Bai's capable general. Under Tai Mu Bai's orders, he came out of cultivation, coming to the faraway Xianxia mountain. Right now, Tai Bai Chi was smiling as he looked at the battlefield. The dog group was under his command, unleashing several times the fighting strength they had compared to before. Tai Bai Chi did not mind the losses, blocking all the experts outside. This old fool is really irritating. Mo Wutian's hair was flying in the air as he breathed roughly. Before him, Dog Emperor Ba Huang was bathed in blood, in a condition worse than Mo Wutian. But soon, the healing GU on it worked, and under the milky white-colored light, it began to heal rapidly. Mo Wutian tried to attack while there was a chance, but a group of green Hua dogs charged in. This again, Mo Wutian gritted his teeth, forced to kill this group of reinforcements. While it had the chance, Ba Huang managed to heal most of its injuries and became revitalized again. Compared to the time Bai Ning Bing sent out the Dog Emperor and did not have the energy to control it, Tai Bai Chi had a much easier time. He manipulated the entire battlefield, and controlled the situation, showing the strength of the enslavement path fully. On the other hand, Xiao Mang was also receiving great attention from Tai Bai Chi. This won't do, the immortal treasure is going to be taken by Tai clan. Xiao Mang was anxious and hateful, but Dog Emperor Ying Ming was blocking his path, not allowing him to pass through. Bastard, you forced me. Xiao Mang growled, flying into the sky. The sky already had one huge hole, tens of kilometers in diameter, as the outside showed the sky of the main world, full of clouds, and was a bright sunny day. Xiao Mang flew out of the hole, raising his hands. Rank 4, gather light GU. Large amounts of sunlight gathered on his palms, the light turned into a ball, flawless and huge. Xiao Mang was like an ant carrying a huge rice bowl. Rank 5, extreme light GU. The glorious light of the immemorial era, gathered into the ball, and caused a qualitative change, as the entire ball was infected with the glory of the immemorial times. Rank 5, river under the sun GU. The light ball exploded, turning into an overwhelming water of light. Each drop was like a fragment of the sun, extremely bright and dazzling. Killer move, torrential light stream. 1. The river of light rolled and crashed as it poured down on the blessed land from the hole. The light was blinding, and the waves were fierce. It turned the entire battlefield white, and everyone closed their eyes, unable to resist such a strong light. Oh no, Tai Bai Chi tried to stop it, but the light river's formation was already complete. He could only reduce its impact by a little. The Grand Light River was like a waterfall, crashing on the purple barrier. The barrier only lasted for a moment before shattering, as the 4 old-timers who sustained the barrier spurted out mouthfuls of blood, gravely injured. The Light River broke the barrier and was weakened, but it continued on its way into the Bronze Hall. The hall was immediately broken through, and the waterfall swept towards Fang, Bai, and Tai. Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruo Nan's pupils shrunk as they subconsciously tried to dodge. Fang Yuan, who was waiting for an opportunity, immediately reacted and activated his primeval essence. Warp GU. He activated this rank 5 movement GU. This GU was something he got from killing Cho Ju the killer ghost doctor. With a swoosh, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. The Light River crashed on the floor, creating a huge hole that was about 2 meters deep. Tai and Bai dodged in time, standing at the edge of the huge hole, extremely calm. He escaped indeed, he. It seems he used Warp GU. I think this GU came from Killer Ghost Doctor. Tai Ruo Nan analyzed. We're letting him escape. Bai Ningbing looked at Tai Ruo Nan. You forgot about Fixed Star GU. Don't worry, even if he escapes to the end of the world, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers would be able to arrest him. Let me roam around for now and expend his primeval essence and energy. It saves us some trouble. Tai Ruo Nan smiled lightly, her tone showing a confident attitude towards grasping the situation. After so many trials and difficulties, she had grown up a lot. Goo. Intense pain assaulted him as Fang Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood, feeling extremely dizzy. A sense of disgust almost caused him to fall face flat on the ground, feeling like his intestines were all jumbled up. Warp GU was a space path GU, tearing through space and transporting the GU Master's body. The strong effect carried an equally intense backlash. GU Masters who constantly use Warp GU would have their tendons entangled, their blood would flow backwards, and their joints would be dislocated. On the outside, the GU Master would get uglier and uglier. No matter how nice he looked originally, he would turn hideous. To use the Warp GU, one had to use other GU worms to modify his own body. But to Fang Yuan, he no longer cared. Second Aperture GU will be kept safe by you guys for now. I will return this hatred 1,000,000-fold in the future. Fang Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings, realizing that although he was out of the hall, he was still a distance from the Bronze Hall. Large numbers of dogs came attacking, and he quickly chose to retreat. Although Second Aperture GU was in Tai Ruo Nan's hands, the control was still in Fang Yuan's hands. He refined the Second Aperture GU single-handedly. Now with just a thought, this GU would self-detonate. Of course, unless left without a choice, Fang Yuan would not do something so stupid. This battle has just begun. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruo Nan, just you wait. He. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. To use Second Aperture GU, Immortal Essence was needed, otherwise, an insane amount of primeval stones were needed to replace it. To Fang Yuan, he could not keep this GU into his aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's pressure was high enough. If he placed another Immortal GU in, Fang Yuan's aperture would explode. If an Immortal GU was outside the aperture, its aura would leak, and everyone would notice. If Fang Yuan took the Immortal GU and ran, he would become everyone's target, immediately being chased down by 2 rank 5, more than 10 rank 4, and countless rank 3 and 2 GU masters. Tai Ruo Nan has the Immortal GU, she is definitely everyone's attack target. Hehe, I'll let you guys compete while I watch on the sidelines, becoming the final winner in the end. Fang Yuan was resolved to retreat and recover his battle strength, before finding an opportunity to strike. But heaven did not side with him, as quickly, many GU masters found out his movements and screamed. Who is it? Little Beast King, it seems he came out of the Bronze Hall. Quick, block him. He must have gotten a portion of the treasure. The voices attracted people's attention, as Fang Yuan's surrounding GU masters quickly turned around and attacked him. But the first who attacked were a small group of heavy Tai dogs. Not only was Fang Yuan obstructed by righteous and demonic GU masters, he was also specially taken care of by Tai Bai Chi. Chapter 398. So close to success, yet it was all for naught. God damn it, Fang Yuan cursed, waving his hand and summoning a golden dragon. Golden Dragon roared as it turned these heavy Tai dogs into meat paste, paving a way for him to move. Little Beast King, where do you think you're going? Hand over the immortal treasure. Yi Chong rushed towards Fang Yuan, as the waves came crashing. Fang Yuan flapped his wings, avoiding the huge waves and flying into the sky. Little Beast King, just stay here. Yi Huo waved his hand and fire birds flew out towards Fang Yuan. Golden Aurora Gu. Fang Yuan's body was covered in a golden light as his speed increased, retreating quickly and leaving the fire birds behind. Oh, this huge change attracted Mo Wutian and Xiao Mang's attention. Xiao Mang shot out a giant hand of light, like a huge elephant, flying swiftly towards Fang Yuan trying to capture him. Fang Yuan turned at a sharp angle, narrowly avoid it. But at this moment, there was a gentle sound near his ears. This sound was like a lover's whisper beside one's ear, or like the voice of one's loved ones, causing an unknowing person to feel deeply emotional and unable to focus. Mo Wutian's gentle feelings Gu. Fang Yuan quickly broke free of it after his shock, but his movement was slowed because of this, causing the giant light hand to catch up. Oh no, it was too late to dodge. Fang Yuan could only use his Gu worms to fight back, using offense as defense. The sound of a loud explosion, and the light hand was dispersed, while Fang Yuan flew in the air like a kite with its strings cut, landing towards the ground. The sound of the wind near his ears woke the unconscious Fang Yuan. Sensing that he was falling, he quickly activated his Gu worm while shouting, Tai Ruo Nan obtained a peerless immortal Gu, she is refining it now. Mo Wutian and Xiao Mang's attention were instantly diverted. Immortal Gu, everyone went into a commotion as their enthusiasm surged, causing Tai Baiqi's pressure to intensify. Fang Yuan caught his breath and quickly used Wu Gui's movement Gu. Large numbers of dark clouds appeared as he hid within, making his escape. But at this moment, swish 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 swish, in the air, 4 chains extended out of nowhere, swift as lightning and flexible like snakes, tying Fang Yuan's 4 limbs. Next, the chains tightened and coiled, spreading until Fang Yuan was tied up tightly, dragged into the void. The next moment, Fang Yuan reappeared in the bronze hall. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were at the north, south, east, and west respectively, standing around him. They were half kneeling on the ground, their right palms facing forward while their left hand gripped their right hand, activating their Gu worms together. On each of their right palms, a black steel chain was extending out. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers killer move, Infinite Search and Lock. At this moment, in Central Continent, TNT Mountain. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, on top of Hundang Mountain, a competition that decided the Blessed Land's owner was at its final moments. Fang Zheng, hang in there, victory is within reach. Lord Sky Crane's voice came from within Fang Zheng. Compared to the start, he sounded extremely tired and weak. Yes, just one opponent left. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, his body full of sweat as it swayed, hanging on with just his determination. The great Xiaoqi Xing, was surpassed by a nobody. Xiaoqi Xing's eyes were staring wide as he looked at Fang Zheng climb, at a height beyond him. Sigh, to think that it would end up like this. Ying Shengji sighed, letting go and falling down the mountain. He was furthest from the peak. Seeing Fang Zheng's performance, he knew he had no chance of winning, thus giving up immediately. Hu Immortal Land Spirit would not let him die of course. With a snap of her finger, Ying Shengji was transported out of the Blessed Land. Climb, continue to climb. The skin on Fang Zheng's arms and legs were torn, as blood flowed down. The closer he was to the peak, the greater the vibration shocks on the soul. Fang Zheng was almost unable to think of anything. There was only the mountain peak left in his mind. As his entire potential was squeezed out, he was extremely tired, and this had greatly exceeded the limits of his body. This lad, Feng Jin Huang, was moved. Fang Zheng was obviously exhausted beyond belief, yet he seemed to have some sort of limitless energy sustaining him. Mountain peak, Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, with only one thought in his mind. He climbed step by step, surpassing Feng Jin Huang and taking the lead. At this moment, he was only less than a meter from the mountain peak. Even the cute and tiny land spirit was standing at the edge of the cliff, looking down and watching the birth of her new owner. Outside the Blessed Land, some GU masters who were watching started to sigh. Congrats to you, He Feng Yang, this time your Immortal Crane sect performed the best. HMPH, if my ranked 6 exquisite warp GU was still around. Or maybe Star Shuttle GU, fixed Immortal Travel GU, or one's own movement GU, the results would be different. The GU Immortals had differing attitudes, some were congratulating while others were sighing in pity. We were lucky, just lucky. He Feng Yang was modest but his tone could not conceal his joy. But at this moment, a GU Immortal sneered. He Feng Yang, you are going to be disappointed. This Hu Immortal inheritance belongs to a spirit affinity house. As the Immortal spoke, a change occurred in the blessed land. Feng Jin Huang shouted, and a beautiful pair of wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely elegant and beautiful, all sorts of lights shone on it, it was dazzling and alluring. With just one flap, Feng Jin Huang ascended easily. The legendary Immortal GU, Dream Wings. Dream Wings was a special Immortal GU, it did not exist in the real world, but only appeared in dreams. Activating it did not require Immortal essence, but the GU Master Spirit and Soul instead. Feng Jin Huang was only immortal, activating the Dream Wings forcefully would cause severe damage to her soul, amnesia at best, becoming mentally retarded at worst. But the proud her had never suffered defeat since her birth. She could not allow Fang Zheng to be the sole winner right before her eyes. Even if I have to pay the heaviest price, I have to attain victory. Under Fang Zheng's shocked expression, Feng Jin Huang flew up quickly, easily surpassing him and claiming the lead once again. The dream wings were folded back as Feng Jin Huang stood at the side of the cliff, breathing heavily. She felt a strong dizziness from the depths of her soul, almost causing her to faint. She reached her limits, forcefully activating an Immortal GU. It was not easy for Feng Jin Huang to reach this step. I actually lost. Fang Zheng stared with wide-opened eyes, dejected and upset. At this moment, Feng Jin Huang was so close to the peak. In fact, her arms were already at the edge of the peak. She was one step away. I am about to win. At this moment, Feng Jin Huang forced herself to raise her head, using the last bit of strength she had. Her eyes were glowing like amber, her beautiful appearance and her snow-white long neck was shining like jade in the blessed land's pink light. She was like a young phoenix, expanding its wings for the first time. Brilliant and glorious. At once, even GU Immortals were dazed. She bit her lips, placing her arms at the edge of the cliff. Next, she used her remaining strength to drag her body up as well. At the end, she rolled onto the mountain peak. She succeeded. The sole winner of this competition, the new owner of the Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Southern border, Xianxia Mountain, Bronze Hall. Fang Yuan was tied up by the chains. He, Fang Yuan, we meet again. Tai Ruo Nan stood before Fang Yuan, laughed heartily. Bai Ningbing sighed. It is no use, Fang Yuan, I secretly planted the fixed star GU in your left arm. With this GU to locate you, the infinite search and lock can catch you no matter where you go, even if you escape to the edge of the world, we can still bring you back. You have lost, admit it. What? Fang Yuan lowered his head, seeing that there was a GU on his left arm. This GU was a star fragment of the immemorial era, it was 8-sided and crystal clear, giving off starlight at times, causing Fang Yuan's forearm to shine with a transparent eerie blue light. Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan howled, struggling frantically, causing the chains to make a loud clank sound. In his past life, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers used this killer move to capture Kong Ri Tian. To think that in this life, the same move would be used on him. Before, when Bai Ningbing was trapped by the 4 old-timers, Fang Yuan did not help her immediately, he was wary of this infinite search and lock. Once he was locked on by this GU, no matter where Fang Yuan escaped, the chains would extend from the void to capture him. But without the fixed star GU, infinite search and lock would be like a headless chicken, not a threat at all. This fixed star GU was given to me by the 4 old-timers personally, and I even spent a long time training to use it. Do you know when I planted it? It was when you injected yellow gold primeval essence to nurture my aperture. You had absolutely no idea, huh? Bai Ningbing's eyes were shining with cold mockery. This move was truly nailing the problem at its roots, crushing Fang Yuan's hopes of a reversal. Fixed star GU, good, Bai Ningbing, you are too good. Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, gritting his teeth. Tai Ruo Nan continued to urge, Fang Yuan, you have been locked on by infinite search and lock, your GU worms have already been sealed and you cannot even use your primeval essence. You have no hope left. Of course you can still will your GU worms to self-detonate, but I would advise you not to do that. You are a smart person, you should know which option benefits you the most, right? Fang Yuan lowered his head, silent. Earlier, he had activated his GU worms furiously, but infinite search and lock was famous for a reason, it was both a space path and seal path killer move. Even the rank 5 warp GU was sealed, unable to be used. It has ended, Fang Yuan. Demon Suppression Tower is your final resting place. You will spend the rest of your life there. Bai Ningbing sighed, seeing his mortal enemy captured. He felt extremely complicated, feeling both joy and sorrow. Throughout these years, thank you for the excitement you have brought to my life. Because of your existence, it lightened up this lonely life of mine, and I became less lonely and bored. Next, I will have an even more exciting life, and you should be honored that you have been a part of it. Saying so, Bai Ningbing paid respects to Fang Yuan in an earnest and sincere expression. Chapter 399, Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the sky beyond the bronze hall. There was a huge hole in the blessed land's sky, connecting to the outside world. From Fang Yuan's angle, he could see the sun of southern border. The sun was setting, it was near dusk. 5:45 p.m., at this time, Feng Jinhuang should have just inherited Hu Immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan thought. In his previous life, he worked with demonic Gu Immortals, attacking Hu Immortal blessed land and taking over Danghun Mountain. In the end he paid a huge price, killing Feng Jinhuang and narrowly surviving. After Feng Jinhuang died, the Righteous Path grieved, writing the biography of Feng Jinhuang. The biography listed all the things she achieved in life, and Feng Jinhuang had 3 great opportunities in life. Her first encounter was when she was 3 years old. When she was sleeping, she obtained the immortal Gu dream wings in her dreams. The second opportunity was Hu Immortal blessed land. On this day, at 5:30 p.m., she successfully ascended the mountain. Feng Jinhuang has the immortal Gu dream wings. The Hu Immortal inheritance is definitely hers to take. To not give her such a huge lead, I need the second aperture Gu. Unfortunately, my efforts were in vain. He sighed in his heart, but his dazed expression suddenly became resolute again. He had a chance to reverse the situation. He had not lost yet. That is because he had Spring-Autumn Cicada. Infinite Search and Lock could seal rank 5 Gu, but it could not restrict rank 6 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his head, taking a final look at Bai Ningbing and the others. There was nothing to say. This time, there was hope if he succeeded, and nothing to say if he failed. How can he be so calm? Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruo Nan and the others felt something amiss. Fang Yuan self-detonated. At that moment, Spring-Autumn Cicada burst out in 2 lights, green and orange, as a mystical and profound aura spread out. All of Fang Yuan's Gu worms, all his primeval essence, all his flesh and soul, all detonated. Every use of the Spring-Autumn Cicada was a great gamble. Fang Yuan was at a dead end. He bet on everything he had. After self-detonating, all the energy was injected into the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada turned into a brilliant dot, carrying Fang Yuan's remaining will and tore through space, entering the most famous forbidden ground in this world, the River of Time. The Gu world had southern border, northern plains, western desert, eastern seas, and central continent. There was also one river of time, connecting past, present, and future. That was time itself. Space and time were the basis that constructed the world. The river water in the river of time ebbed and flowed, crashing like waves. Every drop of the water of time was pale white, but over a gazillion droplets of water crashed, intertwined, collided, and spun each time, giving off a brilliant light show. In this desolate and plentiful river water, Spring-Autumn Cicada was like a roaming traveler returning home. Its wings flapped as it carried Fang Yuan's consciousness and moved against the flow. To Fang Yuan, this was the 3rd time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada. The first time, he entered the river of time without any experience. The second time, he was forced to self-detonate. There was too little time. This time, he was mentally prepared, and finally experienced the feeling of going against the tides. This feeling was so mystical and incredible. Countless light shadows, like a movie playing in reverse, appeared in his consciousness. It felt like a second passed, but it also felt like years had passed. The dangerous waves came crashing each time. Spring-Autumn Cicada quickly lost its stamina, and the energy from self-detonating was expended. It struggled and jumped into one of the droplets, vanishing. Fang Yuan blinked, and the image before him had changed. Hold on, all can be negotiated. I can promise to tell you the true path, but you must ensure my safety. I have a poison vow Gu. Fang Yuan heard a familiar voice begging for his life. He looked down and saw Wang Xiao. He was stunned. As his heart pounded, his expression changed as he revealed an unconcealed joy. Ha ha ha, I succeeded again, I won the bet, I managed to rebirth. Fang Yuan spread his arms, laughing loudly. Wang Xiao. Fang Yuan's sudden performance caused him to feel shocked and suspicious. What rebirth? What succeeded? Is this guy mentally unsound? But honestly, there are lots of crazy demonic path GU masters. Damn it, I encountered such a maniac. Being stepped on by Fang Yuan, Wang Xiao, who was lying on the ground, thought about this and begged even louder. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's laughter continued. This feeling of escaping from a hopeless scenario and restarting once again was simply too good. He felt great. He first inspected his aperture. In the aperture, his vital GU spring autumn cicada was extremely weak once again. Its lustrous body had turned into wilting autumn leaves. Fang Yuan willed, and spring autumn cicada hid its body, entering a deep sleep, regaining its strength through the river of time. This way, the threat spring autumn cicada has been alleviated. Fang Yuan laughed even louder, his eyes shining brightly. He looked around again. This was evidently still the blessed land. He was stepping on Wang Xiao, and there was a corpse beside him. It was Yun Clan leader Yun Luo Tian. He was killed by Bai Ningbing, and his corpse was sent over by expending immortal essence. Thinking of Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan's laughter stopped, unable to laugh anymore. It was this guy, planning for so long and finally betrayed him, causing Fang Yuan to fail even though he succeeded in refining second aperture GU, falling into deep despair. If not for spring autumn cicada and his good luck, Fang Yuan would have completely lost. Regardless of death or captivity in Demon Suppression Tower, he would have no opportunities left in life. Demonic path was like this. It was like walking on tightrope. One step was all it takes for destruction. Falling into the abyss, with no hopes of ever getting back up. I was simply too careless. Thinking about Feng Jin Huang and wanting to refine an immortal GU, I ignored the true demon that was hiding near me. But this Bai Ningbing's acting was also convincing, planning for so many years, working so hard to numb my senses, and then giving me the final blow. Hey, I am still immortal, I am not an invincible god. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mouth was bitter. Fang Yuan was improving and growing ferociously. Bai Ningbing was the same. This was the harshness of reality, and also the beauty of fate. In this world, everyone was a main character, but everyone was also a side character. Everyone has their own advantages. Bai Ningbing has the northern dark ice soul physique, Tai Ruo Nan has her Tai clan background, Feng Jin Huang gained an immortal GU in her dreams when she was 3 years old. As for me, I struggled for hundreds of years, cultivating bitterly until I refined the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan thought about this, and his emotions surged again. He smiled brilliantly and recited. Viewing thousands of mountains in deep crimson. Layers of trees dyed red. On the limpid blue water. Hundreds of barges race against currents. Hawks spread their wings in the vast sky. Fish swim freely under deep water. All living things vie for freedom under the autumn sky. Pondering over the immensity of the universe, I ask this boundless and misty earth. Who rules the fate of this world? If heavens had emotions, it would grow old. The great Tao is emotionless and impartial. Every living being has the chance to rise up. It depends on how one uses their opportunities, and how one fights. In this world, no one is born to be a side character. And there is no one who is an eternal main character. Living beings compete, the weak are eliminated. Precisely because of the heroes competing in this world, facing off with their respective strengths and trump cards, can history be so immense and interesting, making the world such a mystical place. Thinking so, the bitterness, hatred, shock, grief and joy vanished in Fang Yuan like a trace of smoke. His heart was clear, his demonic resolution shone deeply in his eyes. He started to think calmly. So I rebirth at this time. According to my previous life's development, I grilled Wang Xiao regarding the path towards Wu Mountain, but he did not tell me even after dying. I had no choice and had to kill him, using the beast strength placenta GU to devour his and Yun Luo Tian's apertures. Fang Yuan was solemn, his expression like ice, as he recalled in his mind what was about to happen. Next, I spent a lot of effort, exposing the spring-autumn cicada to convince the land spirit. Next, I killed killer ghost Dr. Cho Ju, Wu Shentong, and Zhang San San. I unexpectedly obtained a slavery GU from Zhang San San, and was about to continue killing people when an accident occurred. I had no choice but to interfere and kill Long Qing Tian, but because of the Jade Sky GU poison, I had no gains. Next, I refined GU, defended the hall, and got betrayed by Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's mind worked like lightning. almost instantly recalling the previous life as his eyes squinted into a line, subconsciously clenching his fists tightly. The situation is really perilous. With his rebirth, Fang Yuan looked at the situation clear as day. His previous life's carelessness became this life's alertness. Firstly, Bai Ningbing already knows about the details regarding the refinement of the immortal Ji. She had secretly cooperated with Tai Ruo Nan. Tai clan had to be prepared long ago, that Tai Bai Chi might have already hidden himself in Sancha Mountain, ready to strike at any moment. The enemy is hidden while I am exposed, this is not good. Next, during the last few days of refinement, Xiao Meng would arrive here. The unexpected Mo Wu Tian would also join in with his new rank 5 cultivation. In his previous life, Fang Yuan killed several demonic heads, causing the demonic faction to have no leader. Mo Wu Tian's arrival easily overturned that as he gathered the demonic path's strength using his rank 5 cultivation. It could be said that because of him, it hastened the outside experts' attack on the hall. The enemy is strong while I am weak, that is. Even worse. Lastly, the most severe point. Fang Yuan raised his left arm. In his previous life, he was kept in the dark, but now he knew, Bai Ningbing had secretly planted the fixed star Gu on him, on this forearm. Once the Tai clan's 4 old-timers used the infinite search and lock, he would have no way to escape, captured even if he ran to the edge of the world. Now that I think about it, Tai clan did not move earlier because first, I killed Tai Mu Bai, and that situation greatly exceeded their expectations. Secondly, they want to reap the benefits from others' conflict, attaining the fruits of victory without loss. Thirdly, they are extremely vigilant. Although infinite search and lock can restrict rank 5 Gu worms, it could be resisted in other ways. What if they arrested me but did not find the Yang Gu? Thus because of this, they kept it as a final trump card. Fixed star Gu was secretly planted. Fang Yuan was now like a fish in the net, he could not escape. It was almost a hopeless situation. Author's note. This book is the realization of my dream these 6 years. Thus it contained many things, and is different from other books. One point especially, that is Fang Yuan, the main character, is able to fail. Demonic path was never about winning every battle, demons lose too. If I do not write out the failure, I would not be able to represent the true nature of demonic. Any risk has a price to pay. If one day, in the event Fang Yuan's death would make the book more interesting, or even elevate it to another level, then I would write him to death. That is also the tragedy of the demonic path. Chapter 400. Life is but a few hundred years, it is all a grand gamble. Fixed star Gu, this is like a rope tied around my neck. Although I have methods to get rid of it, I need a lot of time to prepare. If I want to immediately get rid of the fixed star Gu, unless Bai Ningbing took it back personally, otherwise, I can also chop off my left forearm. Fang Yuan's heart was burning with this urge. Fixed star Gu was hiding in Fang Yuan's forearm. Once he discarded his forearm, Tai clan's 4 old-timers would only be able to retrieve his broken limb. If he did that, Fang Yuan would lose a limb. He would have to treat it in the future, making a broken limb grow back, creating something from nothing. It would spend a lot of effort. Not mentioning how troublesome healing would be. The thing now was once he loses his left arm, it would be alerting his enemies. Tai clan and Bai Ningbing would immediately realize that Fang Yuan knew what was going on, and would immediately start their attacks. That way, the attackers of the main hall would also include Tai clan and Bai Ningbing. To Fang Yuan, such a situation was worse than the previous life. I cannot alert them prematurely. I was lucky to rebirth. Compared to last time, my only advantage is that I know what is going to happen. I have to go with the flow, since Tai clan and Bai Ningbing are still usable to me now. Once I lose my arm, not only would Tai clan be forced to go against me, the situation will also change, and derail from the tracks of my previous life. I would lose my rebirth advantage completely. But if he did not get rid of his arm, how would he get out of this situation, and counterattack under such dire circumstances? Fang Yuan pondered. All sorts of people, incidents, cause and effect flickered in his mind. Wang Xiao, Chou Ju, Wu Shentong, Zhang San San, Long Qing Tian, Xiao Meng, Tai Ruo Nan, Bai Ningbing, Mo Wu Tian, Yan Zhun, Feng Tian Yu. Slavery Gu, Jade Sky Gu Poison, Land Spirit, Bronze Hall, Immortal Essence, Fixed Star Gu, Second Aperture Gu, Undefeated 100 Battles Gu. Numerous choices give birth to unlimited possibilities. Infinite. Possibilities affect each other. Fang Yuan's mind worked rapidly. All sorts of inspiration and scenarios happened in his head like lighting a flint in the darkness. What should he do to protect himself, while maintaining the biggest benefits? He thought and thought, expending his mental energy. In just a little bit of time, his ears were buzzing. Wait, suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook. Maybe, take a step backwards, and the sea and sky becomes wider. Should I consider this from a wider perspective? An absurd thought appeared in this head. No way, if I do this, the risks are greater. He shook his head, muttering as he denied this idea. But this thought was rooted in his head, it continued to influence him. If I do this and manage to succeed, my gains will be overwhelming. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brilliantly. But the next moment, he shook his head again. If there is even an inch of calculation mistake in this plan, I will be completely finished. The consequences would be worse than falling into Tai Ruo Nan's hands. The spring-autumn cicada has already been used, I cannot use rebirth again for a while. As he thought, Fang Yuan's gaze became solemn and deep. Suddenly, he laughed lightly. To think that I, a great demonic leader in my time, am being so careful and worried now, afraid to execute my plans. As long as there is hope, I should be brave enough to do it. Only an overwhelming benefit can cause me to go forward relentlessly. Fortune and risks come together. Why should I go slow and steady to build my foundation? I want to ascend to heaven in one step. That's right, this is the plan. Death without a proper burial if I fail, fly into the sky like a dragon if I succeed, and pave the way for my future plans. He, ha ha ha, life is but a few hundred years, it is all a grand gamble. Little Beast King, don't be rash, we can talk this out. You want the path into Wu Mountain, we can negotiate this, it can be discussed. Wang Xiao underneath his feet begged. Fang Yuan laughed at times, remained solemn at times, frowned at times, and went back to laughing happily at times. He scared this rank 5 GU master, the Lord of Wu Mountain, a great demonic expert to death. In Wang Xiao's heart, Fang Yuan was a maniac, a mentally ill person. Demonic path is extreme, without a clan's support, cultivation is difficult. At times they struggled at death's door, they faced great mental pressure. It is not uncommon for demonic GU masters to develop mental illnesses. Especially when Fang Yuan talked to himself sometimes, or even made poems for himself, it intensified Wang Xiao's worries. Against a normal person, he had his ways to deal with them. But dealing with a madman, even a GU immortal has no confidence. Oh, you plan to tell me Wu Mountain's entrance? Fang Yuan frowned, looking at Wang Xiao. Of course, but you have to let me off. Wang Xiao saw a reaction from Fang Yuan and shouted anxiously. HMPH. Fang Yuan's gaze became sharp, pressing with his feet and with a crack, Wang Xiao's head was smashed to bits. Wang Xiao was a great expert, devious and cruel, cold and emotionless. To get him to say the correct entrance into Wu Mountain, Zhang San's rank 5 slavery GU was needed. But in Fang Yuan's new plan, Wang Xiao had been discarded, there is no need to waste time talking to him, thus he was directly killed. A pity for Wang Xiao, the Lord of Wu Mountain, yet he died so pathetically in Fang Yuan's hands. After killing Wang Xiao, Fang Yuan took his GU and used Beast Strength Placenta GU, devouring his and Yun Luo Tian's apertures. This way, Beast Strength Placenta GU's aptitude is 83%. In terms of immortal essence, we spent a little bit more than expected, slightly exceeding 2 portions. Bog Wei, you want me to stop? Fang Yuan suddenly said, Land Spirit. How did you know my thought? Of course I know. Fang Yuan snorted, leaking the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Bog Wei, have a feel, what do you think this is? The Land Spirit was speechless. In his past life, Fang Yuan spent a lot of time talking to Bog Wei, eventually failing to convince it, thus gambling and revealing his greatest trump card, convincing the Land Spirit. This time, Fang Yuan revealed spring-autumn cicada's aura from the start and went straight to the point. Bog Wei, I will not lie to you, I am a future GU immortal, using the spring-autumn cicada to rebirth myself into the past. What? Land Spirit was shocked beyond words, the information was too great, it could not accept it so readily. Fang Yuan's expression was arrogant. I came back from the future, I know everything. Bog Wei, I am your next master, I succeeded in refining the second aperture GU in my previous life. Fang Yuan spoke. In his last life, he convinced the Land Spirit, but now, he had the knowledge of the future, as well as the experience of refining second aperture GU as evidence, the land spirit was quickly convinced. Young man, you really are my future master. Listening to your words, it seems you really succeeded in refining second aperture GU. Regardless of whether you are lying to me, I am exhilarated. Because this means the success of second aperture GU has been raised by 30%. Land spirit said happily. Enough trash talk, Ba Gui, I came from the future, I know the dangers that are lurking. First, I need to kill a person. A moment later, Long Qing Tian died by Fang Yuan's hands. In his last life, this Long Qing Tian went into a weakened land and used the Jade Sky GU, poisoning the Blessed Land and forming a loophole, causing great damage to the Blessed Land, and also causing Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. This time, Fang Yuan struck immediately after rebirth. Before Long Qing Tian entered that weakened area, he used the heavenly power to restrict him and easily killed him. Young man, I am starting to believe you. You killed a dangerous threat prematurely. Sigh, the three kings modified the Blessed Land, my control over this land is not strong anymore. You could sense this danger and have the spring-autumn cicada, you really came from the future, Land Spirit exclaimed. Fang Yuan sighed, Land Spirit was old and dying, it was like a dying old man, it could not compare to a young Land Spirit. For example, it could not even detect the fixed star GU on Fang Yuan's arm. Fang Yuan did not waste time with the Land Spirit, he worked quickly, taking Long Qing Tian's GU worms and devoured his aperture. In his previous life, because of the Jade Sky GU poison, Fang Yuan could not take the battle loot after killing Long Qing Tian. But this time, he acted early and Long Qing Tian could not use his GU, thus Fang Yuan had no restrictions. After looting Long Qing Tian, Fang Yuan gained several useful things. Other than the aperture, his greatest loot was Jade Sky GU. This GU was like a dark green bamboo stem, palm-sized and hollow in the middle, it gave off a smooth texture when held in one's hands, like a piece of jade. Rank 5 Jade Sky GU originated from the immemorial era, it was extremely rare now. It had an extremely strong poison and there was barely any ways to deal with it, it could easily poison a person to death, causing them to fade into a green light. This GU had great use, Fang Yuan kept it carefully. Bai Gui, quickly transfer me to this place. The next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in front of the demonic enslavement path master, Zhang San San. Zhang San San had not even reacted before Fang Yuan attacked, ending his life. Fang Yuan killed and plundered the aperture, it was the same thing again, causing the beast strength placenta Gu's aptitude to rise again. Zhang San San was a rank 4 GU master, but had a rank 5 slavery GU. Fang Yuan's greatest motive for killing him was this GU. With another flash, Fang Yuan appeared in front of killer ghost Dr. Cho Ju. Little Beast King, how did you? Cho Ju saw Fang Yuan and was taken aback, his expression extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's expression was plain as he used the rank 5 slavery GU. The slavery GU exploded into a yellow light, landing on Cho Ju. Cho Ju shouted, "Fuck! Rank 5 slavery GU. You can kill me but not humiliate me, you want to enslave me, you are dreaming." He did not know that in the previous life, he begged Fang Yuan to use slavery GU. With the land spirit to suppress him, Cho Ju could not use GU worms, the slavery GU was easily planted on him. But to control a rank 5 GU master, it was not so easy, it was a contest of souls. Cho Ju resisted with all his strength, Fang Yuan's soul trembled as he entered a stalemate. Cho Ju sneered, his forehead full of sweat, "Little Beast King, you are too naive. For an enslavement path GU master, the soul's foundation is most important, the higher the better. It is not easy to control wild beasts, not to mention men. Man is the spirit of all beings, you want to control me who is a rank higher, it is wishful thinking, hee. Cho Ju screamed in pain, as his smug laughter was terminated by Fang Yuan's slap. With this interference, the contest of souls tilted towards Fang Yuan's advantage, as the yellow light merged into his body. As long as it is fully merged, Cho Ju would become Fang Yuan's most loyal slave. Chapter 401, Battle begins once more. Cho Ju was shocked, quickly concentrating his mind and pushing his soul, meditating resist this yellow light. This yellow light was supported by Fang Yuan's soul power, but he was young and had weaker foundations in his soul compared to this 100-year-old monster Cho Ju. To enslave Cho Ju, it would not be an easy task. But why would Fang Yuan not see this coming? he had his ways. Peok peok peok, bam bam bam. Stop, you dare to hit me. Kick my face again and I'll fight it out with you. Fucker, still kicking, I'll kill you. Stop hitting me. No, no more. Fang Yuan hit Choju until he rolled around. Choju could not use GU worms, but Fang Yuan had his strength path GU worms available. Comparing strength, Choju was not Fang Yuan's match. Quickly, Choju's face was bruised, and his distraction meant that the yellow light fused into his body more deeply. Hold on, I have to block it. Once it fuses completely, I will be his slave, I will have no way out. Choju squeezed into a ball as he allowed Fang Yuan to hit him, the strong sense of danger causing his hair to stand. Just a tiny bit of light left, near his forehead, unable to fuse properly. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, suddenly saying, "Zeng on you, you don't want revenge. Chen Ju betrayed you and is living well with Shang Yanfei." "You, how did you know?" Choju was taken by surprise, the light quickly entering his body with this chance. Choju's expression instantly changed, kneeling before Fang Yuan. "This subordinate greets master." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Success. This rank 5 slavery GU should be used on a rank 5 GU master to express its true worth. Till now, Mo Wutian and Xiao Mang had not arrived yet. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Hu Mo and Wu Lan Shan were all killed by Fang Yuan. The final choice was Wang Xiao, the owner of Wu Mountain and killer ghost Dr. Choju. But how could Wu Mountain compare to the Door of Life and Death? The Door of Life and Death was a forbidden land on the same level as the River of Time. Enslaving Choju meant getting the clue to the Door of Life and Death. Moreover, Choju is one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. His influence even spread to the righteous path. He was definitely better than Mo Wutian. The only flaw was that enslaving Choju placed a great burden on Fang Yuan's soul. It was a problem for his upcoming immortal GU refinement. "Choju, back then did you use the poison vow GU with Dr. Su Shou, swearing to love each other for eternity, never abandoning each other?" Fang Yuan looked at the killer ghost doctor, asking a question. "There is indeed such a matter, but master, how did you know?" Choju kneeled on the ground and answered with a bruised face, feeling confused. "HMPH, since you used the poison vow GU, do you know how Dr. Su Shou lifted its restrictions?" Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Poison vow GU is Mountain Pledge Sea Oath Gu's replacement. Chen Ju does not have the ability to negate it. She took a great risk for that gigolo Shang Yanfei, letting the poison vow kill her. Without a host, the poison vow's strength vanished. She then used healing techniques to resurrect herself, getting free of the poison vow. Choju said this with a furious expression. He loved his senior sister greatly, but she betrayed him for a gigolo, even ignoring the dangers to her life, and broke the poison vow. Fang Yuan heard this and was even more furious than him, lifting his leg and kicking Choju away. "You lying piece of shit." He remembered that in his previous life, Choju said this. "We took an oath in front of the blessed land sea, to protect and stand by each other." But who could have thought her heart had already changed and actually broke the oath we took at that time and injured me, defecting with that thief? What oath? It was the motherfucking poison vow GU. This Choju only spoke of less important matters, making important information unclear and concealing himself. If he had said poison vow GU back then, Fang Yuan reckons, he would not have been so unaware, not knowing that there was a person in Shang Clan City that could break free from poison vow GU, and thus he would have been careful of Bai Ningbing. But I should have guessed it. When Choju talked about Shang Yanfei's appearance, he said that he was only slightly better looking. Saying such shameless words like it was natural, it was no surprise that he would not mention the GU. Fang Yuan looked at Choju with contempt. Saying he loved her, but used the poison vow GU to restrict her, it showed how sinister and inferior his inner heart was. Such a person speaking with exaggerated truths was nothing strange. Fang Yuan was also suspicious of how Bai Ningbing broke free from the poison vow. Even in his previous life Bai Ningbing did not say the reason. Now Fang Yuan knew, it was Dr. Su Shou who helped her break free of it. Alright, let the past be past. Choju, go to King Shin Inheritance and get me undefeated 100 battles GU. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and instructed. This subordinate will do all that he can. Choju answered. Choju was a healing GU master. He was not a refinement path master like Feng Tianyu. It was impossible to ask him to assist Fang Yuan in refining second aperture GU. But it was extremely easy for him to get the undefeated 100 battles GU. This is because the blessed land was weakening. Not long later, GU worms would be usable. Choju just needed to charge ahead and he would obtain undefeated 100 battles GU. At this point, Fang Yuan's slaughter ended. He returned to the hall and continued refining GU. Compared to his previous life, he saved a lot of time after rebirth. Without the spring-autumn cicadas pressure it was much easier. Back then he only spent an hour a day, refining GU like a maniac, forcing his own limits. But now he could sleep 6 hours, slowly and steadily, refining GU with perfect sequence. Days continued to pass, and the blessed land was getting weaker. But the immortal essence expenditure was much less than last time. Fang Yuan had his experience from the last time, he took less detours this time, many steps were completed in one try, and the land spirit was extremely amazed. Three Kings' inheritance's weird state attracted everyone's attention. As time went on, Che clan, Zuo clan moved out, and Xiao Meng and Mo Wu Tian also appeared on Xianxia Mountain. Finally, October 24th came again. Master, this subordinate has succeeded. Choju kneeled on the ground, holding up a GU, handing it to Fang Yuan. This GU had a bland appearance, like a gray stone disc. It was none other than undefeated 100 battles GU. In his previous life, Feng Tianyu who Fang Yuan enslaved obtained King Xin inheritance and had several hundred hairy men as followers. Now, Choju was not a refinement path master, he broke through by force, only getting the undefeated 100 battles GU, not a single hairy men followed him. But the hairy men were good at GU refinement, they could not battle. The hairy men's line of defense was as good as nothing, Fang Yuan did not mind it. After keeping undefeated 100 battles GU, Fang Yuan gave instructions before sending Choju away. This process was done in the dark, Bai Ningbing did not learn of it. Fang Yuan returned to the Bronze Hall, and Bai Ningbing had already arrived. Behind her, there were 100,000 dog beasts, either resting or playing around. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Bai Ningbing, hand your GU worms to the land spirit. What? Bai Ningbing was shocked. Aren't I commanding these dogs? The land spirit can use GU worms, its manipulation is better than yours. Fang Yuan explained. Land spirit appeared, slightly worried. Young man, I have to refine GU with you while controlling the immortal essence. If I have to expend effort controlling the dogs, I might not have the energy to do so. Fang Yuan snickered, his expression extremely confident. No worries, aren't you confident of my actions? Among the enemies I have my pawn pieces too. There are sufficient primeval stones here for you to manipulate the dogs. Is that so? Ba Gui hesitated, but thinking of Fang Yuan's secret identity, he agreed in the end. As for you Bai Ningbing, come with me. When I refine GU, I need a trustworthy person to defend me. Fang Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, showing a kind and affectionate smile. Bai Ningbing snorted, her gaze shining secretly, as she said in a flat tone, up to you, as long as you don't die, whether the GU refinement succeeds or not is none of my business. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered the hall together. Fang Yuan sat down as Bai Ningbing acted as his guardian. Fang Yuan shut his eyes, not doing anything. What are you waiting for? There is not much time. Bai Ningbing endured for a while before breaking the silence. Ningbing, stay calm, some things cannot be rushed. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, no anxiety at all as he spoke plainly. Bai Ningbing snorted, not speaking, her eyes squinting, thinking in her heart, what is this Fang Yuan thinking of? He took away my commanding rights, is he suspicious of me? No, he arranged for me to be in the hall, he still trusts me. I have to continue enduring. She thought of Tai Ruo Nan, feeling assured, she is blocked by the dog groups outside now, without my assistance, she can only break through by force. Damn it, he did not. Let me control the dogs. Thankfully, we have a backup plan, Tai Baichi is already secretly on Xianxia Mountain. A moment later, Fang Yuan was calm and resting, not doing anything. This time, even the land spirit came to urge Fang Yuan to refine the GU. But Fang Yuan rejected him, not doing anything. Land spirit was anxious, its tone became slightly angry, but Fang Yuan used his rebirth identity to convince it. At this time, on Xianxia Mountain Peak, blue, red light pillars were thin and weak, still shining on the mountain peak. King Quan Inheritance's yellow pillar was gone. The previous time, only red pillar was left, that was because Feng Tianyu took King Xin inheritance. But this time, Choju was not a refinement master, he could not break through the final round, thus 2 pillars were left. I wonder who took King Quan inheritance. 2 left, a small fry have no chance. But it is really strange, none of the rank 5 GU masters in the inheritance came out. Did something happen? That's right, King Quan inheritance was inherited, but why did the others not come out? They are being retained inside the blessed land. This blessed land is facing destruction, soon the door will open, allowing us to enter and exit at will. A voice echoed, "It is Lord Xiaomang." Someone cheered, recognizing the person's identity. Chapter 402, All is within my control. Killer move, immemorial light fist. Xiaomang stood at the peak of Xianxia Mountain and used his killer move, causing the sky to dim. Light rays formed into a giant hill-sized fist and pierced through the blessed land's barrier. In an instant, the whole blessed land shook and an enormous hole formed, forming a passage connecting the inside to the outside. GU masters could enter through it without any obstructions. Charge, everything in the blessed land is ours. We need to hurry, or else we won't be able to seize anything. Unfortunately, the good stuff will be taken by those experts. It will be good if they leave just the soup for us. How nice would it be if I can luckily obtain King Xin and King Bao inheritance? It was a scene of chaos. Countless people cheered while rushing into the blessed land, causing the pressure on the blessed to greatly increase. This is it, he, a bunch of idiots. Xiaomang laughed coldly inwardly and stepped into the blessed land. The bronze hall also recovered from the tremors. Land spirit transmitted its voice to Fang Yuan. So you were waiting for this tremor to pass. It was really dangerous. If it was during the GU refinement process, it would have caused a huge disturbance and the consequences would be too terrible to imagine. You are truly a GU immortal who has been reborn. Fang Yuan smiled and transmitted a mental message. I am not only a GU immortal, but also your future master. Bog Wei, you need to know I am the best candidate for refining the immortal GU. The more you cooperate with me, the higher our chance of refining the immortal GU. Now, I remember there will be 2 more tremors, we need to avoid them as much as possible. Alright, let's begin the GU refinement. Fang Yuan threw the false second aperture GU into the cauldron. With the land spirit's cooperation, the bronze cauldron burned without any fire and the remaining bit of immortal essence started combusting. Immortal essence combusted and formed into a blue smoke that gracefully rose and covered the false second aperture GU. Fang Yuan concentrated his attention in harmonizing the blue smoke and yellow light. Previously, he refined the GU together with Feng Tianyu, now he was doing it alone and was thus slightly slower. Mo Wutian arrived at the edge of the dense fog by himself. His deep and mysterious purple eyes were enchanting and wild. Through his purple eyes, the fog seemed to be invisible and the sea of dog beasts showed themselves in his sight. Such a tight defensive formation, one man alone cannot charge through it, it seems I will need to borrow strength. He resolutely turned around and after a while found Hu Mei. Ah, young Master Wu Tian, you have actually advanced to rank 5. Hu Mei was shocked at Mo Wu Tian's cultivation progress. Mo Wu Tian talked of the immortal treasure and was able to immediately incite the desire in Hu Mei, who expressed her full support. However, when they were on their way, they found that the news about the immortal treasure had already spread. The two inquired about the details and learned the news was released by the killer ghost Dr. Cho Ju. Right now, he had already gathered a huge group of demonic GU masters and was heading towards the Bronze Hall. Mo Wu Tian furrowed his brows. Most of the demonic path GU masters had already gone with Cho Ju, and thus he was only able to gather a few people. Moreover, talking of influence, he was no match for Cho Ju. Mo Wu Tian was after all a newcomer while Cho Ju was an old veteran who had roamed around southern border for many years and was also one of the 4 great doctors. Most of the people would have favors to ask of him and he had some influence even in the righteous path. With no choice, Mo Wu Tian could only join with Cho Ju's group. With little brother Mo Wu Tian's help, these mere dog beasts are of no worry to us. Cho Ju welcomed Mo Wu Tian enthusiastically. Mo Wu Tian's brows furrowed deeply as he was used as a target board for Cho Ju. But never mind, if he endured this and helped out, they would be able to get to the main hall quicker. The huge crowd of demonic GU masters looked majestic, but they did not immediately charge towards the main hall but instead remained there. Sir Cho Ju, time doesn't wait for anyone, why are we not charging in towards the hall? Mo Wu Tian's brows had furrowed into a knot as he urged. Cho Ju said with a chuckle, more people means bigger strength, there are still many of our people that have not joined us. We need to absorb their strength to become even stronger. When we charge at that time, the pressure and danger each person faces will be much less. Mo Wutian urged again, but Choju just chuckled and replied politely, not yielding the least bit. Mo Wutian started to feel anxious. He tried several more times, but Choju remained firm. This old fool does not know the value of time. Mo Wutian repressed his anger and immediately contacted Hu Mei'er, Li Xian and others to agitate and incite everyone, making them even more impatient. Choju had no way to deal with it since he could not directly go against everyone's intent, and could only lead a group of demonic Jiu masters to arrive at the edge of the fog. Mo Wutian observed for a while and again made the strategy to divide the crowd in 3 groups, and so on. Choju, however, said it was not a good idea and that the fog was too dense to understand the actual situation. As a doctor, he had his morals. As a healer, he could not bear to see everyone risking themselves and delivering themselves to death. Mo Wutian stomped his feet in anger and went to contact everyone and incite them with the allure of the immortal treasure. The demonic Jiu master's mood was agitated. Choju also took advantage of the situation to push the responsibility for this matter to Mo Wutian and chose the people who would charge forward. However, he put a condition that only those who were willing could go forward and they could not be forced. The demonic crowd readily agreed and moved towards the 3 paths according to Mo Wutian's arrangement. Not good, someone is attacking from outside. When the refinement was going on, the land spirit's voice suddenly arrived. No need to worry, I have already anticipated this situation. Go take charge of the battle outside. I will stabilize the Jiu refinement for the moment and wait for you to rotate with me. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. The land spirit divided most of its concentration in commanding the dog beasts according to Fang Yuan's instructions and beat back the demonic crowd just like in previous life. Mo Wutian was unresigned and again formed the 2nd assault group, but they still met with great losses and returned defeatedly. Choju came forward at this moment. Everyone knows my rule, I take 1 life for every life I save. Right now, I will treat everyone first and hope you all can fulfill the promise later. Finished speaking, he started healing everyone. The demonic crowd was moved to tears. Choju's influence increased rapidly and even more people left Mo Wutian to side with Choju. Choju patted Mo Wutian's shoulder and said in a kind voice, Brother Wutian, do you see it now? I advised you earlier to not take the risk. Now, so many of our comrades have lost their lives, it makes me so sad. His voice was quite loud, which caused Mo Wutian's eye to twitch and his anger reached an extreme level. This old sinister fool, if I was successful in breaking through these beasts, it would be his contribution, and now that I failed, he is avoiding all the responsibility. HMPH, I did underestimate these beasts. I had thought the formation was a weak one, and had never thought that there was a Jiu master controlling them from behind. Such a fast adaptation speed and method, this person is definitely someone with deep attainment in enslavement path. Damn it, this is really hateful. Mo Wutian gritted his teeth but could do nothing. In the previous life, he was able to use force and threat to make the demonic Jiu masters throw their lives. However, with rank 5 Choju here now, he was not able to be so unrestrained. Let's wait. Righteous Path Jiu masters will also soon gather together and we can discuss it with them. After all, we only have 1 life. In case we charge through and let the righteous path get the benefits, it would be really bad. Choju spoke his plan. Lord Killer Ghost Doctor is right. Lord Killer Ghost Doctor is indeed benevolent and cherishes the lives of his small characters. Doctors have their healer morals. Lord Killer Ghost Doctor is after all a senior of our demonic path. Mo Wutian gritted his teeth till they made cracking sounds. He really wished he could kill this old bastard. Like this, the time was delayed for a good while until the Righteous Path Jiu masters gathered under the lead of Xiaomang. They charged through several times but also returned in defeat. Xiaomang was getting anxious while thinking of the unopened King Bao inheritance and again used his killer move. A 1.8 meters long and 0.6 meters thick spear of light landed on the mound. An intense explosion occurred with shockwaves blowing away everything. After the dazzling light dispersed, the fog that covered the mound also dispersed. The bronze hall and the majestic dog beasts were revealed before everyone's eyes in their full glory. Righteous and demonic crowd felt their hearts thumping in excitement but also turned cold at the scene. The immortal treasure was in front of them, but how could they charge through such an enormous dog-beast formation? It could only be done if the righteous and demonic allied. Those with experience all thought of this. Xiao Meng looked at the demonic path's direction and Mo Wutian also glanced at the righteous path. It was clear they needed to ally, but they had to see which side would compromise first. Time passed by minutes and seconds. Choju calmly watched the dog beasts while Xiao Meng's expression was solemn as he closed his eyes to recuperate. He was the young master of the Grand Xiao clan, a famous figure among the righteous path. How could he lower his head towards the demonic path first? If word spread later, his reputation would have a great hit. The second tremor has gone. Ba Gui, my secret chess piece has showed its use and for a short time, they won't attack. Let's continue the refinement. Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit. While the righteous and demonic path were in a stalemate, Fang Yuan once again resumed the refinement. At this moment, the blue smoke and the yellow light had finally blended with each other. The blue smoke turned into beads of grass that floated in the air and started growing. The yellow light turned into flowers that fluttered and fell into the grass. Fang Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, bleeding out his own essence blood. Large amounts of essence blood infused into smoke. The blue smoke and yellow light immediately let out sizzling sounds and turned into a red cloud, like a wave of blood sea. After a round of evolution, the smoke sphere settled down and formed a field with abundant red wheat growing in it. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air when he saw this. He had lost a lot of blood which caused his face to pale. He immediately used a Gu to heal his wound. Wild grass grow wildly, the chi of blood like the sea. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. He took out a lifespan Gu. This was a 300 years lifespan Gu which looked like roots with rough texture, like a snake that was coiled into a circle. Fang Yuan threw it into the smoke in blood field. The cloud of smoke immediate started raging like boiling water. In previous life, this strange change had nearly caused Fang Yuan to fail. Now, however, Fang Yuan was mentally prepared and easily controlled the situation. Under his control, the cloud of smoke gradually settled down. However, right at this time, the land spirit suddenly warned, "Not good, those Gu masters have started attacking together. There might not be time to refine Gu. No need to worry, everything is under my control." Fang Yuan coldly smiled and took out the second lifespan Gu. Chapter 403, By Ning Bing, have you acted enough? Kill, charge through, kill these goddamn dogs. Shouting, screaming, shrieking, cursing, dog barking, all these sounds merged into one, causing the ground to tremble. The attack had just begun for 10 minutes, but the mound was already overflowing with blood and corpses. Sir Choju, we are slow, with this kind of pace, when will we ever get into the Bronze Hall? Mo Wutian urged. Choju snickered. The dog groups are huge, is it that easy to get through? It is better that we are slow, the righteous path will take on more pressure for us, we can benefit from the chaos better. Choju was already Fang Yuan's slave, his greatest wish is to continue stalling for time. Earlier, the righteous and demonic factions were at a stalemate, but this Mo Wutian had to ruin it by finding Xiao Meng to cooperate. Choju could not stop him, he could only go with the flow. After starting the assault, he tried his best to slow them down. They had planned to attack from two directions, but because of Killer Ghost Doctor's manipulation, it caused the righteous faction to be further in the advancement, thus taking more hits. Meanwhile, the demonic path had less losses, but the assault's momentum was slowly, they were in danger of being surrounded. Choju, what are you thinking of? You are too muddled, we have to charge with vigor, how can we move so slowly? You are old and confused, can't you see? Our group is already in deep trouble, once our movement stops, we will be surrounded, we will be in greater danger than the righteous path. Mo Wutian was stomping his feet in anger, shouting. Choju stared with his eyes wide open, shouting back, Mo Wutian, you junior, why are you screaming for nothing, what do you know? Doing it your way, how many people did we lose earlier? Later when we compete with the righteous faction for the immortal treasure, they will be our enemy, we have to weaken them. Saying so, Choju's tone changed, consoling softly, oh young man, it is not wise to charge ahead recklessly. Because of what happened earlier, the majority of the demonic Gu masters supported Choju and objected to Mo Wutian. Mo Wutian's heart was furious, as he raised his head and screamed, old fool Choju, we have different opinions. You all can wait here and die, I am going to get my immortal treasure. Saying so, he moved ahead and charged towards the Bronze Hall. Hu Mei, Li Xian and the others felt that Mo Wutian was right, they wanted to go ahead but their strength was insufficient, they could only go with the crowd. Youngsters are so rash, Choju sighed, then laughed. Look, after being psyched by me, he is taking on the pressure for us. We will steadily move ahead, using the road that he paved for us, perfect. Everyone laughed, praising Choju's brilliance. Countless dogs formed into a wave, as thousands of GU masters resisted them. Blood flowed and broken limbs flew. All sorts of GU worms competed, like the dance of fire and ice, lightning exploded and soil was overturned, green vines grew endlessly. Yi Chong's body was covered in blue fish scales, black fins growing on his back with a light blue spiral wave around him. He seemed to have become a fearsome shark in the sea, charging ahead fearlessly. Yi Huo turned into the god of fire, charging ahead as he slaughtered. Everywhere he went, there was blazing flames and crying dogs. Yan Jun used the phantom path GU worm, turning into a hollow shadow as he evaded attacks again and again, safe and sound. Li Xian used his rank 5 GU and concealed his body while people were not noticing. Kong Ri Tian turning into a rain of petals, floating in the sky. The experts displayed all their abilities, getting close to the bronze hall. Among them, 2 were at the front lines, and were the most prominent. It was none other than Xiao Mang and Mo Wutian. But good times did not last. Ba Huang and Ying Ming, the 2 dog emperors appeared, blocking their advancement like last time. It is time. At the front lines, Tai Ruo Nan was bathed in blood as she stopped her footsteps, resting as she breathed heavily. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were guarding by her side. Other than that, there was Tai Baichi. We are a few thousand steps from the bronze hall. There are many dogs here. It is up to you, Lord Tai Baichi. Tai Ruo Nan said, he, I have been watching the whole time, my hands are itching already. Tai Baichi took off his hat, showing off the third eye on his forehead. He activated his GU worm, pushing the space before him with both hands, forming a black hole. The black hole continued to spin, as numerous white apes jumped out. The white ape army gushed out, forming into a strong formation as it charged towards the bronze hall. Young master, go ahead. I will block them here. Tai Baichi's tone was confident and powerful. We'll be counting on you. The immortal GU is most important. For the clan, we have to arrest Fang Yuan alive. Tai Ruo Nan gritted her teeth, waving her hand and bringing the Tai clan 4 old-timers and starting their invasion. With the white ape army to cover for them in sacrifice, Tai Ruo Nan successfully made it into the hall. Fang Yuan was still refining GU, he could not do anything else. Land Spirit wanted to strike, but Fang Yuan stopped it. Ba Gui, don't force yourself. You have to control the dog groups while manipulating the immortal essence to assist me in refining GU, how can you be further distracted? Bai Ning Bing, it will be up to you now, go block her. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, squinting her eyes as he blocked Tai Ruo Nan, engaging in fierce combat. In the space before Fang Yuan, cloud smoke was moving violently. In his previous life, he had already used third watch GU by this time. But now, without Feng Tianyu's help, Fang Yuan's progress was extremely slow. He had just thrown in the 500-year lifespan GU. Without the refinement master Feng Tianyu, Fang Yuan felt difficulty controlling the cloud smoke. The cloud smoke reacted violently, causing Fang Yuan to almost fail several times, but he managed to salvage it every time. Behind him, as Tai and Bai fought, Tai clan's 4 old-timers joined in. Bai Ning Bing could not rival them, as she fell into a disadvantage, shouting, Fang Zheng, I can't hold them back anymore, how long more do you need? The cloud smoke had finally absorbed the lifespan GU, turning into the blood fields, golden wheat, filled with crops. It was the 500 years as autumn scene. Fang Yuan's voice was nervous. Hang in there, I need a lot of time. If I die, you will not live too, Bai Ning Bing cursed continuously. Several moves later, Bai Ning Bing gasped roughly, I can't continue. Fang Yuan, I am going to self-destruct. The cloud smoke was slowly maturing, dissipating. From a water tank's size, it shrunk to a basin's size. Try to hold on, unless you can't control it anymore. Don't, Fang Yuan shouted. It is too late. Bai Ning Bing sighed deeply. Frost quickly gathered, as the cold aura spread everywhere in the main hall and the temperature decreased rapidly. The cold wind blustered and glacier rose, crushing towards Tai Ruo Nan with vast and majestic force. Is this the legendary northern dark ice soul physique? Tai Ruo Nan cried out in surprise. But it was already too late. She was sealed within the ice like an insect in an amber. The ice continued spreading towards Fang Yuan. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed, standing up and sending the Yongji Yu towards Bai Ningbing. But halfway, the Yongji Yu made a U-turn, and returned to Fang Yuan's right hand. At the same time, the cloud smoke turned into a Ji worm, landing on Fang Yuan's left hand. This Ji was like a peanut shell, golden and dazzling. The markings on the surface resembles bright red blood traces. Earlier, the fake second aperture Ji could only live for a week, and was not stable. But this new Ji could survive for 40 years. He. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, using liquid metal Ji and blocking the frost. Then he said to Bai Ningbing, "Bai Ningbing, have you acted enough?" The frost came to a stop. Fang Yuan laughed again, saying, "Did you have a good time cooperating with Tai clan?" This time, Bai Ningbing could not longer act. She turned back into flesh body and stared at Fang Yuan with a shocked and solemn suspicion. "How did you? In Shangclan City, you purposely lost to Yantu, getting Dr. Su Shou's help to remove the poison vow, and then secretly contacted Tai Ruo Nan. On Sancha Mountain, you plotted together with the 4 old-timers. All these, did you think I was ignorant?" Fang Yuan played with the 2 Ji in his hands as he said. Bai Ningbing landed on the ground with a dazed expression, stunned beyond words. How did Fang Yuan find out all these? I was extremely secretive. This means, he was always watching coldly at my performance. Wait, I succeeded in planting the fixed star Ji though. Fang Yuan, you demon, so what if you found out? You can't escape today, there is nowhere to run. Tai Ruo Nan saw that the matter was exposed and quickly broke out of the ice, as the 4 old-timers joined her. Fang Yuan chuckled, raising his left arm. You mean the fixed star Ji? What if I chop off my arm? Tai clan's 4 old-timers frowned deeply. Once Fang Yuan chopped off his arm, even if they used their killer move, they would only get his arm. According to their understanding of Fang Yuan, sacrificing his left forearm was nothing to this cruel and wicked person. Ha ha ha, Tai Ruo Nan suddenly laughed. She pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Fang Yuan, stop trying to deceive us. So what if you saw through our scheme? The dog group outside the hall cannot block the 2 factions. Soon, Xiao Meng, Chou Ju, Mo Wutian, Yi Huo, Yi Chong and the others would charge in. Can you defend the immortal Ji? You are a frenzied lunatic, killing so many Ji masters and plundering their apertures to refine Ji. These crimes are unforgivable. Bai Ningbing is the best witness. As long as we announce it to the world, you will be a wanted criminal everywhere. More importantly, your immortal Ji is not done refining yet. Do you still have a chance of succeeding? Impossible. You have no time left. Not long later, this hall will be overrun by people. Where can you run to? Try flying out. Hehe, your only way out now is to surrender to our Tai clan, and contribute that half-done immortal Ji to us, as well as surrender the old clan leader's Ji worms, and enter the demon suppression tower for reform. That's the only way you can keep your life. Chapter 404, Refining Immortal Ji again. Tai Ruo Nan took a step forward and looked with a gaze that was sharp as a knife. Fang Yuan, you are a smart man, you should be clear of your situation. I am indeed clear of my situation. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil, and I am even more clear of your situation. His lips revealed a trace of cold smile. Immortal Ji refinement has indeed not finished, but this has let me preserve more portions of immortal essence, enough for me to kill you all. However, right at this time, Ba Gui appeared and spoke with a tearful expression. No use, it is no use. There will be too much loss in immortal essence to kill them and the remaining amount won't be able to support the Ji refinement. Furthermore, it is late now, there are too many holes in the blessed land and it will completely collapse and disperse into smoke not long later. Its biggest obsession was to complete the refinement of second aperture Ji, it did not even care about its own destruction. Right now, Fang Yuan had only refined to this stage and the crucial step still remained, which was also the most difficult step, but the situation no longer allowed him to continue. Young man, you made a grave mistake in your calculations, our immortal Ji refinement is a failure. The land spirit howled in grief. Refining immortal Ji, never expected it to be so lively here. Yan Jun calmly stepped into the main hall. In the previous life, he had been obstructed by Feng Tianyu, but now with no obstructions, he walked freely into the bronze hall. Hehe, Fang Yuan, you are not the blessed land's master, thus the land spirit will not completely obey your commands. Since young clan leader Yan Jun has arrived, the others also won't be far. Today, your loss is certain. Tai Ruo Nan had some fear towards the land spirit and could only continue to engage in psychological battle. No, there is still hope, the GU refinement can't be considered a failure. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. He moved his gaze towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's heart tightened. If Fang Yuan used Yang Jiyu to force her to fight to the death, what course of path should she take? However, Fang Yuan's gaze moved past Bai Ningbing and turned towards the land spirit Ba Gui. This aged Ba Gui was looking awful right now after crying, appearing extremely broken-hearted. Ba Gui, do you still want to refine second aperture GU or not? Fang Yuan transmitted his voice. Could it be that you have some way? Ba Gui suddenly felt a trace of hope. That's right, you are a reborn GU immortal, and with your previous life's experience, you should have expected this situation, right? No, the situation is beyond my expectations. The current me is only immortal and I am unable to make a difference. Fang Yuan said frankly, Ba Gui, I have failed you, the GU refinement this time is indeed a failure. The land spirit started wailing even louder. However, Fang Yuan immediately changed the topic, but this failure is only temporary, we can still have hope. The land spirit's crying softened as it asked, what do you mean? After you die, I will be the only person who knows the recipe. The half-finished second aperture GU is also with me, so Ba Gui, you must protect me. Of course I have to protect you. You are the only person who satisfied the requirements of the blessed land and are also a reborn GU immortal. There is a huge chance of the refinement of the second aperture GU succeeding in the future even if it is a failure this time. The land spirit answered as a matter of fact. Good. It is as great that you have this understanding. However, you can only protect me for a period but not forever. Not long later, you will die. With the remaining immortal essence, we also cannot completely root out all the enemies in the blessed land. Even if you transport me to the outside world, there are many groups of GU masters on Xianxia Mountain. The corner of Fang Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Since the rebirth this time, everything was going smoothly. As he inched closer to success, he could not help but feel a trace of excitement. Then how do you want me to protect you? The land spirit asked. Fang Yuan chuckled and said profoundly, Ba Gui, do you remember the third section of the second chapter of the Legends of Ren Zhu? The land spirit was dazed as it guessed Fang Yuan's meaning. It said with hesitation, you are saying, no, that won't work, there are two conditions that are not fulfilled. First of all, you need the light of glory of the immemorial era. He. Fang Yuan laughed satisfiedly at this. He raised his hand and pointed to the top of the bronze hall and shouted, look, the light is here. From the moment he stood up, he had inwardly asked the land spirit to share its vision, thus the situation outside was very clear to him. Afterward, the talk with the Tai clansmen and others were only delaying the time and waiting for a good opportunity. This was already the third time Fang Yuan had used Spring-Autumn Cicada, and by accumulating his experience, he had an even deeper understanding of rebirth. There was indeed a butterfly effect to the aftermath of rebirth that could cause some things to change completely. However, there was also historical inertia. Many great events that occurred were conflicts that accumulated over time, they only lacked a trigger point. Even without the original trigger, a new one would always appear. This was not something a person alone could influence and change easily. Outside the main hall, Xiao Meng was getting impatient fighting with Ying Ming and flew to the sky. Killer move, torrential light stream. The river of light rolled and crashed as it poured down towards the blessed land. Not good. Tai Ruo Nan and others were in the main hall. Tai Baichi tried to stop it when he saw this, but the light river's formation was already complete and he could only reduce its impact by a little. The grand light river was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the bronze hall. The roof of the hall was immediately broken through, and the light waterfall flew towards Fang Yuan. The light of glory of the immemorial era. The land spirit cried out in shock. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and poured his primeval essence into rank 4 bone wings GU and rank 5 liquid metal GU. A pair of long and wide black wings spread out from his back, while the liquid metal covered his whole body like paint, spreading towards the black wings and dyeing his whole body with dazzling golden light. What is he doing? Fang Yuan. In Tai Ruo Nan, Bai Ningbing and the others' astonished gazes, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew directly towards the river of light. There was loud buzzing in his ears and the formidable impact forced Fang Yuan backwards. However, he had killed many rank 5 GU masters before and obtained many movement GU like Golden Aurora GU and so on. Right now, he activated them all and flew against the flow of the waterfall, flying higher and higher. When he flew out of the bronze hall, it immediately attracted countless gasps and doubts. What is that thing? It is flashing with golden light and looks like a large bird. No, that is a person, a warrior that has been soaked in molten gold. There was only a vast sea of whiteness in Fang Yuan's sight. His primeval essence was depleting rapidly by activating so many movement GU and defensive GU. Time and tide wait for no man, land spirit help me, divine travel GU. Immortal GU divine travel landed on his palm. Jade sky GU. A ray of green light shot out from his aperture and landed on his hand, turning into a jade green colored bamboo that was hollow in the middle. What in the world is he trying to do? He actually faced the killer move head on and flew up. Tai Ruo Nan stared with wide-opened eyes, expressing her shock. Did little beast king give up, and is trying to end his life? Yan Zheng's jaws were wide open as he looked up in a daze. Something's up, I understand him. Everything Fang Yuan does has extremely deep meaning. No matter what, we can't let him have his way, we must disrupt this. Bai Ningbing's tone was hurried and for some reason, the bad feeling in her heart continued to become stronger. Tai Ruo Nan nodded and agreed with Bai Ningbing's words. 4 old-timers, she shouted. Understood. The 4 old-timers immediately moved separately towards east, south, west and north directions. They kneeled on the ground and held their right wrist with their left hand. Their right hands were spread out in a claw form and faced each other. Killer move, infinite search and lock. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's left arm shone with an eerie blue light. One could vaguely see the fixed star GU on it. This GU was a star fragment of the immemorial era. It was like an 8-sided diamond and was crystal clear. At the same time, all around Fang Yuan, space tore apart and 4 chains appeared, moving like pythons. Finally reacting at this point. HMPH, too late. Fang Yuan gave a cold smile. Divine travel GU suddenly flew and pierced into his left arm, swallowing the fixed star GU. The 4 old-timers coughed out blood as they lost the connection with the fixed star GU. The 4 chains moving beside Fang Yuan also lost their target and flew about carelessly before they were destroyed by the river of light. After the divine travel GU ate fixed star GU, it went into the hollow jade sky GU and rapidly formed a cocoon. Huh, there is a strange person flying directly towards my killer move. Xiao Mang was indescribably shocked. Others often did not have enough time to dodge his killer move, but now there was actually a fool who was facing it head-on. Who is this guy? What is he trying to do? Yi Huo, Yi Chong and the others stared at the sky with stupefied looks. Wait a second, this scene, where did I see it before? Li Xian frowned deeply, a ray of light flashed in his astute mind. How could this be? He seems to be refining GU. Feng Tianyu looked up for a while and after seeing somewhat clearly he immediately became shocked. He is actually refining GU using the killer move, his courage knows no bounds. Mo Wutian's eyes shot out purple light that extended 2 inches into the air. That's right, Fang Yuan was refining GU. This was Fang Yuan's plan. When he enslaved Killer Ghost Doctor, it was certain the second aperture GU's refinement would fail. Because at the last step of merging with divine travel GU, Fang Yuan was not able to accomplish it by just himself. Previously, he had the help of Refinement Path Grand Master Feng Tianyu and the assistance of the Land Spirit, before he was able to barely finish it. Now, he did not have Feng Tianyu's help, thus this step was destined to fail. However, after rebirth, Fang Yuan had never truly thought of refining second aperture GU. He deceived the Land Spirit and intentionally delayed time to create such a special situation to convince the Land Spirit and refine this GU. Similar to the second aperture GU, this GU was also an immortal GU whose recipe was recorded in Chapter 2 Section 3 of the Legends of Ren Zhu. The Legends of Ren Zhu was the first classic of the GU world. It appeared to be a story when one first read it, but it actually held profound messages, recording the secrets of the ancient times and all kinds of GU. Some GU were directly described like Wisdom GU, Strength GU and so on. While some GU were hidden, their descriptions were very vague, requiring the readers to dig through it and study carefully. Chapter 405. Spreading my wings and flying away today, becoming an immortal and whipping the phoenix on another day. Double chapter. The light of glory of the immemorial era shone on the cocoon. Absorbing the glory of the immemorial era, the cocoon was undergoing a mystical change. Fang Yuan's body was shining in golden brilliance, swimming up against the flow of the torrential light stream. Facing the strong killer move of a rank 5 GU master, liquid metal Gu's defense was starting to become useless. The golden protection was washed away by the light eventually. Especially the bone wings, it slowly revealed its original black color after being washed by the torrential light stream. In the grand waterfall of light, a lone body was flying with great difficulty while facing great pressure. Such a mystical sight naturally attracted many GU masters' attention. The battlefield slowly turned silent. Land Spirit assisted Fang Yuan fully. After the dogs lost their master, they scattered. All the GU masters stood on the spot, raising their heads and watching. In their hearts, they had one question: this scenario, I have obviously not seen it before, yet why do I find it so familiar? I remember now. Suddenly, someone shouted. This scene was recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu, that's why it is so familiar. The Legends of Ren Zhu, the #1 classic in the world, spread throughout the world widely, no one was unfamiliar with it. Getting such a reminder, many people realized at once. That's right, this was recorded in Ren Zhu's 2nd chapter, 3rd section. I remember now. Verdant Great Sun flapped his wings and bathed in the light of glory in order to refine fixed immortal travel GU, flying towards the sun. People recalled, laughing immediately. What is this person doing? Copying Verdant Great Sun, and disregarding his life. Haha, don't tell me he is thinking of refining fixed immortal travel GU. How is that possible? He has divine travel GU. Of course Fang Yuan had it. But divine travel GU was not enough, it was recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu. Verdant Great Sun was afraid that divine travel GU would send him to dangerous places while he was drunk. Divine travel GU was ashamed because of this, thus directing him, go up into the sky, and in the azure heaven among the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. Inside the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that is jade sky in color. Next, go to blue heaven and during the night time, collect the 8-sided diamonds inside the star fragments. Next, when it is dawn, fly into the sky and use the light of glory of the rising sun to turn me into fixed immortal travel GU. Once I become that GU, I will no longer send you to random places when you are drunk. Thus, Fang Yuan needed the jade sky-colored jade bamboo from azure heaven, and an 8-sided diamond star fragment from blue heaven. And also, the light of glory of the immemorial era. Did he have these? Not at first, but after rebirth, he killed Long Qing Tian and obtained jade sky GU. This GU was rank 5 and originated from the immemorial era. It was like a dark green bamboo stem, palm size and hollow in the middle, giving off a texture of jade on the surface. This was the azure heaven's jade bamboo. The Legends of Ren Zhu described all sorts of GU. Immortal GU were described as they were, like Wisdom GU and Strength GU. Mortal GU were written more obscurely, the readers needed to look into them and research carefully. But the jade sky bamboo was not enough, he needed the 8-sided diamond star fragment. Did he have it? Of course not, but Bai Ning Bing planted it on him. Indeed, the fixed star GU. This GU was a star fragment from the immemorial era, looking like a diamond with 8 sides. It was planted on Fang Yuan's left forearm, giving off starlight, able to project a half-transparent eerie blue light from his arm. So now he had the jade sky bamboo and the 8-sided diamond star fragment, but to refine fixed immortal travel GU, Fang Yuan needed one final condition, that is what the land spirit mentioned, the light of glory of the immemorial era. Did Fang Yuan have this? From start to end, he had never obtained it. But Xiao Mang had it. Xiao Mang controlled an extreme light GU. This GU was obtained by robbing graves. It was an incomplete GU. It could only be used 3 times every month to unleash the light of glory. Once it exceeded 3 times, it would self-detonate. And torrential light stream was a killer move that, in some aspects, replicated the light of glory. Divine travel GU, jade sky GU, fixed star GU, as well as the light of the immemorial era, all the conditions were fulfilled. When Fang Yuan rebirthed and realized this, he discarded the second aperture GU in his heart, changing his objective to refining the fixed immortal travel GU. But it was impossible to convince the land spirit. The land spirit's obsession was to refine second aperture GU. Thus, Bai Ning Bing, Tai Ruo Nan, and the righteous demonic factions became Fang Yuan's tools. He calculated meticulously in his heart, controlling the flow of events as he swayed them in his favor, causing this result. When the land spirit realized that no matter what, the second aperture GU would not be refined successfully, it would change its goal to protecting Fang Yuan, as that is the only way hope remains. The cocoon absorbed the sunlight, trembling slightly as the aura of an immortal GU leaked out uncontrollably. Everyone was flabbergasted. Such an aura, how is this possible? Tai Ruo Nan, Bai Ning Bing and the others were staring with their eyes popping out. He is refining GU, he is really refining an immortal GU. Who is he? Is he the reincarnation of verdant great sun? Yi Huo, Yi Chong, and the others were staring with their jaws dropping. Fixed immortal travel, is he really refining fixed immortal travel GU? To think that I, Feng Tian Yu, would get to see the birth of an immortal GU. This refinement master kneeled on the ground emotionally, tears overflowing on his face. In the blessed land, the few remaining hairy men all kneeled down. This moment, they were idolizing this person refining an immortal GU. Unbelievable, an event of the immemorial era was unfolding before them. An unimaginable grandness and beauty caused many GU masters' bodies to shook. Was it excitement, fear, or both? At once, Fang Yuan's figure was the center of everyone's attention. No matter how glaring the torrential light stream was, everyone's eyes were wide open, staring without blinking. The immortal Gu's aura became more intense, but at this crucial moment, something happened. Trying to use my power to refine an immortal GU. HMPH. Xiao Meng was no fool. After realizing this, he immediately stopped his killer move. The torrential light stream ended. Everyone gasped loudly. No, Feng Tianyu screamed, his heart pained as he showed grief and despair. In his vision, the torrential light stream was like a cut ribbon, flowing down weakly. With just 3 breaths' time, the GU master in the light waterfall would be freed. Such a short time was not enough to birth an immortal GU. But why would Fang Yuan not anticipate this? Third watch GU. Third watch GU. He activated 2 third watch GU targeting the cocoon. At once, time accelerated by 9 times, as the immortal Gu's aura surged. He used 2 time path GU worms to accelerate time. Feng Tianyu got up like he was jolted with lightning, his eyes glowing as his face turned red. There was still hope. But immediately, his red face turned pale, as Feng Tianyu plopped on the ground with a dejected expression, crying, "It is useless, the acceleration is only a temporary measure. If the immortal GU is created too quickly, it will not be able to stabilize its aura, and will be destroyed through self-detonation." But was Fang Yuan ignorant about this? He took out a GU worm. This GU had in plain appearance, like a gray stone disc. In his previous life, he obtained it from Feng Tianyu. This time, he got it from killer ghost Dr. Cho Ju. What GU? Undefeated 100 battles. Undefeated 100 battles GU. Rank 5 expenditure GU. Once used, it allowed a GU master's refinement to succeed for sure. The next moment, Feng Tianyu was stunned, grabbing his head and screaming in great joy, "How can this be?" Because he felt the immortal Gu's aura stabilizing like a miracle. The cocoon broke open, and a green butterfly flew out, fixed immortal travel GU. It truly is an immortal GU. Beautiful beyond words. Who in the world is he? He actually refined an immortal GU. At once, everyone's hearts were pounding. Regardless of whether they were aware or unaware of the circumstances, they were speechless and shocked to their limits. Xiao Meng was stupefied. Mo Wutian was in a daze. Is this the reenactment of a legend? What era am I living in? Fang Yuan flew out of the light waterfall, as fixed immortal travel GU flew around him. Each time it flapped its wings, green light flickered like pollen. It was a beautiful sight. Of course, Fang Yuan paid a huge price. A rank 5 killer move was not a joke. Liquid metal GU died, golden aurora GU and the others were greatly damaged. The black wings on his back were torn and tattered. As the liquid metal faded, Fang Yuan's identity was revealed. At once, a commotion burst out. Who is he? Mo Wutian's pupils shrunk. It's him, Little Beast King. Hu Mei'er and Li Xian were shocked. It's him. Yi Huo's eyes were popping out. It is actually him. Zhao Huang and Meng Tu looked at each other, trembling, feeling each other's shock, after fear, and joy. They had the guts to assassinate such a strong foe. A man who can refine an immortal GU. Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing, Tai Ruo Nan and the others who knew the situation witnessed this miracle with their own eyes, watching like a still statue. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, during the immemorial era, verdant great sun flapped his wings, refining and fixed immortal travel GU. But now, Fang Yuan was doing the same, using his mortal body to accomplish such a grand feat under everyone's observation. Once this matter spread, his name would be renowned throughout the continent, shocking the whole southern border. You really succeeded in refining fixed immortal travel GU, incredible. As expected of a future GU immortal, Fang Yuan could hear land spirits praise and sigh. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Fixed immortal travel GU can allow a GU master to roam the world, going anywhere he wanted. But it is still an immortal GU, your help is needed, to activate it using immortal essence. Bog Wei, of course. There is still some immortal essence left in the cauldron, recall in your mind where you want to go, you should choose a safe place. Remember, the image in your head has to be the same as the real place, there cannot be too big of a difference. I understand that, Bog Wei sighed, speaking wholeheartedly. Using the fixed immortal travel would allow you to escape this predicament, but without immortal essence, the blessed land will be destroyed immediately. Death is a relief for me. I just wish you would succeed in refining second aperture GU in the future, and do not waste this opportunity. Before we part, do you have anything to say to me? Fang Yuan opened his mouth, but no words came out. He moved his tattered black wings, flying in the sky and looking around. The torn bronze hall, the mound battlefield overflowing with blood, and the ruined GU immortal blessed land. Goodbye, Bai Ning Bing. Goodbye, Tai Ruo Nan. Goodbye, southern border. The land spirit did not know that Fang Yuan was about to take an even greater risk. But life was a gamble. If one did not gamble when they had the chance, when would they succeed? If man did not have aspirations as grand as heaven, they would be letting down their 8 feet body. Thinking like this, Fang Yuan felt great ambition and aspiration, his heart boiling with anticipation. Standing before everyone, he felt an urge and expressed it as a poem. The people present heard him recite. Since ancient times land immortal pass with the wind, today 3 kings return to eternal slumber. Who would not experience failure? Verdant sun died regretfully. Start over again and proclaim oneself as king. The carp swims up the heavenly waterfall, traveling alone in the desolate lands and defying heaven. Spreading my wings and flying away today, becoming an immortal and whipping the phoenix on another day. As he said so, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Everyone was speechless. Only the land spirit shouted, "Grand aspirations, I will send you on your journey." Immortal essence entered the fixed immortal travel GU, and jade light flashed, as Fang Yuan vanished from the air. Only his clothes were left, floating in the air like a kite with its strings cut. He vanished. He used the fixed immortal travel GU, I wonder where he went. Ah, why is heaven and earth shaking? Everyone was stunned. At this time, intense winds blew as mountains broke, the world was collapsing. Loopholes after loopholes were formed, connecting to the outside world. Damn it, escape quickly. The blessed land is collapsing, the winds of assimilation is coming. If we do not escape now, we will die, I do not want to die. The experts were frightened and shocked, frantically escaping as Xianxia Mountain went into chaos once again. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, on Danghun Mountain, the battle for Hu Immortal Blessed Land was reaching its end. Fang Zheng, hang in there, victory is within reach. Lord Sky Crane encouraged. He surpassed Ying Shengji, Shaoqi Xing, his body was numb from pain, and his brain was unable to think, there was only Danghun Mountain left in his mind. Being the first to ascend, he only had one thought left in his mind. I am the great Feng Jin Huang, how can I lose here? I have never lost since I was born, this time is no exception. Come out, dream wings. The 9 GU immortals were shocked. Most immortal GU could only be used with immortal essence. But Dream's wings were different, it used the GU master spirit and soul instead. Feng Jin Huang was only immortal, activating the dream wings forcefully would cause severe damage to her soul, amnesia at best, becoming retarded at worst. But Feng Jin Huang was competitive, she wanted victory, willing to pay any price. Under Fang Zheng, stunned gaze, she overtook him, taking back her head. Feng Jin Huang's arms were already at the edge of the peak, she was one step away. Fang Zheng raised his head to look at her, as Hu Immortal Land Spirit stared at her in a daze, everyone was waiting for Feng Jin Huang's victory. Feng Jin Huang did not let everyone down, she bit her lips, placing her arms at the edge of the cliff. Next, she used her remaining strength to drag her body up as well. But at this moment, jade light flashed, and a man appeared on the mountain peak. This man was completely naked, his left forearm had a hole as blood flowed out of it. His youthful body was strong and muscular, giving off the aura of a veteran expert who had undergone countless battles. Brother, Fang Zheng was shocked, slipping and falling down the cliff. The 10 GU immortals were shocked. Who is this naked man? Feng Jinhuang raised her snow-white neck, looking at Fang Yuan from his feet, stunned and watching with her eyes wide open like a statue. Fang Yuan's body was muscular, the giant monster on his lower body entered Feng Jinhuang's vision without any doubt. I really came here. Tisk. Fixed immortal travel GU has such a weakness, it cannot transport clothes along with me. But thankfully, I placed my GU worms inside my aperture, and brought them along. Fang Yuan looked around, realizing his situation. Isn't this person below me Feng Jinhuang? It seems biography of Feng Jinhuang gave an accurate time. He was a step before her. This competition did not ban immortal GU worms, according to the rules, he was who immortal blessed land's owner. I succeeded, all my risks paid off. So what if I failed to refine second aperture GU? Now I have something better, the entire who immortal blessed land, and fixed immortal travel GU. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan laughed crazily in his heart. Unfortunately, she has the immortal GU dream wings, I can't kill her yet. Fang Yuan looked at Feng Jinhuang regretfully, before raising his right foot. Under the 10 GU immortal's supervision, his right foot landed on Feng Jinhuang's face, as a jade-like feeling could be felt on his feet. Scram! Fang Yuan pushed, and kicked the weak and dazed Feng Jinhuang down. Feng Jinhuang was already out of strength, how could she resist Fang Yuan's kick? She immediately descended. Fang Yuan turned around, facing the land spirit. Little who immortal, aren't you calling me you master? Master, the little girl stared at Fang Yuan, shocked. After she reacted, she used her small tender hands to cover her large crystal clear eyes. Next, she lowered her head, her face red with shame, as she stomped her foot, shaking her head, saying meekly, Master, aren't you shameful? You are so old already, quickly wear some clothes. Chapter 406. Feng Zhuzhe. 9 days later, atop of a lush green mountain valley, a small waterfall flowed downwards like a strip of silvery silk. The waterfall's stream flowed into an ancient lake. The ancient lake was deep and dark jade in color, with ripples on the surface of the water. In the pond, all kinds of carp were swimming about. On the top of a white rock beside the water, Feng Jinhuang sat with her eyes closed. Her face, bright and beautiful, was reflected in the water, causing this ancient lake to gain a brilliant elegance. The colorful carps in the water, the clear pool water, the silvery waterfall, and the green valley all complemented each other. However, Feng Jinhuang's pretty brows were deeply scrunched. Although she has tried her best to calm down, every time she closed her eyes for more than 30 breaths, an image flashed in her mind from the depths of her heart. On an illustrious pink crystal mountain peak, a naked man looked down at her with his black eerie pupils. She was sprawling on the edge of the cliff, and when she looked up, she saw everything on the man's body. His bleeding left arm with a bloody hole, his strong muscles, his broad chest, and the massive thing between his legs, the image was engraved into her heart. The memory was so vivid that the events of that day could never be forgotten by this proud woman. Especially since afterwards, the man stretched out his right foot and stepped on her face. Feng Jinhuang wanted to forget the feeling of being trampled on her face, yet the feeling was so vivid that she could clearly recall it even now. Forget it, forget him. Keep a peace of mind, peace of mind, calm down. Feng Jinhuang breathed more and more rapidly. Her breathing became heavier, and her chest moved rapidly as a result, and was becoming faster. In her heart, shame, humiliation, and hatred mixed together, turning into a volcano. How dare he dared to do that to me. Feng Jinhuang could not bear it anymore, and suddenly opened her phoenix eyes and stood up abruptly, raising her head and screaming. The volcano in her heart erupted, filling her chest with anger, almost melting her entire body. You are a despicable and shameless man, you dared to step on my face. I want to tear you to pieces. Feng Jinhuang roared, her eyes glowing with fire as she punched randomly. Bam 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 bam, the loud smashing sound, like the sound of thunder, erupted continuously. Feng Jinhuang's eyes exuded fire, the beautiful flames evaporated the ancient lake and burnt the green hills around her. She punched without a target, as her frenzied barrage sent the surrounding mountain rocks flying, as the ground cracked. After almost a few short breaths, Feng Jinhuang completely decimated the valley. Such terrifying battle strength, even if 10 Fang Yuan attacked together, he could not reach such a power level. Ah, this scoundrel, I want to rend your flesh, limb by limb. I want to step on your bones and crush them into pieces. I'll make you suffer for 7 days and 7 nights. I swear, I'll make you to suffer endless pain. I want you to die and regret everything you have done to me. Then, I'll turn you into ashes and scatter you into the wind. Feng Jinhuang bellowed without stopping, the anger in her chest making her lose all rationality. A few hundred miles away, there were grass cottages built on a mountain peak. Through the window of the cottage, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Feng Jinhuang, looking worried. Oh, my little Feng. Inside the cottage, a beauty was dressed in white silk adorned with a green belt. She was dignified and elegant, bearing a resemblance to Feng Jinhuang. She was the biological mother of Feng Jinhuang, Fairy Bai Qing, a ranked 6 GU immortal. Stop looking, you have already watched her for 7 or 8 times during the last 10 minutes. The jade sea-tide tea that I carefully brewed for you is getting cold by now, go sit down and drink it. Feng Zhuzhe sat by her side, helplessly saying, drink, 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 all you care about is drinking tea. Is Feng Jinhuang even your daughter? As her father, aren't you worried at all? Bai Qing turned around, her brows were wrinkled and her tone was resentful. Sigh, our daughter, Feng had always been competitive since she was a child. Her talent was excellent, and no one was her match in her sect, but suddenly she stumbled and lost. Immortal inheritance was the first failure of her life, but it is also the most important. You are her father, but you're actually still in the mood to drink tea here. Never mind the failure, what's more important is, Feng suffered such a huge loss. She actually got trampled by someone. Think about it, Feng is proud and had never paid attention to any man her age. Yet she was beaten in such a way, with someone's foot on her face, and for the first time, saw a similar aged man's body. This, the more Fairy Bai Qing talked, the more anxious she grew, and her eyes slowly turned red. Feng Zhuzhe looked at her and immediately got up, getting to her side, holding her in his arms. He frantically comforted her. Don't cry, my Qing. Isn't your husband still here? In fact, in my opinion, this event was not without benefits. Oh, what good is there? Bai Qing casted a doubtful gaze at him. Sigh, Feng is our pride and joy, I'm proud of her yet also worried. She's too competitive and always wants to get first place. Yes, her talent is higher than mine, and she also has great comprehension abilities, but so what if her talent is higher? Is it higher than all the heroes in the world? No matter how good her talent is, can it compare to Desolate Ancient Moon? Feng Zhu explained in earnest. The great Desolate Ancient Moon, daughter of Ren Zhu, failed countless times. Feng had always experienced success and victory but had never understood the taste of failure. This is one of her defects, and also her weakness. Qing you are a ranked 6 GU immortal, and I am a ranked 7 GU immortal, but even if it was a ranked 9 immortal venerable or demon venerable, they can only live long, but not forever. We are able to protect Feng now, but one day we will leave her. By that time, she will only be able to rely on herself. Experiencing this failure will help her mature. Birds leave the nest and fly alone. After they withstand setbacks, they can train their wings and fight in the sky. In the future, when Feng leaves us, we can be relieved. Feng is my baby, I would love nothing more than to protect her inside the blessed land forever. Fairy Bai Qing leaned on Feng Zhuji's chest as she wiped her tears. She sighed and said, Sigh, you are right, Feng will leave us one day, we should let her train more. But this is too much, she had lost too much this time. Immortal inheritance was lost, she was even bullied by that immortal crane sect lad, are you as her father not going to do anything about it? HMPH. Feng Zhu snorted, squinting as his eyes shone with a cold light. Immortal crane sect went too far indeed, even though they had promised to compensate us in the other 8 major sects. But Feng is my daughter, how she can experience such bullying? I have already written a letter and it has been sent to them. If this He Feng Yang does not know what's good for him, I will go to their sect to find him and settle the score. Fairy Bai Qing's heart eased, it turns out that her husband had already acted. But immediately, Bai Qing was nervous and looked at her husband. Husband, don't be rash, don't make a huge commotion. Back when you attacked the top 10 sects, Immortal Crane sect was also one of the victims. They know that you're the strongest, but don't do this kind of thing again. I know. Haha, you can be at ease. Feng Zhuzhe calmed his wife lying in his arms, his eyes subconsciously squinting as he snorted in his heart. Out of the top 10 sects in Central Continent now, none are worthy of facing off against me. South of the Central Continent, 30,000 feet above the mountains. In the sky, Feihe Mountain was floating among a sea of clouds, looking magnificent and grand. Trees were swaying on the mountain as 10,000 cranes flew by, giving off a living atmosphere of an immortal's residence. Currently, in Shangqing Pavilion at the top of the mountain, it was a heavy and grim atmosphere. Feng Zhuzhe has gone too far. The Supreme First Elder was staring furiously, his hands clutching a thin letter as he trembled with anger. With a bang, he slammed the letter on the white jade stone table. In the letter, Feng Zhuzhe listed several overbearing demands. But despite so, Supreme First Elder did not dare to destroy or burn this letter. This letter was shining with an azure green color. It was the transformation of the rank 5 letter sending green bird GU. Once destroyed, Feng Zhuzhe would sense it. If he became furious, the situation would become troublesome. This guy, Feng Zhuzhe, was born into the demonic path. In the past, he obtained a rare opportunity and cultivated painstakingly, soundlessly reaching rank 6 GU Immortal Realm. Once he came out, he amazed the world as he challenged all the heroes in the world, and no one could stop him. The 10 sects sent people to challenge him, but they all lost terribly, forced to join forces to resist him. Feng Zhuzhe was not afraid, fighting as he traveled for over 10 million miles, suddenly changing his tactic and going for the yellow dragon, causing the 10 sects to lose miserably. The scene was total chaos and there was nothing anyone could do. Fortunately, Fairy Bai Qing from Spirit Affinity House moved him with true love, finally reforming this demonic head. Back in the day, Feng Zhuzhe used his rank 6 cultivation and caused a commotion among the 10 sects. It was unimaginable. Now, he has rank 7 cultivation and has Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 sects backing him. This person has the demeanor of a heavenly immortal. Although his requests are slightly overbearing, we can agree to it. Supreme Second Elder took out the letter, reading it and said with a calm tone. He Feng Yang, how can there be such a huge mistake in this matter you were in charge of? That Fang Yuan is not our disciple at all. What motives do you have, defending him like this? A thunderous voice echoed in Shangqing Pavilion, causing the windows to vibrate. The person speaking was Lei Tan, rank 6 GU Immortal, and was at loggerheads with He Feng Yang. Places with people have conflict. Immortal Crane sect also has their conflicts and competition among factions. At once, all the gazes fell on He Feng Yang. He Feng Yang was like a young man, gentle like jade. A pair of jade-colored brows extended to his waist. His expression was calm, looking around slowly, then laughed and said, "This Fang Yuan is indeed not our disciple, but his brother Fang Zheng is one of us, the leader of the elite disciples of this generation." Lei Tan snickered. A tiny elite disciple's relative, he is worth our backing, the entire Immortal Crane sect. He Feng Yang, do you know how much compensation we will have to give to the 9 sects for this Fang Yuan? Of course I know. He Feng Yang glanced at Lei Tan, laughing in disdain, but these things, even if you multiply it by 3, can't compare to a Hu Immortal blessed land. Not to mention a fixed immortal travel GU. At once, many of the Supreme Elders understood. He Feng Yang, what are you trying to say? Lei Tan frowned, asking impatiently. Chapter 407, Immortal Crane Sect's Objective. He Feng Yang only smiled without replying Lei Tan's question. It was Supreme Third Elder who laughed and replied, I understand Elder Feng Yang's intention. If we didn't choose to shield this Fang Yuan, Hu Immortal blessed land would still be up for grabs for the 10 sects. However, by admitting that Fang Yuan is a member of our Immortal Crane sect, we have eliminated the other 9 opponents, letting only our Immortal Crane sect seize control of this blessed land. Lei Tan's gaze flickered and his expression slightly changed, but he no longer asked any questions. At this moment, He Feng Yang stood up from his seat. He first cupped his fists towards Supreme Third Elder who explaining the reason. Third Elder is wise. Things happened too suddenly. Who could have thought a mortal would use the Immortal GU fixed immortal travel to appear the peak of Danghun Mountain and inherit Hu Immortal blessed land in front of everyone. This Hu Immortal inheritance is at TNT Mountain. Everyone might know TNT Mountain is the stairs that connects to the Heavenly Court. Even though it was destroyed and had been abandoned for many years, it still represents the might of the heavenly court. In a way, attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land is attacking TNT Mountain, and attacking TNT Mountain is attacking the heavenly court. Thus, although there are many blessed lands on TNT Mountain, there has never been anyone who had the courage to attack it. Even this time, we waited for Hu Immortal Blessed Land to open before we 10 GU Immortals joined forces to enlarge the passage, with no intention of attacking. Even if we really attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the Blessed Land has a land spirit which would require at least 3 ranked 6 GU Immortals to join hands, and even then they might not succeed. Moreover, the control area of the Blessed Land is being protected by Danghun Mountain. Without 5 or 6 GU Immortals cooperating earnestly, who would dare to say they can climb to the peak? Lei Tan, can you? Lei Tan snorted. He wanted to retort but kept quiet in the end. In blessed lands, the land spirit could freely mobilize all the resources and their battle prowess could be compared to a GU Immortal. The most important thing was that the land spirit could suppress rank 1 to rank 5 GU worms. If a GU Immortal wanted to attack the blessed land, their most powerful weapon would be Immortal GU, because land spirits could not restrict Immortal GU. However, Immortal GU were hard to find and many GU Immortals did not even have one Immortal GU. Even if they had, it might not necessarily be suited to attack. This was the classic situation of low offense but high defense. If they were set on attacking the blessed land, it would often require the cooperation of several GU Immortals to create a numerical advantage, and then competing through the expenditure of Immortal Essence. Once the blessed land's Immortal Essence was exhausted, they could start their attack. However, in truth, unless it was some special situation, GU Immortals rarely attacked blessed lands. Because it was really not worth it. Not only was Immortal Essence precious and hard to accumulate, there was also the danger of the blessed land self-destructing. In the case where the land spirit could not defend and chose to destroy the blessed land, the winds of assimilation would blow over and destroy everything, causing the attackers to have no gains. When GU Immortals attacked blessed lands, they would often gain nothing and instead suffer heavy losses. Unless it was a matter of deep hatred, nobody would agree to do such a transaction that only created loss. Seeing that Lei Tan was keeping quiet, He Feng Yang continued, that Fang Yuan ascended to the peak and got the inheritance, immediately commanding the land spirit to close the blessed land. Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng looks almost the same. The GU Immortals of the other 9 sects realized this and subconsciously thought this was our Immortal Crane sect's hidden move and questioned me one after another. At that time, I thought that if I were to say the truth, the Hu Immortal Inheritance's belonging would be undecided once again, as the 10 sects would still compete and fight over it. Thus, I acknowledged it, and even if we had to pay such a price for it, we have eliminated the other 9 great sects from the competition. Like this, we can secretly strategize about Hu Immortal Blessed Land without worrying about other forces. He Feng Yang explained the whole story. Lei Tan snorted and asked, there is a big problem in this plan. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is on TNT Mountain and is also closed now. Without attacking and creating a loophole, how can we enter? He Feng Yang laughed. It seems he already predicted this. How could I not have any plans? Blessed lands face calamities and tribulations. Hu Immortal died during the 5th earthly calamity. I have already calculated the time. Hu Immortal Blessed Land will face the 6th earthly calamity in a year and 3 months' time. Fang Yuan is only a mortal. How could he know how to resist the earthly calamity? Even with the help of the land spirit, without a sect's support, the blessed land will suffer heavy damage at that time and a loophole will appear. Lei Tan scoffed. Even if there is a loophole, do you dare to attack? Didn't you say just before that Hu Immortal Inheritance is on TNT Mountain? He Feng Yang instantly replied, forcefully attacking is a terrible move and we will only use it if all else fails. That Fang Yuan is only a mortal. As long as a loophole appears and we use some plans and schemes, is there a worry of failing to capture him? Once the earth calamity passes, he will definitely start worrying and thirst for external help. I have already planned it. First we use Fang Zheng and use the kinship to move and persuade him into cooperating for some transactions. As we make more transactions, his guard against us will naturally loosen, and using logic to persuade him, we might just convince him to join Immortal Crane sect. If he keeps on being stubborn, we can use some secret methods. Slavery GU is one good method. There aren't many ways to deal with the land spirit, but there are plenty of ways to deal with a mortal like him. If we can obtain fixed immortal travel GU like this, then it is no doubt the perfect outcome. The elders present felt a rush of excitement at the mention of fixed immortal travel GU. Many began to whisper and discuss with each other. The outcome He Feng Yong portrayed was truly beautiful. Most importantly, his plan had a chance of success. Lei Tan could feel the change in the atmosphere as he sat down in anger. You speak nice words, let's hope it goes our way. Supreme Third Elder mumbled. Besides special GU like Dream Wings GU that needs to be activated using the soul, most of the other immortal GU need immortal essence to activate, and this fixed immortal travel GU is not an exception. This Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel GU, and with the help of Land Spirit to use the Blessed Land's immortal essence, he can escape any time he wishes. We need to be very careful to deal with him. Furthermore, there is one point to note, he is but immortal yet he possesses an immortal GU, he should have a rather deep background. He Feng Yong nodded. Junior has already thought of this point. Back then, when I claimed Fang Yuan was our sect's disciple, I checked the reactions of the other 9 sects. It seems that not one of the central continent's 9 sects are behind him. I am guessing, since Fang Yuan came from Southern Border, he is very likely to have a super clan of Southern Border behind him. But be it Wu clan, Shang clan, Tai clan, Yi clan or other super clans, they are all situated far at Southern Border and cannot help him here. If they were to enter Central Continent, their battle strength would be suppressed. Our Immortal Crane sect is one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. We have a huge chance of winning against them. All the elders nodded at these words and started another round of soft discussions. Indeed, a mighty dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Central Continent is our Immortal Crane sect's territory. If they were to make a move, HMPH. Even if their battle prowess was not suppressed, our Immortal Crane sect is still stronger than any super groups of the 4 other regions by a mile. Third Elder's furrowed brows relaxed. There is one doubt remaining. To use fixed immortal travel GU, the user needs to have a vivid memory and clear understanding of the terrain he teleports to. Fang Yuan is only immortal from the faraway Southern Border. How could he know the scenery in Hu Immortal Blessed Land? And how could his timing be so precise? Could it be, Hu Immortal had once set an inheritance in Southern Border? Or it could be one of the tricks of TNT Mountain's demonic path GU Immortals. He Feng Yong bowed. Junior is also not clear about this. This matter is strange. Originally, there was only a clue about the Blood Sea inheritance. At that time, one of our sect disciples defected and fled to Southern Border. A few years ago, I sent Lord Sky Crane to Southern Border to clean up and trash and bring back the inheritance. But Lord Sky Crane failed and instead it was Fang Yuan who obtained the inheritance, gaining Blood Skull GU. This kid is very ruthless and sinister, unexpectedly killing all his clansmen on the spot and used Blood Skull GU to raise his aptitude. Lord Sky Crane was unresigned and brought back Fang Zheng for future plans to retrieve the GU. He Feng Yong naturally had never have expected a nobody to so outrageously disrupt his plan back then, causing such a huge problem for him. This was a weird feeling. It was as if person was walking on the road, when suddenly a small ant jumped on their nose and started scratching it. Where did this ant come from? Such guts. The person could just crush it with their finger, but because of the peculiar situation, they were not able to catch the ant and could only let this ant feel triumphant for the time being. Not this Blood Sea inheritance again. Hearing He Feng Yong narrate the whole story, the elders present frowned, their heart turned irritated. Blood Sea inheritance came from a big shot of the demonic path, Blood Sea ancestor. He killed people like cutting grass, and his infamy had gone down in history. With the might of a ranked 7 GU immortal, he had unexpectedly set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance sites that spread over Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert and Eastern Sea. Before his death, he had laughed and proclaimed, "Blood Path is not lonely, my mark will remain for all eternity." Now, just like he proclaimed, countless mortals had benefited. Blood Sea inheritance was already proclaimed as the most popular inheritance with the greatest number in the world. There was no competition. Countless righteous path figures were getting headaches because of it. Didn't that Shui Tu, who was only a butcher, become a famous demonic cultivator after obtaining Blood Sea inheritance? Years ago, Myriad Dragon Doc Song Zi Xing obtained one of the true Blood Sea inheritances and defected his sect, causing great humiliation to our 10 great sects. Now, he is already a ranked 7 GU immortal with the title, Blood Dragon. To kill this defector and wipe away their humiliation, Myriad Dragon Doc dispatched 8 GU immortals, 5 ranked 6 and 3 ranked 7. The result was he killed 4 of them, crippled 3 of them and beat 1 into retreating. It is said that Blood C has 9 true inheritances. They are Blood Skull GU, Blood Handprint GU, Blood Chi GU, Blood Sweat GU, Menses Blood GU, Blood Shadow GU, Blood Battle GU, as well as the Ancient Desolate Beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat, and finally, the Rank 6 Immortal GU Blood Deity. He was truly someone who achieved great success in Blood Path. Speaking of which, 4 true inheritances of the Blood Sea ancestor had already shown up. One is Blood Skull GU, which is with Fang Yuan. Another is Blood Handprint GU, which is with Southern Border's current Shang clan leader. Violent Blood Dragon Bat is with Song Zixing. It is said that Shang clan leader has already obtained the second Blood Sea inheritance. That is only an unconfirmed rumor, there is no evidence to conclude it. The elders whispered to one another. Alright, there is no need to talk about Blood Sea true inheritance. It is like searching for a needle in a haystack, all kinds of rumors are increasing day by day. My ears are already getting callous from hearing them. Supreme Grand Elder waved his hand and immediately put a stop to the discussion. He turned his gaze towards Hefeng Yang. Elder Hefeng Yang, since you brought up this method, then you shall be in charge of it. If you are able to seize the blessed land and establish your merit, the sect will not be stingy in rewarding you. Junior understands. Hefeng Yang accepted the order with a smile. Seeing Hefeng Yang gain such a lucrative task, Lei Tan felt stifled, but since it was Supreme Grand Elder who said so, he could only hide his hatred inside. However, Supreme Grand Elder added, since you are in charge of it, then Elder Feng Yang, you should hand over your one's own Wei Jiu, right? In Feng Juji's demand, he had asked for an immortal Jiu. You are the person in charge of this matter, so you should be the one to settle this. Lei Tan was immediately joyous. Hefeng Yang could only accept the order with a bitter smile. Chapter 408, Fang Yuan regains consciousness. All he saw before him was a blur pink color. As his vision gradually returned, he saw a thin silk curtain. A light wind blew, the chimes rang, the light pink curtain slowly swayed, making it feel like a dream or illusion. Fang Yuan slowly got up from his bed. This round bed was extremely large, 40 to 50 people could fit on it. A silk blanket that was red on the bottom with golden rims was covering his body. Fang Yuan looked around and found himself in a large bedroom. There was a stove beside the bed, burning some incense. There was a fragrance that arouses people's feelings in the air. This room was made with golden brick walls, silver bricks were used on the ground. Beside the bed, the corners of the room, tables and chairs, dressing table, all of them had large amounts of pearls, agate, diamonds and all sorts of precious gems. The room was grand and elegant, luxurious and glorious, the affluence of the previous owner was emanating in the room. This was Hu Immortal's Dang Hun Palace. It is a gentle home. Fang Yuan commented lightly, getting down from his bed. His body shook uncontrollably, as his brain was still dizzy. Fang Yuan did not find it strange, instead he understood clearly, this was because he had forced himself too much back on Sancha Mountain. By Ning Bing's betrayal, the pressure from the two factions, and he even had to scheme against the land spirit. First refining second aperture, then refine the fixed immortal travel GU in the torrential light stream. The entire process was accompanied by the mental pressure of taking a risky gamble. To Fang Yuan, be it his body or mind, they had reached their limits. When he used the fixed immortal travel GU to arrive at Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Jinhuang and Fang Zheng were at their limits, but so was he. Compared to them, Fang Yuan's mental pressure was greater. Spring-Autumn Cicada could no longer be used, and he had snatched the Hu Immortal inheritance right in front of the 10 sects, GU Immortals. He was trying to pull the teeth out of a tiger, like playing with fire. It was an extremely dangerous move. Fang Yuan was the first to ascend the mountain, and the land spirit chased the other competitors away. After Fang Yuan officially became the blessed land's owner, he ordered the land spirit to close the entire blessed land. After instructing the land spirit with a few key points, Fang Yuan relaxed at a safe area, falling asleep instantly. Just how long did I sleep? Fang Yuan shook his head. He still felt extremely tired, there was a sense of weakness coming from his soul. At the same time, his ears were buzzing, as his brain could not think as quickly as normal. It was difficult to process questions in his head. Oh no, I injured my soul. Fang Yuan's heart sank, sensing his condition was not looking good. The main reason was became of the immortal GU refinement. Were immortal GU so easily to refine? Many GU immortals would suffer a backlash when making a mistake while attempting to do so, injured at best, death at worst. Fang Yuan used a mortal's body to refine an immortal GU. The main reason was because the recipe was good, originating from Ren Zhi's tales. Secondly, the materials used were appropriate, focused on the divine travel GU. Looking from another angle, it was simply converting divine travel GU into fixed immortal travel GU. It was not like in Fang Yuan's previous life, where he used a large number of mortal GU to refine the immortal GU Spring-Autumn Cicada. Turning from mortal to immortal, the difficulty was 100-fold. Even so, the foundation of my soul was too weak and got injured. But thankfully, this is Danghun Mountain. Thinking so, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn, as he said lightly, "Where is the land spirit?" Swoosh! Hu Immortal land spirit appeared before him. "Master, you are finally awake." Hu Immortal lowered her head, her face was red as she looked at her feet, speaking in a meek tone. She had the appearance of a 5 to 6-year-old girl. She was cute and young. With a colorful dress, and a snow-white fox tail behind her, swaying to express her unease. "Master, when you were sleeping, I acted on my own accord and healed the injury on your left arm. I wanted to bring you clothes, but what we have here are not your size." Hu Immortal land spirit reported. The clothes she mentioned was Hu Immortal's clothing. They were women's clothing. Of course Fang Yuan could not fit in them. Fang Yuan frowned. "Clothing is not important. How long have I slept?" "During this period, did any strong enemies attack the blessed land?" Hu Immortal's eyes were large and shining, blinking. "Master, during the 7 days you were asleep, nobody attacked." "Oh." Fang Yuan's eyes shone. He did not know that Immortal Crane sect's Hefeng Yang defended him, blocking the assault of the other 9 sects. But he understood somewhat why no GU immortals attacked the blessed land. Hu Immortal blessed land was not like the 3 kings blessed land on Xianxia Mountain. This blessed land was still very young. It had a land spirit and ample immortal essence storage, and even Danghun Mountain as the core protection of the blessed land. These 3 elements made Hu Immortal blessed land as secure as a fortress. Most GU immortals had no way to force their way in. How hard was it to attack this blessed land? Fang Yuan knew most clearly. 500 years into his past life, he allied with almost 10 demonic GU immortals, invading this place. Eventually, he had a narrow victory. Only he and Song Zhong were left. Song Zhong was the son of Song Zixing, a rising star of the demonic path. He has not been born yet. Back then, I was already a senior of the demonic path. Song Zhong inherited his father's inheritance, gaining great strength, and was able to fight with me for tens of rounds without a winner emerging, causing him to rise to fame from that battle. Thinking of his past life, being used as a stepping stone for this junior Song Zhong, Fang Yuan snickered continuously. "Everything's changed now. I'll find a chance to kill Song Zixing. Hee, let's see how you'll come into this world." Song Zixing had one part of the Blood Sea inheritance. It was the ancient desolate beast violent blood dragon bat. This dragon bat is not a GU worm. It can be captured and taken away. With the violent blood dragon bat, I will gain an endless number of blood bats. Manipulating blood bats was one of my greatest skill in my previous life. Of course, that is a plan for the future. Now, I have to rely on this blessed land to cultivate quickly, getting back to my GU immortal stage. Thinking so, Fang Yuan thought of an important question. "Land spirit, how long more till the next earthly calamity?" "Master, I was about to inform you if you did not ask me. Right now, the blessed land has already endured 5 earthly calamities, the 6th is a year and 3 months away." Hu Immortal's voice was filled with anxiety and worry. "What, a year and 3 months?" Fang Yuan jumped up from his bed, unable to sit any longer, his face turning grim. "Everything exists in balance, heaven is impartial. Strength comes with weakness, blessing comes with calamities. Blessed lands have calamities and tribulations, an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Not mentioning the heavenly tribulation but just the earthly calamity. Once it occurs, the might is overwhelming, often causing great disasters. If the blessed land cannot endure it, they will face destruction." Fang Yuan had a blessed land in his previous life. He was extremely clear of the danger of his current situation. To a blessed land, every earthly calamity is a strict test. Earthly calamities get stronger than the one before. Hu Immortal died in the 5th, and Fang Yuan was about to face the even stronger 6th calamity. There are only a year and 3 months left to the earthly calamity. Why was it not mentioned in Feng Jinhuang's biography? That's right, she is a disciple of Spirit Affinity House, her parents are both GU immortals, with their help, it is not hard to block the earthly calamity. But to me, this is a grave situation. The sixth calamity is coming too quickly, even with Fang Yuan's experience, he would not have time to make ample preparations. Other than that, he still had to guard against external enemies. Under everyone's watchful eye, I snatched to Immortal blessed land, although the 10 sects have not made a move, they are surely waiting to pounce on me. I understand now, the 10 sects are waiting for the earthly calamity, and want to make use of it. Once the earthly calamity descends, the land spirit will have to face it with everything she had, she would not have time to take care of this master. Fang Yuan was still rank 4 upper stage, he was easy to target. Once he dies, the blessed land would be ownerless, and the land spirit will have to find a new master. If the earthly calamity causes a huge loophole, GU masters outside would be able to enter at will. If the 10 sects find trouble then, it would add on to his problems, and the situation would certainly turn deadly. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, because his soul was injured, it caused his head to hurt. He rearranged his scattered thoughts, and breathed out deeply, deciding, I'll take a look at the situation, make the best preparations for this earthly calamity. If I fail, I will give up the blessed land and order it to self-destruct, not giving the righteous path any resources for free, then escape using fixed immortal travel GU. Although the blessed land was good, how could it compare to his safety? With such a thought, Fang Yuan called the land spirit to bring him outside, he needed to know more about the blessed land now. Yes, land spirit nodded obediently, but hesitantly added, Master, you do not like clothes. Actually, wearing nice clothing would make one feel more energized, and you will feel happier too. Fang Yuan, the dresses in Dang Hun Palace was not for Fang Yuan to wear. But he had stored some spare clothing inside the two-seater flower. After changing into a black robe, Fang Yuan followed the land spirit, going up on the stairs and reaching the mountain peak. Dang Hun Montaigne's winds were very strong. But land spirit waved her hand, and it turned into a soothing breeze. Master, this blessed land has 4,000 square kilometers of land. The flow of time is 5 times. The 4,000 square kilometers of land is mostly grassland. The grass is made up of blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, and 6 divine grass primarily. There are also 7 treasure flowers and milk tea flowers etc. The land spirit introduced as she drew a virtual image, floating in the air for Fang Yuan to see. In the image, there was a classic grassland, with all sorts of colors, like a grass carpet right before him. The blue and poisonous blue degree grass, the chestnut-shaped water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass which looked like 6 thin leaves with the feeling of jade. And also the 7-colored 7 treasure flower, the cup-shaped milk tea flower filled with nectar that were like milk tea. With these 7 as the main, there were also a lot of weed and wild flowers. Fang Yuan looked as he nodded. Do not look down on these grass and flowers, they are cultivation resources. These 7 types of grass and flowers were GU refinement ingredients. Some of the flowers and grass even has wild GU worms. With 4,000 square kilometers worth of land, compared to Earth, that was 1.5 Hong Kong added together. How many GU would there be in total? These wild GU worms were extremely easy to catch. With just a command from Fang Yuan, the land spirit would be able to capture them intact and hand it over to Fang Yuan. Chapter 409, Managing the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan asked. Then how many GU are there in the blessed land now? The Hu immortal land spirit raised her head by a bit. At present, there are over 860,000 rank 1 GU, with about 52 types of them. Over 130,000 rank 2 GU, with 48 types. 5,000 rank 3 GU, with 12 types. Only over 60 rank 4 GU, with 8 types. And only 1 rank 5 GU, fox skin GU. After Hu Immortal died, her obsession did not disappear and combined with this land's heavenly power to form into an unusual existence known as the land spirit. In some way, it could be said to be a continuation of her life. Thus, the land spirit was the representative of this blessed land and was clear about everything in the blessed land. As Fang Yuan had become the master of the blessed land now, everything in the blessed land was his. Over 860,000 rank 1 GU, 130,000 rank 2 GU, these two combined meant nearly 1 million GU worms. Fang Yuan recalled the time in Qingmao Mountain, Those days where he had to scheme and fight for 2 to 3 rank 1 and rank 2 GU. A blessed land could only be created by a GU immortal, it was the foundation of their wealth, a heavenly estate. Just this immortal blessed land alone could supply for a super clan. There would not be any problem to put 5 or 6 small mid-sized clans like GU clan here. As for the GU worms in the blessed land, their quantity sharply decreased at rank 3. Rank 4 GU worms did not reach 100 and there was only one rank 5 GU. This situation was also natural. It was the same with GU masters. Rank 1 and rank 2 GU masters were extremely common, rank 3 were already rare, rank 4 were even fewer, and only 1 or 2 rank 5 GU masters might appear among a million people. This was a pyramid distribution, the quantity reduces the higher you go, and the ones who occupied the top were extremely few in numbers. This blessed land is still young and with appropriate managing, the quantity of the GU worms will still increase. Reaching 10 million rank 1 and 2 GU will not be difficult. But whether I can raise them properly or not, it depends on the types and quantity of the rank 4 and rank 5 GU. Fang Yuan calculated. Mortal GU masters would usually only raise 5 or 6 GU, while GU immortals could raise a million or even 10 million GU worms. The difference between the two is as far as the clouds were from the mud. These GU being raised in immortal blessed land could only be considered passable. On one hand, the numbers were little, being only about a million. On another hand, the GU were not elites. From the introduction Fang Yuan got, they were all ordinary GU. If they were changed to GU like liquor worm or breath concealment GU, their value would be much higher. Even the rank 5 fox skin GU was an extremely common defensive GU, it was effective against wind and water path GU worms, but was difficult to use in complex battlefield. Fang Yuan did not even take a look at it. The thing that really moved him was the time in the blessed land. Time flowed 5 times faster in immortal blessed land. That is to say, 1 day in the outside world would mean 5 days here. This meant Fang Yuan's cultivation speed would be 5 times faster in the blessed land. He could cultivate for a year and 3 months here when only 3 months would have passed in the outside world. With this, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed would surpass most GU masters and he would have greater initiative for his future plans. Naturally, there was a huge disadvantage to this. Fang Yuan's lifespan was only about 100 years, thus with this, he would age 5 times faster as well. The land spirit continued with the introduction. At present, there are about 1,000 groups of fox living here: red fox, golden fox, cloud fox, wind fox, autumn fox, flowing light fox, and so on. The 3 largest groups of foxes each has about 800,000 foxes. Altogether, there are about 4,700,000 foxes. Fang Yuan quietly listened to it and nodded his head. 3 groups of myriad foxes meant 3 myriad beast kings. The development of the beasts in the blessed land had still not reached a level of creating a beast emperor. The classification of beasts was simple. From low to high, they were 100 beast king, 1,000 beast king, myriad beast king and beast emperor. For example, Ba Huang and Ying Ming of 3 kings' inheritance were 2 beast emperors with battle strength that could match rank 5 GU masters. They were able to temporarily obstruct Mo Wutian and Xiao Meng's advance. There are a lot of fox groups, but unfortunately they are all common foxes and not mutated beasts. Fang Yuan inwardly evaluated. Ordinary beasts' worth naturally could not compare with mutated beasts. Examples would be comparing boar and thunder boar, green bull and Kunlun bull, wild dog and lion mastiff. Above the mutated beasts were desolate beasts, above desolate beasts were ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Song Zizing's violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast, one of the 9 true inheritances of ancestor Blood Sea. Immemorial desolate beasts were recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu, an example would be the 9-tailed fox. Raising a 9-tailed fox in immortal blessed land is but a dream. Even raising an ancient desolate beast is impossible. If it is ordinary desolate beasts like hurricane fox or phoenix wings fox, raising 1 or 2 of them could be feasible, but it would greatly depend on luck. Fang Yuan continued to consider. Since he had obtained immortal blessed land, his plans after rebirth had reached a whole new level, thus he had to revise and modify them. At this time, Jia clan's internal strife should have already stirred like a wildfire and he would not be able to participate in it. He also could not participate in the great battle of Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan intended to make full use of this immortal blessed land and cultivate to the realm of GU Immortal. This meant that he not only had to resist the continuous earthly calamities but also had to manage the blessed land. Currently, the GU worms were barely passable and the foxes might be ordinary, but they had the potential to grow. Actually, there were a lot more fox groups in the blessed land. At least 3 times more than the present. But the second earthly calamity caused a meteor fire rain that smashed the blessed land's east area into ruins, burning hundreds of thousands of foxes to death. The dark flames of that time have not been extinguished even now. The fourth earthly calamity was a huge flood that submerged most of the grassland of the blessed land's northern area, killing many more foxes. Thus, there are only this many remaining at present. The land spirit pursed her pink lips, her eyes revealing fear and panic as she talked about the earth calamity. At the same time, she waved her small hand and smoke flew to the air, showing the scenes of the eastern and northern parts of the blessed land. Fang Yuan could see, the eastern part was a scene of ruin with dust and smoke pervading the whole place. There were meteoric craters all over the place, and black flames were burning around the craters. The flames burned without emitting the least bit of sound, but this manifested an even more terrifying aura. In the northern part was a scene of vast clear water. Dark clouds rumbled in the air and rain fell endlessly. The surging water emitted bleak and gloomy sound. There were bits of grass and destroyed flowers, along with fox corpses floating on the water. These are the dark flame meteor and clouded white sea calamities. Seeing such a bleak scene, Fang Yuan could not help feeling gloomy. The might of an earthly calamity was extremely strong. Moreover, there were countless types of calamity, and were simply impossible to plan against. Every 10 years, the earthly calamity would pose a destructive threat towards the blessed land. Immortal defended for 5 times before losing her life. And the devastation the previous earthly calamities left were still there and had not been cured. This was a really bad news to Fang Yuan. Immortal blessed land has an area of 4,000 square kilometers, but northern and eastern areas were gone, causing the loss of over 1,300 square kilometers of area. Such loss was truly disastrous. I must settle these 2 problems. Apart from anything else, a lot of immortal essence will be used in order to suppress the burning black flames and the spreading flood. Fang Yuan mumbled in a soft voice. However, following immediately, Immortal land spirit mentioned an even worse news. Master, the biggest trouble is here. Look, this is what was left from the 5th earthly calamity. She waved her hand and the image changed to show a different scene. Fang Yuan saw a scene of scorched black prairie, and a human figure formed from blue lightning was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Its physique was not big and looked quite alluring, however it was formed purely from lightning. The glorious blue light let out an extremely terrifying might. Human-shaped lightning, this is the earth calamity, blue charm lightning shadow. Fang Yuan drew in a cold breath. This human-shaped lightning was one of the earth calamities. It was extremely strong and could match a ranked 6 GU immortal. Fang Yuan looked at this scene and immediately realized the killer that killed Immortal was probably this blue charm lightning shadow. Immortal was an enslavement path GU master who controlled fox groups. Enslavement path was strong but also weak, and could very easily be subdued by beheading the leader tactics. Although there were many fox groups, they could not obstruct blue charm lightning shadow. In the end, Immortal had to fight the lightning figure in close combat and lost her life. Damn it, how could there be this lightning shadow in this blessed land? Fang Yuan's expression turned extremely unsightly. He had ways to slowly settle the previous 2 troubles. However, this human-shaped lightning was already beyond his current ability. Master, you need to be careful when you roam around later. This human-shaped lightning strolls randomly around the blessed land. Only Dang Hun Mountain, it dares not approach. The land spirit's pink and delicate face was bathed in the image of the blue lightning, her voice slightly shaky. This lightning is an earth calamity but is also a type of living thing. Since it is a living thing, it has a soul, and thus if it approaches Dang Hun Mountain, its soul will receive shockwaves until it turns to ashes. Fang Yuan had already settled his mind now. Maybe I can use Dang Hun Mountain to settle this lightning shadow. But how can I lure it? Fang Yuan's thoughts took a turn, however the next instant the buzzing noise echoed in his ears again. He shook his head and did not continue thinking. Are there any other bad news? Tell them all at once. He gave a bitter smile and asked the land spirit. The situation was much worse than what he imagined. Immortal blessed land was in imminent crisis, whether it was the internal worries or external aggression. They were both very grave. As for Feng Jin Huang, With Ji Immortal parents and also the help of Spirit Affinity House, she naturally did not need to worry about these things. But Fang Yuan was just a lone force. Naturally, there were benefits that only a lone force could have. In the biography of Feng Jinhuang, it was recorded Feng Jinhuang had to offer a large amount of resources to her sect after obtaining the Blessed Land. The land spirit shook her small head. She had already reported the worst situations, remaining were all good news. First of all, in the southern area of the Blessed Land lived a tribe of rockmen. Rockman was a type of variant humans who lived underground and ate ore as food. This news was an unexpected surprise to Fang Yuan. Secondly, there was abundant immortal essence in Immortal Blessed Land. The land spirit brought Fang Yuan to the palace in Danghun Mountain. In the deepest parts of the palace was an enormous golden bowl which was filled with green immortal essence. Besides the green liquid in the bowl, most of the immortal essence had automatically congealed into a ball. At first glance, it looked like a grape. This was something only ranked 6 GU immortals had, green grape immortal essence. Each green grape immortal essence pearl contained immortal essence that was much more than the immortal essence in the Three Kings Blessed Land. With this immortal essence, there is still quite a bit of hope. Fang Yuan finally breathed in relief. Chapter 410 Dang Hun Mountain's Gutstone. Fang Yuan counted. The golden bowl had 78 pieces of green grape immortal essence. Adding in the layer of blue-green immortal liquid essence at the bottom of the bowl, it amounted to 78 pieces and a half. There was ample immortal essence, 100 times that of the Three Kings Blessed Land. Fang Yuan took out one bead of green grape immortal essence, holding it in his hand, willing and summoning Fixed Immortal Travel GU. Fixed Immortal Travel GU was like jade, a meticulously crafted butterfly. It was brilliant and elegant, flying over smoothly. Fang Yuan's face paled as his body shook, cold sweat emerging on his body as his vision turned dark. If he was not holding onto the golden railing at the side, he would have fallen. Master, be careful, your soul injury was severe, do not summon an immortal GU so carelessly, otherwise you would fall into another coma. Little Hu Immortal shouted, her tone anxious and her expression concerned. No worry, I know. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, waving his hand as he spread his palm for Fixed Immortal Travel GU to land. Fixed Immortal Travel GU sensed the green grape immortal essence's aura and fluttered its wings, gliding in the air and landing in Fang Yuan's palm. Next, it laid down on the green grape immortal essence and slowly consumed it. Fixed Immortal Travel's name contained an immortal word that was not for show. Its food was immortal essence. A moment later, one green grape immortal essence was expended. GU Masters refine GU, use GU, and nurture GU. After Fang Yuan succeeded in its refinement, he had not fed the Fixed Immortal Travel GU yet. He slept for 7 days and 7 nights, the Fixed Immortal Travel GU was starving and its lustrous wings had dimmed. This was Fang Yuan's first feeding session for it. After Fixed Immortal Travel GU had its fill, it spread its wings and flew in the air. The bright green light appeared again, like dust particles in the air. Every time it flapped its wings, it would be a beautiful light show. The unique aura of an immortal GU continued to radiate. Immortal GU are expensive to feed. Fixed Immortal Travel GU consumes an entire piece of immortal essence every time, but after this, I would not need to feed it for 6 years. The higher the rank of the GU worm, the heavier the cost to feed it, but the interval between each feeding session would increase greatly as well. Rank 1 and 2 GU worms needed to be fed every few days. Rank 4 were fed one a few months. Rank 5 were fed every 1 or 2 years, and each time they ate, it would be extremely expensive. After feeding Fixed Immortal Travel GU, Fang Yuan left it alone to roam Danghun Palace, as long as it did not leave Danghun Mountain and get killed by that lightning shadow. At this moment, Fang Yuan's aperture was still rank 4 upper stage, it could not contain a perfectly healthy immortal GU. The reason he could keep Spring Autumn Cicada was because it was too weak. Other than that, it was also his vital GU. Problems are classified into important and trivial. After understanding his situation, Fang Yuan confirmed that he was safe for the time being. After settling Fixed Immortal Travel GU's matter, he had to fix his soul's injury next. Let's go, Little Hu Immortal, go find the Gutstones with me. Yes, Land Spirit answered quickly. Master, you should have done this long ago, come with me. Little Hu Immortal brought Fang Yuan to Danghun Mountain. The two moved on the uneven mountain rocks. Fang Yuan's body was swaying, causing the land spirit to feel worried. Master, shall I teleport you over? Teleport for what? We have to save Immortal essence. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. Little Hu Immortal stuck out her tongue, frightened by Fang Yuan's words, thinking, this master is so domineering, even if he is injured, he is still so scary. Master, there is a gutstone here. After walking for a while, Land Spirit stopped and pointed at a rock below her feet, shouting. This stone was like a person's gallstone, it grew on the mountain rocks, having mixed colors. If one did not look properly, they would think it was an ordinary stone. Fang Yuan quickly walked over, squatting down and smashing this gutstone with his hand. Once the stone shattered, a Gu flew out and turned into a gray eerie light, entering Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan felt his brain turning clear, a new type of strength had entered his soul, and the buzzing in his ears had lessened. Dang Hun Mountain could shook souls, it was the death grounds of all living beings. It was only because of the land spirit's suppression that Fang Yuan could move around with ease. But Dang Hun Mountain was not a simple death ground. The souls of living beings break into pieces on the mountain, scattering and fusing with the mountain. As time passes, gutstones are formed. And in some gutstones, guts Gu are found, it could strengthen a person's soul. This is like how the resting place of a poisonous snake has the herbs to create an antidote. All living beings compete, and the world is fair, where there is life, there is death. Dang Hun Mountain might look like an absolute death ground, but a chance of survival was hidden in it. But this guts Gu can only exist for an instant, after that, it would either disperse or be broken down by Dang Hun Mountain again. Although the land spirit can suppress the mountain, the gutstones cannot be moved, they can only be used on the spot. Thus, Fang Yuan had to go there himself and walk around Dang Hun Mountain. After being rejuvenated by this guts Gu, Fang Yuan was like a thirsty traveler in the desert getting a mouthful of fresh water. He continued on his way, and with this land spirit acting as a dutiful guide, they found another dozen gutstones, smashing them open one by one. Thus, Fang Yuan gained another 8 guts Gu to replenish his soul. Not only did his injuries heal completely, it even improved. Compared to before, ha ha ha, with this Dang Hun Mountain, I have a mountain of gutstones. As long as I continue to consume guts Gu, one day, the foundation of my soul will reach a stage where no one has ever gotten to. Standing at the mountain waist, Fang Yuan became spirited as he laughed loudly. Hu Immortal was a lucky person, because of an opportunity, she managed to obtain Dang Hun Mountain, like she won lottery, and moved it into her blessed land. But she was an extremely unlucky person, dying during the 5th earthly calamity. If it was not for the blue charm lightning shadow, she would eventually become the strongest enslavement path expert. Unfortunately, Hu Immortal only had Dang Hun Mountain, but did not manage to use it for herself. But fortunately, this Dang Hun Mountain is mine now. The most valuable part of Hu Immortal blessed land was this Dang Hun Mountain. Of course, the soul could not be strengthened endlessly with guts Gu. Once the soul was not concentrated enough, using large numbers of guts Gu would cause it to overinflate and trigger a certain death disaster. But Fang Yuan had his 500 years of experience, all his ups and downs after rebirth, constantly struggling at death's door, his soul was already tempered like steel. Keeping calm at the face of death, a heart of ice at impending doom. To Fang Yuan, a few hundred guts Gu was no problem at all. There were a lot of benefits and implications in having a strong soul foundation. Be it refining Gu or enslaving beasts, it would make it much easier. Other than these, once the soul becomes stronger, Fang Yuan would not have to worry about killer moves like Mo Wu Tian's purple eyes. Dang Hun Mountain is a forbidden ground, first appearing in Legends of Ren Zhu. Legend says that verdant great sun flew towards the sky, and ended plunging to his death. Ren Zhu, as his father, was extremely upset after receiving the news, finding Wisdom Gu for an explanation. It was Wisdom Gu who taught verdant great sun to drink, causing the series of events thereafter. Wisdom Gu quickly said, Ren Zhu, oh Ren Zhu, don't find trouble with me. Although your son died, it is not impossible to revive him. As long as you enter the door of life and death, and led him towards the road of life, walking under the sunlight, he would be revived. Ren Zhu was shocked, before becoming overjoyed, and then extremely furious. He grabbed Wisdom Gu and questioned, Wisdom Gu, oh Wisdom Gu, do you still think I am that ignorant boy from before? The door of life and death is a dangerous place, once I enter I will never be able to leave. After harming my son, you want to kill me too. Wisdom Gu quickly said, other living beings do not know the secret of the door of life and death, thus they cannot leave. But I can teach you all of these secrets. You are a living person, to enter the door of life and death, you have to enter from the road of death. This road is extraordinary, it was the road left behind by Destiny Gu when it left Fairness Gu. The road left behind was called Path of Destiny. There are many suffering Gu inside the path of life, you have to enter from the road of death, and you need to own courage Gu. That way, you will not fear the torture of suffering. When you enter the door of life and death, and see Fairness Gu, you are already dead. But at the same time, you will see your eldest son, Verdant Great Sun's soul. You will bring him away, and go out from another road, the road of life. Road of life was the path treaded on by Destiny Gu when it visited Fairness Gu, it is also called the Path of Destiny. But during this path, you will meet 3 obstacles. One is Danghun Mountain, another is called Luopo Valley, and lastly the Reverse Flow River. To climb past Danghun Mountain, you have to smash the gutstones on it, and obtain Guts Gu's help. To get past Luopo Valley, you need to find Faith Gu to help. To get through the Reverse Flow River, you have to move forward continuously, not stopping for even a second during the process. Ren Zhu heard Wisdom Gu's words and let it go. He quickly found Faith Gu. Ever since he became blind, Faith Gu's light was the only light he could see. Oh Ren Zhu, I can feel your determination in getting back your eldest son. I am willing to help you, but I urge you not to give up on this goal. Because when you give up, I will leave you for good. Faith Gu said with concern. Ren Zhu found Courage Gu next. Courage Gu and Hope Gu were good companions. Ren Zhu had Hope Gu, and thus saw Courage Gu occasionally, he had a decent relationship with it. After getting Courage Gu's help, Ren Zhu came to the door of life and death, entering the road of death. The road of death was pure darkness, the large number of suffering Gu were like yellow fireflies, swarming towards Ren Zhu. At this time, Courage Gu shone brightly, chasing away the suffering Gu for Ren Zhu. Courage was needed to face death. Ren Zhu succeeded in going down, his body turned whiter as it turned hollow, gradually turning into a ghost. He could see again. When he got to the end of the road, amidst the calm darkness, he saw Fairness Gu. He was extremely shocked by Fairness Gu's huge body, exclaiming, "You are Fairness Gu. Why is your body so huge? A mountain is a speck of dust compared to you. The sea is like a droplet compared to you." Fairness Gu's voice was grand. Life and death are the greatest fairness in this world. When I am inside the door of life and death, my body will become enormous. Oh Ren Zhu, you are here for your son, right? Feel free to go, he is right there. Chapter 411, Great Future Plans. Ren Zhu was overjoyed upon seeing his son and ran towards him. Verdant Great Sun had turned into a white ghost and was lying beside a lake, scooping out the water with a bowl and drinking it. The water was like wine with its fragrance pervading the area. Verdant Great Sun drank it with utmost satisfaction. "My son, don't drink anymore. Come, let's go back." Ren Zhu walked towards Verdant Great Sun and shouted, "Esteemed father, how did you come here? This is great, let's drink together." Verdant Great Sun opened his hazy eyes and looked at Ren Zhu. Ren Zhu seized the wine bowl from him and said with exasperation, "Don't drink anymore, you only know how to drink wine. Everyone knows there is a bewitching lake in the land of the dead, and its water is the bewitching soup. When ghosts drink it, they become muddle-headed and lose the desire to leave." Verdant Great Sun, however, refuted, "Father, you are wrong. This is not the bewitching soup, it is the soul-calming wine. It can calm down your soul and remove all the impurities, your soul will no longer be restless and you will experience utmost tranquility in your heart. This is one of the best quality wines in this world. I don't care what wine it is, you have to follow me back." Ren Zhu pulled Verdant Great Sun's hand, but found Verdant Great Sun was as heavy as a mountain and could not be budged. Verdant Great Sun shook his head. "Some people, upon death, will be as heavy as a mountain. Some people, upon death, will be light as a feather. Father, I had reputation Gu in my life and died after bathing in the light of glory. When I arrived here, my body had become heavier than a mountain, I cannot even walk a single step and can only lie down here." "What?" Ren Zhu immediately felt gloomy and anxiously shouted, "I told you before, a tall tree attracts the wind, reputation is not always a good thing. Throw away the reputation Gu." Verdant Great Sun shook his head and sighed, "We were not born with fame and fortune, we also cannot take them with us after death. After I died, reputation GU left me. It is fixed immortal travel GU that has accompanied me. Fixed immortal travel GU could bring verdant great sun's soul out of the door of life and death, or even bring him to any place in the outside world. However, verdant great sun could only truly resurrect after walking through the path of life. What do we do now? Renzu realized he had been played by wisdom GU. Although he had arrived at the deepest part of the door of life and death, a death domain that had endless darkness, and has also found verdant great sun, he discovered he could not bring back his son. At this moment, Fairness GU spoke. "Oh Renzu, do you still not understand? There are only two paths in door of life and death, both appeared because of destiny GU. Life and death is determined by destiny. All living beings live and thus die. This is the cycle that allows the universe to continue existing. Your eldest son verdant great sun died, this is destiny and you should accept it. Moreover, he is living a good life here. Obsession death domain is the world's most tranquil place. He is drinking the world's supreme quality wine and is free from all the worries of the outside world. Do you know how blissful this is?" Renzu stood there and looked at his flesh and blood for a while before heaving a deep sigh. He knew he could not bring back his son's soul, at least it was like that for now. He bid farewell to the Fairness GU and also his son, and left the obsession death domain. He stepped on another path this time. It was the path of life which went from darkness to light. However, Renzu soon realized walking this path was countless times more difficult than when he walked in through the path of death. There were many more suffering GU on path of life than path of death. When Renzu had walked through the path of death, his journey became smoother along the way and the suffering GU lesser the further he walked. But as he walked through the path of life, there was not only more suffering GU, but every step he took would cause much more suffering GU to fly over and obstruct him. Courage GU could not resist them any longer. Renzu, there are too many suffering GU and they will continue to increase. There is peace in death, but life has endless suffering. Go to Danghun Mountain quickly and break some gutstones. If you want to survive, just relying on courage won't be enough, you need guts too. Renzu hurried forward to Danghun Mountain and picked the guts GU while enduring the tremors in his soul. With guts Gu's help, his soul strengthened greatly, and although he still suffered the tremors, it was not of much worry. He passed through Danghun Mountain and arrived at Luopo Valley. Luopo Valley was a maze with winding and twisted paths. Occasionally, there were a large area of bewilderment fog which could cause the soul to loosen, and occasionally, Luopo wind would blow through and cut apart the soul. Renzu had fallen into the lowest part of my life and could not distinguish the directions. Because his soul was strengthened by guts GU, it was loosening in the bewilderment fog at a slower speed. The loosened soul was cut apart by the Luopo wind. Renzu almost completely lost his way, but fortunately at this time, Faith GU flew out and shone upon his path. Renzu was able to walk out of the Luopo Valley with only the essence of his soul remaining. He let out a huge breath of relief and could feel he was close to success. He walked to the reverse-flowing river. This was the final barrier in the path of life. It was extremely difficult to move against the stream. Endless suffering pushed upon him, causing him to make very slow progress. However, he forcibly persevered and walked towards the light. Almost there, he looked at the success that was just ahead of him. Only one final step remained. He let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed. Forgetting the warning of the wisdom GU, he stopped. This brief pause caused Renzu to be washed away by the river. Life was not easy. It was like a boat moving against the flow of the river. If you do not continue moving forward, you will be pushed back. Renzu was washed away by the river into the depths of Luopo Valley. He was so tired he could not budge a bit and was trapped in the Luopo Valley. Fang Yuan broke the final gut stone and groaned in satisfaction. Right now, he felt very comfortable. The heavy injuries in his soul were already completely recovered and moreover, his soul had even strengthened by 5 times. A feeling of power burst out from the depths of his heart. This feeling did not come from the strengthening of his physical body but from the vigor of his spirits. Fang Yuan had a feeling he could do anything easily, whether it was analyzing problems or doing multiple tasks. Unfortunately, there are only over 100 gutstones on Danghun Mountain and not all of them contained guts GU. Fang Yuan felt some regret. When Immortal obtained Danghun Mountain, it had already changed hands several times and was completely looted. Immortal moved it to the Blessed Land and managed it for decades. Almost every year, she would send large amounts of foxes to their deaths at Danghun Mountain, using their soul to irrigate the mountain and create gutstones. However, these gutstones were almost all used by the Hu Immortal. After she died, these over 100 gutstones had slowly grown over close to 8 years and now were completely used by Fang Yuan. According to the Hu Immortal land spirit's description, close to 10,000 foxes needed to be sacrificed to grow a gutstone. The stronger the beast kings that died, the more gutstones would be produced. Fang Yuan could not adopt this method. When the blessed land was at its prime, it was inevitable and all right for Hu Immortal to do so. However, the blessed land was very weak now and the fox groups had decreased by a large amount. Killing these fox groups was not sensible for long-term prospects. With his soul injuries recovered, Fang Yuan started quietly thinking his future plans without relaxing the slightest bit. Obtaining the Hu Immortal blessed land was no doubt a huge help to his plans, but at the same time also greatly affected his plans. Now, with Danghun Mountain in my possession, my soul's foundation can continue to strengthen. And from my previous life, I have experience and insight in controlling the blood bats, such enormous advantage should be used. Walking the enslavement path is an obvious choice now. However, there is also a disadvantage in enslavement path in that the enslavement path GU masters can be easily assaulted and beheaded. So I cannot relax in my strength path cultivation as well. With this, Fang Yuan was going to walk on both strength and enslavement paths, organizing and feeding 2 sets of GU worms. If it was before, it would be difficult for Fang Yuan to do this. But now, with Hu Immortal blessed land, it would be no problem. The perfect outcome is to refine second aperture GU. With second aperture, I could divide the sets of enslavement and strength path into different apertures without disturbing each other. At the same time, there would be enough primeval essence to control the 2 sets of GU worms. At that time, with a wave of his hand, a huge army of beasts and insects would cover the sky and earth, creating a river of blood in a blink of an eye, creating destruction and mayhem. If there was any foolish person who tried to use the tactic of beheading the leader, then Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation would make them realize how cruel reality was and why flowers were red. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took out the second aperture GU from his aperture. This GU was like a peanut shell, shining with golden light. The patterns on its surface were scarlet veins of blood. This was the embryo form of the second aperture GU, formed from combining false GU and lifespan GU. It could survive for 40 years. There are enough immortal essence to truly refine the second aperture GU. 2/3 watch GU can also be easily obtained, but I still require divine travel GU. Fang Yuan pondered. Immortal GU were unique, only one immortal GU of the same type could exist in the world. Divine travel GU was already transformed into fixed immortal travel GU and no longer existed now. This allowed a new divine travel GU to appear in the world. Moreover, there was an extraordinary advantage of divine travel GU, it could be easily obtained. It was not like the other immortal GU that were so hard to capture. The legends of Ren Zhu had written it clearly, as long as one drank the 4 top quality wines of the world, divine travel GU could condense into being in their body. Apart from the wine brewed by the wild beasts and those that were naturally formed, humans' brewing techniques had flourished continually, and now the amount of top quality wines were much more than the ancient times. Searching for the 4 top quality wines might be somewhat troublesome, but could be done by spending some time. Fang Yuan had the blessed land and the assistance of the little Hu Immortal land spirit. But the main problem did not lie here. Because divine travel GU could be easily obtained, others could also easily take advantage of it. In case someone else obtained divine travel GU, no matter how much top quality wines Fang Yuan drank, he would not obtain the divine travel GU. Southern Borders Fei clan possess a top-quality wine Zhuang Si Fei. Eastern Seas Rank 7 GU Immortal Zui Xian Wang has created a sea of wine, concealing countless wines, and holds a wine reception every year. Northern Plains Imperial Court has the Long Life wine. These great forces or maybe other GU Immortals as well could be in possession of 1 or 2 top-quality wine. Their chances of obtaining divine travel GU is much greater than mine. With this calculation, Fang Yuan not only had to resist the earthly calamity and manage the blessed land, he also had to quickly gather the 4 top quality wine and refine second aperture GU. However, these are not all. The crucial point lies in spring-autumn cicada. Time is flowing 5 times faster here. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed will also become extremely quick. Being able to rebirth 3 times is already an extremely good luck, I cannot gamble on luck the 4th time. Before spring-autumn cicada recovers, I need to have success at first attempt GU, immediate success GU, smooth success GU or any of the others. Fang Yuan did not have enough strength before. Now, he had the blessed land and abundant resources, he could try to get these GU already. Chapter 412. I like your fear. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Southern District. Yan Yang, wake up quickly. Stop sleeping, you've slept for 3 years already. A voice woke Yan Yang up from his sleep. A lump of gray stones with a mossy surface started to vibrate, as the tremors intensified, causing the dust to disperse. From the large oval stone, 4 limbs and a head appeared like the blossoming of a flower. Next, a gray rockman stood up. Yan Yang woke up from his sleep. Grandpa. Yan Yang opened his eyes, looking at the rockman who woke him up. It was his 800-year-old grandpa, the leader of the Weishi tribe. Grandpa, why did you wake me up? I want to sleep for another 2 to 3 years. Yan Yang sighed, begrudging. Rockmen love to sleep. When they sleep, they curled into a ball, forming a large oval stone. Each sleeping session lasts 7 to 8 years. Stop sleeping, my grandson, you are already 180 years old. Your father died earlier, and I cannot live much longer. In a few decades, you will be our Weishi tribe's new tribe leader. Rockmen have a long lifespan, generally 1,000 years to live. Ordinary humans could barely live for 100 years, but Yan Yang was 180, and had just reached adulthood. Grandpa, I do not want to be tribe leader. After becoming leader, I will not have time to sleep casually anymore. Yan Yang pouted, but saw his grandpa staring angrily, and chose to shut up. Weishi tribe leader chided, why haven't you grown up? You slept for so many years in vain. Quickly pack up, and clean the moss off you, pull off all the weed that had grown on you. Bring the offerings with you and go with grandpa to the ground, we have to meet the immortal, we cannot be disrespectful. Ah, it is time to pay offerings to the immortal again, but I remember there is still a year left. Yan Yang said as he plucked the weed off him. After sleeping for so many years, his armpits, his groin, and back all had lots of weed. Especially the black thread grass in his groin area, they were hard as steel and curly. Every time he plucked one, Yan Yang felt great pain. Sigh, there is a problem this time. The immortal changed, this immortal came not too long ago, he is calling for us. Old clan leader sighed and said with worry. New male immortal, I hope he is easier to speak to than that female immortal. Maybe we can discuss with him, after all, we have to contribute so much offerings every 10 years, it is taxing. The other tribe leaders and I also have this thought. On a large altar made of green rocks, Fang Yuan wore his black robe as his long black hair was let down, sitting at the main seat staring at the people below with his deep dark pupils. There were tens of rockmen kneeling below, among them, 8 were rockmen leaders, 2 gray rockmen, 3 granite rockmen, 1 iron rockman, 1 green rockman, and 1 white rockman. At the same time, there were offerings. Large amounts of ore containing gold, silver, bronze, iron, as well as other gems and jewels, GU worms etc. All sorts of metallic elements would grow on the rockmen's bodies as time passed. Fang Yuan looked at these offerings, understanding at once why Dang Hun Palace was built so luxuriously. If these were brought to Earth, they would be a huge asset, but here, their greatest use was to become GU refinement materials. Hu Immortal using these things as decoration was only her womanly love for beauty. If she could choose to exchange them for primeval stones, she would trade away all these gems and jewels without a second thought. Among the offerings, the most valuable were GU worms. But these GU were mostly rank 1 rock skin GU, rank 2 monolith GU. There was only 1 rank 3 GU, stone aperture GU. Fang Yuan had once used this GU, back then spring-autumn cicada's pressure on the aperture could not be relieved, thus when he was desperate, he used it. The rockmen were skilled at digging, they lived deep underground. Their food was dirt, and sometimes when they dig underground, they would discover GU worms. What did you say? You want to reduce the offerings? Fang Yuan's eyes squinted as he stood up, slowly walking down the stairs, coming towards the rockmen leaders. The rockmen were tall and huge, even when they kneeled on the ground, their shoulders were still higher than Fang Yuan's head. Esteemed Lord Immortal, our rockmen tribes have contributed so much offerings during these 30 years. During these years, the earth rumbled, the north area had floods, the east area had fires, life is difficult. These things that we managed to acquire are getting harder and harder to find. Immortal, please have mercy, and forgive our inability, reduce the offering amount by a bit. The oldest Rockmen tribe leader begged. That's right, Lord Immortal, please reduce the offerings. These years, we have been decreasing in numbers. Immortal, please understand, we will never forget your kindness. The other Rockmen leaders started saying. Reduce the offerings, he, of course you can. In fact, I can exempt you all from these offerings. Fang Yuan smiled kindly and warmly. The Rockmen's expression were joyous. But I have a condition. Next, Fang Yuan said, I need you all to dig a river, from the north, transport the water towards the east, to stop the fire from spreading. What? Hearing this, the Rockmen were shocked. Quickly, they reacted, shouting loudly. Esteemed Lord Immortal, you cannot do this. Digging a river from scratch, this is a huge project, we Rockmen need sleep. Without sufficient sleep, we will die. And there is a great fire and huge amounts of water. You ask us to go dig a river, but isn't that asking us to go die? At once, everyone flew into a rage. Many young Rockmen were kneeling at one corner, but hearing this, they rushed over, staring at Fang Yuan vigilantly. Master, who immortal land spirit beside Fang Yuan saw this and she felt slightly worried. The Rockmen had a stubborn nature, they had foolhardiness, emphasizing their pride and would not accede to demands. When they are rash, they would even attack demon venerables or immortal venerables, regardless of who the other party is. Who Immortal was only to contain these Rockmen because at the start, she had spent a lot of effort and gave them a lot of benefits. Master, these Rockmen do not reason with people, asking them to offer these things was already their limit. Little Who Immortal sent her thoughts to Fang Yuan secretly, reminding him. Limit. Fang Yuan scoffed, his mouth opening as he showed his bright white teeth, laughing ruthlessly. You Rockmen are too insolent, you dare to bargain with me. HMPH. The place you are living at is mine. The dirt you eat is mine. The spirit spring beside your tribe is also mine. You live here, you are my slave. I want to dig a new river, that is not a request, and not a transaction, it is an order. The Rockmen heard this and they all stood up, looking furious. Immortal, you don't know what's good for you, you dare to look down on us Rockmen. Back then when we relocated here, it was because of a female immortal. But the environment here is getting worse, who would want to stay here anymore? You want us to dig a river, that is asking us to die. Do you think we Rockmen are fools? We Rockmen are born from heaven and earth, we will not be your slaves. Let's go, relocate, I've had enough of this shitty place. The Rockmen leaders shouted, falling out with Fang Yuan at once. The followers they brought, the young Rockmen all came forward, clenching their fists as they stared at Fang Yuan with a dangerous look. You want to leave, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed, like he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Next, he stopped laughing, looking at these Rockmen coldly, his tone was chilly. Where do you think this is? Come and go as you please. The old rules are no more, from today onwards, I am the greatest ruler, my words are. Heaven's will, you will abide by my rules, even if you don't want to. Ah, many young Rockmen clenched their fists and howled. Immortal, you are trying to step over my tribe's baseline. Immortal, you might be strong, but we are not afraid. We Rockmen will never lower our heads to brute force, we are natural warriors, we fear no death. Only love can make us dig out our hearts. Only warmth can make us lower our backs. Fang Yuan pushed with his hand and a golden dragon flew out. The golden dragon roared, killing the Rockman that was screaming the loudest. Ah, he killed the Granite Rockmen's old tribe leader. Old tribe leader is dead, we have to get revenge. Even an immortal has to die under our tribe's fury. Granite old tribe leader's death was like the trigger, causing the Rockmen's anger to erupt. The Rockmen attacked Fang Yuan in waves, every step made a dent in the ground, as they gave off an impressive aura. Dozens of Rockmen attacked together, giving off the disposition of a grand army of 10,000. From their bodies, numerous lights shone. There were also GU worms inhibiting these Rockmen's bodies, they were activated through their will. But a moment later, these lights vanished. Little Who Immortal struck, sealing all the GU worms. Fang Yuan snickered as he began his slaughter. The Rockmen were not afraid of death, but their strength was inferior to Fang Yuan, they were all broken down into shards, dying a pathetic death. But these rock fragments gathered like magnets, forming new Rockmen. Resist the tyranny, take revenge for father. We are born from heaven and earth, we died due to heaven and earth, thus we have no fear. Tiny rockmen charged over, and were all slaughtered by Fang Yuan. But these rock fragments gathered into even smaller rockmen. The number of these rockmen continued to shrink, but after they were formed, they charged towards Fang Yuan and shouted things like exacting revenge for their grandpa, father, etc. This was the way the rockmen reproduced. It was a male-only race. After the old rockmen dies, the soul and rocks they split into will form new rockmen, and inherit a portion of the old rockmen's memories, or some important experiences. In some cases, old rockmen sleep too much and their soul foundation accumulates to a degree, they would split out a portion of their bodies to form new tiny rockmen. After Fang Yuan killed the third wave of rockmen, the world was finally silent once more. Only one rockman remained, lying on the ground, shivering. What is your name? Fang Yuan slowly walked towards him. My name is Yan Yong. The young rockman stammered. Do you know why I left only you alive? Fang Yuan stood on Yan Yong's head. No, I do not know. Because you are terrified. Because I like your fear and horror towards me. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Chapter 413, A Show. 3 days later, a seriously injured Yan Yong returned to his tribe and woke up all the hibernating rockmen. A male immortal is here, he is a demon, he wanted to enslave all of us. Not only this, he also wanted to take away the beautiful men of our rockmen tribe, to become his plaything. We rockmen are born of nature, free and unfettered, how could we bow our backs to such lecherous authority? We resisted at the spot. The immortal was too strong, but we rockmen were not afraid of sacrificing and fought him without fearing death. Finally, we injured him and beat him into retreat. The other tribesmen were all sacrificed and only I was able to return. I am dying but that immortal is still alive. Before he ran away, he said he will lead his fox army and annihilate all our rockmen tribes. Yan Yong weakly lamented, announcing a frightening information to his tribesmen. The rockmen were shocked and afraid, grieving and also furious. Some declared war, some wanted revenge, some mentioned migrating and some wanted to discuss. They had become lost their bearings without a leader, whether it was the inheritor or the old tribe leader, they had all died at Fang Yuan's hands. There were altogether 8 tribes of rockmen and they had fallen into chaos now. Some rockmen wanted to get the concrete details from Yan Yong, but Yan Yong's injuries were too severe, and after informing them of this grievous news, he lost consciousness. While they were still in the midst of discussing, just like Yan Yong said, waves after waves of fox groups started attacking rockmen tribes. The rockmen resisted with all their strength, but there were way too many fox groups. The situation was gradually turning grave. The 8 tribes had no choice but to ally and retreat underground to defend themselves. However, the fox groups did not let them go and repeatedly attacked the underground. The fox groups paid a disastrous price every time they attacked, but they still came endlessly. The rockmen cursed Fang Yuan. Their hatred towards him were like an inferno that could not be extinguished. The situation became worse day by day and despair spread in the hearts of the rockmen. However, right at this time, Yan Yong woke up. Rockmen could recuperate from their injuries through sleep. His injuries had healed for the most part. He immediately led the rockmen and made beautiful counterattacks. We rockmen are a courageous group with no fear of death. Even the immortal cannot humiliate us. Yan Yong announced to everyone and raised their morale. Don't think the immortal is strong, he is only a paper tiger and can only send these fox groups to their death, he is already injured. At the same time, he proclaimed the injuries of the immortal and gave hope to the rockmen. The despairing rockmen tightly grabbed onto this hope like it was a straw that could save them as they were drowning. Yan Yong changed the subject and talked about the old tribe leaders. He was injured by the combined efforts of the old tribe leaders. The sacrifice of the old tribe leaders is our greatest grief. Especially the old White Rock tribe leader. His life ended as he was in my arms. Before he died he entrusted the whole tribe to me. I looked as his soul dispersed, and felt ashamed. Why wasn't it me who died, but him? He beat his chest as he said this, appearing to be extremely sad. Immediately, some rockmen persuaded, Lord Yan Yong, don't grieve. It is already very amazing you were able to survive and bring us the warning, even leading us towards victory. That's right, we Iron Rockmen all admire you. Since the old tribe leader entrusted the tribe to you, then please lead us White Rockmen. What rockmen liked was to sleep soundly and were not too obsessed with authority. Especially, at this juncture of life and death where they were living in anxiety, the rockmen hoped for a strong and brave rockman to lead them. Thereupon, Yan Yong first inherited his tribe's tribe leader position and then White Rock tribe. Over a month later, he got hold of the remaining tribes one after another, becoming the joint leader of the 8 Rockmen tribes. Another half a month passed, he led the Rockmen and drove out the Fox groups, protecting his tribes. This is not enough. As long as the Immortal doesn't die, we have no future. The Fox groups will regroup and attack our home again. We can only attack that Immortal mountain and completely kill the Immortal for a beautiful and peaceful life. Yan Yong immediately mentioned attacking Dang Hun Mountain. Some Rockmen, however, seemed to hesitate. We have just suffered such a bitter battle, we just want to sleep now. Our Rockmen population has decreased greatly, we don't have the strength to attack that demonic stronghold. We have large numbers of offsprings born from this bitter battle, we need to raise them properly till they become adults. Yan Yong could only shift the topic to the old White Rock tribe leader. My tribesmen, will I bring you to your deaths? Attacking the Immortal Mountain was not my idea. It was a secret the old White Rock tribe leader told me before his death. He said this Immortal Mountain is the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain has gutstones. If our Rockmen can obtain these gutstones, it can increase our strength and make our tribes stronger. The old White Rock tribe leader was the oldest and the most experienced Rockman. He was widely known by the Rockmen as the Sage. With his last words, along with Yan Yong's clear might, the Rockmen were agitated and formed an expedition to attack Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan had intentionally arranged some fox groups around Dang Hun Mountain, forming a weak defensive line. Yan Yong continually boosted the Rockmen's morale. See, there is not much left of the demonic Immortal's fox army. We are already close to victory. The Rockmen sang of victory and triumph along the way, charging toward Dang Hun Mountain with uplifted morale. At Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan appeared with a group of foxes and fought a great battle with the Rockmen. Fang Yuan showed terrifying strength and killed many Rockmen, causing all the Rockmen to be terrified. But at this moment, Yan Yong stood up and pointed to Fang Yuan's injuries and his paper tiger, Immortal essence, and fought a decisive battle with him. The fox groups were eliminated, as Fang Yuan was defeated, forced to escape from Yan Yong's assault. Wait till I come back after gathering Immortal essence from the water and fire. That moment will be your end. Before retreating, Fang Yuan shouted loudly with a malevolent expression. Rockmen had rough physique and their movements were slow, and not being familiar with Dang Hun Mountain's terrain, they could only let Fang Yuan escape. The Rockmen worshipped Yan Yong for beating back the Immortal and cheered victoriously. My tribesmen, now is not the time to cheer. Yan Yong stood up. We can't stay on Dang Hun Mountain for long, this is a demonic land. The old White Rock tribe leader had told me, every year only during these few days, we Rockmen can enter this place safely. We need to hurry and collect the gutstones here. 3 days later, we need to leave this place. Their bodies were made of solid rock. There was a burden on their soul to hold up such a strong and firm body. If the Rockmen moved too excessively, it could harm their soul. Thus, Rockmen would spend 80% of their whole life sleeping and nurturing their soul. When the foundation of their soul was thick enough, it would leak out. This overflowing part of the soul would fall on a rock and form a new life. Rockmen tribes reproduce like this. After the Rockmen obtained the gutstones, the guts Gu could strengthen and expand their soul, causing the soul to overflow and form little Rockmen. 3 days later, inside the mountain, in Dang Hun Palace, Yan Yong kneeled on the ground and reported with reverence and fear as he lowered his head and bowed, reporting to the Immortal, with these 3 days of soul strengthening, our Rockmen tribes have increased by 6,000 little Rockmen. Including us old tribesmen, the whole population has increased to 3 times the population before the battle. Fang Yuan was sitting grandly on the fluffy bed and looked down at Yan Yong. Good, with this, your Rockmen have enough manpower to start the river construction. Next, you remember what to do, right? Or do you need me to tell you again? Yan Yong promptly replied. Supreme Immortal, I did not dare to forget your words and have engraved them in my mind. Good. Fang Yuan nodded indifferently. I will give you 3 months of time to dig a great river that cuts across the eastern and northern areas. Ah, 3 months. Yan Yong was stupefied. Mighty Immortal, us Rockmen need sleep to nurture our souls. If we move excessively, we will tire ourselves to death. The great river is so long, and with only 3 months of time, we would have not be able to have any rest. If we work like this, our Rockmen tribes will probably die out. He. You won't die completely. I have already calculated, there will be over 200 rockmen remaining. Fang Yuan laughed. Yan Yong felt a chill in his body. There were 10,000 rockmen now, but there would only be over 200 after the project. How terrifying of a sacrifice was this? 3 months later, I want to see a great river. If I don't see it, I will tell the truth to your tribesmen before I kill you. Now roll away. Fang Yuan's tone was cold and unfeeling. Yan Yong's body trembled all over hearing this demonic threat. He had a very deep fear towards Fang Yuan and did not dare to retort. His body curled up into a ball and surprising, he really rolled away. Master, we paid a huge price back then to bring in these rockmen. The little Immortal land spirit tactfully persuaded, she could not endure seeing such a huge amount of rockmen dying like this. Don't worry, the rockmen has still a great use to me. And isn't it easy to increase their population? Fang Yuan leaned on a chair with his eyes squinting as he took out a burial soul toad from his aperture. Burial soul toad was a rank 4 GU used to store things. It was one of the GU worms left by the Immortal. It was palm-sized big and was gray color. There were small warts all over its back and its large eyes flashed with weird and gloomy green light. It could only store souls and its belly would inflate as it sucked in the souls. Fang Yuan used this to collect the souls of the rockmen who died in the battle with the fox groups. Now, this soul burial toad's belly was deflated. The souls that were inside it before were placed on Dang Hun Mountain by Fang Yuan to breed new gutstones. Fang Yuan used a part of the gutstones to make his soul 6 times stronger than that of a normal person. And the remaining gutstones were given to the rockmen tribes. The rockmen had no idea, the strengthening of their souls was all due to the death of their companions. Chapter 414, Conscience of Those in Power. Yan Yong got out of Dang Hun Palace. After getting through some twisted and dark tunnels, he arrived on Dang Hun Mountain. After seeing the crystal pink mountain, Yan Yong blew out a breath of turbid air. His fear and pressure had decreased greatly after leaving Fang Yuan. After moving on the mountain for a while, he was finally discovered by his tribemates. Oh, our great and honorable leader, our hero, you are here. Some rockmen cheered. Please let me kiss your foot, to express my adoration of you. A few rockmen kneeled on the ground. Big hero, your courage is greater than heaven, your guts is thicker than the earth. Some tiny rockmen formed into groups and shouted loudly. Yan Yong laughed, no one knew how bitter he felt. The cheers he heard were extremely joyous, there were many tribesmen around him, gathering together, but he felt extremely lonely at this point. He looked at these tribesmen, these smiling rockmen, they were all going to die 3 months later. Dying of exhaustion after digging the river. But what could he do? From what the other rockmen saw, Dang Hun Mountain's victory was glorious, it was worth celebrating. But only he knew, this was only a game manipulated in the dark by that Immortal. The cruel and chilling truth made him understand clearly that the sacrifice of those rockmen, and this difficult victory, it was so laughably pathetic, they were powerless. He led his tribesmen and gained more victories, but at the same time his fear towards Fang Yuan grew. That Immortal, he is a demon. His heart is harder and colder than us rockmen. His strength is greater than the weight of the mountains. I am so weak, what can I do? Resistance means death. I admit my cowardice, I am really afraid of dying. I have not slept enough, I am only 180 years old. The moment Yan Yong thought about Fang Yuan's appearance, his heart was filled with terror. His lingering bit of conscience was torturing him. He knew, he was about to send his tribesmen to death personally. He was being grilled by his conscience, every praise from his tribesmen was like a whip, causing his heart to be full of pain and scars. Our esteemed, beloved tribe leader, you are finally back. Everyone's waiting. The rockmen gave way to Yan Yong, as he walked unobstructed towards higher ground. My tribesmen, these 3 days, our tribe has grown by many times. Our conquest has gotten us glorious results. But such victory is insufficient. Are you all willing to continue following me, towards a brighter future? Yan Yong looked down at his tribesmen and shouted loudly. The rockmen used the loudest cheer they could muster to express their 120% support towards Yan Yong. Yan Yong nodded, he had expected such an outcome. Among the rockmen, there were no outliers or knowledgeable old rockmen. During the few intense battles, they had, gloriously, sacrificed themselves. The remaining rockmen were all newborn, they had a simple mind. As for the remaining old rockmen, they were all hardcore supporters of Yan Yong, his loyal worshippers. Yan Yong patiently waited for the cheers to stop before continuing. These 3 days, I had been considering, how do we deal with the escaped immortal? Immortals have immortal essence, thus they are able to control the fox army, and have terrifying strength. He must have retreated to the lake at the north area, or hid in east area's fire pit. We cannot allow him to recover. Tribe leader is right, tribe leader is too smart, we cannot allow that evil immortal to recover his immortal essence. When that accursed demon recovers his strength, he will definitely find trouble with us rockmen. But what do we do now? The lake and fire pit are both dangerous areas. Even us rockmen cannot last long there. And these 2 areas are so wide, who knows where the immortal escaped to? Everyone was speaking as the scene turned noisy. Yan Yong interrupted everyone's discussions, shouting, "That's why, I thought of the only solution. We will use soil to fill the fire pit and lake, that way, the immortal will be unable to recover his immortal essence." "Oh God, that is an insane idea." At once, some rockmen shouted, "My great tribe leader, the lake is so wide, it causes people to stare in amazement. The fire pit has a fatal temperature, how can we use soil to fill it? That is impossible." An old rockman immediately argued. Yan Yong stared at this old rockman deeply, remembering him to heart. This rockman dared to question him, it showed that his idolization was not deep enough, thus he shall get the heaviest and toughest job later, working to death. At this time, another old rockman said, "We cannot do this forcefully, I have a solution. Maybe we can dig out a river and direct the lake water to the fire pit, using water to neutralize fire, that will be easier." Yan Yong's killing intent rose even more. This old rockman was very intelligent, he was a bigger threat than the old rockman who rebuked him. He immediately decided in this heart, he was going to send this old rockman to a defense mission. He shall be killed by the fox army, this threat has to be eliminated. Yan Yong praised this old man plainly, shouting, "That is exactly my idea, we have to dig a river and direct the water over to end the fire. The immortal will have no place to recover immortal essence. Actually, Whitestone old tribe leader taught me before dying, he said that the water at the north and the fire at the east were all done by that evil male immortal. That is the source of his power, just like how we rockmen eat soil." So Whitestone old tribe leader predicted this. Whitestone old tribe leader, as expected of our philosopher. Whitestone old tribe leader was already 998 years old, of course he knew a lot. All the rockmen nodded, expressing their agreement with Whitestone old tribe leader, but also felt deep pity and anguish towards his death. Rockmen sleep for a long time, they have little interaction with each other. This sense of distance and mystery caused the deceased Whitestone old tribe leader's knowledge to feel extremely profound. Using a phrase from Earth, if Whitestone old tribe leader could hear this in the afterlife, he might jump out of his coffin in anger. But unfortunately, he was completely killed by Fang Yuan, his soul was not spared, broken down on Dang Hun Mountain by Fang Yuan. The essence landed on the mountain, forming a gutstone. Whether this gutstone was smashed by rockmen, or Fang Yuan himself, that would be an eternal mystery. After discussing, the rockmen agreed that Yan Yong should be the leader, overseeing the digging to connect the water and fire. Fang Yuan hid in the background, looking at this scene secretly. After seeing the finalized plan, he ordered Little Hu Immortal. The land spirit released a trace of Dang Hun Mountain's power, and the rockmen felt their soul tremble, they got very dizzy. Many young rockmen fainted on the spot. "Oh no, let's hurry and get out. Dang Hun Mountain is going to attack," Yan Yong said, as he left his tribesmen away from Dang Hun Mountain. They did not return to their original home, but instead got to the north and east area in a grand fashion. In Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan looked expressionlessly at these leaving rockmen using the smoke cloud. "Master, have you heard of the story of the rockmen?" Little Hu Immortal's tail was swaying as she spoke meekly. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. "You want to urge me to use soft tactics with the rockmen? Master is so smart." Little Hu Immortal's large eyes were shining. "Hey, it seems you are not too familiar with this. Often, the power of fear and hatred surpasses gratitude greatly. Back then, when Fang Yuan found out that there was a group of rockmen, he was overjoyed. The rockmen lived underground, they ate soil as food and were skilled at digging. A large ground of rockmen could even build an underground city deep in the ground. Rockmen could excavate resources for the blessed land's owner, they were excellent slaves. Many GU immortals want to buy rockmen and move them into their own blessed land. For Hu Immortal blessed land, because of Dang Hun Mountain, and provided it had enough souls, just one rockman can use the gutstones to breed into a large clan. Fang Yuan could use this to mass-produce rockmen and engage in slave trade with other GU immortals. Back then, Hu Immortal brought all these rockmen in with the same intentions. It was true, rockmen only succumbed to soft tactics. Most of the rockmen were stubborn and tough, warrior not afraid to die. Thus, many GU immortals have to use kindness and benefits to slowly use these rockmen and maximize their worth. Hu Immortal used such a method. But Fang Yuan did not adopt this. It was too gentle. He wanted to squeeze them dry, to gain the most benefits. This world's competition is so cruel. Not only did man compete with each other, they also had to deal with disasters and calamities. Who knows how many heroes had fallen to floods. So what if you are a GU immortal? If you did not arm yourself and make use of every resource you had to strengthen yourself, Hu Immortal's demise would be the best example. A demonic path member has to make the best of his time, considering even the small bit of benefit, taking whatever he can and make himself stronger. Anyone in power has to understand rules, laws, friendship and morals. These are all tools to squeeze out benefits. Leniency and conscience, cruelty and hatred, they are all the same. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. After wasting so much time with the rockmen, there were only 7 months left to the 6th calamity. The lake at the north, fire pit at the east, they were all scars left by previous calamities, weak spots of the blessed land. When earthly calamities occur, they would be the weakest link. A team is only as strong as its weakest player. The weight a chain can hold up depends on the most fragile section. So what if I am hated, detested, and scolded by countless people? If this world was so simple such that hatred, loathe, and curses work, why would I still need strength? The most important thing was digging the river as soon as possible, to help the blessed land recover as much as it could. It did not matter how many rockmen died in the process. Since Dang Hun Mountain was here, he just had to capture a few souls and there would be an uncountable number of rockmen produced. Chapter 415, For Tomorrow. Explosions went off one after another, as dust and smoke rose into the air. This was the site of the river digging project. The rockmen ate soil as food. Many of the GU worms on the rockmen's bodies can be used. Lord Tribe Leader, we cannot continue like this. Yesterday, 3 tribesmen died from exhaustion. They had a pitiful death, not even leaving behind a single offspring. An elderly rockman kneeled before Yan Yong as he cried. Once a rockman dies of exhaustion, their soul will dissipate, they will die for real, there will not be any young rockmen formed from their remaining soul. Yan Yong slammed his chest, howling, why would I not know? Why would I not know? Heroes have sacrificed for our tribe again. For the bright future of our tribe, for a beautiful tomorrow, they contributed their lives. But precisely so, we cannot slow down. Since the start of the excavation, we have faced many attacks from the Fox army. The size of the Fox group is getting larger, evidently that accursed male immortal is regaining his immortal essence. We have to continue and work hard, digging the river so that he loses his source of power. Old Rockman was stunned, but tribe leader, you are a good rockman, you think for our tribe, I understand that. These heroes will not die in vain. Look there, I have already made heroic gravestones for them. Their children and descendants will remember them, and feel gratitude for the sacrifices made. Yan Yong pointed at the gravestones erected. There was a large number of them. The old rockman looked at the gravestones, sighing. Once the death of the rockmen appeared, the new tribe leader Yan Yong immediately ordered people to build these gravestones. The low morale was immediately raised, although every day, countless rockmen die of exhaustion, they were still in high spirits. They are dead, what is the use of these gravestones? The old rockman was one of the few left who understood the situation. He felt deeply worried. O leader, he bitterly urged, us rockmen have to reproduce as well. These rockmen who die of exhaustion will not even have their souls left, they cannot leave behind descendants. Yan Yong's expression remained unchanged, not saying a word. A young rockman beside him started grumbling. You old man, are you afraid of dying? Old rockman immediately retorted. Young man, how can you say that? Yes, I am old, but I am a rockman. How can a rockman be afraid of dying? Since you are not afraid to die, why are you talking so much? That's right, we are making contributions to the tribe. What's the matter? We are making a small sacrifice for the bigger good. Beside Yan Yong, a group of young rockmen started arguing. Old senior, if you feel tired, take a rest first. It is not a problem, my time is limited, I have to go to the other areas to inspect the progress. Yan Yong patted this old rockman's shoulder as he walked away, continuing on his inspection. A group of young rockmen followed behind Yan Yong, talking among themselves, expressing their disdain for that old rockman. Being despised by these juniors, the old rockman felt very depressed, smoke was coming out of his ears. He wanted to rebuke them loudly, but he saw all the gravestones near the construction area, with all sorts of words carved on them. We have to do this at all cost. As long as we are united, within 3 days, we will complete the river. The bigger our courage, the more we can achieve. To build a beautiful future for our Rockmen tribe. Long live tribe leader Yan Yong. For the bright future of the Rockmen, we contribute our lives, we contribute our youth. The crazed atmosphere engulfed the Rockmen's hearts. Even those Rockmen who died from exhaustion showed a smile before they died. Old Rockman wanted to speak, but his mouth opened many times and did not manage to say a word. He kneeled on the spot in a daze for a long while, until suddenly, he lifted his fist and slammed the ground heavily. Bam! It was a heavy sound. The old rockman stood up slowly, silently moving his aged body towards the construction ground. Yan Yong rushed to the next site. The river channel was already starting to form. Large numbers of adult rockmen were digging in the channel. Beside them, the physically weaker young rockmen formed into patrolling groups. Some were inspecting the river digging, some were carving slogans, some were making heroic gravestones. These young rockmen were called rock guards, formed by Yan Yong personally. Reporting to tribe leader, 6 to 6 young rockmen went to Yan Yong and reported the results of these few days of labor. Reporting to great leader, we have dug another 25 kilometers in this segment. Reporting to great leader, we have unfortunately sacrificed 120 tribesmen, they are all heroes of our tribe. Reporting to great leader, we actually found 3 tribesmen sleeping on the job. This is a disgrace to our tribe, we have to criticize them. Very good, you have all done well. Remember, you have to erect gravestones for our deceased heroes. At the same time, tie up those disgraceful rockmen and criticize them up public, let them learn courage from humiliation. Yan Yong spoke caringly. Understood. You are all the future of our tribe, seeing you all is like seeing the bright future of our tribe. You have to continue working hard. Yan Yong praised. The young rockmen were extremely spurred on, their bodies were trembling. Everything for the Rockmen tribe. Our esteemed and beloved leader, you are our symbol of pride, we unite by your side, walking towards a bright and meaningful future. They growled one after another, showing a fanatic gaze. But Yan Yong avoided eye contact with them, these young rockmen's enthusiasm made him fearful. He looked at a faraway place. There, all the different segments of the river were being excavated. Yan Yong could see many rockmen looking down at the yellow soil while lowering their thick backs. The river channel was tens of meters wide, segment after segment, a long line showed up in his vision. This was a majestic project. Every time Yan Yong saw this scene, his heart palpitated. As long as they are united, the Rockmen tribe's strength was overwhelming, it could change the world. But when Yan Yong thought of Fang Yuan, that terrifying demon, his heart felt a strong chill that turned his enthusiasm into a frozen river. Be it the fox groups outside, the slogans on the stone boards, or the rock guards he created, they were all a part of the demon's plot. With so many methods, he forcefully reduced the Rockmen tribe's resistance to the minimum. Yan Yong was the one who created this scenario personally. Seeing the formation of the river, his fear towards Fang Yuan became greater and greater. That male immortal not only had terrifying strength, what truly caused despair was that scheming and devious mind of his, making him seem like an unpredictable abyss. Yan Yong felt himself sinking into purgatory. He was meek like an ant, while behind him, Fang Yuan's giant figure was staring down at him. He was like a corpse, a puppet, the strings that controlled him was in the hands of Fang Yuan. Every day, he saw his tribesmen die, his heart hurt like a dagger was stabbing it. Seeing the enthusiasm of his tribesmen, dying to dig the river, he felt a pitiful grief. If possible, I would rather not know the truth. Maybe, continuing to live in this lie is true bliss. Yan Yong retracted his gaze, waving his hand and bringing the young rockmen towards the next river segment. This is the last estrus Gu, go. Primeval essence had already been injected, as Fang Yuan flicked his finger and shot the green bean-looking Gu into the air. Estrus Gu exploded, turning into pink powder as it rained down on the fox group below. The entire fox group breathed in this powder, and immediately stirred. Very soon, numerous male foxes sprawled on the female foxes' backs, moving vigorously as they injected their life essence into the female fox's body. The fox gestation varied. For example, golden fox took 2 months to give birth once. Every time, there were 3 to 4 foxes. As for desolate beasts like three-tail fox, even 100 years was not enough to nurture their fetus. Normally, the stronger the beast, the longer it takes for one gestation. But right now in Who Immortal blessed land, the fox groups were ordinary, they had a short gestation period. Ever since the rockmen started digging the river until the process became smooth, Fang Yuan had been using estrus Gu every day, creating new foxes and strengthening the fox army. Who Immortal did not have an immortal Gu. During the 5th earthly calamity, she was killed by Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, thus her set of enslavement path Gu worms were not spared. But within Dang Hun Mountain, she left behind a number of Gu worms. For example, assistance type Gu like Burial Soul Toad, or expenditure type Gu like Estrus Gu, as well as some spare Gu worms for the enslavement path. Most were fox enslavement Gu. To quickly increase his strength, Fang Yuan already used up most of these Gu worms. The fox group had increased in numbers by several times after his hard work. Although the foxes were omnivores, the blessed land could not sustain such a large number. In less than 2 years, a lot of foxes would be unable to find food and die of starvation. But Fang Yuan could not care less, his whole mind was on enduring the 6th earthly calamity now. A few months passed quickly. A river connected the north and east. The overflowing lake flowed along the river channel, moving quickly with ripples splashing. Swish swish, the great flood flowed into the fire pit. As the two forces clashed, river water evaporated and turned to steam, rising into the air. After the river water calmed down, almost half the black flames were doused. Only 3 burning areas remained at the edges. This way, fire and water wiped each other out, the north area's flood was alleviated, and the ground surfaced once more. Large amounts of water flowed along the river and filled tens of pits, forming many lakes. Even though the north area was still full of mud, and the east area was a burnt land without any living plants, the fusion of fire and water had created something like a scab on a bleeding wound. As long as time passed, the east and north areas will eventually regain their vitality. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, Yan Yong brought the injured and tired 100 or so rockmen back to their homes at the south area. Master, what do we do with these clouds? Little Who Immortal looked at the sky. The thick clouds made her feel helpless. Even though it rained many times already, a lot of water vapor was still in the air, forming into clouds. These clouds blocked the natural light, causing the east area to be shrouded in darkness. It made people feel irritated. The blessed land did not have sunlight or wind. These clouds would heavily affect the lives of the east area's inhabitants. Ignore them. Fang Yuan looked at the sea of clouds and retracted his gaze. The appearance of the clouds was expected, it was a minor detail. What is truly important is the 6th earthly calamity. If the blessed land survives this, he would slowly settle the issue about the clouds. If it fails to make it, then there is no point in thinking about it. Chapter 416, Enduring the Earthly Calamity, 1/2. In Who Immortal blessed land, the fox groups gathered into an army and surrounded Dang Hun Mountain tightly. Fang Yuan stood with his arms behind his back at the peak of the mountain and looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Time passed mercilessly. Today was the day of the 6th earthly calamity. Even though Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life, he still felt uneasy facing an earthly calamity. Every earthly calamity increases in intensity compared to the previous one. It was a cruel trial that decided the life and death of the Gu immortals in their blessed land. Fang Yuan took over the blessed land when there was only a year and 3 months left. This time was truly short, he could only prepare with his best efforts. Digging a river and alleviating the water and fire crisis was 1, nurturing foxes and increasing their numbers was 2. Holding on to fixed immortal travel Gu and being prepared to retreat was the 3rd preparation. As for the clouds in the sky, as well as the blue charm lightning shadow at the west area, he had no way of dealing with them. The mild wind gradually stopped. High up in the sky, clouds were rumbling and a lump of light was forming. It's coming. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered. In the cloud sea, the lump light burst out, forming a great white round door, facing the blessed land directly. The light was glaring and dazzling, as a brown-yellow colored large monster descended from the light door like a large rock. Looking at this scene, is this the desolate beast calamity? Fang Yuan squinted and stared without blinking. The giant rock continued to descend silently. Fang Yuan could not help but lick his dry lips as his heart sank. There were countless types of earthly calamities, among them were the desolate beast calamity. In the blessed land, one or multiple desolate beasts will appear, charging towards the blessed land's central control area, wreaking havoc and causing destruction to the blessed land. If they were not exterminated in time, even a large blessed land would be destroyed and reduced to ashes. Damn it, it is a desolate beast, I just hope there is no immortal GU on this desolate beast. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart. If desolate beasts had immortal GU on them, their battle strength would surpass GU immortals. This mysterious desolate beast landed on the ground in a light manner contrary to its giant size. Looking from afar, it looked like a slightly flat giant rock. But Fang Yuan could tell from the images that this large rock was only a brown-yellow exoskeleton glowing with a golden luster. There were thick layers of mud on the shell armor. Just as Fang Yuan was guessing what sort of creature it was, a large pair of chaliped, like two bronze poles, stretched out from the shell. Next, 9 pairs of chelipeds stretched out from 2 sides, landing on the ground, raising the heavy body off the ground. Swamp crab. Seeing this, Fang Yuan spoke immediately, recognizing the true identity of this desolate beast. This was a large crab, with a body that was the size of a mountain. When its body was lifted, the height could reach a quarter of Danghun Mountain. Its first pair of chelipeds was more fearsome than steel poles, a pair of pincers that could break mountain rocks or cut a flood dragon in half. Its remaining 18 chelipeds, although thinner than the first pair, they were still thicker than 100-year-old trees. There were large numbers of GU worms on its body, most would be water and earth path GU worms. Rarely, it could even contain an entire set of GU worms. Thankfully, Hu Immortal blessed land has ample immortal essence. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling glad in his heart. Earlier when the swamp crab appeared, the land spirit already struck, using the heavenly power to restrict its GU worms. All rank 1 to 5 GU worms could not display their abilities. The most important point was, this desolate beast had no immortal GU. If it did, then the question would be what immortal GU that was. Immortal GU were unique, surpassing the laws of the mortal realm, blessed lands could not restrict them. The existence of an immortal GU was the most important element in this battle. The swamp crab fully stretched its limbs and started slowly moving towards Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan willed and moved his troops quickly. Large numbers of foxes all over the mountain rushed like the tides towards the desolate beast. In moments, they encircled the swamp crab. Their claws and teeth scratched the swamp crab's legs, and the physically tougher golden foxes directly crashed into it. But the swamp crab was huge like a mountain and continued moving forward. The ordinary fox groups could not stop it, instead they were stomped into meat paste. Fang Yuan's expression was cruel as he directed the foxes to continue giving up their lives. He bred so many of them, they were meant to be used as disposable pieces. Damage accumulates, any amount of damage they could deal counted. But the swamp crab gave off an unstoppable momentum as it advanced without halting a single step. Like a moving mountain, it did not care about the foxes below. All sorts of attacks landed on the swamp crab's body, like a beautiful display of fireworks. These were the attacks of the 100,000 and myriad beast kings of the foxes. They had all sorts of GU worms. Under the strength of all the GU, the mud on swamp crab's body was all blown away. This giant crab, for the first time, stopped its movement. It opened its mouth and spewed out large amounts of mud. At the same time, from its stomach, yellow mud spewed out like a waterfall. The mud landed on the grass and formed a swamp. From the mud, weird-looking crabs stood up. Some had large sizes, ferocious like a tiger. Some had sharp thin needle-like pincers. Some had claw-like legs, having quick speed. In the blink of an eye, a crab army that numbered to 1,000,000 formed. It is the swamp crab indeed. It can breed at any time and place, creating numerous smaller crabs and forming an army. Fang Yuan's expression turned darker. The fox groups were fighting against the crab army, engaging in fierce combat. The number of foxes continued to decrease. The crab army's deaths were much greater than the fox group, but the desolate beast continued to give birth, and there was an endless number of crabs. Fang Yuan quickly instructed the fox groups hiding outside the mountain to return. Thankfully, I expended my estrus GU and bred a large number of foxes, otherwise, my total force would not be enough. In just this short period, Fang Yuan felt dizzy. He directed an insanely large number of foxes, and even though his soul was 6 times as strong as a normal person, it could not take this pressure. With the crab army paving the way, the swamp crab continued moving forward, regaining its former speed. The legs on its body moved one after another, like fingers playing on a piano, with a rhythmic beauty. But an intense battle was going on below it. Blood flowed into river, corpses piled into a hill, and every piece of land was tainted with blood. The swamp crab did not differentiate enemies from allies. Every time its legs landed on the ground, there would be a fountain of blood squirting all over the place. When the crab raised its leg, there would be foxes, crushed bodies and broken crab carcasses in the deep pit on the ground. This desolate beast's body was so large, and honestly speaking, it did not move quickly. But because of this, it was able to create an immense mental pressure. Seeing it moving unhindered, Fang Yuan felt that a grim reaper's scythe was hanging over his neck. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. This desolate beast before him was the king of the swamp. Its body was covered in hard shell. It had lurked deep within the swamp for many years. Even its eyes had vanished due to de-evolution. It had no weaknesses left. Fang Yuan manipulated the fox groups to hold it back, but it was no use. He could only watch helplessly as the swamp crab got closer. Can you teleport it away? Fang Yuan turned his head, asking the little Hu Immortal land spirit. Different GU Immortals gave birth to different blessed lands, and the land spirit's abilities also varied. Some land spirits could teleport others, like Ba Gui from Three Kings' blessed land, while some could not. Some land spirits could summon rain and wind, and some could manipulate the flow of time freely. Let me try. Little Hu Immortal breathed roughly as she felt an intense mental pressure. She activated the immortal essence, and used all her strength until her cute tiny face turned red. Ah! She shouted in a childish way. With a swoosh, the giant swamp crab vanished on the spot and was teleported about 9,000 steps away. We succeeded. Little Hu Immortal's face was red as she gasped. Fang Yuan relaxed slightly. Master, I just expended 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. Little Hu Immortal reported painfully. No matter. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he continued to order the foxes to attack the swamp crab. After 5 minutes, the swamp crab got close again. Land spirit teleported it away once again. And thus, another green grape immortal essence was expended. Little Hu Immortal felt immense pity at this waste, and Fang Yuan's heart was bleeding. In the entire Hu Immortal blessed land, there were only 78 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan used 1 to feed fixed immortal travel GU. Now he used another 2 to teleport this swamp crab. He still had to use the immortal essence to refine GU and manage the entire blessed land in the future. There were many areas in which immortal essence were needed, but because Hu Immortal died already, these green grape immortal essence could not be replenished. Every single bead used was 1 less left for the future. Some crabs got through unguarded areas and charged up the mountain. Fang Yuan snorted coldly at this and ordered the land spirit to unleash the might of Dan Hun Mountain. At once, the area the crab army walked on became a death domain. Numerous crabs died, lying on the ground with their bodies intact. Their souls, however, were completely destroyed, creating a peculiar scene. Unfortunately, Dang Hun Mountain's power is to continuously pressure the soul, but the desolate beast's soul is strong and can last for a while. I cannot let it reach Dang Hun Mountain and destroy this precious forbidden ground. Fang Yuan did not participate in battle. Even if he used his strength path GU worms, he would not be able to break its shell. Most importantly, the swamp crab had not used an immortal GU yet. Fang Yuan was uncertain if it had one or not. The unknown was the greatest threat. Fang Yuan did not dare to strike rashly. Soon, the swamp crab came again. Just as it was teleported away for the 3rd time, Little Hu Immortal's expression changed. Not waiting for Fang Yuan's reaction, she stretched her hand to grab his arm, and they both vanished on the spot. The next moment, a fierce lightning bolt landed on the area they were standing. With a thunderous sound, mountain rocks shattered. The lightning paused for a moment before shooting back up. It turned into a human-shaped lightning and emitted a loud growl. This was the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Chapter 417. Enduring the Earth Calamity, 2 halves. Blue Charm Lightning Shadow held its head and screamed in pain. The blue lightning flashed around without any target and only settled down after a long while. Clearly, the lightning figure had suffered injuries in its soul when it entered Dang Hun Mountain. Inside Dang Hun Palace, Fang Yuan's face became ashen as he looked at the scene in the smoke. If it was not for the land spirit's prompt teleportation just before, he might have been dead already. Little Hu Immortal patted her chest, her face pale and showing lingering fear. When it rains, it pours. The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow joining the battle no doubt made things worse. Blue Charm Lightning Shadow flew into a rage after its sneak attack did not succeed and started to collide continuously into Dang Hun Mountain. Every time it collided with Dang Hun Mountain, there would be tremors in Dang Hun Palace. Soil and stones flew from the impact and large scorched pits were created from the attacks on the mountain. Fang Yuan felt his heart bleed at this scene. This was Dang Hun Mountain. In this entire world, there was only one of it. Fortunately, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow stopped its attacks after dozens of collisions. Its soul had received considerable damage and the lightning around it was becoming very disorderly. It did not dare to attack again. During this time, the land spirit had teleported the swamp crab another 2 times. In total, they had wasted 5 beads of green grape immortal essence on it. And the originally endless fox army was already at the brink of extinction. What made Little Hu Immortal even more discouraged was that this desolate beast only had small wounds and was still moving forward stably like before. It was like an indestructible bone. Whether it was Blue Charm Lightning Shadow or Swamp Crab, they both had one target: destroying the central area, expending the immortal essence and killing the land spirit. Their final target was to destroy the whole blessed land. They were on the same faction and did not have any conflicts, instead they cooperated. While Fang Yuan and the land spirit were having a headache due to this swamp crab, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow gave up on Dang Hun Mountain and changed its target to the blessed land itself. It did not dare to collide against Dang Hun Mountain anymore, so it began attacking the sky and the earth of this blessed land. It destroyed everything it saw and created craters everywhere. Sky crumbled and showed scars like that of a broken mirror. Fang Yuan felt deep helplessness. Not good, master, there is a hole in the blessed land. Little Hu Immortal spoke hurriedly. Blue Charm Lightning Shadow's attacks shattered the world and created a hole. Cut away the surrounding area around the hole. Fang Yuan spoke indifferently, his tone cold as ice. What? Little Hu Immortal opened her eyes wide and gave a cry of surprise. If they cut off the area like this, they would not be able to restore it. The holes in blessed lands could be repaired with immortal essence. If the holes were not patched in time and were allowed to enlarge, they would form a passage to the outside world. Once there was a passage, those GU immortals outside the blessed land would absolutely charge in and make all kinds of schemes. At that time, the situation would be even more out of hand. There were demonic path GU immortals on TNT Mountain. Righteous path GU immortals did not dare to attack because they had a lot of businesses and assets. However, demonic path has no lack of demented people. They were lone forces and liked to take risks. In any case, Fang Yuan had done this a lot in his previous life. Under Fang Yuan's order, Little Hu Immortal repeatedly cut off nearby half a square kilometer of the blessed land. Blue Charm Lightning Shadow continually destroyed the world and created holes, while the land spirit continually cut them off. The swamp crab charged towards Dang Hun Mountain again and again. The land spirit had no choice but to teleport it time after time. The amount of green grape primeval essence consumed already reached 13 beads. Sob sob, the blessed land has become smaller and so much immortal essence has been lost. Tears started falling out of Little Hu Immortal's eyes as she sobbed. Don't cry, Fang Yuan coldly shouted, his expression ashen. There is no point in delaying. Our only hope is to kill these 2 calamities. But I don't have an attack type immortal GU, and it would be difficult to see any results from attacking the swamp crab with rank 5 GU in a short time. My only option now is to gamble. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and revealed a crazed determination. Desolate beasts were very strong. Just by relying on their majestic physique and their fierce recovery ability, they could ignore most rank 5 GU. Especially this swamp crab, it had a strong defense and was upper tier even among the desolate beasts. Fang Yuan had a lot of rank 5 GU, turn gold GU, soft bones GU, pitch black GU and so on, but using them against swamp crab would be like throwing pebbles in the lake. They could only create slight ripples. They needed to attack continuously for a slight bit of results. However, Fang Yuan was unable to activate these GU and participate in the offense. If he left the mountain, he could meet with Blue Charm Lightning Shadow's attacks. He could give the GU worms to the land spirit to use, but he did not dare to take the risk. Land spirits could also die, and if it was destroyed by Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, then Fang Yuan would have no means to even activate fixed Immortal Travel GU. Only Immortal GU could change the situation. Fang Yuan might have 2 Immortal GU, but both did not have offensive abilities. Don't teleport it anymore, let this damned swamp crab attack Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan said resolutely and commanded the land spirit, release the whole might of Danghun Mountain. Ring. Danghun Mountain had been restricted by Little Hu Immortal the whole time, and right now, as it was finally let loose, dense fog started rising over the whole mountain. An enormous and formless soul-shaking power burst out of the mountain, spreading as far as 3,000 steps and eradicating everything in its surroundings. Only Danghun Palace, under the land spirit's control, was intact. The giant swamp crab soon got close to Danghun Mountain. Under the power of Danghun Mountain, its sturdy shell was unable to provide any defensive support. Its soul received fierce attacks, causing its movements to slow down. However, this made it go berserk and it increased its speed by another fold, charging towards Danghun Mountain. The enormous pincers heavily smashed on Danghun Mountain like steel clamps. The sturdy boulders were as fragile as flour as they were smashed by the attack, holes forming from the impact. The huge crater was at least 0.6 acres wide. Smoke and dust flew all around and the entire Danghun Palace also shook from the tremors. The land spirit Little Hu Immortal's face paled from shock. Danghun Palace kept on shaking, dust started falling from the roof and there were fierce cracks on the walls and pillars. Suddenly, Little Hu Immortal let out a tragic shout, not good. That Blue Charm Lightning Shadow has already moved towards the north and is openly destroying the sky and earth, creating many holes. The image in front of Fang Yuan changed and showed the scene of Blue Charm Lightning Shadow attacking the world and creating holes. The Blessed Land's eastern and northern parts had been corroded by the remnant force of the earth calamities, and were weaker than other areas. The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow saw these weak points and started attacking them. Fortunately, we had settled the water and fire, otherwise the result of Blue Charm Lightning Shadow's destruction would be 10 times more severe. Master, what should we do? Little Hu Immortal was feeling at a loss. The situation had turned to an extremely terrible state. The swamp crab was like a steel hammer directly pounding the heart and continuously depleting immortal essence while also wrecking Danghun Mountain. And Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was like an extremely sinister poison. It purposely searched for the weak points of the Blessed Land and stabbed at them. Every hole it created was like a fresh wound to the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. The situation was turning more critical, but it instead aroused his fighting spirit. Land spirit, every time you teleport the swamp crab, send it away by 3,000 steps. With the distance shortened, the immortal essence expenditure was also comparatively less. And Danghun Mountain's soul-shaking power worked within 3,000 steps, creating injuries to the swamp crab's soul. Land spirit, cut off the whole northern area. Fang Yuan gave another command. What? Little Hu Immortal was stupefied and almost did not dare to believe her ears. Hu Immortal blessed. Land's northern area was over 600 square kilometers, and Fang Yuan wanted to give up the whole region. Once they cut off the area, Hu Immortal blessed land would lose this territory forever. This was definitely a huge sacrifice by Fang Yuan. Hu Immortal blessed land had altogether 4,000 square kilometers of land and he was cutting off 1/6 of it. Master, this, Little Hu Immortal hesitated. Do as I say. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on the image in front of him as he shouted in a stern voice. Little Hu Immortal's pink lips puckered and her eyes were filled with tears. The tears fell down and she started crying loudly. Land spirits were the representatives of the Blessed Land. Cutting off a part of the Blessed Land was the same as cutting their own flesh. And abandoning the whole northern area was like a person cutting off one of their legs. Master, don't do it. Little Hu Immortal cried loudly and begged. However, Fang Yuan's expression was ruthless and did not make the slightest compromise. Master's orders could not be violated. Little Hu Immortal could only endure the pain and cut off the whole northern area. That Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was currently in the center of the northern area, destroying the world and creating holes. It suddenly felt something wrong and immediately moved, trying to charge out of the northern area. However, because of 5 kilometers of distance, it could not escape and was trapped in the northern area. It let out a mournful and sharp screech, its tone full of indignance. However, that bit of distance determined its fate. The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow could only follow the evaporation of the northern area and land in the outside world. Success. Fang Yuan almost shouted in joy at this scene. If it were normal times where the blue charm lightning shadow had no injuries in its soul, it could absolutely react in time. If not for its crazed attacks towards the world, expending its energy and causing its speed to fall, it could absolutely escape. At the critical moment, Fang Yuan endured the pain and made a minor sacrifice to protect his bigger interests, finally settling this calamity. As to what calamities it would create at the outside world, that was not part of Fang Yuan's consideration. Bam bam bam. The whole Dang Hun mountain was still shaking. The desolate beast swamp crab's soul was very strong and forcefully withstood the pressure, continuously attacking Dang Hun mountain. The nearer it got to Dang Hun mountain, the stronger the soul-shaking power became. Little Hu Immortal teleported the swamp crab away time and again. Right now, it was a battle of foundation between the two sides. If the desolate beast's soul foundation was strong and it overthrew Dang Hun mountain, it would be Fang Yuan's defeat. Conversely, if Dang Hun mountain did not fall, it would be the earthly calamity's defeat. Bam bam, Dang Hun palace's pillars crumbled and the beams of the roof snapped. Dust and dirt flew everywhere, accompanied by Little Hu Immortal's whimpering cries. Fang Yuan was silently standing with a cold expression. Strength, I need more strength. He clenched his fists and let out an indignant scream in his mind. Why was it that despite growing so much, he was still so weak when facing heaven and earth, when facing fate? Then continue to grow, continue to become stronger, stronger, and even stronger. As he screamed silently, the swamp crab's movements were gradually slowing down and eventually it collapsed at the waist of Dang Hun mountain, dead. After an arduous process, the sixth earthly calamity was finally over. Chapter 418, Losses and Gains. Fang Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace. The pink crystal mountain had holes everywhere, broken rocks were scattered on the ground showing a pitiful sight. Fresh red blood, yellow murky mud, fox and crab corpses mixed together. The desolate beast swamp crab's humongous body was pressing on Dang Hun mountain's mountain waste. It was like a small mountain, extremely eye-catching. The mild wind blew on Fang Yuan's black hair, as his eerie black eyes stared at the battlefield. The pungent smell of blood entered Fang Yuan's nostrils. Closely behind him, Little Hu Immortal land spirit's eyes were red, as there were tears on her face. She reported while sniffing, "Master, we suffered immense losses. We lost about 666 square kilometers of land, and we only have 68 beads of the immortal essence left. Our fox army of 4,700,000 has fallen to 310,000. As for GU worms, we lost around 700,000 of them. Hu Immortal managed her blessed land for so many years. After this calamity, the entire blessed land lost about 40 years of development." But Fang Yuan did not think so. His expression was tired, but his gaze could not hide the happiness in his heart. He survived this earthly calamity. It was an obstacle. Now that he survived it, Fang Yuan had time to recuperate. He had ample time to deal with the seventh earthly calamity. Stop crying, the blessed land is safe, that means our hope is safe too. Dang Hun mountain did not collapse, thus we have the resources to start over. Although we lost some land, in the short run, we cannot make use of that land anyway, it will not hinder our development. Fang Yuan patted the land spirit's head, consoling, "Look, not long later, Dang Hun mountain will be full of gutstones, and we will control another group of rockmen. Most importantly, that blue charm lightning shadow was exiled, now, we can develop without any worries. Hu Immortal blessed land will definitely flourish again." This battle was intense and tragic. There were countless foxes and crabs who died near Dang Hun mountain. At the same time, swamp crab's soul was smashed into bits by the mountain's vibrations, absorbed into Dang Hun mountain. In the near future, not too long away, large numbers of gutstones will appear on Dang Hun mountain unceasingly. Master's words, makes sense. Little Hu Immortal stopped crying and thought about it clearly. It seems he made sense. The earthly calamity was like a trial. Hu Immortal blessed land got through it. There was not only great losses, but also great gains. What a pity. There were many GU worms living in this swamp crab, but now Dang Hun mountain killed them all. Little Hu Immortal pouted, staring at this swamp crab's corpse angrily. "Rejoice, this desolate beast did not have an immortal GU, otherwise, we might not be standing here." Fang Yuan sighed deeply. This was the luckiest part of this ordeal. One crucial immortal GU with overwhelming ability can easily overturn the entire situation. Even if this swamp crab had an immortal GU, and was killed by Fang Yuan, how Fang Yuan would catching this immortal GU was also a huge problem. Maybe this wild immortal GU might replace the blue charm lightning shadow and become the next great threat to Immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was satisfied enough to have survived this earthly calamity. After all, he was only a rank 4 upper stage mortal GU master, yet he managed to kill a desolate beast that was a problem even for GU immortals. Land spirit, clean up the battlefield. Preserve the corpse of the swamp crab well, I am going to rest. Fang Yuan looked around once more before relaxing, immediately feeling strong fatigue. He commanded over 1,000,000 foxes, his soul and mind was overused, he needed sleep immediately. Okay, little Hu Immortal answered quickly as she looked at the swamp crab's shell with glowing eyes. Every desolate beast was a moving treasure. The blood, fur, bones, intestines in its body were great GU refinement material. You accursed crab, I will tear you apart. Little Hu Immortal raised her chin as her mouth opened, showing her small canine teeth, angrily walking towards the swamp crab while muttering to herself. Fang Yuan had an extremely enjoyable sleep. 3 days later, he woke up, and laid on the bed, not wanting to move at all. This time, he really relaxed his body and mind. The 6th earthly calamity was over, Fang Yuan earned a lot of time for himself, he could finally catch a breath. Ever since his rebirth, he had been plotting and resisting, especially on Xianxia Mountain. He overexerted himself thinking of the ways to get out of his predicament. Now, he finally protected the blessed land. To Fang Yuan, this was a safe and stable place. If Hu Immortal blessed land was destroyed, he would be in big trouble. He exposed many things, let's take for example, the fixed immortal travel GU. Fang Yuan was not a GU immortal, he could not keep this immortal GU into his aperture. Once its aura was leaked, GU immortals would easily sense it and come to snatch it from him. Now, fixed immortal travel GU was placed inside Hu Immortal blessed land, and because there was immortal essence, he could feed it without worry. Other than that, there was also the refinement of second aperture GU. Without little Hu Immortal to control the immortal essence, Fang Yuan could not refine this immortal GU, he had to at least reach GU immortal realm first. By then, divine travel GU might have been refined by another person already, it would be too late. Having protecting Hu Immortal blessed land, it was a great help to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lied down for a while before getting up to eat. After filling up his stomach, he went to sleep again. This time, he slept for 10 hours, he woke up slowly as he felt all the fatigue had been washed away. His mind was clear, his head was working well, and his condition was as good as it could be. Where is the land spirit? He stomped his feet, calling. Little Hu Immortal tore through space with a swoosh, appearing before him. Master, I have dismantled that crab, we can sell it for a good price. Little Hu Immortal's face was red as she was extremely satisfied at breaking apart the culprit for the blessed land's predicament. Oh right, master, there are 3 letters here, they were sent in from the loophole on the day of the calamity. Little Hu Immortal said, taking out 3 GU and handed them to Fang Yuan. When loopholes enlarge enough to become tunnels, people could enter and exit. But before that, only GU worms could enter through the small gaps. These 3 GU were all letter path GU worms. One had a paper crane appearance, it was the rank 3 lightning symbol paper crane GU. One was a green bird, rank 5 and looking lifelike, it was the letter sending green bird GU. One looked like a sword, it was the rank 3 flying sword letter GU. Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he took out the letter sending green bird GU. The green bird transformed into a letter, it was sent by the rank 7 GU immortal Feng Zhuzhe. Fang Yuan was not surprised, the moment he saw this green bird GU, he had a feeling it was him. Feng Zhuzhe's tone in his letter was calm, he first expressed his admiration and praise for Fang Yuan, before stating his intention, to arrange for a battle between Fang Yuan and his daughter Feng Jinhuang. It seems that after Feng Jinhuang returned to Spirit Affinity House, she had been gloomy, moody, and dispirited. During this period, she had been cultivating diligently, to reclaim her pride. The battle was initiated by her, she wants to have a fair and square fight with Fang Yuan, betting the glory of Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane Sect. HMPH, you want to battle, do I have to agree? Fang Yuan scoffed in disdain. His time was so tight, there was not enough time to cultivate, Fang Yuan would not waste his time and effort accepting Feng Jinhuang's challenge. Feng Jinhuang was born in a great family, she had GU immortals as her parents, and a sect to support her. Even if she had a blessed land, and the calamity came, there would be a huge group of people fighting it for her. But Fang Yuan was all alone, he had to rely on himself for everything. He had no mood to play around with this rich Missy. What a stupid idea, she wants to reclaim her glory, so I must play along with her. Laughable. Fang Yuan snorted. Different from others, he did not fear Feng Zhuzhe. That is because soon, Feng Zhuzhe would be called up by the heavenly court, and would successfully ascend. It will not be easy for him to come down and enter Central Continent again. But in this letter, it seems that this pair of father and daughter think that I am a disciple of Immortal Crane sect. What is going on? Fang Yuan's eyes shone with suspicion. The other party was a GU Immortal, they would naturally not make such a lowly mistake. That means, there were hidden complications. Fang Yuan retrieved the flying sword letter GU. Opening it and taking a look, it was another challenge letter. But in this letter, it was all swearing and scolding. Almost all of Fang Yuan's ancestors were mentioned, even Immortal Crane sect's honor was used to incite Fang Yuan to accept the battle. Finally, there was even a threat, if Fang Yuan did not agree, he would reveal the contents of this letter to the public, and let the world know that Fang Yuan was a coward. Fang Yuan looked carefully, lightly smiling. Oh, it is this rascal Jian Yi Sheng. Jian Yi Sheng, a Metal Path GU master, his appearance and personality were very perverted. He was most skilled at sneak attacks, and hated suffering losses the most. He was one of the demonic path GU immortals on TNT Mountain. He was truly a mean and devious coward. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he got ambushed by him many times. He eventually made Fang Yuan angry enough to summon the Blood Sea, forcing this Jian Yi Sheng to hide in his blessed land, afraid to battle. He blocked him for 20 years, until Jian Yi Sheng realized that he had angered the wrong person. He could not take it, and eventually kneeled down before Fang Yuan to surrender, without a trace of a GU immortal's dignity. As for why this person was challenging Fang Yuan, it was because he was extremely unlucky. After Fang Yuan discarded a portion of the blessed land, and threw the blue charm lightning shadow towards TNT Mountain, Jian Yi Sheng coincidentally met with it. At this time, although Jian Yi Sheng was a GU immortal, he had no immortal GU, and was thrashed by the blue charm lightning shadow. He escaped back to his blessed land pathetically, and finally managed to get free of the blue charm lightning shadow. After he got home, he counted his losses, and was filled with rage, stomping his feet. After finding the culprit, he sent a flying sword letter GU, challenging Fang Yuan. HMPH, he knows I am immortal, but still challenged me as a GU immortal. He even wrote his letter so righteously, talking about fairness. This piece of shit is still as shameless as I remember. But, why did he think I am a member of Immortal Crane sect? Fang Yuan opened the lightning symbol paper Crane GU with great suspicion. He opened it slightly, and his pupils shrunk, showing a surprised expression. What? Fang Zheng is alive. Reading on, his suspicions were cleared. So that's it, this he Feng Yang from. Immortal Crane sect is a smart person, using this method to eliminate his competitors. But he greatly underestimated me. Why would I join Immortal Crane sect? But what the letter mentioned is exactly what I need now. Thinking so, Fang Yuan made up his mind. He called the land spirit. Go, open the blessed land slightly, and let the GU master who resembles me in. Chapter 419 Fang Zheng's Pain. Chapter 419, Fang Zheng's Pain. TNT Mountain stood high above the clouds, reaching 3,000 kilometers in total. It was situated at the center of Central Continent. It was the land of inheritances, the mountain of saints. During ancient times, it was the ladder of immortals, able to ascend to the heavenly court. Immortal Crane sect's elite disciples were now standing at the foot of TNT Mountain, having waited for an hour already. How much longer do we need to wait? This Fang Yuan is putting up too much airs, right? SSH, quiet. He is the brother of GUU Fang Zheng, the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Speaking of that, this brother of Fang Zheng's is really amazing. He managed to defeat Feng Jin Huang, Xiaoqi Xing, Ying Shengji and the others. So what, if I had a supreme elder supporting me in the dark, helping me to use fixed immortal travel GU, I would be able to win the blessed land as well. Our clan's elders are truly smart, using Fang Zheng to attract their attention, while the real trump card was Fang Yuan all along. In order to make this a reality, Immortal Crane sect lied to all their disciples. Immortal Crane sect disciples now knew that there was someone named GUU Fang Yuan in their sect. During these 3 months, he had become the hottest topic that everyone was discussing. He was mysterious and low-key, it made people curious. Shocking the world in one move, he obtained Immortal blessed land for Immortal Crane sect, and even allowed Immortal Crane sect to stand out among the 10 sects. It made the other disciples feel proud. All their discussions entered Fang Zheng's ears. Fang Zheng was stand at the front of these people, his gaze was dim as he looked at TNT Mountain. These days, he had been a walking corpse, he did not know how he survived the last few days. After Fang Zheng left Qingmao Mountain, he swore to exact revenge, to get justice for his deceased clansmen. He carried a great hatred with him, the objective of revenge was sustaining and motivating him to cultivate. He was more hardworking than all the other disciples, he did not even slack for a second. He had fantasized many times, the scene when he finds Fang Yuan, defeating him and making him kneel on the ground, repenting for all that he did on Qingmao Mountain. The clansmen in the afterlife would finally rest in peace after that. Thus, on Danghun Mountain, he did not give up despite numerous occasions of wanting to do so. Every time he thought of Fang Yuan, there would be a strong driving force in his heart, supporting him to continue climbing. He wanted to get Immortal inheritance, not only because he did not want to let his master down, or disappointing the clan's expectations, it was also because his chances of getting revenge would be much greater if he had the blessed land. But, he did not expect that life would come hitting him this hard and suddenly. Gu Fang Yuan, his blood-related brother, the main character of his numerous nightmares, appeared on the mountain top. Under everyone's view, he obtained the inheritance, even Gu Immortals could do nothing to him. Fang Zheng who failed returned to the sect. Shock, loss, fear, he knew the clan's lies, he knew the truth, but precisely so, the shadow in his heart grew by many times. This trauma had been nurturing in him since he was young. Why is brother so smart, but I am so stupid? Why was it that I cultivated so hard, yet I still lost to Fang Yuan? Why did this happen in southern border, and also in central continent? Is it true that I Gu Fang Zheng, am destined to live in his shadow my entire life, never to surpass him? Every time Fang Zheng thought of this, there would be an indignant feeling in his heart, urging him to cultivate more. But this time, it was different. It was different. Thinking of the mission the clan just passed to him, Fang Zheng's body shuddered. The blessed land was in Fang Yuan's control. In order to obtain Immortal blessed land, the sect was recruiting Fang Yuan. As long as he handed over the blessed land, he would be Immortal Crane sect's elder. Central Continent sect members were classified from low to high as outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple, legacy disciple. Above disciples, there were sect elder, often at rank 4 cultivation, controlling the many aspects of the sect. Above sect elder was sect leader, he had to be at least rank 5 middle stage, and was the key person in charge. And above the clan leader, there were supreme elders. These supreme elders were all Gu Immortals, they were rarely seen during normal times, secluded in cultivation. Only when the sect faces a life and death situation, or when something important happens, they would appear and let the world know the true power of Immortal Crane sect, as one of the top 10 sects. Since I joined Immortal Crane sect, I had cultivated so diligently these years, from outer disciple, I became an inner disciple, and from inner disciple, I became an elite disciple. During the sect examination, I emerged as the top disciple of among the elite disciples. But now, Fang Yuan just has to say a word, and he would become a sect elder. Any disciple who sees him have to bow and pay respects. Fang Zheng felt a great pain in his heart every time he thought about this. If Fang Yuan really became an elder, he would have to bow and pay respects to this enemy every time he saw him. Was there fun in such a life? Was there meaning in living? Master, has all the effort and hard work I put in been in vain? At this point, Fang Zheng was standing at TNT Mountain foot, waiting to meet Fang Yuan. He had unavoidably fallen into deep self-doubt. Lord Sky Crane quickly consoled him, Fang Zheng, you have to adjust your mindset. Immortal Crane sect sacrificed a lot for Immortal inheritance, we even used an Immortal Gu. For the sect, we have to look at this from the big picture, and put down our personal grudges temporarily. Fang Zheng, you have to understand, it was Immortal Crane sect who nurtured you, now that the sect needs you make some sacrifices, you cannot forget your roots. Although he said that, Lord Sky Crane was sighing in his heart. He understood Fang Zheng's personality, thus his heart was even more worried. All along, the notion of revenge was driving Fang Zheng forward like a pillar, it was also his obsession in this cultivation journey. But now, the sect's orders were for Fang Zheng to let down this obsession. This was more fatal than any injury. Most likely, after suffering such an impact, Fang Zheng would no longer have any drive left, he would let himself dwell in self-pity. But what can we do? That is a blessed land, and it even contains a forbidden ground like Dang Hun Mountain. The guststones on the mountain can be used by our disciples and make our entire sect's strength surge. Other than that, Fang Yuan has Blood Skull GU and fixed Immortal Travel GU on him. These things are way too valuable, they are so important, how can an elite disciple compare to them at all? Lord Sky Crane felt sad in his heart, but he still said to Fang Zheng, "My good disciple, you have to control your desire for revenge. A little impatience spoils great plans, treat this as a trial of your endurance. After seeing your brother, do not attack. Within the blessed land, you are not his match." Saying so, Lord Sky Crane recalled what he Feng Yang instructed him. "I know the enmity between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. If needed, we can sacrifice Fang Zheng, you can negotiate in place of Fang Zheng." He Feng Yang's pressure was great at the moment, all the supreme elders were looking at his actions. "Master, you are telling me to treat this as a trial." I will try." Fang Zheng loosened his clenched fist, then clenched it again, he was struggling in his heart, he felt pain and anger. If someone swore to get revenge, and cultivated to succession, only to find that his enemy had died. That is pain. If someone swore to get revenge, and cultivated to succession, but found that he could not beat his enemy, and that his enemy was still living well. That is much greater pain. If someone swore to get revenge, and cultivated to succession, but found out that not only was he unable to beat his enemy, he even had to use a fake friendly attitude to negotiate with him, hoping the enemy would become his superior. This was the greatest pain of all pain. Hehe, Fang Zheng, don't think much of it. Fang Yuan might not be having a good time, there is a calamity in the blessed land. You cannot imagine the might of a calamity. Even if your brother had an immortal GU, he is still immortal. Soon, he will experience the terrifying powers of an earthly calamity. By then, the blessed land will be full of loopholes, and he would have suffered a huge loss. You have a high chance of succeeding in this trip. Lord Sky Crane consoled him again. Fang Zheng heard this and his mood became slightly more relaxed. The earthly calamity is beginning. He Feng Yang muttered, he had been staying behind the scenes. Firstly, it was to protect these elite disciples, secondly, it was to prevent the ill intentions of other GU masters, and thirdly, if Fang Yuan could not block this earthly calamity, he would have to help out. At this moment, he was starting at the spot where Hu Immortal Blessed Land was hiding in Ontienti Mountain, sensing that there was an aura of destruction. Soon, his lips curled into a smile as there was a peculiar sight on Tianti Mountain. Pieces after pieces of grassland appeared on Tianti Mountain. They were like clouds or fog, illusory and not real. How could there be a grassland on a mountain? This was the loophole of the blessed land, and a large loophole at that, allowing outsiders to see the scene inside the blessed land. Such a loophole could only fit GU worms, there was still some way to go before GU masters can go in. Lord Sky Crane at the other side had already called out, the loophole appeared, send the lightning symbol paper crane GU in. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, under everyone's supervision, he injected primeval essence and activated the GU worm. Lightning symbol paper crane GU was fast as lightning, flying into the loophole. But right after, the grassland image turned into a lump of primeval essence, as it dissipated in the air. Lightning symbol paper crane GU flew for 2 rounds before flying back to Fang Zheng's hands. This Fang Yuan is giving up a portion of the blessed land, completely removing it. It seems he is worried that GU masters might entire when the loophole turns into a tunnel. He Feng Yang was slightly shocked, but sneered soon after, go ahead, let's see how much land you can discard. Every piece of land you abandon is akin to giving up your own flesh. But immediately after, He Feng Yang's expression changed. He's still continuing. He's already thrown a few square kilometers worth of land. He is really bold, no wonder he managed to snatch the inheritance. But a few moments later, He Feng Yang's expression turned ugly. It seems that this earthly calamity is very dangerous this time. But how much land is he going to give up? He has already thrown tens of square kilometers of land away. This wastrel. Chapter 420, Meeting of Brothers. On TNT Mountain, loopholes appeared one after another with increasing frequency. Not only were Immortal Crane Sect's elite disciples watching carefully, many GU immortals were also keeping watch behind the scenes. During this period, Fang Zheng tried 3 times, finally managing to send the lightning symbol paper crane GU into the Blessed Land. A green bird spread its wings and flew into the loopholes as well, reaching the Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This is a letter-sending green bird GU. What is Feng Zhe trying to do? He Feng Yang saw this and his expression turned dark. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size, his mouth opened wide as he shocked an extremely flabbergasted expression. My God, he's discarding such a big area of the Blessed Land. He Feng Yang was tongue-tied, he was stunned like a statue. Fang Yuan discarded 600 square kilometers worth of land. TNT mountain waste was full of the Blessed Land's projected image, grassland filled everyone's vision. A GU immortal was the first to react, appearing with the flash of a sword. Ha ha ha, what a big piece of blessed land, it is mine, don't even think of snatching it from me. Jian Yisheng shouted, wanting to pull this piece of land into his blessed land, expanding his territory. But at this moment, a lightning flash appeared. Fuck. Jian Yisheng was caught unguarded, he shouted profanities as the blue charm lightning shadow sent him flying like a cannonball. But Jian Yisheng was not to be trifled with, he immediately engaged in battle with blue charm lightning shadow. They created a huge commotion, the earth rumbled as Immortal Crane sect's elite disciples watched in shock. The more shocking thing was, over a dozen people appeared next, taking a piece of this 600 square kilometers land at lightning speed like a pack of hungry wolves. You goddamn bastards, I lured the monster away, I made the most effort, but you guys didn't even leave me a piece of the land. I fuck all your ancestors. I curse you all to have constipation, all your children will be born with a chicken's tail. Jian Yisheng shouted angrily, he had never suffered such a great loss in his life, getting thrashed by the blue charm lightning shadow so pathetically. And there is that little rascal Fang Yuan, he is really evil and daring, scheming against me like this. Fight me fairly if you have guts. He sent out the flying sword letter GU. Flying sword letter GU was extremely fast, it could tear through space, even without a loophole, it could enter the Blessed Land. Immortal Crane sect's gang was in a daze. Was this the mannerism of a GU immortal? This Jian Yisheng is a complete disgrace to us GU immortals, He Feng Yang covered his face in shame. At this time, a bright white gold light appeared. There was a red door in the light, 30 meters tall, it had a rainbow-colored plaque. Pink-colored clouds gathered, as the rainbow light shone on Fang Zheng's body. In the blink of an eye, Fang Zheng vanished on the spot. Sending blue charm lightning shadow or the desolate beast swamp crab out of the Blessed Land was beyond little Hu Immortal's abilities. But to transport one Fang Zheng, it was easy. He got in. Seeing this, He Feng Yang's heart eased. A flash of lightning bolt descended from the sky, it was the blue charm lightning shadow. But the white gold light moved the red door away in time. By a hair's breadth, the blue charm lightning shadow's intention of entering the Blessed Land was thwarted. Fang Zheng felt his surroundings turn blur before he regained his sight, and the environment around him had changed completely. He was standing on a grassland, grass was all around him. There were clouds above him, extremely thick and dark clouds. Not far away, there are several lakes with ripples on the surface. I reached to Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Zheng quickly reacted, all his GU worms were sealed now, it was the same as during the competition. A smoky lump of shadow appeared before him, expanding into the size of a mirror. Fang Yuan's figure appeared in the mirror, he was sitting with his back leaning on the chair. He was crossing his right leg over his left leg as his left hand was placed on his knee, while his right hand was holding his chin softly on top of the chair handle. His black hair was casually hanging over his face as his eyes squinted, showing a lazy and casual demeanor, but also gave people a sense of danger, dark and mysterious. My cute little brother, to think I would see you again in Central Continent. Fang Yuan spoke, his voice was so foreign, yet so familiar to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng's body shuddered, his eyes burst forth with intense rage as he growled, "Gu Fang Yuan, you crazy and hopeless demon, you murdered your entire clan. I will kill you personally." Saying so, he rushed towards Fang Yuan. But this, Fang Yuan, was only a projection from the smoke. After Fang Zheng charged towards it, it dissipated, but quickly gathered back into a perfect image of Fang Yuan again. Fang Zheng pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Fang Yuan, you don't even have the courage to face me. You coward, shameless traitor, you are an inhuman animal. So what if you died, To think that you murdered your entire clan just to preserve your life. Such an outrageous act, how could you do it? Are you still human? He he he. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, casually leaning on his chair. My cute little brother, you are still stupid as ever. Regardless of whether I did anything, they were going to die. If that is so, why can't I live? If not for my counterattack, do you think you would be brought back to Central Continent? In fact, I saved your life. I am your benefactor. Dog shit. You are distorting the truth, you are unbelievably shameless. Fang Zheng heard Fang Yuan's words, and was extremely angered by it. Fang Yuan's laughter came to a stop, he sighed. Fang Zheng, my brother, you are a huge disappointment. All these years, you have not improved one bit. No matter how high your cultivation is, you are just a pawn piece. Alright, let's talk business. I've seen Immortal Crane Sect's letter, don't bother mentioning those ridiculous promises like making me an elder. We can however, go through with the transaction and deals. Fang Zheng's chest was moving up and down, his breathing was heavy as he stared at Fang Yuan's image with hatred. This pair of twins, they looked almost identical, and had closest blood relation in them. Unfortunately, they were life and death enemies. Fang Zheng took a few deep breaths, holding in his killing intent towards Fang Yuan, thinking of the clan's instructions, within who Immortal blessed land, our sect is not interested in the fox groups or GU worms. But the gutstones on Dang Hun Mountain have some value. We will send disciples here by batches, you will bring them to Dang Hun Mountain. Stop. Before Fang Zheng finished speaking, he was interrupted by Fang Yuan. I do not believe your Immortal Crane Sect's sincerity. This is what I want, prepare it for me as soon as possible, and hand it over to me. I do not have primeval stones, but I have the swamp. Crab's corpse to trade instead. The details are in the letter, go back and consider it. Once he finished speaking, a small lightning bolt flew and landed in Fang Zheng's hand. It was that lightning symbol paper crane GU. This lightning symbol paper crane GU had already been refined by Fang Yuan, and was now used by him. The contents included the GU worms and materials Fang Yuan wanted, as well as details on the swamp crab's blood, meat, bones, and shell etc. Fang Zheng raised his head, and wanted to speak, but he saw the scene before him change, he had been transported out already. Check around, are there any suspicious things? After Fang Zheng left, Fang Yuan did not relax, but instead gave instructions to Land Spirit. The Blessed Land could not restrict Immortal GU, Fang Yuan did not meet with Fang Zheng personally because he was worried about him bringing an Immortal GU. Immortal Crane Sect had a lot of resources, they had quite a lot of Immortal GU. Although Fang Zheng's aperture was not able to carry Immortal GU, as the aura would easily leak, all sorts of things could happen in the GU world, there were definitely methods to conceal an Immortal GU's aura. Fang Yuan had to guard against this. The Land Spirit checked for a few times and there were no problems. At this point, Fang Yuan finally relaxed. After the earthly calamity, will the situation improve from here? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, considering his current predicament. The current situation was way more advantageous for him than he expected. In order to devour who Immortal blessed land alone, Immortal Crane Sect shield him. Such guts, it was expected of one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Benefits above everything, enemies and friends were all built on this basis. Using common words, it was the foresight of a big picture. Restricted by the sect system, and under the pressure of the big picture, so what if Fang Zheng hated him? He still had to come over and discuss the transactions. Once they realized that they could not capture me so easily, that being forceful would just destroy everything, Immortal Crane Sect would naturally come to negotiate with me, to make transactions. Even if outsiders find out, there would be no rumors of allying with the demonic path. That is because, Immortal Crane Sect had already admitted that I am a part of their sect. It was a meticulous decision. But this is what I needed too. Even if this disciple identity is so fake, it is enough to drive away the other forces. Looking at Jiang Yi Sheng and Feng Juji's letters, one can easily tell how precious this identity is. Fang Yuan thought about it, he did not mind this. The truth is, he is still in the demonic path, he is still alone, doing things his way, no one could restrict him. But at the same time, he could do transactions, and exchange for resources he needed. Originally, I wanted to go to Langya blessed land and snatch connecting heaven GU. But now that I can deal with Immortal Crane Sect, I do not need to do that. Although, with who Immortal blessed land being in my possession, Immortal Crane sect would not let this go. They are making deals at this point because of wariness, and that they have no choice for now. I cannot be careless and give them a weakness to exploit. Fang Yuan reminded himself. As for his brother Fang Zheng, that was secondary. Killing him would only be for the blood skull GU, to raise the aperture's aptitude by a little. The problem it would bring is making an enemy out of Immortal Crane sect, and putting himself into grave danger. Killing his own brother is a pure demonic act. If outsiders find out, it would be interpreted as Fang Yuan betraying Immortal Crane sect. At that point, the 10 sects and numerous demonic GU immortals would place their greedy gazes towards who immortal blessed land. There is no such thing as an absolute secret. Once the matter is exposed, even if Immortal Crane sect wanted to continue acting, they would not be able to. Fang Yuan's current situation was, raising aptitude was less important than his other objectives. Even if his aptitude was raised, he still needed resources to cultivate. The most important point now was to stabilize the situation and make full use of the Blessed Land's resources to convert them into his own strength. Chapter 421, Development of the Rockmen Tribe. Feng Yang carefully read the detailed content of the lightning letter. Fang Yuan only made 3 types of requests: primeval stones, GU worms and materials. Requesting for 5 million primeval stones. No problem, let alone 5 million, it is no issue even if he wanted 10 million or 50 million. Feng Yang grinned. When one reached the GU immortal realm, their attention was on immortal essence. They could have any amount of primeval stones they wanted, it was simply not a thing of concern. 5 Spring Egg GU. Feng Yang was slightly dazed. Spring Egg GU was a rank 5 GU that had the appearance of a white goose egg. It was obtained from killing specific eggmen. Placing Spring Egg GU deep underground could form a spirit spring eye. That means, it could grow a spirit spring. Every Spring Egg GU represented a small-scale spirit spring. Every small-scale spirit spring could produce at least 100 million primeval stones from the moment they formed till they disappeared. However, Spring Egg GU's price was much higher than 100 million primeval stones. GU immortals would frequently buy it and plant it in their blessed land to form spirit springs and provide spiritual essence to all living beings. Sufficient spirit springs meant the primeval energy in the blessed land would be thicker and be beneficial to the cultivation and nurturing of GU worms. Conversely, if there were no spirit springs, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be created by diluting the immortal essence. From a certain aspect, spirit springs could cut down the use of immortal essence. To think this Fang Yuan, a mere mortal, also knows the importance of Spring Egg GU. But this GU, even GU immortals have a lot of demand for it. How could we give you 5 of them? 3 is enough. The Hu immortal blessed land you are managing will sooner or later become our Immortal Crane sect's property. Feng Yang's gaze moved over the list. Below, Fang Yuan had mentioned many GU worms. What does he want so many low-ranked GU worms for? Feng Yang felt some doubts. If Fang Yuan demanded those rare and powerful rank 5 GU worms, it would be understandable. However, what he was requesting for were some rank 2 and rank 3 GU worms. Although he mentioned some rank 4 GU, it was just a few. HMPH, I understand. This kid has strong vigilance. He is afraid that if he directly asks for rank 5 GU, we would tamper with it, and so he intends to refine the GU himself. GU refinement process involves many subtle details. If the GU worms had been tampered with, it would definitely destroy the whole refinement process. Conversely, a successfully refined GU would be completely clean and secure. Feng Yang felt somewhat irritated. He originally had such an intention, but now he knew that this scheme could not be implemented and was already useless. This kid is not easy to deal with, but how would he know so many GU refinement recipes? His background is definitely not simple. Feng Yang felt some apprehension inwardly. He thought for a while more and laughed. This Fang Yuan doesn't know what's good for him. Are GU so easy to refine? Every GU refinement needs huge resources. The higher the rank of the GU to be refined, the higher the chances of failure and higher the losses. You kid, just how old are you? GU refinement cannot succeed just with innate talent. Even more importantly, you need experience and accumulation. Feng Yang did not know the exact details of Fang Yuan, and even more importantly he did not know that fixed immortal travel GU was refined by Fang Yuan. If he knew, he would definitely not be able to laugh. Feng Yang continued to read. He has requested relic GU too. A yellow gold relic GU and 3 purple crystal relic GU. He Feng Yang's gaze paused as he understood Fang Yuan's scheme. Fang Yuan had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. This was already noticed by the 10 sects, GU Immortals, and was not a secret. If Fang Yuan used a yellow gold relic GU, he would be at rank 4 peak stage. After advancing to rank 5 initial stage, he could use the 3 purple crystal relic GU one by one and directly jump to rank 5 peak stage. Immortal Crane sect was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent and had abundant resources. It naturally had these relic GU. Every year, there would be disciples and elders who would contribute the relic GU they obtained to the sect in exchange for contribution points. And the sect would place these green copper to purple crystal relic GU as rewards for sect missions. He Feng Yang could easily bring out these relic GU, but letting Fang Yuan advance to rank 5 so fast did not sit well with Immortal Crane sect's benefits. I will first hand over 1 purple crystal GU to create envy in this kid. These relic GU are the things he wants the most. We will use it to get a hold on him and make him exchange them with Guts GU. He Feng Yang continued to read the letter. After the GU worms were names of some materials. These materials were also common for the most part. Although there were some precious GU refinement materials listed, they were few in number. It seems this kid's main plan is to refine GU. HMPH, you want to refine? Go ahead, but why does he need star heron bile, toadstones, ascension wine, and these other extremely uncommon materials? There were very few recipes that included the use of these materials. Some of these materials had value that could compare to parts of a desolate beast. Even He Feng Yang would have to expend some effort to get these things. Whether this kid is deliberately mystifying it to scatter my attention or is really refining some rare GU, I cannot give all these materials to him at once. I need to make him feel anxious to probe out his true intent. For this transaction, I will give him a vat of ascension wine. This ascension wine was a top-quality wine brewed by Immortal Crane sect's supreme third elder. Over 100 years ago, He Feng Yang had officially sided with the third elder. In the banquet, the supreme third elder was in a great mood and rewarded him with 3 vats of ascension wine. Supreme third elder liked drinking wine and it was one of his hobbies. However, He Feng Yang did not like to drink and ascension wine was worthless to him. He Feng Yang saw each part of the desolate beast listed at the end of the letter. He licked his lips. This was a desolate beast, an existence that could be compared to GU Immortals. Such a complete desolate beast corpse, looks like the earthly calamity. This time was the desolate beast calamity. This kid's luck is really good, using Dang Hun Mountain to destroy the swamp crab's soul and obtain such a complete corpse. He Feng Yang instantly guessed the details of the earthly calamity. We can completely procure this swamp crab, but why has he not requested rockmen? Could it be that he does not know of the rockmen because of limited knowledge? Or is it because the group that migrated at that time is still alive? There is too little information. What was the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land? How did Fang Yuan obtain fixed immortal travel GU? Who was behind him? He Feng Yang did not know the answers to any of these questions. The 5 great regions, Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert and Eastern Sea, were mutually independent, separated by barriers, and each of them were incomparably vast. Immortal Crane sect had yet to grasp the whole Central Continent, let alone make contact with every region of Southern Border. However, after Fang Yuan seized Hu Immortal's inheritance, Immortal Crane sect had already sent elders to Southern Border to investigate. Several days later, we're here, plant the spirit spring at this location. On the grassland, Fang Yuan stopped walking and said to Little Hu Immortal following behind him. Little Hu Immortal nodded her little head and raised her palm, upon which a spring egg GU flew out. Spring egg GU landed on the ground and drilled deep underground. Within moments, Fang Yuan felt the ground shake and could hear the sound of flowing water becoming louder rapidly. And then, a fountain of spring water spurted out of the ground and flew as high as 20 to 30 meters. The spring water was milky white and produced water vapor. After a few breaths' time, Fang Yuan could feel the primeval energy in the air becoming very dense. Primeval energy is the origin energy of all living beings. With the increase in primeval energy, the land will become more fertile, vegetation will flourish and beast groups will prosper even more. There will be a lot of benefits to the rockmen as well. Fang Yuan nodded his head in satisfaction. The transaction with Immortal Crane sect was a success. Fang Yuan sold the whole swamp crab's corpse and in return obtained most of the things he needed. Among them were 3 spring egg GU. This spring egg GU was a rank 5 GU and was a one-time expendable GU that could turn into a small-scale spirit spring. It had a high demand on primeval essence to be activated, and even rank 5 upper stage GU masters would have to exhaust all their primeval essence to succeed in activating it. Fang Yuan was only at rank 4 upper stage and was absolutely unable to activate spring egg GU. But fortunately, he had the little Hu Immortal land spirit as his helper. Fang Yuan buried these 3 spring egg GU near the Rockmen tribes. After the trial of the 6th earthly calamity, there were only a few pitiful fox groups left in Hu Immortal blessed land and were not worth nurturing. Fang Yuan thus put all his attention on the Rockmen tribes. Now, there were only a few hundreds Rockmen left, much lesser than the foxes. However, with Dang Hun Mountain and these 3 spirit springs, the Rockmen tribes could rapidly grow and develop. Master, this is awesome. With 3 spirit springs, our green grape immortal essence expenditure will greatly reduce. Little Hu Immortal looked at the spurting spring water and narrowed her eyes in happiness. These 3 spirit springs can produce at least 300 million primeval stones and can last for 50 to 60 years. But if we look at the whole blessed land, it is far from enough. It is lacking even for the southern area of the blessed land. Fang Yuan calculated. Spirit springs were classified into small scale, mid-scale and large scale. Small-scale spirit springs could last for 50 to 60 years, mid-scale spirit spring could last for about 100 years and more, large-scale spirit spring could last for centuries. The spurting spring water loosened the surrounding soil and the spring mouth gradually enlarged. The force of the spring water was not enough and its height slowly reduced. In 4 to 5 days, the spring mouth would form and the spirit spring would start flowing, spreading to the surrounding soil. In several months, the dense primeval energy would condense into the first batch of primeval stones. Let's return. The Rockmen tribes should be having the time of their lives now. Fang Yuan commanded the land spirit. The next moment, the two teleported to Dang Hun Mountain. Heavens, so many gutstones. The place is in a mess. There definitely was a huge battle here. Maybe that male immortal is already dead. Our Rockmen tribe's glorious days are coming. We will have endless offsprings. Tribe leader Yan Yong, we can establish the world's largest Rockmen tribe. The Rockmen cheered and shouted, indulging in this moment of happiness and fortune. Dang Hun Mountain was filled with gutstones. There was one every 5 steps. The Rockmen struck the gutstones in a frenzy and strengthened their soul. There were many young Rockmen who also struck the gutstones and rapidly strengthened their newborn souls, allowing them to control more rocks as their body. There were only a few hundreds Rockmen at first, but in only a day, their population expanded by 10 times. The more the population grew, the faster they multiplied. On the morning of the 2nd day, their population broke 10,000. On the evening of the 3rd day, their numbers reached 300,000. All the gutstones on Dang Hun Mountain were plucked clean. On the 4th day, Dang Hun Mountain started emitting pressure and the Rockmen could only reluctantly leave the place, majestically returning to their homes. There were unexpected gifts, the new 3 spirit springs, waiting for them there. Chapter 422, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Blub 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 blub. In a huge 5-man tall cauldron, green-blue colored liquid was bubbling inside. The liquid seemed to be boiling, but cold air was emitting from it. Even a Rockman's hand would turn into an icicle if he placed it in. Fang Yuan stood before the large cauldron, multitasking as he controlled it while taking out a primeval elder GU. He multitasked, activating primeval elder GU as primeval stones flew out from within. Plop plop plop. Primeval stones caused a splash when they entered the cauldron. Primeval elder GU was a rank 3 storage GU, it could hold up to 1,000,000 primeval stones. It was shaped like a crystal ball, half-transparent with clouds forming into an old man inside. The old man smiled when there were a lot of primeval stones inside, and cried when there were few primeval stones. As large amounts of primeval stones were thrown in, the old man's smile turned into a bitter expression. Fang Yuan expended around 500,000 primeval stones for this refinement. If it was the past, he would not be able to afford it. But now, he is affluent. After he sold the desolate beast swamp crab and bought quite a bit of things, he had around 6 million primeval stones left. As primeval stones were thrown in, a large spiral formed inside the cauldron, causing the liquid to flow faster. The cauldron was slightly shaking. At this crucial moment, Fang Yuan invested all his concentration into it. He could not be distracted anymore. Sweat quickly formed on his forehead, he could only call out, "Land spirit." Yes, little Hu Immortal responded quickly, throwing pieces and pieces of silver ingots into the cauldron. The ingots entered the liquid, causing the spiral to slow down. One by one, the ingots fell in until the surface of the cauldron became still, forming into silver-colored ice. Eventually, all the liquid inside was frozen. Large amounts of silver-colored mist flew out, freezing the entire cauldron. In fact, it extended 5 steps from the cauldron, dyeing the ground silver. Fang Yuan breathed heavily. After refining Gu for 3 days, it's finally done. Silver-colored ice broke apart, and Gu worms flew out. These Gu were all rank 3, they were shaped like little cups, while also resembling trumpet flowers. 3 of them could fit on one palm. They were silver in color, used to hold liquid or store Gu worms. Little Hu Immortal counted, smiling brightly, clapping her hands, 137, 146, 159. Master, you are amazing, refining 159 rank 3 Gu worms at once. We can sell these for quite a sum. What are these Gu worms? Hehe, these are silver cup Gu, we have to use them to refine Gu, they are not for sale. Fang Yuan smiled. 380 years into Fang Yuan's previous life, these silver cup Gu were created by a Gu Immortal. Continuing to refine them until they were rank 5, that was the Gu Fang Yuan needed. Of course they could not be sold now. These days, I used a large number of guts Gu to raise my soul to 52 times of a normal person. Thus, I did not feel much fatigue, and was able to refine so many Gu at once. Fang Yuan was extremely pleased with the results of this refinement. The benefits of having a strong foundation in his soul was shown here. If He Feng Yang saw this, he would no longer underestimate Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's ability at refining Gu had already greatly exceeded his own. But his head was still dizzy. Every Gu refinement caused a strain on the soul, it used a lot of mental energy, not to mention Fang Yuan's large-scale refinement. If it was before, Fang Yuan could only sleep to rest his soul. But now, he had a better method. Land spirit, this cauldron is useless now, get rid of it, I am going outside to walk. Yes master. Little Hu Immortal immediately got to work. 3 to 4 days had already passed, large numbers of gutstones had formed on Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan casually stepped on a few pieces, the guts Gu that flew out recovered his soul, even strengthening it. Fang Yuan instantly felt the dizziness go away from his head, he could think at lightning speed. He laughed heartily. This guts Gu is truly a divine Gu, the effect is so amazing. In that case, I shall strengthen my soul to the limit today. 68 times. Fang Yuan felt refreshed, his movements were extremely fast and light. 77 times. Fang Yuan could think at lightning speed, every thought moved like a spark. 85 times. Fang Yuan's soul had already vaguely hit his body's limit. 92 times. Fang Yuan could clearly feel his own soul. In his perception, his soul was gray-white color, its outer appearance was just like Fang Yuan's appearance, except it was extremely strong, muscular and had a bear tiger-like body. As for Fang Yuan, although his body was muscular, he only had muscular shoulders with a thin waist. His soul was quite squeezed inside this body. Was he at his limit? 93 times. Fang Yuan used one more guts Gu, his soul strengthened once again. This time, Fang Yuan felt an unprecedented feeling, it was amazing and comfortable. It felt 100 times better than taking drugs, eating good food, or having intercourse. It made a strong man like Fang Yuan groan out in pleasure. An indescribable sensation of comfort and addiction made him savor this feeling, unable to forget it. Fang Yuan's eyes shone in a cold light, his heart became alert. He stepped on a few more gutstone, and his soul got stronger again. The feeling of comfort this time was much more intense than before. 97 times, 98 times, 99 times. The feeling came from deep within his soul, it was so intense that Fang Yuan's body shuddered, his bones felt like they were melting and his muscles were twitching, it could not be described with words. 100 times. The intense sensation and addiction assaulted like a tornado, Fang Yuan almost fainted from this. This is the limit, I cannot use the guts Gu anymore. Fang Yuan bit the tip of his tongue, using the pain to keep himself conscious, not falling into addiction. Normal people could only strengthen their soul by 100 times, it was called 100-man soul. This was also the extreme limit. If the soul strengthened just a bit more, it would explode in a loud bang. Like a stomach that burst from overeating. But the explosion of the soul was many times more severe than the bursting of a stomach. The soul would completely disperse in the air, completely destroyed, the flesh would be preserved for a while before rotting away, revealing the white skeleton. If Fang Yuan indulged in the feeling, and used one more guts GU, he would not even have the time to use spring-autumn cicada, he would die immediately, wiped off from this world. Too bad I don't have Luopo Valley. Inside it, there is the bewilderment fog that can loosen the soul. There is also the Luopo wind that can cut the soul. After torture and trials, the soul will become more refined and condensed. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Simply strengthening the soul was a quantitative advantage. Only through refinement and purification can there be a qualitative advantage. In this world, there were many GU masters who cultivated their soul. They were called Soul Path GU masters. Soul Path and Strength Path were at the same level, glorious during the ancient times. Except, Strength Path was now at its lowest point, while Soul Path was staying strong. It was the largest path in the current world. The GU master who created the Soul Path is renowned in the entire world's history. He is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, rank 9 GU master, standing at the top of the universe, looking down at mortals plainly. He was truly invincible, a legend who dominated his era. At the same time, he was the rank 9 GU immortal with the greatest killing nature. Among all immortal venerables and demon venerables, he killed the most people. During his dark era, he made the 5 regions into his personal slaughterhouse. All living beings were his livestock, they had no way to resist. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable once said, "In this huge world, Dang Hun Mountain is the best at strengthening soul, and Luopo Valley is the best at refining soul. One mountain and one valley, if one had both, they would achieve great success in the soul path, and they would be able to dominate the world." Thus, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopo Valley were the 2 sacred lands of Soul Path GU masters. Fang Yuan obtaining Dang Hun Mountain was a huge blessing. He got a great deal from his rebirth. If he wanted to get Luopo Valley, there was little hope, he did not know where it was. But, even without Luopo Valley, I can use other Soul Path GU worms to replace it. Divine Soul GU, Dragon Soul GU, Ice Soul GU, Dream Soul GU, Moon Soul GU, General Soul GU, Grudge Soul GU, Poem Soul GU and others. They can all refine my soul and allow me to continue strengthening my soul, to break through 100-man soul, to reach 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. He could not get these GU from Immortal Crane sect. That is because these GU that were directly used on the soul, if Immortal Crane sect did something to them, it would be too dangerous. But Fang Yuan knew very little of these GU worms' recipes. Most importantly, he has not decided on which GU would suit him the most. For now, 100-man soul is sufficient to deal with my problems. I should place my energy on how to trade rockmen. Fang Yuan's train of thought came back to the matter at hand. He had already sold Swamp Crab, but next, he did not intend to sell the Gutstones. If he sold Gutstones, that would strengthen Immortal Crane sect. That was not favorable. For the following days, Fang Yuan continued to refine GU while cleansing his aperture. A month passed quickly. With the 9 Eyes Liquor Worm's help, Fang Yuan successfully advanced to rank 4 peak stage. At the same time, he refined 155 Gold Cup GU. Gold Cup GU and Silver Cup GU were about the same, they were rank 3 GU used to store fluids. Next, he used both Silver Cup GU and Gold Cup GU in refinement. After 7 days and 6 nights, his luck was not bad, he obtained 3 rank 4 Gold and Silver Cup GU. He put down his work at hand, and turned his attention to the rockmen. So many days have passed, the rockmen should have reproduced already. In a rockman's life, most of the time was spent on sleeping. Normally, when a rockman reaches 300 years old, his soul would accumulate to a degree, and he would produce an offspring. Next, every 200 years, he will produce 1 young rockman. Without accidents, a rockman can live to 1,000 years, and they would have 4 offsprings when they die. But because of the Gutstones, the rockmen tribes expanded rapidly. They had around 300,000 tribesmen now. The increased numbers caused the internal conflicts among rockmen to increase, intensify, and erupt. Rockmen's social system was very relaxed, it could at most govern 100,000 people. As expected, after some political strifes, the rockmen split into 3 groups, each with around 100,000 people, each occupying 1 spirit spring. making their new homes there. Fang Yuan took out the new slavery GU that he made and handed them to the little Hu Immortal. Slavery GU, ranged from rank 1 to 5. Fang Yuan refined rank 3 slavery GU only, it was enough to enslave the Rockmen tribes. Little Hu Immortal teleported the slavery GU for about 10,000 miles away, using them on the most crucial Rockmen. The Rockmen's soul were not Fang Yuan's match, they were easily enslaved. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan controlled 3 Rockmen tribe leaders including Yan Yong, as well as over a dozen Rockmen tribe elders. At once, the 300,000 Rockmen were under his control. Governing many lives and making great changes with just a wave of his hand, this was already showing the ability of a GU Immortal. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.